Chapter 1. Magical Talent, Subpar. The young boy gazed at the large characters that emerged from the crystal. His face a mask of disbelief. It was only when the tester spoke that he snapped back to reality. Zhou Hai, Magical Affinity, 0. Level, Subpar. Beside the testing crystal, a man clad in a green mage robe glanced at the information displayed above and coldly recited it. As soon as his words fell, the hall erupted into chaos. Subpar? Isn't the lowest magical talent classified as low? What does subpar even mean? Subpar must indicate a complete lack of talent. This waste has truly disgraced our little town. If it weren't for his uncle being the captain of the guard, he would have been expelled from the town long ago, alas. How the tables have turned. He used to be the prodigy of our town. How did it come to this? Who knows? Perhaps he was too intelligent, absorbing all the nutrients. The mocking laughter surrounding him, mingled with expressions of pity, pierced Zhou Hai's heart like a barrage of steel blades. Causing his breath to quicken and become disordered. Beneath his tousled black hair lay a youthful visage, his inky eyes numbly scanning the crowd. And finally, he could only let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Ha! Who would have thought that a child prodigy, who could compose poetry at the age of 3, would possess no magical talent? It's no wonder people are so cold-hearted. It's merely the heavens toying with me. With a bitter smile, Zhou Hai turned away in desolation, quietly exiting the hall, his solitary figure starkly contrasting against the bustling backdrop. Next, Bulls, a plain-looking boy, stepped forward and placed his hand on the crystal. As directed by the tester, a faint green light flickered to life. Bulls, Magical Affinity, 19. Level, Beginner. Upon hearing this, a few disappointed murmurs resonated through the hall. What a pity! Just 1 point shy of intermediate talent. 20 points would have granted entry into the intermediate academy. Well, it's certainly better than that waste, Zhou Hai. At least Bulls can secure a decent job indeed, far preferable to being loathed by everyone. As the din of voices grew louder, the tester amplified his own voice. Next, Cattell, a boy with golden hair and matching golden eyes, dressed impeccably in a robe, confidently stepped forward, drawing the gaze of all around him. Following the tester's instructions, he placed his hand upon the crystal ball, and a blinding light illuminated the entire hall, flooding everyone's vision with purple. Cattell, Magical Affinity, 60. Level, Advanced. In stark contrast to the earlier mockery, the hall was filled with envious exclamations. Hearing the praise from those around him, the golden-haired boy's face blossomed with pride. Wow, an advanced magical talent. No wonder he hails from a magical family. Such talent is surely considered genius throughout the entire kingdom. With a magical affinity of 60, he is more than qualified to enter the Advanced Magic Academy. I envy him so much. If only I possessed such remarkable talent. Even the usually stoic tester cast an appreciative glance at the boy destined for greatness. Your talent is commendable. I hope you make the most of it and contribute to the kingdom. Upon hearing the mage's commendation, Cattell instinctively straightened his posture. I will, esteemed mage. Ah, no need to be so formal. I trust you will soon become a mage in your own right. He patted Cattell on the shoulder, observing the gathering crowd of congratulators and reflecting on the earlier boy with subpar talent. Ah, how some are born into fortune while others, no matter their brilliance, are cast aside. The tester glanced at the list in his hand. Next, Randall. Amidst the throngs of his peers, Cattell made a bold decision. Come with me to the tavern today. I shall treat. Instantly, the crowd erupted once more. Cattell is so generous. We won't return until we're inebriated. Haha. Being treated by Lord Cattell is our honor. The group surrounded Cattell as they made their way to the tavern. Just as they exited the hall, they spotted a familiar silhouette. Isn't that Zhou Hai the waste? Why hasn't he left yet? Indeed, what a loathsome individual to still be seen in our town. So what if he was a prodigy? He possesses no magical talent. This world is ruled by magic. Hearing the derision from those around him, Cattell stole a glance at the solitary figure before entering the Intermediate Magic Academy. He and Zhou Hai had once been playmates. The boy who had shown with exceptional intelligence at such a young age had now faded into obscurity. The world, it seemed, was fair. With wisdom came the loss of magical talent during their time in the academy. Zhou Hai had always been the source of amusement, while even the butcher's child could attract magical elements. After just a week of effort, yet, after 3 long years, Zhou Hai had yet to achieve even that. let alone master the subsequent lessons thus. In the eyes of their classmates, Zhou Hai had long been deemed a talentless waste of days. Test merely served to confirm that reality. As Cattell, who had showcased his high magical talent shortly after enrolling, drifted further away from Zhou Hai, he mused, "Ah, we are no longer the same world. I hope you find the path you were meant to tread." Cattell cast one last glance in that direction, but his former best friend was already out of sight. In a familiar attic, Zhou Hai lay on the floor, gazing through the glass at the cerulean sky. Deep within his heart resided a secret known only to him. He was not a native of this world, but rather hailing from a place called Blue Star originally. He was an utterly ordinary individual, having graduated from university and found employment at a mundane company at the age of 28. Just as he was poised to wed his girlfriend, she had bestowed upon him the dreaded good guy card. "I'm sorry you've been so wonderful to me, but you are not the person I wished to marry." That day, he had drowned his sorrows in alcohol, and it was on that fateful journey home that a truck had struck him down. When Zhou Hai awoke, he found himself transformed into an unborn infant, bearing the memories of his past life as a child. He had quickly become known as a prodigy. He had assumed his life would be anything but ordinary. However, reality had once again plunged him into despair. He gazed vacantly at the sky, the glass reflecting his face. A waste, was he? In this world, where magic was revered, magical talent represented everything. It was not that those with low magical talent were entirely without prospects. Other professions existed, yet to possess an affinity as low as his was unprecedented in recorded history. The lowest recorded talent had a score of 7, and here it was at 0. It seemed he had no choice but to confront reality. Magical affinity represented one's perception and attraction to magic. The higher the affinity, the more adept one was at manipulating magical elements. Typically, an average person's affinity hovered around 10. A score above 20 would grant entry into the Intermediate Magic Academy, leading to an identity as a novice mage. Upon graduation, those with scores exceeding 40 could enter the kingdom's Advanced Academy, graduating as intermediate mages. Individuals like Cattell, boasting an impressive affinity of 60, were clearly prioritized for cultivation by the kingdom. His affinity barely surpassed that of advanced talent. Even so, the likelihood of Cattell possessing such top-tier talent, becoming a premier mage, was exceedingly high. In the eyes of the people in this world, magical elements were emissaries of the divine. Being unrecognized by them meant being forsaken by the gods, destined to remain among the lowest echelons of society for all eternity. And as for Zhou Hai, with his unprecedented 0 affinity, undoubtedly, he was the most despised by the divine. To put it plainly, he may have once desecrated the tomb of a deity in a past life, and only such an explanation could rationalize his 0 affinity. One might wonder, could Zhou Hai not pursue other professions despite his lack of magical talent? This question had crossed Zhou Hai's mind as well. The holy knight, clad in silver armor and wielding a long sword, and the agile archer nimbly drawing his bow. He had tried his hand at all these professions over the past 3 years. Unfortunately, regardless of the vocation, he could not find his footing. Nearly severed his own foot while practicing swordplay, and almost shot a neighbor's child while practicing archery, resulting in multiple visits from the neighbors demanding explanations. As for more physically demanding professions like fighter, that was a mere fantasy. In his previous life, Zhou Hai had been a reclusive individual, never one for physical exercise, and it seemed that this life was no different. Did I traverse countless miles to arrive here just to live as an ordinary person for the rest of my days? Will my golden finger, my godly magical talent, my accompanying elder? In a moment of despair, Zhou Hai helplessly cried out to the heavens. There are laws for the nation and rules for the gods. The local deities are exceedingly rude. In the ensuing days, Zhou Hai refrained from stepping outside, not for any particular reason other than the fact that upon discovering his 0 affinity for magic, rumors began to circulate throughout the town. Whispers suggested that he was a person loathed by the divine, destined to bring misfortune to those around him. Thus, rather than face the scornful glances of others, he chose the solace of his home until that fateful morning, when the town's priest came to their doorstep. In this small settlement of less than 5,000 inhabitants, the church was modest, staffed by merely 2 priests and 8 nuns. It was Zhou Hai's mother who opened the door. "Reverend, may I inquire what brings you here?" In this world where magic held paramount importance, The church's authority was unrivaled to the common folk. The church served as the voice of the divine. The priest peered past her into the interior, but saw no one else. "Madame Zhou, is your son at home?" Franny hesitated before responding. "May I ask, Reverend, what business you have with my son?" The priest cast a fleeting glance at Franny, then spoke slowly. "A few days ago, Zhou Hai participated in the town's magical assessment. I presume you are already aware of his results indeed." As he stated, Zhou Hai's parents had learned of his testing outcome almost immediately. Consequently, upon hearing the priest's words, Franny swiftly grasped the purpose of his visit. "As the enforcers and employees of the Adventurers Guild in this town, you have borne a child devoid of magical affinity. Do you comprehend the implications of this? This signifies that he is a person detested by the gods, a spawn of darkness, and within this town he shall bring calamity upon all, including you. Therefore, after thorough deliberation, the church has resolved to impose the death penalty by fire upon Zhou Hai to eradicate this demon." Franna's complexion paled, and she instinctively reached out to halt the intruders. "This is a decree from the church. Step aside, soldiers. Proceed to apprehend Zhou Hai." In the next moment, a throng of soldiers surged forth from behind him, forcibly pushing Franny aside and storming into the house, ransacking it with reckless abandon. "This is an act of banditry. You cannot do this," Franny cried out, her voice hoarse. Yet the robust soldiers paid her no heed. Soon, the interior of their home lay in disarray. Even the wooden planks beneath the staircase were ruthlessly shattered. However, after a quarter of an hour, the searching soldiers returned empty-handed. Having seen not a trace of Zhou Hai, the leading soldier approached the priest with a grave expression and reported, "Reverend, we did not locate Zhou Hai." The priest, momentarily taken aback, turned to Franny. "Have you concealed him? Where is he? Surrender him at once. Do you not fear the wrath of the divine? My son is exceptionally gifted. How could he possibly be a demon? This is merely your pretext." The priest's face hardened as he retorted, "So you dare to question the church? It appears you too have been ensnared by the demon. Seize her." Just as the soldier's arm reached for Franny, it was intercepted by a hand. Is the church now so audacious as to indiscriminately arrest individuals? Upon witnessing the newcomer, the priest's expression darkened. The striking man before him was Zhou Hai's uncle, Zhou Li. The captain of the town's guard. His profession was that of a paladin, and he had previously been a member of the kingdom's paladin order, leading a prominent adventuring party. Regardless of which of his credentials he chose to invoke, the priest would have to tread carefully. Seeing Zhou Li's arrival, the priest, though visibly begrudging, had no choice but to relent. "Ah, it is you, Lord Zhou Li. We are acting under the church's orders to apprehend Zhou Hai." "And so?" Zhou Li's gaze turned icy. "We suspect that Zhou Hai's parents have hidden him away, and thus we must take them in for questioning." Zhou Li snorted derisively, casting a disdainful glance at the priest. "The failure to capture him merely reflects the incompetence of your church. How do you still possess the audacity to implicate others?" The priest found himself at a loss for words, realizing that he could not take this woman away today. With a final glare directed at Zhou Li, he turned away in frustration. After their departure, Franny hastily inquired, "My dear brother, do you think Zhou Hai will be in trouble?" Observing her anxious expression, Zhou Li reassured her, "Do not worry, Zhou Hai will be just fine. I have already arranged for him to leave the town. After some time, once he reaches the border city, the church will be powerless to intervene at that point. I will have someone assist him in finding a stable job and a secure life." Upon hearing that her son was safe and sound, Franny finally exhaled, subsequently collapsing weakly onto the sofa. My poor child. On the path several dozen miles outside of Chichi town, a merchant caravan was making its way forward. Zhou Hai sat among them on one of the wagons. This caravan had been arranged by his uncle Zhou Li, who had leveraged connections to find it, conveniently bringing him to the border where he could evade the church's pursuit. On the very day the test results were released, Zhou Li had foreseen this scenario. As a devotee of the divine, the church would surely take aim at Zhou Hai under the pretext of eradicating demons. He had witnessed the church's tyranny more than once during his time in the kingdom's capital, where they indiscriminately labeled the kingdom's citizens as forsaken by the divine, oppressing and humiliating the nation. Zhou Hai gazed at the unfamiliar sights flanking the road, feeling an overwhelming curiosity, as this was his first time departing from the town. The coachman, noticing his intrigue, chuckled, "Ah, Is this your first journey away from home? Indeed, it is. Uncle, where are we headed? Before boarding, his uncle had only informed him that they were going to a safe place without disclosing any specifics that we are headed to the kingdom's border, to Vini City. With this revelation, Zhou Hai nodded in understanding. By the way, I heard you were going there to escape the church's pursuit. How could someone so young have offended the church? Zhou Hai forced a bitter smile and replied, my affinity for magic is simply too low. Is that so? The church has become increasingly audacious. TSK. Edward shook his head. So, what was your affinity test result? 0. A single digit. Don't be shy. What is the exact number? Edward's curiosity was piqued, and he continued to press for details. 0. Not even a few. The air fell silent for a few seconds until Edward broke the silence, laughing. Aha, you were quite the joker. He awkwardly chuckled, and his gaze towards Zhou Hai shifted slightly. Zhou Hai merely shook his head, realizing that in this world, having no affinity for magic meant being viewed as an outcast, except by family, of course. Thus, the two fell into silence. Zhou Hai, content to enjoy the tranquility, that he opened the belongings his uncle had entrusted to him before leaving, which included a book on magic. This was a request Zhou Hai had made, as he was unwilling to accept the dismal fate of being a mere bystander in the town's school. He had failed to make the first step of attracting magical elements, resulting in 3 years of being held back. During those years, he had never been exposed to other magical knowledge, and the town's library would not open its doors to a magic student, due to a past incident where a student nearly set the entire building ablaze while testing magic. Now, seizing this opportunity, he could finally delve into the pages of magical tomes. With eager anticipation, Zhou Hai opened the magic book, eager to discover the nature of magic. The cover bore writings in a foreign language, Elementary Magic, Volume 1. With a small note in the lower right corner stating it was compiled by the church. The cover illustrated a young boy wielding a staff, clad in a mage's robe, an extraordinary figure. None other than the kingdom's most celebrated young mage, Ellis Bowman. With a magical affinity of 40, he was already considered gifted, while a 60 affinity like cartels marked one as exceptional. Bowman, however, boasted a staggering affinity of 85. A divine endowment. Wow, not only was he born in Rome, but he practically sits atop it, Zhou Hai murmured enviously. Not lingering on the cover for long, he flipped to the first page, which detailed the pronunciation of magical spells. Oh, so one must learn the pronunciation of spells before studying magic. How peculiar. When he turned to the next page, he froze in place. What the? This is Chinese characters. This can't be. The first character on the annotation page was fire, with the pronunciation noted beside it, followed by more Chinese characters that detailed the pronunciation of magical attributes. Zhou Hai's fingers trembled as he turned to the second page, which contained annotations of words used in spells, all still in familiar Chinese characters. Stunned, he continued to flip through the pages. To his astonishment, every annotation was written in Chinese characters from Earth. Why do the magical incantations of this world use Chinese characters? What is going on? Zhou Hai was both bewildered and exhilarated. This meant that spells, which others had to toil for years to pronounce, were effortlessly readable to him with just a glance. Indeed, his advantage as a transmigrator was manifesting here. It was evident that not all transmigrations were mundane. That he eagerly turned to the next page, eager to explore the elementary fire magic incantation, fireball technique, the simplest of all spells requiring only 2 lines of incantation to conjure a fireball. The power of the fireball depended on the caster's control over magical elements and familiarity with the incantation. Even if my affinity for magical elements is 0, as long as I can recite this incantation flawlessly, there's a chance I could unleash magic, Zhou Hai declared, ready to test his newfound knowledge. He began to recite from the book. Respected Fire Element Spirit, I am your loyal magical partner. Please gather in my hands and follow my intent to release. After finishing, Zhou Hai closed his eyes, filled with anticipation, as if warmth was slowly emanating from his hands. Could it be the fire element is here? Have I successfully recited the incantation and can now wield magic? Feeling that the moment had come, Zhou Hai opened his eyes, a look of delight on his face. Where's my fireball? Just a moment ago. My hands were warm. To his dismay, his hands remained empty, devoid of even a hint of a fireball. What the? Come on. Zhou Hai, undeterred, recited the incantation once more, this time keeping his eyes open. However, reality delivered yet another blow to him. As he finished the incantation, Nothing occurred that it seemed that the warmth in his palm earlier had merely been a figment of his imagination. Impossible. I must try another. Zhou Hai quickly flipped to the next page, which detailed water element magic. Bubble heal. Respected water element spirit, I am your loyal magical partner. Please gather before me and follow my intent to release. Bubble heal. Yet again, nothing transpired. Darn it. Where are my bubbles? Where are my element spirits? Wasn't it said that reciting the incantation would allow me to cast magic? Subsequently, Zhou Hai tried various elemental spells, with results that were unsurprisingly disappointing. Come on. You guys are being unreasonable. I am just a regular guy trying to get by, and you want to even give me a break. To you, fire element, and you, water element, and you, wood element, are you really going to act like this? And you, light element, supposed to represent hope. I'm done with you all. I'll make you fly high. His frustration boiled over as he vented, oblivious to the space around him beginning to tremble. It seemed as though countless invisible entities were gathering around him, and with every curse he uttered, the tremors intensified in a realm unseen by ordinary eyes. Numerous winged spirits congregated, their expressions seemingly conveying, "Let us show this audacious human a lesson." As the number of elemental spirits swelled, the disturbance in the air finally caught Zhou Hai's attention. Meanwhile, the members of the caravan sensed something amiss. Typically, the surrounding woods would be alive with the sounds of chirping birds and buzzing insects. But at that moment, it was eerily silent, as if time itself had paused. Zhou Hai, observing the shifting atmosphere, felt a rising sense of unease. Could it be that my harsh words have angered some petty elemental spirits, and now they seek to retaliate against me? Indeed, it was just as he feared. As the tension mounted and the caravan halted to regroup, the nearby woods began to glow with countless white lights, and innumerable magical symbols materialized in the in the next instant. The magical elements began to coalesce. With a thunderous boom, the air erupted. A thunderous roar reverberated across the expanse of 100 miles, as countless beams of vibrant light illuminated the heavens. Various magical elements surged forth from the epicenter of the explosion, expanding and erupting in a relentless cascade of crimson fire, azure water, verdant wood, and golden light. Within this radius, thousands of spectators beheld the spectacle with incredulity, as waves of heat swept through the air. Reminiscent of a nuclear detonation, the nearby merchant caravan bore the brunt of this immense magical force. Horses were toppled by the scorching gusts, and the caravan's guards were hurled several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, their faces meeting the earth in a jarring embrace. The protagonist of this event, Zhou Hai, emerged unscathed, his eyes wide with astonishment, fixated on the mushroom cloud that resembled a nuclear explosion. He fell into a stupor, oblivious to the drool trailing down his chin, as if fate had conspired to ensure he witnessed the consequences of offending the elemental spirits. Zhou Hai bore silent witness to the entire ordeal. As the explosions continued unabated, the elements taking turns to unleash their wrath, it was only after 10 minutes that the magical energies gradually subsided. That moment, the epicenter of the explosion had transformed into a gaping chasm several dozen meters deep. The surrounding terrain flattened, the once lush greenery now rendered unrecognizable by the charred earth. Zhou Hai's carriage was less than a meter from the scorched ground. This distance served as a dire warning from the elemental spirits. It felt as if a finger were poised above him, tauntingly proclaiming, "You, my boy, are next." It was not until the carriage driver, who had been blown away moments before, returned and lifted the curtain that Zhou Hai snapped back to reality. Goodness, that nearly scared the life out of me. Is this truly the magic of another world? He exclaimed. Observing Zhou Hai's bewilderment, Edward reached out to poke him gently. "Are you all right, lad? You are quite fortunate. Had you been just a meter closer, you would have been reduced to a mere pile of rubble by that magic. I wonder which esteemed mage was recklessly casting spells. What dreadful luck." Zhou Hai slowly turned his head to gaze at the driver, suddenly seizing Edward's arm. "Uncle, is this still the realm of mortals?" Edward was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a sigh of pity. What a fine young man, reduced to speechlessness by fear. Alas, such a pity. With that, he mounted the carriage and steered it towards the location where the merchant caravan was regrouping. 2 minutes later, they arrived at the makeshift resting area of the caravan, where numerous mages tended to the injured members. Fortunately, this incident had not resulted in any fatalities. Most injuries were superficial, sustained from being blown away by the heat. What was that? Why did such a terrifying magic suddenly manifest? One burly guard recalled, trembling at the memory of the explosion. The highest-ranking mage within the caravan, Ivanka, a tall blonde woman of intermediate rank, understood all too well that the magical explosion they had just witnessed was not the work of an advanced mage. It was not advanced magic, nor even top-tier magic. It was a forbidden spell. Her gaze remained fixed on the direction of the explosion, contemplating how close they had come to being engulfed. Whether to consider themselves lucky or cursed was a dilemma. Perhaps it was a misfortune that had spared them. It was undoubtedly a forbidden-level spell, utterly terrifying. I once believed that top-tier magic was the pinnacle of power in this world, but now Ivanka had once been fortunate enough to witness a battle between top-tier mages, an experience that solidified her resolve to pursue a career in magic. Yet even that encounter paled in comparison to the destructive force of the explosion they had just observed. That was the essence of annihilation. The fact that she had survived such a cataclysmic event filled her with an insatiable desire to reach the summit of magical prowess. The top-tier mages, mere trifles. Meanwhile, within the carriage, Zhou Hai remained enveloped in the reverberations of the magical explosion. Unable to find peace, he glanced down at the beginner's spellbook in his hands, his expression shifting as excitement ignited within his eyes. What of top-tier talent? The highest achievement merely culminates in becoming a top-tier mage. Yet I am already capable of casting forbidden spells. What significance does innate talent hold? One day, I, Zhou Hai, shall render you so-called prodigies insignificant before my forbidden magic, trembling in fear from this moment forth. Address me as the progenitor of elemental spirits, the deceiver of magic, the founder of nuclear magic, the mightiest mage of this other world, instilling dread in the hearts of the divine. Zhou Hai. My name is Waikas, a villager residing near the Baika Forest Point 3 days ago. I bore witness to a magical explosion that would astonish the entire kingdom. It transpired that afternoon as I intended to gather magical herbs in Baika Woods. Just as I left the village, I saw countless white lights illuminating the distant forest, followed by a deafening explosion. An array of magical patterns filled the air, though I could not decipher their meanings. I recognized them as manifestations of mages casting spells. This indicated that mages were indeed at work in Baika Woods. However, according to convention, each mage can only cast one spell at a time. Why were there so many patterns? Could it be that numerous mages were engaged in combat within Baika Forest? The explosion persisted for over 10 minutes. Fortunately, our village was distanced from the woods, about 4 to 5 li away, protecting us from the brunt of the magical onslaught. Yet even at that distance, I could feel the waves of magic brushing against my cheeks, a mixture of warmth and coolness, the essence of different magical elements. When the explosion finally subsided, I raised my head to behold a landscape of charred earth. Where once stood a forest spanning several miles, now rendered utterly unrecognizable. Summoning my courage, I approached the center of the explosion, only to find a bottomless abyss, the ground around it resembling a funnel. In that moment, I saw neither living beings nor magical creatures, undoubtedly obliterated by the force of the explosion. How terrifying! What formidable mage could unleash such potent magic? If only I possessed magical talent. Alas, a year ago, I tested my affinity for magical elements in town with friends, and my score was a mere 12 points, far below the standard for intermediate magic academies. Fortunately, my affinity was still in double digits, surpassing that of many peers in the village. Thus, upon returning, I began learning potion making under Uncle Ika. I heard that a single ordinary potion could fetch a silver coin, equivalent to a villager's weekly wage. It is a decent occupation, and I aspire to become the most skilled potion master. On the day of the explosion, a merchant caravan also stopped by our village to rest. Their leader was well acquainted with the village chief and would often stay overnight. However, this time was different. They appeared utterly dispirited, reportedly due to the catastrophic explosion, as their entire caravan had been perilously close to the epicenter, barely escaping annihilation. A chilling thought indeed. Is what you say true, Brother Waikas? Suddenly, a child encircling the youth interrupted. It turned out Waikas was recounting the tale of the explosion to the village children. Of course, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Was the battle of the mages truly that perilous? Is there nothing left in Baika Forest? Brother Waikas, I wish to become a mage too. How can I become a mage? I want to become a mage. I shall enroll in the Magic Academy. The children clamored enthusiastically. All right. I believe all of you possess the talent to enter the Magic Academy and become mages. Just don't forget about me when that time comes. After pacifying the eager children, Wycus returned to the village's potion shop, which catered to all passing merchants with an array of healing potions and basic magical elixirs. As he stepped inside, his master, Uncle Ika, emerged from the backyard, carrying a large bundle of potions. Wycus, you're back. Just in time. This is the order for magical potions from the Wayne caravan. Please deliver them to the inn. They are staying there. Of course. Leave it to me. Wycus replied, setting off towards the inn. The merchant caravan, having arrived from the direction of Bika Forest, had many injured members. While healing magic could address some minor wounds, complete recovery still required the aid of healing potions. Upon reaching the inn, Wycus successfully delivered the potions to the caravan's healer, watching enviously as the junior mage responsible for healing the members departed. One day, I too shall become a formidable potion master. And then I will travel the kingdom alongside a merchant caravan. After stepping out of the inn, Wycus spotted a youth of similar age sitting by the stream outside, cradling a book in his hands. As he approached quietly, he noticed the title inscribed on the book, Elementary Magic, Volume 1. Astonished to find a magic tome, he wondered if this boy might be an apprentice mage. Hello, my name is Wycus, and I am an apprentice at the apothecary in this village. Hearing someone speak, Zhou Hai lifted his gaze, having been engrossed in the study of magical content and unaware of the presence nearby. Greetings. I am Zhou Hai, a member of a merchant caravan. Wycus, what a unique name, he echoed, then inquired. Are you an apprentice mage? I saw you reading an elementary magic book. Mages are categorized into 6 levels: apprentice, elementary, intermediate, advanced, top tier, and the most enigmatic, the forbidden spell mages. Typically, one earns the title of apprentice mage after graduating from an elementary magic academy, having studied the foundational theories of magic and being capable of casting at least 3 elementary spells. Zhou Hai hesitated. Indeed, he had graduated from the elementary magic academy, albeit under duress, as the principal and teachers deemed him a hopeless case, as for casting 3 elementary spells. Well, he had never actually performed any, though he had attempted a forbidden spell a few days prior, albeit in a rather unorthodox manner. I suppose. Zhou Hai scratched his head. That's fantastic. This is the first time I've met a real mage. Wycus exclaimed, unaware that this so-called apprentice mage was, in fact, the very one responsible for the devastation wrought upon the entirety of Bika Forest just 3 days prior, a truth he might never uncover. I too aspire to become a mage, yet my magical affinity is merely 12 points. Thus, I can only manage to learn potion making under Uncle Ika. I truly envy you, Dai. Haha. Zhou Hai chuckled awkwardly. If you knew my affinity barely registers, you might not envy me so much. However, Zhou Hai had no intention of revealing this. He planned to keep it a secret. After all, lacking magical affinity does not preclude one from casting spells. You heard me right. Ever since that fateful day when he inadvertently summoned a forbidden spell, Zhou Hai had been contemplating a method to release magic, since the last incident attracted elemental spirits with merely a couple of words. He wondered if he could also manage to cast simpler spells by maintaining control, perhaps a light mockery towards the elemental spirits, allowing them to assist him without spiraling out of control like before. Currently, Zhou Hai had amassed a wealth of theoretical knowledge. He merely required a practical application at that moment. Wycus spoke up. Zhou Hai, though it may be presumptuous, might I request you to cast an elementary spell? Despite his embarrassment, Wycus's overwhelming curiosity compelled him to voice this request. In this remote village, there were no mages to be found. The only time he had witnessed magic was a few days ago in Bika Forest. Yet that had been far too perilous for him to approach closely. Being able to observe an elementary spell up close would indeed be a delightful experience. Seeing the pleading look in Wycus's eyes, Zhou Hai felt a surge of vanity, but managed to keep his composure. I'll give it a try, but you mustn't tell anyone. Casting magic casually can attract criticism. Zhou Hai fabricated a rationale to protect his identity. Wycus quickly agreed. I promise I won't tell anyone. This will be our little secret. Hee. Zhou Hai shivered slightly, a chill running down his spine. Something about it felt peculiar, but he dismissed the thought and led Wycus behind a large rock near the stream, where they would be shielded from prying eyes. Step back a bit. I'm about to cast a spell. Be careful not to get hurt. Wycus obediently retreated 2 steps. Zhou Hai then feigned a dramatic gesture, raising his right hand as if mimicking other mages. Foul fire elemental spirits, come forth and strike me if you dare. Ha ha ha. As Zhou Hai recited the strange and mysterious incantation, Waika's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Soon, magical elements began to coalesce before Zhou Hai. Could he truly succeed this time? Zhou Hai watched eagerly as the elemental energies gradually formed into a fireball, flames dancing within. Fireball spell, release. However, as soon as he uttered the words, the fireball veered off course, hurtling towards Zhou Hai instead. Fortunately, he had anticipated this. Sensing the imminent danger, he swiftly dodged, causing the fireball to miss him entirely and crash into the stream, extinguishing itself with a hiss. That was incredible, Waika exclaimed, though puzzled. But shouldn't team magic be cast forward? Why did the fireball attack you instead? Zhou Hai patted his shoulder. You see, this is a stream. If I cast it towards myself, it conveniently extinguishes in the water. If I cast it forward, it would surely set the grass ablaze. Zhou Hai's earnest fabrication was taken at face value by Waika. Zhou Hai, you were truly clever. You are indeed a mage. Flattery will get you everywhere, Zhou Hai thought, reveling in the praise. Their conversation continued, and they gradually became more familiar. So you hail from Kachi Town. I heard a magical prodigy with an affinity of 60 has recently emerged there. Even Uncle Ika has been discussing it. His name is Cockatiel, right? Since you were from the same town, you must know him. Zhou Hai's expression stiffened. Before entering the Magic Academy, he and Cockatiel had indeed been the best of friends. However, ever since his own abysmal magical talent had been revealed, they had become worlds apart. Cockatiel likely wished he had never met Zhou Hai at all. Noticing the change in Zhou Hai's demeanor, Waika quickly inquired, did I say something wrong? I apologized, though. It's nothing, I just remembered I've met him. We were classmates at the Elementary Magic Academy, though we weren't very close. Wow, I envy you. You have attended the Magic Academy. If only I could be like you. Regrettably, my talent is not very high. Zhou Hai, seeing Waika's despondent expression, comforted him. It's all right that I was once the least talented student in my class. Look at me now. I have become an apprentice mage, too. You will undoubtedly become a remarkable potion master. Just believe in yourself. Thank you, Zhou Hai. I will strive hard, and you will certainly become a mage greater than Cockatiel. If that day comes, I believe we shall be the best of friends. Realizing the time, Waika stood up, stating, I must return to learn potion making from Uncle Ika. After exchanging cheerful farewells, he headed toward the apothecary. Watching Waika's retreating figure, Zhou Hai silently vowed, rest assured, you will become an exceptional potion master, and I shall become the most formidable mage. After resting in the village for 3 days, the merchant caravan finally resumed its journey. Thanks to the healing potions, those severely injured within the caravan had nearly recovered to expedite their arrival in Vini City for trade. The caravan did not linger and departed that very day. Zhou Hai didn't have the chance to bid farewell to Waika. May fate bring us together again. Waika, as the group traveled westward, Zhou Hai perused a magic tome in the wagon, contemplating how to wield elemental spirits with greater precision. Practicing within the confines of the carriage proved challenging. Should he lose control again, luck might not be on his side. Alas, it seems I must wait until we reach Vini City to seek opportunities for experimentation. Nevertheless, at least I can confirm that this method successfully releases magic without exhausting my mental energy like ordinary mages. If executed properly, I might even be able to cast spells limitlessly. It appears there are pros and cons to this. I hope I can find the right approach without provoking the elemental spirits into aggression. Thus, the wagon journeyed on, with Zhou Hai immersed in his studies. Each time the caravan passed through a village or town, they would halt to rest and engage in trade, exchanging goods as needed. Among these stops was a bustling little town named Brunier, more prosperous than Kachi Town, with a population exceeding 20,000. It served as a transit hub for nearby towns, bustling with merchants engaged in trade, offering a plethora of unique items not found elsewhere, provided one had the coin to spare. All right, we shall stay here for the night. This afternoon is free for activities. Those needing to trade can visit the marketplace on the eastern side of town, where the selection is the most comprehensive. We will depart promptly tomorrow morning. After the leading merchant announced to everyone, he led the members of the caravan, guiding their horses to the backyard of the inn to feed them. Accompanying figures like Zhou Hai dispersed in a hurry. The name Brunner was known to all. It would indeed be a pity not to visit the trading market upon arriving here, and Zhou Hai was no exception. He followed the lead merchant's guidance and arrived at the easternmost trading market of Brunner. As he approached, he was already enveloped by the town's vibrant atmosphere. Countless merchants stood at the door of their shops, eagerly presenting their goods to passing pedestrians. Some offered magical items, others magical scrolls. And Zhou Hai even spotted a shop selling magical creatures or magical beasts that are in this world. Not only were there ordinary poultry and livestock, but also a plethora of magical animals. For instance, in front of one shop was a cage containing a creature known as a Pathfinder mouse. The magical creatures available for trade were typically kept as pets or safe animals suitable for domestication. The Pathfinder mouse was generally used as a pet, often purchased by adults for their children, as it could record all the paths it traversed. With minimal training, it could lead its owner to any location simply by calling out the name of the place. Zhou Hai continued deeper into the market. Intrigued, "Come here, handsome. We have the latest magical tools and the most durable wands, guaranteed to satisfy you. Hey there, do you fancy a magical girlfriend? For just 5 gold coins, you can take one home, and with a simple incantation, she will transform into a beautiful companion for your lonely nights." Magical scrolls. Magical scrolls, containing basic spells from various magical schools, easily activated with simple incantations, requiring no mental energy to use. Only 1 silver coin. And if you buy 10, you get a 20% discount. Amidst the cacophony of vibrant sales pitches, Zhou Hai couldn't help but be deeply moved by the atmosphere. However, he had to admit that items for magic users were indeed expensive and in high demand. Most shops here catered exclusively to magic users, with only a handful selling goods for other professions, such as a knight's supplies in a corner of the market, filled with knightly armor and longswords, many of which were gathering dust. The magical items were certainly not inexpensive. Take the earlier magical scroll, for instance. It could be used for a one-time spell release, but cost 1 silver coin, which represented a farmer's whole week's earnings, yet could only purchase a single scroll. Truly, this is a world where magic users reign supreme. Zhou Hai sighed. After wandering for a while, he found nothing of interest. Magical tools were generally of no use to him, as he lacked any affinity for magic and could not store magical energy. While he found the scrolls intriguing, they were too expensive and only useful for a single spell. On this outing, he had only 5 gold coins given to him by his family. Each gold coin could be exchanged for 10 silver coins, meaning he could afford at most 60 scrolls, leaving him with 2 coins. The world of magic users is truly extravagant. Zhou Hai ventured further into the market, where the surrounding shops began to dwindle. The noise of the bustling market faded, and even the pedestrians became scarce. Could this be the legendary black market? Hidden within the prosperous market, containing the most mysterious treasures, Zhou Hai boldly continued deeper. Ding dong, welcome. As he passed by a shop, a crisp voice suddenly rang out from within, drawing Zhou Hai's attention. That he peered inside the dimly lit shop, where a single oil lamp flickered on the wall, casting faint light that barely illuminated a figure at the counter. Could this be a black market operation? Zhou Hai wondered, hesitating at the doorway, reluctant to enter. However, the next moment, an oil lamp was lit, casting its glow upon a face of striking beauty, her full lips glistening alluringly. The woman languidly leaned against the counter, her ample bosom prominently displayed. "Hey there, handsome, why not come in and take a look?" Her sultry voice seemed to possess an irresistible allure, pulling Zhou Hai's very soul toward the shop. Cough, cough, Zhou Hai stammered, alarm bells ringing in his mind at the sight of this dubious scene in such a secluded black market. A dimly lit shop run by a seductive beauty. It must be something extraordinary. "I can't go in, I can't go in, I can't go in. Yet, I can't miss this opportunity. Hee hee, I'll just take a quick look. Hello there, handsome. We have everything related to magic here. What would you like?" The woman smiled, her lips curling as her predatory gaze swept over Zhou Hai's form. I'm just browsing." Zhou Hai mustered the courage to glance at the woman, only to be captivated and momentarily distracted by her voluptuous figure. "All right then, handsome, whatever you desire, we have it all. Feel free to look around, stay calm," Zhou Hai mentally shouted, forcing himself to appear composed as he began to search the shop. With the faint light, he could finally discern the items displayed on the shelves, though they were covered in dust, clearly having been neglected for some time, until his eyes landed upon a crystal ball, something he had seen countless times in movies from his past life. Said to predict the future and project images at will.dou like this. As he examined it closely, the woman's voice suddenly whispered in his ear, startling Zhou Hai, who instinctively jumped back, no standing. His expression stiffened as he quickly retreated a few steps. "What's wrong, handsome? Are you afraid of me?" "No, not afraid," Zhou Hai stammered, realizing the woman was still watching him, and he hastily changed the subject. What is this crystal ball used for? The woman, upon hearing this, lifted the crystal ball, and with a flick of her fingers, it began to float above her hand. Zhou Hai's eyes widened in astonishment, as he hadn't expected her to be a magic user. The crystal ball then began to glow, and in the next moment, a flash of white light erupted, revealing a scene within the crystal ball that began to play out before them. Is this really happening? Zhou Hai thought, incredulous as he watched the images unfold. This is a projection crystal, typically used to record significant moments and can recreate scenes from specific times and places, but it requires immense magical energy. This particular ball recorded the release of a forbidden-level spell. Forbidden-level magic? Zhou Hai gasped, realizing that such powerful magic truly existed. He had perused many texts and never encountered a record of forbidden-level spells. He had thought they were lost to time. Would you like to see it? Since you're so charming, I won't charge you. The woman smiled at Zhou Hai. He swallowed hard. He had never seen a true forbidden-level spell before. To say he wasn't interested would be a lie, so he nodded slightly in agreement. How adorable, the woman said, her red lips parting as she gestured, causing the contents of the crystal ball to shift. The first image that appeared was of a dense forest. This where the forbidden spell was cast. Choosing a forest as the location, was it to test the spell's power? Zhou Hai pondered as he continued to watch. Suddenly, countless beams of white light appeared above the forest, followed by intricate magical patterns. This scene. Why did it seem so familiar? In quick succession, various colors of magic illuminated the sky above the forest, while a massive magical array emerged on the ground. In the next instant, the array glowed, and an unfathomable number of magical patterns activated simultaneously, unleashing a deafening roar as the ground was engulfed in blinding light. Even through the crystal ball, Zhou Hai could feel the immense power contained within the spell. The explosive magic raged on. The forest gradually vanished, leaving only a dazzling display of magical brilliance. At that moment, Zhou Hai's expression shifted from anticipation to one of horror. Isn't this the explosion I caused last time? So, it turns out I was that powerful? As the scenes continued, the relentless bombardment of magic flattened the surrounding landscape. The massive magical array seemed to obliterate some material. Time in the crystal ball sped up, and everything transformed into a blur. A few seconds later, the magic began to dissipate, leaving behind an unfathomably deep pit. Shrouded in darkness where the once vibrant forest had stood, now nothing but charred remains. Zhou Hai gazed at the aftermath, gaining clarity about the magical upheaval he had caused days prior. It was nothing short of a catastrophe. Forbidden-level magic was inherently destructive. In the next instant, the images vanished, and the glow within the crystal ball extinguished, plunging the shop back into darkness. Have you seen enough, handsome? What do you think? That is forbidden-level magic. Zhou Hai's expression stiffened, but he quickly regained his composure, relieved that the other party seemed oblivious to his unease. He feigned calmness and remarked, how terrifying. Just a single spell has reduced the entire forest to ruins. A forbidden spell of such magnitude is truly formidable. Indeed, this is one of the few remaining projections of forbidden magic in existence, she replied, her pride evident as she affectionately touched the crystal ball that had returned to her grasp. Zhou Hai cautiously inquired, which esteemed sorcerer unleashed the forbidden spell depicted in that projection? The woman lifted her gaze, casting Zhou Hai a meaningful glance. Well, my handsome young lad, do you truly wish to know? She leaned closer, her demeanor inviting yet enigmatic. No, I don't want to know. Zhou Hai's heart raced, feeling as if this woman could see right through him. It must be my imagination. I'm overthinking it. Stay calm. He hastily averted his eyes from her. I am sorry, but it seems there is nothing here that I need. I shall explore other shops. With that, he made to leave. Are you certain there's nothing? She teased, her voice laced with mischief. Zhou Hai felt a pang of desperation. Please, just let me go. However, the woman casually retrieved a pocket watch from a nearby shelf. Perhaps you might find this useful. Her wicked smile, coupled with the crescent-shaped glimmer in her eyes, was utterly captivating. Zhou Hai was drawn to the pocket watch, its silver frame adorned with a red gem, while the rest was inscribed with incomprehensible magical runes. The chain was crafted from an unknown metal, so smooth that even the faintest light reflected off it in a blinding glare. Instinctively, he accepted the watch from her hand, feeling its chilling touch. This is, bringing the watch closer, Zhou Hai observed that the dial was engraved with an hourglass, inside of which lay an indecipherable magical pattern. Although he did not fully comprehend the significance of the pocket watch, he found himself enamored by it. I believe there is nothing better suited for you than this pocket watch, Zhou Hai said, looking earnestly at the woman. How much do you want for it? Would you not first inquire about its purpose? Such impatience. Dear boy, she chuckled, her smile enchanting. This pocket watch can cloak the wearer's presence, not in the literal sense, but through magical means. To put it simply, when a targeted magical attack is directed at you, this pocket watch will cause you to lose your status as a target. Zhou Hai initially dismissed her words, but soon grasped the implication. Wait, are you saying that this pocket watch can conceal me from magical elements? That is one way to interpret it. Zhou Hai was utterly astonished, if what she claimed were true. Could such a coincidence exist in this world? Very well, I will take the pocket watch. How much? The woman smiled seductively. 5 gold coins. That's so expensive, Zhou Hai exclaimed, taken aback. Yet he gritted his teeth and retrieved a pouch of coins from his pocket. Here, there are 50 silver coins. You may count them. No need for that, my handsome lad. That I trust you. However, the 5 gold coins are not just for the pocket watch, she added, and suddenly, a book appeared in Zhou Hai's hands. The Complete Guide to Advanced Magic. The book contained advanced spells from various schools of magic, something Zhou Hai had sought in vain at the market only moments before. Who exactly are you? Zhou Hai began to ask, but the woman interrupted him. All right, my dear boy, it is getting late. I must close up shop. And just like that, Zhou Hai found himself inexplicably drawn into the store, only to be hastily ushered out. Even now, he felt as though he had just awakened from a dream. Looking back, he saw the shop's door firmly shut. Is there something amiss here? No, there is definitely something off. How did she know I needed these 2 items, and that I just happened to have 5 gold coins? Was she deliberately showing me the crystal ball projection as a warning? Regardless, it was best to leave this place. After a whirlwind of thoughts, Zhou Hai turned on his heel and fled. Yet, once he departed, the shop transformed into an empty room, devoid of any woman or magical artifacts. Upon returning to the inn where the merchant caravan was staying, Zhou Hai immediately found his room, a shared space with his companion, Uncle Edward. He retrieved the pocket watch and magic book, confirming that they were indeed real and not a figment of his imagination. Reflecting on the events that had transpired, Zhou Hai felt a chill of dread. He was certain that his secret had been uncovered by that woman. That as for how much she knew, whether she was aware of his origins, he could only speculate. How terrifying. This world truly harbors such powerful beings. It was clear to him that there were greater forces at play, and he resolved to act with utmost discretion in the future. What had initially seemed like an opportunity for glory in this new realm now felt fraught with peril. That evening, during dinner, Uncle Edward regarded the boy across the table with a serious expression, puzzled by his demeanor. What is wrong with this lad? There hasn't been a breeze in days, yet he looks as though he has been struck by a storm. For the remainder of the night, Uncle Edward dared not engage Zhou Hai in conversation. The following morning, the caravan set off on their journey. On this day in Brunner, everyone had made profitable trades, resulting in a particularly buoyant atmosphere. Along the way, the air was filled with melodies unique to this world. A caravan traversed a narrow path across the expansive plains, while birds soared above, their pure white feathers gliding through the air. Do you see that, lad? Those are the most mysterious birds in this world, the Ai Hua sparrows, boasting the most exquisite plumage. Do not approach them lightly. Beware of having your hat pecked away. Ha! Those are the cunning creatures of the forest. The tufted foxes. Be wary of their tails. When threatened, they release toxic gas that can paralyze you instantly. Zhou Hai gazed at the particularly striking fox not far away, marveling at this being he had only ever encountered in books. Look, it's a river sprite. Uncle Edward suddenly pointed to a distant creek, whispering excitedly. These sprites dwell near rivers, typically hidden within the surrounding underbrush, only emerging at night. Wow, your enthusiasm is infectious. I've been with this caravan for 7 or 8 years and have only seen one once. Zhou Hai replied, captivated. That's a tailless rabbit. That one's a giant horned deer, and over there is. Uncle Edward continued to introduce Zhou Hai to the myriad of unique creatures of this fantastical world, each more wondrous than the last. Since departing from Brunner, 8 days had passed. During this time, the caravan had navigated cities, traversed deserts, and scaled snowy mountains, enduring numerous hardships until finally arriving at the Elvia Plains, the largest plain in the entire St. Ruth Kingdom and a vital route to the border city of Vini. This plain was rich in resources, home to the most delectable giant-horned deer, and inhabited by the most enigmatic race, the divine elves. It was a sacred paradise for all merchants of the St. Ruth Kingdom, where any caravan returning from this land would find their coin purses filled to the brim. There lies Vini, the border city of the St. Ruth Kingdom. Once we arrive, someone will be there to assist you. Uncle Edward indicated toward the faint city outline visible in the distance. Understood. Thank you, Uncle Edward, Zhou Hai replied politely. The reason for Uncle Edward's newfound warmth toward him stemmed from a camping incident the previous night. While everyone else had relaxed their vigilance, a solitary swamp boar had infiltrated the caravan and nearly injured the unsuspecting Uncle Edward as he slept. Fortunately, Zhou Hai, being cautious, had noticed the boar entering the tent and, before it could harm Edward, he had unleashed a fireball spell, turning it into a roasted pig. Uncle Edward had expressed his heartfelt gratitude at that moment. Zhou Hai, you truly had me fooled. I genuinely thought your affinity for magic was non-existent, as if abandoned by the gods. But thanks to you, I might have avoided serious injury from that swamp boar. From that day forth, Uncle Edward exhibited an extraordinary warmth towards Zhou Hai. Although this merchant uncle, like most individuals in the world, viewed others through the tinted lenses of magical talents, he nonetheless took great care of Zhou Hai throughout their journey, for which Zhou Hai felt immense gratitude. This border town was home to the kingdom's most elite order of paladins. Initially, Zhou Hai had assumed that Lord Zhou Li intended for him to train as a knight here, but it now seemed evident that he was far more suited to being a mage. Nevertheless, there also existed a formidable adventuring party of mages here, affiliated with the Adventurers Guild and independent of the church, so there was no need for Zhou Hai to worry about being treated differently due to the church's biases. Vini City boasted an expansive Adventurers Guild that issued a variety of quests each day, some of which were perilous, requiring the slaying of monsters on the far side of the city if Zhou Hai was interested. He could start with some more manageable tasks to hone his skills. Their trading caravan would remain here for 3 days, and he could seek out Uncle Edward for any assistance he might need. He would do his utmost to help. Uncle Edward meticulously introduced Zhou Hai to this border-guarding city that I understand now. Thank you, Uncle Edward, Zhou Hai replied with a smile, and no need for thanks. Had it not been for you, I might have met my end at the hands of a wild boar days ago. Edward chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Throughout the journey, Zhou Hai had attempted multiple times to utilize his pocket watch to cast spells. His first successful endeavor had occurred that day when he saved Edward from the wild boar, as expected. His strategy proved effective. The pocket watch could obscure specific magical signatures, thereby concealing his presence from elemental spirits. A little provocation of the elemental spirits would suffice, along with a clever ruse indicating that he was precisely where he wished to unleash his magic, like when he used a fireball to attack the wild boar. Tauntingly declaring, "Foolish fire elemental spirit, I am your master, here upon the back of the wild boar. If you dare, come burn me." Not a moment later, the wild boar was enveloped in a delectable aroma, soon to be transformed into cured meat by the caravan's cook, a portion of which found its way into Zhou Hai's backpack. Gurgle, his stomach growled once more. Quick, let's satiate it. With that, Zhou Hai retrieved a piece of the prepared cured meat from his backpack. Halt, from where do you come? Your pass? As the merchant caravan approached the gates of Vini City, they were abruptly stopped. Greetings, sir. We are a merchant caravan from Kachi town, presenting our documentation duly stamped by our town mayor. The caravan leader respectfully handed a small green booklet to the guard at the gate. Documentation checks out that you're not carrying any monsters, are you? The guard scanned the caravan. No, rest assured, I understand the regulations. The leader replied, discreetly slipping a hefty pouch of silver coins into the guard's pocket. The guard gave him an appreciative glance before surreptitiously weighing the pouch and, satisfied, said, "Very well, you may enter. Much obliged." The leader respectfully bowed and shouted to the caravan, "Into the city." Thus, the caravan was ushered into Vini City. Zhou Hai gently lifted the curtain of the wagon, gazing outside to behold a bustling scene with throngs of people and an incessant flow of traffic. The city gate was far more lively than the market in Brunner. Truly, it was the largest city on the border. Not only were there countless pedestrians, but also 2 lines of fully armored knights flanked the road, their long spears glinting ominously. Along the way, Zhou Hai marveled at numerous shops selling an array of bizarre magical creatures, some adorned with black horns, others with 4 legs, and even some with wings. Indeed, this place was a treasure trove. a veritable sanctuary for national merchants. After several minutes, the wagon came to a halt. Evidently, this was the caravan's destination. Zhou Hai organized his luggage, which was not much. Just a backpack and a satchel, thus traveling light. He disembarked from the wagon, where Uncle Edward awaited him. Young Zhou Hai, welcome to Vini City. For the next 3 days, our caravan will be lodging at this inn. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. I have already informed Lord Zhou Li about your arrival, and someone will be here to escort you shortly. Zhou Hai nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, Uncle Edward. With that, Edward led the wagon to the inn's rear courtyard. As Zhou Hai stood there, waiting for 5 or 6 minutes, a delicate voice broke through the air. Excuse me, are you Zhou Hai? Who is speaking? Zhou Hai turned to investigate the source of the voice, but saw no one in sight. What is going on? Am I hearing things? He wondered, scratching his head in confusion, likely due to insufficient rest from camping over the past few days. Yet, in the next moment, he felt a gentle tap on his arm. Excuse me, are you Zhou Hai? This time, he looked towards the arm that had been touched and discovered a petite girl standing beside him, barely 5 feet tall, clad in silver armor. Her silver helmet was half ajar, revealing a youthful face. Oh, yes, I am Zhou Hai, he replied, though somewhat puzzled. It was no wonder he hadn't seen her earlier. She was simply too short, despite being only 15 and considered an adult in this world. Zhou Hai had already grown to a height of 178 centimeters, towering over her by a considerable margin. Hello, I am the one sent by your uncle to pick you up. You can call me Cicis. This uniquely styled girl spoke in a halting manner, which made Zhou Hai feel a bit anxious. Just then, a tall man came rushing out from a nearby alleyway. Ziz, there you are? This place is truly labyrinthine. I nearly got lost, the man exclaimed, a look of exasperation on his face. As he finished speaking, he caught sight of the boy beside Ziz. You must be Zhou Hai. Greetings, I am Wilford. He stepped forward to shake Zhou Hai's hand. And noticing the boy's curious gaze, he readily explained, Indeed, I am a member of the Elvish clan residing in the Alvia Plains. My ears are somewhat unique, wouldn't you say? I believe Ziz has introduced herself to you. She can be a bit shy around strangers and tends to stammer, so please don't take it to heart. Zhou Hai politely smiled and replied, It's a pleasure to meet both of you. From their conversation, he had gleaned insights into their personalities. The shy, diminutive girl clad in knightly attire, which seemed incongruous with her appearance, and the extroverted Wilfur, who was quite at ease. Elves were known for having larger ears than humans, a trait attributed to their close relationship with nature, aiding their acute perception of the environment. As for their professions, elves typically excelled as mages or archers. Let us be on our way. We shall take you to your residence and introduce you to the area. Wilfur declared, casually taking Zhou Hai's satchel from him and leading the way. Zhou Hai hurriedly followed suit, with Ziz silently accompanying them. Vini City is the largest city of the St. Russ Kingdom on this plane, existing to safeguard the kingdom's territory and security. Your uncle, Zhou Li, mentioned that you have never ventured beyond your small town, so this place should present you with many new experiences. As for Alvia Plains, it spans 3 kingdoms, St. Russ Kingdom, Libina Kingdom, and the Sman Empire. The other 2 kingdoms lie to the north and south of St. Russ Kingdom, while the opposite side of this plain borders the world inhabited by monsters, known as the Demon Realm. However, do not worry. Although this land connects to the Demon Realm, very few monsters actually cross over. Even if they do, the kingdom's most formidable paladin order will handle the extermination, so your safety is assured. In Vini City, you will find a plethora of professions. It is unlike the Inner Kingdom, where mages are held in high regard. Here, every vocation can shine brightly. I have heard that you were targeted by the church due to your low magical affinity. But you need not worry about such matters here. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai's understanding of the world deepened. It seemed that not every corner of the world was filled with zealous magical devotees. There existed a place where various professions coexisted in equality. Oh, we are almost there. Just ahead is our residence. At Wilfur's words, Zhou Hai looked in the direction he was pointing. Wow, before him stood an imposing and grandiose mansion. No, a castle. The elegant entrance exuded opulence, flanked by stone sculptures, leading into an expansive garden where flowers and plants were meticulously groomed by gardeners. At the end of the path loomed the largest castle, its long corridors connecting to smaller buildings. This was a scene Zhou Hai had only ever witnessed on television in his previous life. Surely, even royal castles could not compare. Just how wealthy had his uncle become to possess such a dreamlike abode? Wilfer approached the grand entrance, where two armored sentinels cast a discerning glance in his direction before slowly stepping aside, allowing the massive doors to swing open. Zhou Hai, feigning composure, followed Wilfer into the castle. I must not let anyone perceive me as a pauper. I must not let anyone see my poverty. I have encountered many castles like this in my past life. They are nothing extraordinary. He incessantly reminded himself, determined not to bring shame upon his uncle. Lord Wilfer, Lord Shisi, you have returned. This gentleman beside you must be Lord Zhou Li's nephew. A voice greeted as the trio entered the largest castle. A well-dressed butler approached them. Indeed, I am Zhou Hai. Where's Brisis? Wilfer inquired, handing Zhou Hai's satchel to the butler. Your lordship is in her study, the butler replied. Very well, let us escort Zhou Hai there. Zhou Hai, please hand your belongings to Butler Buster. He will ensure they are taken to your room, Wilfer suggested. Zhou Hai, feeling grateful, glanced at him and replied, there's no need to trouble Uncle Buster. I can carry this bag myself. Within the satchel lay his two most vital spellbooks and a pocket watch, and Zhou Hai deemed it safer to keep them close. The butler nodded kindly, bowing as he departed with the satchel. Come, Zhou Hai, the castle's mistress, Brisis, awaits you in her study. Allow me to introduce you. She was once your uncle's closest companion. There is no need for you to be overly formal, observing Wilfer's amiable smile. Zhou Hai felt a sense of relief wash over him. This castle was a legacy passed down through Brisis' ancestry. Her family had guarded the borders of the St. Russ kingdom for generations, making her one of the few remaining earls in the realm. Watch your step, that be by the way. Shisi, it is your turn for duty today. You should go and relieve the crocodile. Wilfer suddenly addressed Shisi, who had been silently trailing behind. Yes, I understand it. It seemed that Shisi spoke more fluently when conversing with acquaintances as she turned to walk down the corridor. Wilfer took the opportunity to explain to Zhou Hai. We were all members of the same adventurers team alongside Brisis, including your uncle Zhou Li. However, he returned to his homeland, while the rest of us temporarily reside in Brisis' castle. Thus, we take turns each day to oversee the castle's security, which serves as our accommodation fee. I see. Zhou Hai nodded. Our adventuring team was quite renowned in the kingdom. Your uncle Zhou Li and Brisis were among the foremost champions within our ranks. After saying this, Wilfer scanned their surroundings, ensuring no one was within earshot, before leaning in and whispering, I'll let you in on a little secret. There were rumors in our team about their mutual affections. Yet, for reasons unknown, they never ended up together. Alas, what a pity. You could have had an earl for an aunt. Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow at Wilfer's gossip, astonished to discover that his usually stern and meticulous uncle had such a romantic history. Wait, so you're saying that Brisis is a woman? This realization deepened Zhou Hai's curiosity about the earl. Wondering what manner of woman could capture the heart of his aloof uncle. He had not anticipated that his uncle was a member of the kingdom's most illustrious adventurers team, and one of the most formidable at that. It appeared that upon returning to his homeland, his uncle had concealed many secrets. However, just as the two were about to proceed, a faint voice emanated from a nearby chamber. Wilfer, I believe I mentioned that anyone who discusses my affairs with Zhou Li shall find their mouth sewn shut. The voice carried a chilling undertone. Oh, we're in trouble. Wilfer immediately covered his mouth, realizing only then that they had arrived at the study's threshold. He gestured towards the study to Zhou Hai before hastily retreating from the scene, leaving Zhou Hai standing alone in the corridor. Come in, the voice beckoned from within. As Zhou Hai heard the invitation, an inexplicable chill coursed through him, and his mind conjured a terrifying image of a fierce-looking lady earl standing in the center of the room, glaring at the entrance while wielding a whip, poised to strike at any moment. I want to be made a punching bag for my uncle's romantic debts. Well, what will be will be. There is no turning back now. I must face this. With that thought, Zhou Hai gathered his courage and pushed open the study door. Upon entering, he was momentarily stunned by the sight before him. The scene he had envisioned was nowhere to be found. Instead, seated at the desk was a noble woman with flowing golden hair. Her features were exquisitely defined. Her brown eyes glimmered like amber, and her finely sculpted nose resembled a mountain that separated her cheeks. Her delicate, rosy lips were invitingly soft. Could this be the woman his uncle once cherished? Zhou Hai found himself momentarily entranced. She was far more beautiful than any starlet he had seen in his previous life. She seemed to emanate a divine aura, exuding an air that commanded reverence and caution. If anyone in this world could rival her splendor, it would be that woman from the black market whom Zhou Hai had previously encountered. If he were to draw a distinction, the latter was a captivating temptress, while the lady before him was a saint from the heavens. "You must be Zhou Hai," she remarked, observing his dazed expression with an air of understanding. For few could maintain their composure upon first encountering her, except for Zhou Li, of course. Upon realizing that the esteemed Earl was addressing him, Zhou Hai snapped back to reality and hurriedly bowed. "Esteemed Lady Earl, greetings. Yes, I am Zhou Hai, and Zhou Li is my uncle. I am aware. Before your arrival, he wrote to me, requesting that I look after you, and he informed me of your circumstances as well." She paused for a moment, appraising Zhou Hai with a keen gaze, before continuing, "Your uncle mentioned in his letter that your magical affinity is at a mere 0. To be honest, this is the first time I have heard of such a low talent level. The church may regard you as someone disfavored by the gods, and it is not surprising. There truly is no one with a lower affinity than yours. However, do not be disheartened. Even those with the weakest talents still have futures ahead of them. Especially since you are merely being pursued by the church." Zhou Hai noted that his uncle had even divulged this to her, suggesting that she was indeed trustworthy. However, he maintained an impassive facade, all the while shouting internally, "Please, Lady Earl, I am aware that I am a failure. You need not remind me, but fret not. The church's reach does not extend this far. You can live here in peace while seeking a profession that suits you. Oh, I nearly forgot. He also mentioned that you possess no strength whatsoever and lack any vocational talent. Well, perhaps you could consider engaging in trade. Just say it plainly that I'm a waste of space. My uncle has arranged for me to languish here, living off scraps," Zhou Hai thought, exasperated. Sensing Zhou Hai's fleeting emotional shift, Briseis quickly attempted to reassure him, "Not to worry, even if you lack a talent for business. I can help you find suitable employment. After all, everyone has a right to live, do they not? Lady Earl, have you ever played League of Legends?" Zhou Hai blurted out. "What?" Briseis appeared momentarily taken aback. "Indeed. It's a game of endless battles and critical hits. Ahem, I need to compose myself." Observing the boy stumble out of the study, Briseis couldn't help but feel puzzled. "What did I say wrong? I merely spoke the truth. She must have done this on purpose." "Lady Briseis, Zhou Hai has fainted." A startled voice rang out from the hallway as the butler rushed in, glancing fearfully at his master, who was lost in contemplation. Silently, he muttered, "The Lady Earl's tongue has grown sharper. I hope that young lad is all right." When Zhou Hai next opened his eyes, he found Wilfer seated beside his bed. "Zhou Hai, you are awake." Recalling the events that had transpired, Zhou Hai's expression became one of utter despondency. At that moment, he understood why his uncle and this woman had never come together. How could such a cunning disposition exist within such a flawless exterior? The contrast was staggering, with Wilfer's support. Zhou Hai sat up and accepted a cup of warm tea, sipping it slowly. "That I heard from the butler that you fainted after spending less than a minute with Briseis in the study. I hope she didn't take out her frustrations regarding Zhou Li on you." "Poor child," Wilfer remarked sympathetically. Zhou Hai waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right. Lady Earl treated me kindly. That I merely fainted due to my condition." However, he couldn't shake off the lingering dread from Briseis' words. Lies do not wound. It is the truth that strikes like a blade, and she had delivered it in the most casual manner possible. It's as if his vulnerability is being ruthlessly ground into the dirt. Wilfer carefully observed Zhou Hai's complexion and, upon realizing he had no further issues, left after advising him to rest well. One must admit that although this elf is quite familiar and somewhat gossipy, he possesses a genuinely kind heart. Once Wilfer departed, Zhou Hai finally had the leisure to survey the room he occupied. It was not extravagant, yet it was considerably larger than his own room back home, easily 3 times the size. Even engaging in a game of table tennis here would be more than sufficient, truly a display of wealth. Over the next 3 days, Zhou Hai, accompanied by Wilfer, explored the city of Vini. Indeed, this place was incomparable to the small town of his hometown. Despite being a border town, it boasted a population exceeding 100,000. When including the nearby villages and towns, the number approached 200,000. That aside from the royal capital of St. Russ, no other city rivaled its prosperity. Zhou Hai also visited the Adventurers Guild, where most of the city's inhabitants were merchants and adventurers gathered from various regions. The guild was responsible for issuing missions, which independent adventurers and teams could accept, whether within the kingdom or out on the plains beyond its borders. The tasks varied widely, and at this moment, Zhou Hai held in his hand a mission request. Mission content. Goblin Hearts, 5 mission location. Near the forest in the central Elvia Plain mission deadline. 72 hours mission reward. 50 silver coins. A typical monthly income for an ordinary person is 10 silver coins. Despite the seemingly high reward of 50 silver coins, equivalent to nearly half a year's income for a family, such lucrative pay often entailed significant risks that a newly graduated junior mage from a mid-level magic academy attempting this task might find themselves torn to shreds by the remaining goblins after dispatching just 2 or 3 of them. Even the lowest tier monsters are far more dangerous than ordinary humans. Zhou Hai perused several missions, noting that those with higher rewards typically involved slaying monsters and retrieving their body parts, while simpler tasks were often related to collecting magical herbs or cleaning. More suited to independent adventurers. How about this one? Tutoring the young daughter of the Evan family. I hear you are quite adept in literature and mathematics. This would suit you perfectly. Zhou Hai grimaced as he glanced at the task list in Wilfer's hands. During this time, Wilfer was well aware that he possessed no particular aptitude for any profession. However, Zhou Hai was insistent on trying his hand at an adventurer's task, prompting Wilfer to select a simpler one that did not require combat. Not satisfied? Then how about this? Delivering a letter to Danny Village, it's quite close. Only a 2 to 3 hour round trip. Care to give it a try? Seeing Zhou Hai shake his head, Wilfer reassured him. I understand your eagerness to undertake combat missions, but those are fraught with danger. You should start with the simplest tasks. Yet, Zhou Hai's thoughts were fixed on accepting a mission, venturing into the wild alone, and practicing his magic. He had never left the town by himself and was not entirely aware of the dangers that lurked outside. Suddenly, he spotted a notice pinned in the corner of the mission board. Mission content. Slime Core 5 mission location. Any river near the Elvia Plain mission deadline. 48 hours mission reward. 20 silver coins. Slimes are among the simpler and less aggressive monsters, making them ideal for practice. However, Wilfer shook his head upon seeing it. Though slimes are weak, they still pose a certain danger to you. My advice is to reconsider your selection. Trust me, you are still young. There is ample time for you to acclimatize to this world. There is no need to rush. Just as Wilfer was about to dissuade him further, he was interrupted by a familiar voice calling out to him. Wilfer, what are you doing here? An acquaintance from the adventurer's circle patted Wilfer on the shoulder. Hey, Ethan, long time no see. You still look as strong as ever. Haha, what have you been up to lately? Still guarding the castle in Bree, sis? We haven't experienced this kind of peaceful life in quite a while. Wilfer shrugged. By the way, do you remember our legendary knight from the adventuring party? Jolie, of course. How could I forget the strongest shield of the adventuring party? Wilfer's former teammate. Ethan chuckled heartily, stroking his bushy beard. By the way, let me introduce you to his nephew. This is Zhou Hai. Wilfer glanced beside him, where Zhou Hai had suddenly vanished. Where's Zhou Hai? In the bustling streets, Zhou Hai was stealthily slipping through the crowd toward the city gates, seizing the opportunity while Wilfer chatted with his acquaintance. He had quickly accepted the task of slaying slimes. If he did not sneak away, Wilfer would undoubtedly have prevented him from taking on such a perilous mission. Apologies, Wilfer, but I must adapt to this world. I refuse to remain an ordinary person in another realm. He first went to the magical bank to withdraw some silver coins, funds his parents had deposited into his magical account for his sustenance here. Then, Zhou Hai visited a magical equipment shop to purchase a magical mask to conceal his identity. This time, he learned to hide himself from the eyes of others. In their view, he remained the boy with 0 magical affinity and no promising career talents. Once all preparations were complete, Zhou Hai exited Vini City through the main gate. Beyond the city lay an expansive plain. Due to its proximity to the city, no monsters were visible. He needed to venture further toward a water source to complete his task. He remembered spotting a small stream on his way in, and with determination, he sprinted toward it, treating it as a chance for physical training. It should be close now. Zhou Hai glanced ahead, realizing that half an hour had passed since his departure from Vini City. Sure enough, after a bit more walking, he spotted a blue stream. Fantastic, here comes the slime. Zhou Hai gleefully approached the stream. Slimes are creatures that dwell near water sources, and their combat prowess is generally minimal. However, some mutated slimes could rival high-level professionals. Thus, Zhou Hai proceeded with caution, observing from a distance. Soon enough, he noticed a jelly-like creature hopping out of the stream. There it is, a juvenile slime. Zhou Hai was fortunate. Juvenile slimes move slowly and have low attack power, making them perfect practice targets. Patience, Let us see if there are more to catch them all at once. However, his luck seemed limited, aside from the solitary juvenile slime. No others were in sight. Point one will suffice. After all, time is on my side. Once he ensured his pocket watch was secure, Zhou Hai fixed his gaze on the slime by the stream, mentally repeating the incantation he had used against the swamp boar the last time. This time substituting boar with slime. In the next moment, a fireball materialized and shot toward the slime. Whoosh! Glop! The slime let out a final groan before collapsing in despair. Success! Zhou Hai extracted a round stone roughly the size of a fruit pit from the slime's remains. So this is the slime's life core. It appears that slimes are indeed creatures transformed from stone. After a moment of silent tribute to the slain slime, Zhou Hai turned downstream, determined to complete the mission before nightfall. He had no desire to spend the night outdoors. He remembered how a merchant caravan had attracted monsters while camping, and he was alone. Not long after, he discovered several more slimes downstream, though not juvenile. They were still easily dispatched. After all, elemental spirits were essentially free labor for him at this stage. Having been a beast of burden in my past life, I now command them in this one. How the tables have turned. Before long, these slimes succumbed to his fireball magic, leaving behind a trail of life cores. 1, 2, 5. Adding the previous one, that's a total of 6. Excellent. I've completed the task so swiftly. Zhou Hai looked at his hands filled with round stones, nodding with satisfaction. Mission accomplished. Time to return and report. Wolfer must be worried sick about my sneaky escape. Just as he turned to head back, he sensed that something felt amiss in the surrounding atmosphere. Why are there no birds chirping or insects buzzing? There were sounds just a moment ago. A sense of foreboding washed over Zhou Hai as he crouched low, taking cover beside a higher rock near the stream. Suddenly, he noticed the grass nearby rustling slightly. Then, 2 green, diminutive figures emerged from the foliage. Strange, I thought I heard magic sounds here earlier. Did I mishear? One of the diminutive green creatures scratched its head as Zhou Hai cautiously peered out, only to behold 2 grotesque beings standing before him, each measuring merely 1 meter in height. Behind them, they bore a wooden staff of varying thicknesses at each end, identical to the illustration on the task list. Goblins. But how could such magical beasts be present within the kingdom? In his astonishment, Zhou Hai continued to observe their movements, convinced that he must have misheard. It was far too coincidental for humans to appear here. Moreover, even if there were indeed humans, wouldn't it be fortuitous to capture them and present them to the great king? Perhaps it truly was just a mishearing on my part. However, should there truly be humans, it would be our prerogative to indulge first before delivering them to the king, wouldn't it? Heh. The 2 unsightly goblins exchanged a lewd glance before trudging deeper into the thicket with their staffs. Zhou Hai exhaled a sigh of relief. It was his first encounter with such perilous magical creatures. And fortunately, he had not been detected. Goblins are denizens that dwell between the magical realm and the human world, primarily congregating in caves. They possess significantly greater combat prowess than ordinary humans and are capable of thought. Unlike the previous mindless creatures he had encountered, such as wild boars and slimes, these creatures typically set traps and besiege human strongholds, sometimes proving to be more dangerous than many powerful yet mindless beings. The presence of goblins in this locale felt amiss. The goblins within the kingdom had long been eradicated by paladins and mages many years ago. It was inconceivable that any had been overlooked. This situation was undoubtedly complex. After a moment of contemplation and weighing the risks, he realized he could utilize a powerful magic strike in a critical moment. Even if he encountered a formidable goblin, he should be able to protect himself. Driven by curiosity, Zhou Hai eventually lowered his body and stealthily followed the direction the 2 goblins had taken. Tracking the footprints on the ground, he traversed several hundred meters, ultimately finding the 2 goblins standing at the mouth of a cave. Have we detected humans? Inquired a taller goblin who emerged from the cave, clearly of a higher rank than the other 2. Nothing detected. All is secure, the 2 goblins replied, their heads bowed in trepidation. Remember, this is a crucial time for the king's plans. We must not be discovered by humans. If I find that you 2 have not been diligent in patrolling this area, I shall tear you apart and devour you. The towering goblin threatened, brandishing its staff menacingly. Yes, Commander. The 2 goblins hastily knelt on the ground, responding in disjointed tones. After a cold snort, the tall goblin returned to the cave, followed closely by its subordinates. Zhou Hai watched them vanish from sight and glanced at the dark cave once more, but it seemed evident that they were not alone, with a king among them. This indicated the presence of at least one tribe. If there were merely 2 or 3 goblins, Zhou Hai was confident he could eliminate them with magic before they approached. However, if it were a goblin tribe within, even a mere 10 could easily shred him to pieces. The environment was a cave. Using high-level magic would undoubtedly cause a collapse, leaving him no chance of escape unscathed. Thus, Zhou Hai resolved to return to Vini City and relay this intelligence to the Adventurers Guild. As this was not a matter he could resolve alone, he retraced his steps back to Vini City, relying solely on his legs since he could only use destructive magic and not the Windwalk spell. By the time he arrived at the Adventurers Guild, it was already afternoon, nearing dusk. Upon entering the guild, he proceeded to the front desk to submit his mission. Should he disclose this information to the Adventurers Guild? He was merely an ordinary solitary adventurer, and this was his first task. They might not believe him. When he first accepted the mission, Zhou Hai's information had already been recorded by the guild, including his name, age, and profession, which he had filled in as a mage. Perhaps I could seek out Wilfer. After all, he had previously been a member of an adventuring party. Resolutely, he decided to proceed to find Wilfer. However, before doing so, he took a moment to prepare himself, as he was aware that his earlier sneaking away might draw reproach from that individual. Sighing, he thought, well, if I am scolded, so be it. Who told me to possess such a sense of justice? What? A goblin tribe has appeared within the kingdom. Zhou Hai helplessly covered his ears, only lowering them once the shout subsided. Zhou Hai, are you certain you did not missee? The goblins within the kingdom were exterminated by the paladins over a decade ago. Your uncle was one of them. How could there still be goblins? Seeing Wilfer's agitated demeanor, Zhou Hai recognized that the matter indeed sounded implausible. That it is true. I witnessed it with my own eyes. There were 3 goblins in total, and during their conversation, they mentioned their great king and spoke of plans to ensure their lair remained undiscovered by humans. Wilfer gazed into Zhou Hai's determined eyes. His brow gradually furrowed. This matter is of utmost importance. I must confer with Breesist. I shall accompany you. Zhou Hai interjected. Wilfer, appearing resigned, responded, do not think that bringing back this news absolves you of the fault of sneaking away today. Do you comprehend the dangers of venturing outside the city alone? Until we clarify this situation, you are to remain within the castle. With that, Wilfer turned to leave the room, instructing the butler outside to keep a close watch on Zhou Hai and prevent him from sneaking out again. Zhou Hai sighed, lamenting, had I known, I would have kept silent. Thus, Zhou Hai was escorted back to his room by the butler, who stationed an additional servant outside his door to deter any further escapades. In the castle's study, Breesis sat behind the desk, gazing sternly at Wilfu across from her. Are you certain he did not lie? I am certain. As you know, the elven race possesses keen observational abilities, and his eyes can attest to the truth of his words. Upon hearing this, Breesis's brow knitted in concern. The resurgence of goblins within the kingdom did not bode well. The Countess of the realm. This territory was her fief. Should goblins truly emerge and engender serious repercussions, she would bear significant responsibility. Moreover, Breesis was not a cold-hearted noble. She genuinely prioritized the safety of her subjects. I understand. I will first dispatch an assassin to gather intelligence and ascertain the number of goblins in that tribe before proceeding with a concentrated eradication. That would be most prudent. Although a goblin lair was hardly a matter of concern for her, this unusual occurrence unsettled her. Are magical creatures once again beginning to proliferate? Suddenly, she turned and inquired. By the way, you mentioned that Zhou Hai witnessed this upon leaving the city. Was he not always with you? What was he doing outside the city? Ah, ha. Wilfer scratched his head and glanced away. Your penchant for gossip is something you ought to amend, Breesis remarked with exasperation, clearly deducing that Wilfer had once again let Zhou Hai slip away. Fortunately, the youth had returned safely and brought back this vital information. By the way, I forgot to mention that Zhou Hai clandestinely accepted a task to eliminate low-level slimes while leaving the city. Remarkably, he actually completed the mission, Wilfer exclaimed with exaggerated astonishment. Doesn't he lack magical aptitude and any other vocational talents? How could that be possible? I too find it curious. Yet he indeed returned with 5 slime cores, which the Adventurers Guild has already received. Very well, Breesis mused, her gaze deepening as she fixated on a letter laid upon the desk. This letter was the 6th from Zhou Li, written for the sake of Zhou Hai. consistently requesting that the recipient take care of his nephew. It had been 7 or 8 years since their separation. Yet no correspondence had been received from the other party. Am I not as important as your nephew? Beresis murmured softly. What did you say? Wilfur inquired with curiosity. Nothing. You must have misheard. Very well. I shall take my leave now. With that, Wilfur exited the study, leaving Beresis to continue scrutinizing the letter. Simultaneously, she cast a glance at an information card bearing a portrait of Zhou Hai. Jolie, it seems your nephew harbors some secrets. As Beresis had foreseen, a seasoned assassin was soon dispatched to the location of the goblin tribe. In this world, every profession possesses a hierarchy, and mages, too, are categorized into apprentice, novice, intermediate, advanced, elite, and various ultimate titles. The apex rank of an assassin is that of the Shuro assassin. However, the assassin sent on this mission was not of such caliber. He was merely an advanced assassin. Upon arriving at the designated task location, indeed, goblin footprints were discovered near the cave, prompting him to delve deeper into the cavern for further investigation. The assassin class is often characterized by adept skills in stealth and concealment. Furthermore, since goblins lack the keen perception possessed by elves, he swiftly penetrated into the goblin lair, evading low-level magical creatures along the way. As he infiltrated, he spotted 17 goblins merely patrolling within the cave. Upon reaching the innermost depths of the cavern, he found it entirely hollowed out. In the expansive cave, around 70 to 80 goblins were diligently engaged in their tasks. At the center of the cave stood a colossal throne, upon which sat the leader of this goblin tribe, a formidable goblin warrior. If one were to equate combat prowess to human professions, low-level goblins would be akin to novice practitioners, while the goblin warrior before him exhibited strength comparable to that of a high-ranking professional, being among the elite of high-level magical creatures, accompanied by a dozen intermediate creatures and a multitude of lower-level novice creatures, sufficient to easily overwhelm a small town. The assassin meticulously documented the information and swiftly returned to Vini City to fulfill his mission. Mission objective: annihilate the goblin tribe, 1 goblin warrior. Nearly 100 ordinary goblins. Mission location, as marked on the map. Mission deadline, 7 days. Mission reward, 50 gold coins. This mission notice was soon affixed to the bulletin board of the Adventurers Guild. Despite the seemingly generous reward, which equated to an ordinary family's monthly income of about 10 silver coins, or 1 gold coin, an amount they would toil for years to earn, the reward was proportionate to the risk involved. To successfully complete this task would necessitate at least a 5-member high-ranking professional team, characterized by both synergy and ample experience. Unfortunately, only a limited number of high-ranking teams remained in the Adventurers Guild. The emergence of a goblin tribe within the kingdom was startling. Hadn't the Great Purge over a decade ago eradicated all magical creatures within the kingdom? This mission was unlikely to be straightforward. A cluster of low-ranking adventurers gathered at the bulletin board, animatedly discussing the unprecedented scale of this gathering of magical creatures, who among them possessed the capability to undertake such a task. In this prolonged era of peace, many adventurer teams had disbanded. Even the few remaining strong teams had taken on other missions outside the city, in the demonic realm. Surely, it would be folly for us low to mid-tier teams to step into this. I, for one, shall not go. A goblin tribe of this magnitude could very well leave us as nothing but skeletons upon our return. Clearly, goblins remained formidable adversaries in their eyes, and none dared to accept the mission. Consequently, the task lingered on the bulletin board for an entire day without a single taker. Has no one accepted the mission yet? The president of the Adventurers Guild sat behind his desk, furrowing his brow. Indeed, President, goblins are notoriously vicious. Upon seeing the mission's content to exterminate an entire goblin tribe, all adventurers have declined. Upon hearing this, the president slammed his hand on the desk and exclaimed, "Humph, a bunch of complacent fools. They have grown far too comfortable in their peaceful existence. Over a decade ago, during the height of the creature plague, how many brilliant adventurers emerged. Now, they indulge in leisure, should another great invasion of magical creatures occur. I assure you, they would flee faster than rabbits." The secretary remained silent. After a few minutes, the president regained his composure. "What does the count suggest?" The count replied, "If no teams within the Adventurers Guild are willing to take on the mission, I can mobilize the 3 esteemed members of the former Sun team." Hearing this, the president felt a wave of shame wash over him. Had the guild truly fallen to such a state that even goblins required the intervention of the Count? If no high-ranking teams were available to undertake the mission, their hopes would have to rest upon the Count and her companions. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from the entrance that, "Ha, President, I seem to have heard you're in quite a predicament. How may I assist you?" Santi. At the doorway of the president's office stood a bald man with a dark complexion leaning against the doorframe. "Wonderful. Your team has finally returned. Was the mission successful?" The bald man tilted his head and chuckled. "Ha. With our madman team in action, how could it possibly not be smooth sailing, President?" The individual before him was the captain of one of the high-ranking teams within the Adventurers Guild. And during the peaceful era, this team was one of the few that remained a prominent face of the guild. They had recently departed Vini City to hunt an exceedingly rare magical creature on the outskirts of the city and had just completed their mission. "Excellent. Your team has never failed to meet my expectations," the president remarked, satisfaction evident in his gaze. No need for pleasantries, President," Santi said as he lit a cigarette. "Smoking is not permitted here," the secretary began, but was swiftly interrupted by the president's wave. "I overheard that you seemed quite troubled. Do you require my assistance?" Taking a deep breath, he exhaled a cloud of thick smoke. The secretary waved his hand in disdain, stifling his words. "Santi, you really ought to curb your smoking habit. Moderation is key. Smoking is detrimental to health." President, how could someone of your esteemed status understand the plight of those of us who risk our lives for a living? One never knows when they might meet their end, so one must seize enjoyment while they can, right? The president shot him a resigned glance. "Do not forget, over a decade ago, I too clawed my way up from the bottom as an adventurer. My apologies, my memory fails me. Please forgive me, President. However, it has been years since you last took action. I wonder how much strength you have left." The president was too weary to engage in banter and got straight to the point. "This is a message relayed by an assassin earlier today. You ought to take a look." With that, he picked up a report from the desk and handed it to the carefree adventurer before him. Upon receiving the report, Santi's smile faded as he began to read with earnest attention. "Within the kingdom, goblins have emerged, and not just a few, but nearly 100 in number, forming a goblin tribe." "I see. No wonder you appear so troubled, President. What do you think? Is it a challenging task?" This time, Santi refrained from boasting and continued to flip through the pages. "It should be manageable, though we will need a couple of days. The paladin of our team has sustained minor injuries, and we also need some time to recuperate. No problem. This goblin tribe is currently stable, with no signs of expansion. I will have the assassin continue monitoring for the next 2 days. Moreover, this task is not trivial. Nearly 100 goblins and a high-ranking warrior, 50 gold coins as a reward seems somewhat inadequate, does it not? My team is a rare assemblage. My comrades and I share a bond akin to family. We deserve more. 80 gold coins, and I will ensure that the assassin coordinates with your team. Deal? I shan't intrude any longer, President. I will be spending the next few days outdoors, and I must hurry off to the entertainment district to unwind. Until we meet again." As Santi departed, the president rubbed his temples in exasperation. Santi's profession as a berserker was fitting for his flamboyant yet indulgent nature. Is he truly reliable? The secretary inquired with concern. "Rest assured, while he may seem like a rogue, he has never faltered in battle against magical creatures. In this era of peace, having someone like him is undoubtedly better than having none at all." Meanwhile, far away in the Count's castle, Zhou Hai was perusing a high-level magic tome when a knock echoed at the door. "Come in." The door swung open to reveal Brisis, still enveloped in a divine halo, radiating beauty and nobility. Zhou Hai hastily leapt down from the window. Noticing the magic book in his hands, Brisis inquired curiously, "Do you enjoy reading magic books?" "Though I lack magical talent, I find it quite entertaining to peruse them during my leisure time." Entertaining. Such a complex book. Most would avoid it, yet you find it amusing. Indeed, for the inhabitants of this world, the spells and inscriptions within magic books were as incomprehensible as foreign scripts. Only someone like Zhou Hai, a traveler who understood Chinese characters, could find such joy in them. If you like, I can have Butcher take you to the library tomorrow. There are numerous magic tomes for you to peruse at your leisure. Really? Zhou Hai exclaimed, leaping to his feet. If he had access to more books for study, he might uncover new ways to wield magic. Observing Zhou Hai's excitement, Brisis couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. If only he weren't the one devoid of talent. Instead, She found herself most captivated by the allure of magic. It seems the fates conspired thus, which is precisely why she was willing to open the library for him, since he lacked the ability to wield magic. Even if he were to comprehend the spellbooks, he would not recklessly experiment, thus avoiding any catastrophic magical mishaps. By the way, you have been here for several days now. Are you settling in comfortably? Indeed, the butler and Wilf have been exceptionally attentive to me, and the environment here is splendid. I truly adore it. That is wonderful to hear. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to convey your needs to Butcher. As long as it is reasonable, he will certainly accommodate you. Thank you, my lord, for your heartfelt gratitude. By the way, Bresis remarked, the Adventurers Guild has dispatched individuals to investigate the goblin tribe you mentioned earlier. Just as you said, there are indeed numerous goblins within, even a high-ranking warrior among them. Thanks to you, otherwise, they could have wreaked irreparable havoc. Haha, it is everyone's duty to resist malevolent creatures. Your words are quite amusing. Bresis. With a playful smile, Zhou Hai found himself momentarily entranced. The two continued to converse in the chamber for some time, until, realizing it was late, Bresis prepared to take her leave, before she departed. Zhou Hai mustered the courage to whisper a rather intimate query. My lord, did you truly have a relationship with my uncle in the past? The implication of his words was unmistakable. You should retire early. Young one, do not let your imagination run wild. Observing this angelic, almost divine woman, who blushed in irritation and hurriedly departed, Zhou Hai could not help but smile with satisfaction. It appeared the gossip he had heard was not mere fabrication. At least it confirmed that his lord held genuine feelings for his uncle, which was sufficient. What an affluent lady! I must devise a way to make her my aunt, thus granting me a stake in this castle as well. Hee hee, ha ha. The sound of his lewd laughter echoed throughout the castle. That evening, Sis sought out Bryce's chamber. Why, Lady Bresis, may I sleep with you? It seems the castle is haunted. Time slipped away, and 3 days later, a party of adventurers accepted the mission to eradicate the goblin tribe. This task had lingered unclaimed on the board for 3 days, yet today it was finally taken down, drawing the attention of many. To everyone's surprise, it was the Madman Squad that undertook this mission. It was rumored that their leader, Sandy, was the strongest berserker in the area. Berserkers are a rare profession, and there are few in the entire city of Vini. It is said that their combat prowess increases after sustaining injuries. They grow ever more formidable in battle. You think the Madman Squad can eliminate that goblin tribe? They should be capable. Considering their party consists of 4 high-ranking and 2 mid-level professionals, it is merely a common goblin tribe. Listening to the discussions and praises around him, Santi's vanity swelled. For the past 3 days, he had been reveling in the Flower District, intoxicated with confidence, which led him not to scout the goblin tribe beforehand. After all, they are just a bunch of low-level monsters. I can take them down one by one without fear. Boss, everything is prepared. I even bought 2 magical cloaks of stealth that will infiltrate and catch them off guard, said the summoner in their midst. He was responsible for procuring combat supplies. As summoners are inherently fragile and often require magical tools and necessary items for their summons. Boss, I still think it's a bit risky. Perhaps we should scout a little more, spoke the archer of the group, a female elf known for her keen perception, always sensing impending danger. However, Santi dismissed her concerns. You cannot truly be frightened by such weak creatures as goblins, can you? We've hunted even high-level monsters like green-armored tigers. Goblins are hardly worth mentioning. I believe we can set out now and return victorious by nightfall. The reward for this task is substantial. I intend to choose the most beautiful woman from the Flower District. Seeing her leader's confidence, the elven archer refrained from further protest, yet she discreetly prepared a spatial magic scroll before their departure. Santi swaggered out of the Adventurers Guild, followed closely by his team. Under the gaze of hundreds of adventurers, the Madman Squad embarked on their mission to annihilate the goblin tribe. That evening, in a tavern adjacent to the Adventurers Guild, the patron speculated, do you think Santi's squad will manage to wipe out the goblin tribe today? Of course, their party boasts 4 high-ranking professionals, and Santi is a berserker, a rare class. His combat ability is exceptional. One of him can easily match 2 of the same level against a mere warrior goblin. Perhaps not so fast. Has anyone here truly encountered a tribe of over 100 goblins? Once surrounded, even high-ranking professionals, not to mention top-tier warriors, may struggle to escape unscathed, remarked a grave-looking man in his 40s, sipping his beer. Old man, what do you know? Goblins are merely lowly creatures unworthy of mention. Even I, as a mid-level orc, can dispatch 10 goblins with ease, said a pig-headed man, whose appearance had become commonplace to the surrounding adventurers that he hailed from the orc race of the Sman Empire, a northern lineage where their forms resemble humans, albeit with heads of various animals. This man being a pigman. Heh, what nonsense. What do you mean by that? Looking for a fight, with the pigman's arrogant demeanor igniting his ire. In an instant, he smashed his fist into the table, shattering it. Old man, don't think I'll spare you just because of your age. Remember to keep your distance from orcs in the future. The pig-headed man shook his head and cracked his knuckles as he approached the man's table. That I advise you to sit back down quietly. I will sit wherever I please, with a loud shout. The pig-headed man swung his fist towards the man. Human, I'll use you to establish my dominance in this tavern. A triumphant smile spread across the pig-headed man's face. However, in the next moment, everyone expected the man to be at a disadvantage, turning away in pity, but a gut-wrenching scream echoed through the tavern. When they turned back, they saw the pig-headed man clutching his arm, writhing on the ground in agony. Evidently, this man had incapacitated the pig-headed creature with a single blow. How impressive! How come I've never seen this man before? Smack! At that moment, a token was slammed onto the table. This token belongs to the Blue Explosion Adventuring Group. Weren't they all missing over a decade ago? They are still alive. Indeed, the man was once a member of the legendary Blue Explosion Adventuring Group, remembered after all these years because they had been one of the kingdom's only 2 top-tier adventuring groups. In their heyday, they were the idols of all adventurers. That I recall that over a decade ago, their last mission was to eradicate a tribe led by a goblin king, and it was after that mission that the Blue Explosion Adventuring Group vanished without a trace. All eyes turned to the man as he slowly began to speak. Indeed, it was that mission. Our entire squad was annihilated, and the outside world speculated we encountered a demon. However, in truth, we never even laid eyes upon a demon. Then why did you? A young adventurer asked incredulously. Why were we completely wiped out? You wonder, why could a single goblin king defeat a squad with 5 top-tier professionals? Young folks, I regret to inform you that goblins are formidable and treacherous beings. They know how to cooperate, and their combat strength is not to be underestimated. The tribe we attacked had only 500 goblins, a goblin king, and 10 goblin warriors. Yet they set traps and blocked our escape route, overwhelming us with sheer numbers. I survived only by abandoning my comrades. As he finished, the man downed a full mug of beer, the memories clearly etched in his mind. It was the first time everyone present heard the truth. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Isn't the madman squad heading to eradicate the goblin tribe extremely dangerous? Pray for them." The man replied calmly. Just then, shouts erupted from outside. "Hurry! The madman squad's archer has been injured. Is there a high priest here?" As the weight of concern settled over the crowd, a high priest, alerted by the commotion, hastily emerged from the tavern. Before him stood 2 city guards supporting a female elf, none other than Bull. "We discovered her at the city gate, unconscious on the ground. The Adventurers Guild had already closed for the day, so we could only bring her here," one guard explained. "Understood. Saving her is our immediate priority." With that, the high priest traced a symbol in the air, guiding it to Bull's forehead. Cough, cough, she sputtered, the magic working effectively as she soon regained consciousness. Upon seeing the assembled crowd, her first words were urgent. "Quick! We must rescue them. They have been captured by goblins." In the late hours at the Earl's Manor, Breezy sat at the head of the table, flanked by Wilf, the guild president, Cisse, and an orc with a crocodile's head. Alongside several unfamiliar adventurers. As the gathering came to full attendance, Breezy began. "Let me clarify the current situation. 3 days ago, we received word of a goblin tribe appearing in the plains of the kingdom. This morning, the Madman team accepted a mission to exterminate them. However, an hour ago, their archer returned, and as for the others, I'm afraid they may not have fared well." The guild president interjected, and a heavy silence enveloped the room. Everyone had presumed it to be a straightforward task, but now a high-level adventuring party was likely lost. In this peaceful era, every adventurer is a precious resource, let alone those of high rank. This time, it was my failure to obtain accurate intelligence. I apologize. The president leaned closer to the table, addressing the group. My lord, such unforeseen circumstances are beyond anyone's control. You need not blame yourself, Wolf comforted. Patting the president's shoulder, "Is the assassin still alive?" asked the captain of one of the adventuring teams, acting as the representative at the meeting. "There has been no news. She likely." Once again, silence fell upon the assembly. With no intelligence and unable to promptly assist the sole survivor, the female elf, communication was stifled. It was unimaginable what she might have endured. You are all distinguished adventurers. The purpose of this urgent gathering is to discuss a strategy against the goblin tribe and formulate a rescue plan. However, everyone knew that the members of the Madman team were probably all dead. Surely, after this assault, the goblin tribe would be on high alert. We must ascertain their details. This will be challenging. They will undoubtedly bolster their defenses. And they may even relocate their lairs, spoke a cloaked individual, his voice dark yet firm, suggesting he was not very old. I can infiltrate alone, he offered. The group turned towards him. Levi, I understand your disdain for monsters. But we must approach this matter with careful planning. We cannot afford to lose more comrades, Breezes replied gravely, fixing a serious gaze upon him. Very well. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. The group exchanged glances, resigned to the fact that this individual still harbored an intense animosity towards monsters. By the way, years ago, the Blue Explosion team was tasked with exterminating the Goblin King. What? The assembly gasped in surprise. Wasn't he that team confirmed to have perished? How could anyone possibly still be alive? While ordinary adventurers spoke of the Blue Explosion team as missing, the higher-ups were aware that the entire party had been annihilated. Given this, perhaps we should seek his aid. After all, the Blue Explosion team excelled in eradicating goblins. Breezes pondered for a moment before responding slowly. That would be unwise. Their team perished at the hands of goblins. If there remains a lone survivor, we should refrain from dredging up painful memories. Moreover, after all these years, we cannot ascertain his trustworthiness. Understood. The group fell silent, momentarily at a loss for ideas. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the tension. I have long said that elves are reckless and humans are dim-witted. We should set out now. I will lead the charge, and you should follow me to seize them. This was the first utterance from the crocodile-headed individual. His tone heavy. Crocodile, spare us. The assembly fell silent, fully aware that since the alarm had already been raised, they could no longer rely solely on brute strength to subdue the tribe. Goblins were cunning creatures. And among them, some high-ranking goblins possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans. Along with a strict hierarchy, they would unhesitatingly follow their leader's orders, even unto death. At this very moment, it was likely that the tribe had already laid traps or swiftly vacated their original den. What, then, were they to do? As everyone at the table pondered, the door to the conference room creaked open, flooding the dim space with blinding light. The silhouette stood against the glare. Esteemed colleagues, I have a plan. Upon hearing this, the group instinctively turned to the entrance, where Zhou Hai struck what he believed to be a cool pose. My Lord Earl, who is this? The president queried, puzzled. Zhou Hai, this is a meeting of the Adventurers' High Council. You, a mere child, should not disrupt, Breezes replied, exasperated as she rubbed her forehead, overwhelmed by the current crisis and lacking the energy to address Zhou Hai. My Lord Earl, I am not a child. I have already undergone a magic assessment and am considered an adult. Every child over the age of 15 undergoes this assessment as proof of their maturity. I am not jesting. This is not a matter for you to engage in, Breezy said sternly, fixing her gaze upon Zhou Hai. Yet he was unfazed, for his combined age from 2 lives far surpassed hers. My Lord Earl, to clarify, I became an adventurer 3 days ago, and moreover, Zhou Hai paused for effect. I was the first to discover and report on this goblin tribe. Thus I believe I have the right to offer a suggestion. That he made a diminutive gesture with his hand. Though, you were the one who discovered the goblin tribe. The guild president expressed surprise. Zhou Hai politely bowed his head. Greetings, esteemed president. I am indeed the one. Speak properly. Breezes interjected, exasperated but relenting. Very well, then take a seat. Wilf, keep an eye on him. Observing the quirky youth, Breezes felt a headache coming on. The letter from Zhou Li had frequently mentioned his nephew's prodigious talents, able to call for his mother upon birth and articulate by the age of 1, displaying extraordinary intelligence. Extraordinary intelligence remains to be seen. He certainly has no shortage of opinions. Once Zhou Hai settled next to Wilf, the group returned to the matter at hand. Let us discuss. What are everyone's thoughts? Breezes inquired again, yet received no immediate response, clearly indicating that the situation was far from easily resolved. My Lord Earl, since no one has a viable plan, perhaps you should hear mine. Breezes attempted to disregard him. That I truly have a good idea. She feigned ignorance. Look at me. Don't miss out. She covered her face in exasperation. All right, let us hear it. Triumphant, Zhou Hai swiftly produced a map from his sleeve and spread it across the table. The assembly stared in disbelief. Everyone, here is where I discovered the goblins, he proclaimed, indicating a red dot on the map, surrounded by the L Mountains. I overheard their conversation. They spoke of evading humans and not disrupting their leaders' plans. Therefore, I am certain that after the madman team set out to confront the goblins, they would not remain in their original lair, but would instead relocate. This mountain range extends eastward. If they intend to re-establish their lair, they must situate themselves near the mountains. Given their desire to evade humans, they would likely head eastward. Thus they are located here. Zhou Hai pointed towards the mountains in the direction away from Vini City. Continue, the assembly urged, recognizing that this deduction, while easily conceivable, was impressive coming from someone so young. This mountain range stretches several hundred miles to the east, making pinpointing their exact location challenging. However, we can estimate that the female elf from the madman team collapsed at the city gate at 8 o'clock in the evening. Based on the distance, she would have escaped the goblin tribe approximately an hour and a half prior. Zhou Hai's reasoning held merit, as he had taken around an hour to return to the city, and it was reasonable that the elf, injured, would take longer. These goblins are cunning. Upon learning of an escape, they would immediately vacate their lair, and given their speed, they must now be somewhere between these 2 points. However, the area of this location remains vast. Even with a cursory search, it would require 2 or 3 days, and by that time, they may have already fled far away. Bresis wholeheartedly agreed with his words, but interrupted with a hint of confusion. No, quite the opposite. Their ultimate destination can only be here. The group followed Zhou Hai's pointed direction. Bibo village. The faces of the crowd changed dramatically. This was a small village nestled right next to the Iron Mountain range, home to dozens of villagers. How can you be so certain they will arrive here? The question came from the small team leader, Livier, who had been tightly wrapped in his trench coat. Zhou Hai cast a proud glance at Bresis before continuing. It is well known that while goblins possess a certain level of intelligence, we must not forget that they're ultimately monsters. As such, they have an insatiable thirst for human flesh. Moreover, goblins are among the monsters that have the greatest affinity for humans, viewing them not only as a food source but also requiring human females to help propagate their kind. Therefore, they will undoubtedly be drawn to human settlements. Of course, these goblins have their leader. If they intend to remain hidden, they will surely restrain their subordinates. However, it is unfortunate that they just encountered a battle this afternoon. Although the madman squad was annihilated, I am confident that this goblin tribe cannot be unscathed. I speculate that they must have lost at least half their numbers and are in dire need of reinforcements, with Bibo village being their most crucial supply station. Here, they can not only acquire food to replenish their strength and heal their wounds, but also abduct human females to replace their lost kin. After all, goblins reproduce at an astonishing rate, capable of giving birth within a week. Observing the group lost in thought, Zhou Hai gently tapped the table. Everyone, my analysis should be correct, right? Bresis lifted her gaze to the young boy and realized that this 15-year-old lad indeed possessed a certain uniqueness. Indeed, the gods are fair. They bestowed upon him exceptional wisdom while depriving him of all talent. If Zhou Hai were to learn of Brisis's thoughts, he would surely kneel and cry out, "Please restore all my talents." I would rather be a fool. What do you all think? I believe Zhou Hai makes a valid point. I concur. So do I. The crocodilian man raised his hand high, prompting Wilfer to quickly press it down. Crocodile, no talking. The crocodilian lowered his head. Seeing that everyone agreed, Bresis nodded. All right, since we have established that their destination is Bibo village, we can prepare for action. President, please make the arrangements. The president nodded. Then the assassination squad. The golden squad, Wilfer and Sis. All right, and the crocodile. Looking at the crocodile who had been grinning foolishly at him, the president reluctantly uttered his name. Yoho, the crocodile exclaimed at AS for Lord Count. We still require your presence here. The 2 elite squads and 3 high-ranking professionals should be sufficient to handle those goblins. Yes, let us proceed with this arrangement. Does anyone have any objections? The group nodded in agreement. Hey, what about me? I came up with this plan. Zhou Hai protested immediately. Wilfer, take him away. Yes, my lord. You are abandoning me. You were tearing down the bridge after crossing the river. Zhou Hai was forcibly carried away. What milling shoes. This child sometimes speaks in such an incomprehensible manner. Wait, I have another plan. If you charge indirectly, the goblins will surely notice. By then, they will definitely hide and never reappear. Let me down. Bresis subtly gestured. Put him down. Let him speak. Unbeknownst to her, she had begun to subconsciously acknowledge Zhou Hai. That goblin tribe, having faced an assault, will undoubtedly be more cautious. Therefore, if you approach brazenly, the goblins assigned to scout will surely notice you. How do you propose we avoid detection? Zhou Hai did not rush to respond, but instead surveyed the crowd before saying, I can agree, but you must guarantee that I go with you. Wilfer, take action. Understood. Wait. I promise not to cause any trouble. I will simply observe from a distance to satisfy my curiosity. If this goblin tribe hides away, they will pose an even greater threat when they reemerge. Breesis took a deep breath, closing her eyes to calm her mind. Huff, all right, speak. Weighing her options, she concluded that eliminating the goblin tribe took precedence. Afterward, they could place Zhou Hai with the villagers as long as he did not run off. Noticing Breesis's agreement, Zhou Hai struck a victorious pose. Tomorrow, we shall proceed as planned. Then, the lights in the conference room remained illuminated for an extended period. In a small village near the Iron Mountain range. The villagers relied on the mountains for their livelihood. At this moment, during dusk, the villagers had completed a day's work in a dense forest outside the village. Are you certain there are many human females in this village? Absolutely, boss. I saw several human females heading to the river in groups. Excellent. Once we take this village, all the human females will be ours. We shall have them bear our warriors. Boss is brilliant. A horde of goblins huddled tightly in the underbrush. Indeed, they were the same goblin tribe that the Madman Squad had set out to confront. Originally numbering nearly 100, only over 50 remained. What about the 2 human females we captured yesterday? Don't worry, boss. I've already cut off their tongues. They can't make a sound. Very good. Very clever. What is your name? Boss, I am called Goba Shao, the diminutive goblin said, flattering its leader. Among the goblin clans, they like to give themselves names akin to humans. However, due to their limited intelligence, their names were quite simple. The human females they referred to were 2 female members of the Madman Squad, a human sorceress and a female ORC. As for Santi and the other 2 members, they had long been consumed by these goblins. The goblin warrior held a severed arm of Santi in its hand. Very well, you will stay by my side from now on. Thank you, boss. Thank you. Boss. Goba Shao was so excited that he nearly jumped up, content to stay close to the leader, even if it meant missing out on meat. Just a sip of soup would suffice. Once it gets dark, we will strike, kill all the men, but do not harm the women. They are precious breeding machines. The sky quickly darkened, and lights began to illuminate the village. Boss, it's almost time. All right, let's move. Upon hearing the leader's command, the goblins were instantly filled with excitement. Kill, kill, kill. Now free from concealment, the goblins crazily dashed out of the forest, racing toward the village. Kill all the men. Take the women. Oh, charge. The sounds echoed through the night. The villagers, of course, heard the commotion and rushed outside to investigate its monsters, goblins. Quickly, secure the doors and windows. Some older villagers instantly recognized the oncoming threat, causing chaos to erupt in the village. A goblin warrior, standing at a height of nearly 6 feet, commanded the others to break down doors and drag villagers out. Hurry up, little ones. Don't worry, boss. Killing and arson are our specialties. Gobu Shao grinned wickedly as he kicked open a door. They had not even had the chance to enjoy the 2 women they had captured yesterday before the boss urged them to leave their lair, and Gobu Shao had been holding back his excitement. As he kicked open the door and saw a woman cowering in fear with a broom in hand, his excitement surged. Hee, human women. Brothers, I'm going in first. Ha! Just as he lunged toward the woman, the panic on her face vanished. Heavy slash. In the next moment, Gobu Zhao's head was severed from his body. As his head met the ground, he saw his own body collapsing in a pool of green blood. Simultaneously, the sounds of screams erupted from several nearby houses. The goblin warrior, initially believing that his subordinates were slaughtering the villagers, quickly realized that all the screams ceased after a single C-R-Y.as, a high-ranking goblin. He was certainly more intelligent than his kin. Wait, everyone come back. Upon hearing the leader's command, although the goblins were somewhat reluctant, they had no choice but to obediently retreat behind their chief. Meanwhile, the adventurers in the house, upon noticing the goblins, emerged with heightened vigilance. They were humans, all adventurers. The moment Gabukwin laid eyes on them, he immediately discerned their origins. Humans were truly clever, managing to deduce that they would raid the village. How infuriating. Gabukwin ground his teeth, glaring fiercely at the 2 elite teams and Shisi, who stood before him. Surround these goblins, commanded a paladin, the captain of one of the teams, Gabukwin would not allow them to encircle him. He swiftly charged towards an opening. "You little ones, follow me. Let us slay every last one of these humans." With a shout, the goblins surged forward as if injected with adrenaline, brandishing their wooden clubs. However, this time the adventuring party was numerous and composed of high-ranking professionals, showing no fear. Soon, the goblins collided with the adventurers. Multiple fireballs, advanced summoning, holy sword slash. At the first clash, the goblins were forced to retreat. Gabukwin was now engaged in a fierce duel with the paladin captain, while the assassin, Livel, incessantly harassed him. "Damn you, cunning humans!" Clearly, Gabukwin was beginning to feel overwhelmed, his body smeared with green blood on the other side. The goblin minions had dwindled to half their number. Just as it seemed the goblins were on the verge of being slowly worn down, a sudden shout echoed through the dense forest. "You humans, stop right now." Instantly, all eyes were drawn to the source of the voice. Emerging from the thicket was an ugly goblin, dragging two individuals from the bushes, members of the Madman team. The paladin recognized them at once. "These two human women attacked our tribe yesterday, that if you wish for them to live, step back." The crowd exchanged glances, then, as if on cue, ceased their actions. "Boss, come here quickly." Gabukwin let out a hearty laugh. Striding toward the goblin and clapping it on the shoulder, "Well done. I shall reward you generously later." With that, he shouted to the opposing party, "These two human women are of great importance to you. Aren't they? If you don't want them to perish, then do not pursue us. We're leaving, little ones." Just as Gabukwin was about to drag the two women into the woods, a sudden turn of events occurred. Whoosh! A glimmering arrow shot through the dimness of the night, aimed directly at Gabukwin. Sensing the danger, he had no time to evade. Thud! An arrow pierced through Gabukwin's neck. Gulp! Ambush! Gabukwin, unwilling to accept his fate, clutched his throat as green liquid gushed forth. The goblins around him, upon witnessing this, were about to seize the two women again when a crocodile-headed figure appeared before Gabukwin. "Crocodile!" the goblin exclaimed in horror as its head was bitten clean off. "Ugh, how foul!" The crocodile man disdainfully spat the green head onto the ground. Wilfer also leapt down from a tree. He had long been lying in wait, ready to deliver a fatal strike once Gabukwin let his guard down. As for the encircled lower-ranking goblins, they were quickly dispatched by the two adventuring teams. Once the battle concluded, many villagers poured out from the houses behind them. "Thank you so much. Had it not been for you, we would have been slaughtered by these monsters." A man in his 50s approached the group, bowing deeply. "There's no need for such formality. Village chief, it is our duty," Wilfer replied with a smile. Helping him up, although Wilfer appeared quite young, he was actually 93 years old, a testament to his long-lived elven heritage. Zhou Hai also stepped forth from the crowd of villagers. "That's so. How about my strategy? Quite effective, wasn't he it?" "Zhou Hai, I severely underestimated you. You are indeed quite clever," Wilfer complimented without reservation. Just then, the paladin stepped forward. "Now, let us clean up the battlefield. Remember to collect the goblin's eyeballs for the mission report." A group began to take action, while others tended to the two unconscious women. Alas, while this goblin tribe has been eliminated, we have also lost an elite adventuring team. Many faces reflected sorrow at this statement. After each mission, they would gather at the tavern to reminisce about the three who had perished, friends to many of them. "Damn goblins! Damn goblins!" Shisi repeatedly hammered Gabukwin's corpse with her hammer, green liquid splattering everywhere. "That's enough, Shisi. He's already dead. Calm down. Don't stop me. I want to smash him to bits." Wilfer tightly held Shisi back. Zhou Hai was taken aback. This seemingly shy girl was incredibly ferocious in battle. She had slain at least 5 goblins, their bodies reduced to flat shapes. Outside the crowd, the paladin captain approached Zhou Hai. "This time, we owe it all to your plan. Otherwise, even if we defeated this goblin tribe, extermination would have been impossible." Flattery. "The plan was just one part. Your strength is what truly matters," Zhou Hai humbly replied. He was aware that it was not his brilliance, but rather the simplistic thinking of the people in this world that made it easier for him to strategize. Having endured the societal trials of his previous life, coming here felt like a dimensional strike. Strategies like feints and encirclement were considered the pinnacle of wisdom in this world. The paladin chuckled softly. "I am Wells. Should you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." "Certainly," Zhou Hai shrugged, realizing he had conquered an indigenous inhabitant of another world merely through wit. With the mission successfully completed, he received his reward. As dawn broke, the Adventurers Guild delivered the compensation for this task. Since the mission was accomplished by 2 teams and 4 individuals, The rewards were distributed based on contribution, although Zhou Hai had not fought directly. He had proposed the plan and foresaw the goblin's raid, resulting in a reward of 10 gold coins. What a fortune! What a fortune! He marveled at the coins in his hand, reveling in the thrill of earning such wealth on his own for the first time. A wave of accomplishment washed over him. 10 gold coins. Why do I only receive 5? Wilfu appeared behind Zhou Hai without a sound, suddenly exclaiming. Zhou Hai's heart raced violently as he clutched his chest. If it weren't for me, would you have found the goblins so quickly? I personally took down a goblin warrior. I am quite significant too. Zhou Hai, disinterested in arguing, clutched his bag of coins and retreated to his room. How shall I spend this money? Did I forget something? He recalled the goblins mentioning some nefarious scheme and realized he had neglected to leave a survivor for interrogation. Alas, I let my success get the better of me. To instill a lesson in himself, he struck his head firmly as a form of self-punishment that I hope it's not too important. For the entirety of the next day, Zhou Hai immersed himself in researching magic in the library. So that's how it is. Zhou Hai was engrossed in a defensive spell. Ugly earth elementals, surely covered in animal excrement. Keep your distance from me. The next moment, the surrounding space began to warp. Whoosh! Instantly, a layer of earthen armor enveloped his entire body. It truly works, Zhou Hai exclaimed joyfully, raising his hand to admire the tightly fitted earth elemental armor. Before attempting this spell, he had intentionally removed his pocket watch so that the elemental spirits could locate him. TSK, who would have thought that speaking in reverse would deceive the elemental spirits? Who but me could conceive of such a notion? Having learned the earth elemental armor, Zhou Hai no longer needed to fear injury in battle. All right, I've learned too much today. No more. Returning to his room, Zhou Hai intended to take a rest. Knock knock. Zhou Hai, are you in there? Wilfer, come in. Zhou Hai was puzzled as to why he was being sought out at such a late hour. The door swung open, revealing a frantic Wilfer. What's the matter? Wilfer hastily entered the room, pulling Zhou Hai along with him. Hey, why the sudden urgency? To make a long story short, the 2 professionals from the Madman team have awakened. Awakened? That's wonderful news. Waking up is indeed a blessing. Yet they returned with troubling news. Zhou Hai was momentarily taken aback. Surely, I haven't jinxed it with my words. Soon, the 2 arrived at the conference room from last time and opened the door. Inside were the same individuals as before. Zhou Hai has arrived. Breesis nodded, while Zhou Hai, looking bewildered, sat down beside Wilfer. Now that everyone is here, I shall speak plainly. The 2 female members of the Madman squad have awakened. Regrettably, the goblins, in their attempt to prevent them from calling out and attracting our attention, severed their tongues, leaving one of them in a state of confusion. An immediate wave of anger swept across the crowd. Those damned monsters, Lavier squinted his eyes and remarked, but Breesis interrupted him with a wave of her hand. However, this is not the main topic of today's meeting. A few days ago, Zhou Hai overheard a conversation among the goblins regarding a certain plan. In fact, this plan does exist. Upon awakening, the 2 squad members, though unable to speak, managed to write down what they knew, including the reason behind the presence of these goblins in the kingdom. The room buzzed with renewed energy. According to them, these goblins are not remnants left in the kingdom, but hail from the external Alvia plains, having traversed the Ire Mountains. Their purpose is to scout the internal conditions of the kingdom. They are, in essence, an advanced force. Zhou Hai, puzzled, inquired. So, does this mean there may be more monsters flooding into the kingdom? Breesis took a deep breath. I fear that may be the case. The expressions of those present darkened immediately. Many among them had lived through the era of monster invasions over a decade ago, with several being direct victims themselves. They understood the true horror of these creatures. The extermination tasks currently issued by the guild seemed trivial in comparison. I have gathered everyone here in hopes that you can seek assistance from your respective organizations or families in various ways. Of course, I will also report this incident to the kingdom to prepare countermeasures in advance. As for you, Zhou Hai, I trust you comprehend the impending crisis. Thus, in a few days, I will arrange for you to accompany another merchant caravan out of here, which will escort you to the far eastern part of the kingdom. A region untouched by monster invasions and free from church infiltration. Very safe. President, this situation may mirror that incident from over a decade ago. Please report to the Adventurers Guild headquarters at your earliest convenience and request their assistance. Understood. The president nodded gravely. However, Zhou Hai fixed his gaze directly at Breesis. I'm sorry, but I will not leave with the merchant caravan. Zhou Hai, this is no jest. Even high-ranking professionals cannot guarantee their safety against many monsters. let alone you, who are still a child. Zhou Hai remained resolute, maintaining eye contact with her. First of all, I am not a child. Secondly, just a week ago, I was with a merchant caravan to escape the church. Should I now flee with another caravan again? I'm sorry, but that is not something I can do. The crowd turned their attention to him. Although this youth lacked magical affinity, the combat prowess of a paladin, and the agility of an assassin, he at least possessed some courage. Yet, in this harsh world, courage alone is insufficient for sustenance. This is non-negotiable. I promised your uncle to take care of you, and I cannot let you fall into danger. Wilfer. Yes, my lord. Take Zhou Hai back to his room and station someone at the door. N01 is to take him away without my command. Understood. Wilfer disregarded Zhou Hai's struggles, effortlessly carrying him back to the room. Bang! The door was firmly shut. Damn! Zhou Hai angrily kicked the door. Hiss! Ouch! After hopping around, clutching his foot, he calmed down. They treat me like a child again, thinking they can send me away? Dream on. Zhou Hai's eyes darted around. And soon he devised a plan. He dashed to the head of the bed, retrieved his entire savings from beneath the pillow, 11 gold coins in total, 1 withdrawn from the bank, and 10 earned from the goblin task. After packing his belongings, Zhou Hai began to roll up the bedding. I never thought I'd find myself reenacting the scene of a noble lady eloping from a wedding. Indeed, life mirrors drama. He mused, tying the rolled-up sheets together and tossing them out the window, just the right length. As the makeshift rope touched the ground, Zhou Hai, emulating what he had seen in dramas, initiated his escape. He swiftly descended into the castle courtyard. Now, how to get out? The main gated guards, and the back entrance had dogs. I've got it. Donning the guise of a shadowy elemental sprite, he thought. There are no watermelons here for you to enjoy, so don't dirty my clothes. Keep your distance. Soon, a layer of ink-like black liquid enveloped him. He chuckled. These shadowy elements are quite handy, cloaked by the night. He sprinted toward the courtyard gate, where he spotted 2 guards standing at the entrance. However, it was late, and their eyes appeared somewhat glazed. What a perfect opportunity. Thus, Zhou Hai crept along the ground, wriggling past the 2 guards. His black disguise melded seamlessly with the shadows. Once outside the gate, Zhou Hai turned back toward the castle, shaking his head and sticking out his tongue, patting his rear. You natives of this other world. You think you can trap Zhou Hai? Maybe in your next life. Haha. Freedom. He ventured into the darkness. The following morning, bang, bang, bang. Zhou Hai, are you not up yet? Wilfer knocked several times on the door but received no response. Huh? Odd. This fellow usually doesn't sleep in. Suddenly, he spotted Butler Butcher passing by and requested a spare key to unlock the door. Hey, Zhou Hai, time to rise. Ignoring me. Are you sulking? Wilfer assumed Zhou Hai was upset about yesterday's events, scratching his head as he approached the bedside. Hey, Zhou Hai, wake up. Don't be lazy. How about I take you to the game room today? He abruptly flung back the covers, intending to startle him. Zhou Hai, Zhou Hai. In the next moment, Wilfer's blood pressure skyrocketed. Oh no, my lord, Zhou Hai has fainted. In the castle study, my lord, a letter from the king. Wilfer handed the letter to Bresis and stepped aside. The extermination of the goblin tribe had occurred 3 days prior. On the second day after Zhou Hai's escape from the castle, a comprehensive search had ensued, yet yielded no results. With the impending monster invasion, they had no choice but to abandon the search. Simultaneously, an internal royal conference convened. After discussions among the king and ministers, it was ultimately decided to dispatch 100 holy knights to the kingdom's borders. The Adventurers Guild headquarters, not to be outdone, issued a call for tasks, summoning hundreds of mid to high-level adventurers from across the nation to Vinny City. The church deployed a bishop, 10 church knights, and over 100 clerical magic users, but the total number was less than 1,000. It's crucial to remember that these were all professionals of the kingdom, representing formidable combat power. Typically, nearly 100 ordinary individuals would yield a single sufficiently talented professional, and not all of them were inclined toward battle. Bresis opened the letter, and its contents allowed her to exhale a sigh of relief. The letter stated that the leader of the kingdom's Holy Knight Order, the only rare class within the order, the Holy Sword Master, had set out with 100 holy knights. This Holy Sword Master, an emblem of the kingdom's pride, was named T-Lexi at18. He became a high-ranking Holy Sword Master, promoted to a top-tier Holy Sword Master by the age of 26. Now, at 28, he commanded a legion of holy knights, the weakest among them being a mid-level holy knight. With this esteemed individual at the helm, It seemed the casualties from this monster invasion would be significantly reduced. In everyone's hearts, Plexi was an object of reverence. And Wilfer was no exception. Bresis first felt a wave of relief, then recalled some less than pleasant memories. This star of the kingdom had once been a member of an adventuring group, albeit in a competitive capacity. On one fateful encounter, he inexplicably began to pursue her, though at that time, Bresis had already harbored affections for another. Thus, she resolutely declined. Over the years, the other party frequently wrote to inquire about her current situation, to which she responded with indifference. Surely this person is not coming here because of me. The thought alone caused her a wave of headache. Lord Earl, it appears that all the professionals in the kingdom are rushing towards the border. Should we not prepare ourselves accordingly? After all, with so many individuals converging on Vini City, Wilf's words served as a reminder to these adventurers. Although they displayed remarkable courage in battle and were invaluable in combating monsters, prolonged slaughter had rendered some of them quite eccentric. During times of peace, the Adventurers Guild would distribute them across the kingdom to prevent them from clustering together, for when they did, conflicts were inevitable. Healthy competition was one thing, but without proper boundaries, it could endanger innocent lives. I will take care to heed your words, fear not. Yet, amidst the kingdom's grand maneuvers, where had Zhou Hai vanished? Ah, at this moment. He was crouched by the very cave where he had first encountered goblins. For days, he had concealed himself in a quaint inn in Vini City, the rather unorthodox kind, thought to evade Bryce's search. He had racked his brain, in one particularly perilous instance. He had even darted next door and slipped into a lady's bed to escape detection. Fortunately, it was a woman of a unique profession. Had she been a respectable woman, he surely would have faced dire consequences. Ultimately, he managed to bribe her with 5 silver coins, allowing him to make his escape. Once the vigilance in Vini City had waned, he slipped out under the cover of moonlight, clad in dark elemental armor. Upon his immediate departure, he made his way to the goblin's lair. Why venture here? As mentioned earlier, this goblin tribe had come with a mission. They were the vanguard of the monsters. But could the truth be so straightforward? Zhou Hai doubted it. If they were indeed a vanguard, a handful of highly intelligent monsters skilled in stealth would suffice. Why send a horde of goblins? The logic did not add up. Zhou Hai meticulously searched the cave entrance, finding it littered with remnants of battle. The walls bore the splattered blood of the madman's squad, evidence of the ferocity of the earlier conflict. Venturing deeper, he entered a vast cavern, where the throne at its center stood vacant. Continuing onward, he spotted a narrow opening. Approaching with a torch to illuminate the darkness, he was met with an unsettling sight. Ugh! He retched at the sight before him. 4 or 5 corpses lay strewn about. Judging by their garments, they were human female bodies, infested with maggots that in this nearly enclosed space. The stench was unbearable. Zhou Hai recalled the descriptions of goblins. This monstrous race consisted solely of males, without females. Hence, they sought various other races for mating, to breed young goblins, which could be born within a week and soon join the fray. These unfortunate human women were evidently captured to perpetuate their kind, and no wonder this goblin squad was so large. They had been clandestinely nurturing their population. Goblins could birth 4 or 5 offspring at a time. But human women, being frail, often depleted their life force after a few pregnancies. These women likely succumbed to exhaustion, having been deprived of a safe and stable environment for childbirth, and met an untimely demise. Observing the scars and signs of violation on their bodies, Zhou Hai seethed with rage. Those damned monsters, he gritted through clenched teeth. Until now, he had not fully grasped the brutality of this world. Still clinging to the ideals of his past civilization, it was only now that he understood. Here, human life held little value, and even a lowly monster could snuff it out at any moment. Unable to give the corpses a proper burial, he offered a brief prayer before tossing a torch into the pit. The noxious swamp gas ignited swiftly. Rest in peace. Zhou Hai continued his search within the cave and soon stumbled upon something peculiar. On the floor behind the throne lay a complex magic circle. Magic circles, a special phenomenon, were typically inscribed by powerful practitioners among humans. Mages would use them to amplify the potency of their spells, hasten magical recovery, and enhance their perception of magical elements. Sorcerers could deploy poison through magic circles, even inscribing them in specific locations for timed releases. However, what could a magic circle be doing in a goblin's lair? If it were inscribed by goblins, Zhou Hai found it utterly unbelievable. Even the cleverest goblin could not achieve such a feat. as the creation of a magic circle required profound magical affinity, a blessing that such malevolent creatures could never attain. I must clarify, should anyone dare to claim I am a descendant of goblins, I will swiftly dispose of you. Zhou Hai traced his fingers along the magic circle, feeling a lingering warmth that suddenly turned his expression grave. This indicated that the circle was still operational. His touch might have activated it. Something was amiss. He needed to retreat. He must find a way to convey this information back. Although he did not know the purpose of the magic circle, he could decipher several incantations inscribed upon it. The top and bottom incantations both bore the word space. This magic circle was likely intended for teleportation or summoning some entity. In any case, when faced with the incomprehensible, retreating was the wisest course of action. Zhou Hai took one last glance, committing the design of the magic circle to memory before turning to exit the cave. Unfortunately, the very scenario he dreaded unfolded before him. His earlier touch had indeed triggered the magic circle. Mist began to rise from the ground, and magical elements began to converge around him. Ah, damn it. Why must I be a harbinger of misfortune, attracting trouble wherever I go? Zhou Hai quickened his pace, racing towards the cave's entrance. Meanwhile, the magic circle began to ignite, forming radiant patterns that ascended, culminating in 5 beams of white light. As the mist thickened, a figure was transported amidst the swirling fog. Once the mist dissipated, a man wearing monocles emerged from the magic circle, surveying his surroundings. Is this within the borders of the St. Rusi kingdom? He mused. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke invaded his nostrils, prompting the man to elegantly produce a handkerchief to cover his nose. Where is this smoke coming from? He turned towards the source and was startled to see several charred corpses still ablaze. Did my loyal servant do this? He pondered. But why does this place lack his presence? It was evident that the fire had only recently been ignited. Someone else was undoubtedly here. The man began to step out of the cave, his gaze tracing the remnants of battle within. Indeed, goblins are the most foolish of creatures. They have been discovered by humans. It seems this goblin tribe has been thoroughly eradicated. He emerged into the open air, and just as he passed a recess in the wall, Zhou Hai was huddled within, holding his breath, not daring to make a sound, feeling the suffocating aura surrounding him. I've landed myself in trouble. Zhou Hai crouched in the dark corner, refraining from using magic to conceal himself, acutely aware that this man was anything but human. What did his words imply? Was he a monster? Yet, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a human. There was no time for contemplation. Zhou Hai remembered reading that advanced monsters possessed an innate sensitivity to magical energy. If he were to employ dark elemental concealment, he would likely be discovered in an instant. Zhou Hai silently prayed that the man's gaze would not linger on him as the man strode past. Zhou Hai remained utterly still, holding his breath. Unbeknownst to him, advanced monsters indeed possessed acute magical perception. Even without employing magic, they could sense the movements of magical energies around them. The reason the man had not detected Zhou Hai was due to the pocket watch hanging from his chest. As the man exited the cave, the previously dark environment burst into brightness, and the glaring sunlight made him squint as he surveyed the vast plains before him, a smile gracing his features. At last, I have returned. He spread his arms wide, relishing the familiar air, an expression of delight upon his face. How long it has been, surely 100 years or more. Cold sweat trickled down Zhou Hai's forehead as he fought the urge to wipe it away. Ah, after so many years away, I have forgotten even the direction of home, the man mused, shaking his head in self-mockery. He waved his hand, summoning dozens of magical rings that appeared behind him. I have found it. As his words fell, the man began to levitate, one of the magical rings spinning into motion, and in a flash of white light, he vanished without a trace. Phew! Zhou Hai burst forth from his hiding spot, collapsing onto the ground as he gasped for breath. Had the man lingered for even another second, he might have lost consciousness. How terrifying! Is this what it means to encounter an advanced monster? Just standing in proximity to him felt like a brush with death. Zhou Hai, recalling the harrowing encounter from earlier, felt a lingering dread. The mere fact that the man had brushed past him had completely extinguished any thoughts of resistance. It was merely a fleeting moment of proximity. Had he truly intended to kill me? The implication was clear. A single glance would suffice. However, his pride restrained him from uttering a word. Damn it. Zhou Hai struck the wall with a heavy fist, blood oozing through the crevices and pooling on the ground. A transmigrator, nearly being frightened to the point of soiling his trousers by a magical creature, was utterly humiliating. Zhou Hai, you are truly a worthless fool. This was the first time he felt such disdain for his own lack of power, even after being held back for 3 years at the Magic Academy. With his subpar aptitude revealed during the magical assessments, he had never experienced such despair. The ridicule, the mockery, the taunts of being a failure had always come from others, but at this moment, the term failure was self-applied. Others who had transmigrated wielded blades of 999 damage, starting their journeys by acquiring dragon eggs and divine blessings, while he could only resort to cursing elemental spirits to cast spells. What a disgrace! Suddenly, a wild thought flashed through Zhou Hai's mind. He turned and ventured deeper into the cave. That man was not an advanced magical beast, was he? He must have originated from the demon realm. This meant that the magic circle led there. The tomes of many kingdoms chronicled a desolate expanse where no life could survive, a domain inhabited solely by monsters. Yet, their existence was nothing more than mere survival, which explained why they incessantly invaded the human realm. The only path to the demon realm was through the interdimensional passage. However, within that passage resided an ancient giant, a companion of the first hero. After the hero vanquished the Demon King, he vowed to eternally guard the passage to the demon realm, preventing the monsters from invading the human world. Thus, formidable magical beasts could not leave the demon realm. Only weaker creatures, like slimes, could evade his watchful gaze. This was the reason for the peace enjoyed by the human world over the years. If an all-out invasion from the demon realm were to occur, humanity would be swiftly subjugated. Therefore, any rational person would never entertain such a mad notion. Alas, Zhou Hai was not a normal individual. Drawing upon his memory, he sketched a magical rune, inscribing the reversal incantation beside it. This incantation required magical energy to construct, but lacking any magical power himself, Zhou Hai could only substitute it with the energy from the rune. The incantation was soon complete. Whoosh! A beam of white light flashed, and Zhou Hai vanished from the cave. Days later, reinforcements from across the kingdom arrived at Vini City, a border town that had regained its former prosperity from over a decade ago. Yet, everyone was acutely aware that beneath this veneer of prosperity lurked deadly magical beasts. Adventurers, holy knights, and faithful members of the church, a voice rang out. Many days ago, we received word of a monster invasion, which is the very reason you have gathered here today. Since the founding of our kingdom, magical beasts have been our mortal enemies. In their eyes, humans are merely food, mere playthings. It is for this reason that we warriors stand sentinel at the forefront of our kingdom. Therefore, when the monsters come, we must take up arms to defend the walls of the human realm. Behind us stand our loved ones, our friends, and our nation. If we allow the monsters to breach our kingdom, it could mean harm to any of our treasured ones. Fellow warriors, join me in oath. Defend the kingdom, guard the borders, exterminate the monsters. With unwavering resolve, on the platform, Briseis shouted to the crowd to instill confidence in the people. She removed her countess attire, donning the robes of a high priestess. Beneath the sun, her golden hair danced in the wind, her stunning visage etched in the hearts of all, resembling an angel bathed in divine light, both sacred and commanding. Many adventurers found themselves mesmerized by her beauty. Heavens, how could there be such a stunning woman? How wonderful it would be if she were my wife. How dare you tarnish the image of my goddess? You want to fight? A slight commotion arose in the square but was quickly quelled. The kingdom's reinforcements and the church's faithful stood resolute, unwavering. Soon, the mobilization ceremony concluded, and a man, standing at nearly 6 feet tall and clad in silver armor, strode towards the platform. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, his flowing red hair radiated vigor. He was none other than the kingdom's most powerful holy sword master, and also its youngest top-tier professional, Plexi. Lord Count, may I inquire if you have time this evening? Perhaps we could share a conversation, he asked. Just as Briseis was about to step down, she was intercepted. My apologies, Captain, but I must confer with Bishop Ross at the church regarding urgent matters. I shall not impose. Briseis gently declined, turning to leave. Plexi reached out as if to retain her, but halfway through, he helplessly withdrew his hand. Captain, do not lose heart. With the impending monster invasion, the Count, as the Lord of Vini City, must be quite preoccupied. Once this incident concludes, should you shine during the defense against the monsters, the Count will undoubtedly take notice of you. Wilfer, who had emerged from nowhere, whispered to Plexi. Plexi's eyes lit up. You are right. I must slay the strongest of monsters to demonstrate my strength before Briseis. Surely, she will be enamored with me then. Indeed, Captain, you shall surely vanquish the most monsters. Wilfer continually praised the kingdom's prodigious knight. While his fans would likely never realize that their idol was infatuated. Of course, if the object of his affection was Briseis, it was somewhat understandable. The mobilization meeting in Veni City concluded, but before the monsters could invade the borders, chaos erupted within the kingdom. In the northwest of St. Russ Kingdom, Ronin Town vanished without a trace overnight. This disappearance did not refer to the loss of people, but rather the entire town, including its buildings and animals. Everything. The nearest city, Ulan City, dispatched a Holy Knight brigade to investigate, yet they ultimately found nothing. No traces remained around the town. Panic spread among the nearby villages, and soon a rumor took root. A giant dragon resided beneath Ronin Town, awakened by the mischief of its children, who then rolled over and swallowed the entire town into the depths. Of course, this was merely a rumor. Everyone knew such tales were meant to frighten children into obedience. Yet, no one could have anticipated that the conclusion of this tale held a kernel of truth. 300 meters beneath the town lay a vast cavern, once a subterranean grotto, now filled with the remnants of countless crushed buildings. The crevices of the grotto were stuffed with the carcasses of various livestock, all drenched in crimson. Drops of blood trickled down the stones, ultimately merging into the underground river of the cavern. Above the river, a man stood, gazing calmly at the masterpiece he had wrought. Suddenly, a relieved smile spread across his face. "Your ancestors have tormented me for over a century. Today, I shall return this grievance to you." With that, he turned and walked away, murmuring to himself, "From now on, this kingdom shall be my stage." He raised his head, filled with madness. The desolate land, an endless expanse of charred earth. This was the first sight Zhou Hai beheld. Standing at the precipice of a cliff, he found himself atop a functioning magic circle. As he steadied himself, the magic circle gradually dimmed. Is this the demon realm? He had truly succeeded in the annals of this world's history. He was perhaps the only mortal bold enough to venture here. Goodness, what have I done? Just moments ago, Zhou Hai had been provoked by the aura of that monstrous man, and in a fit of rage sought to wreak havoc in the demon realm. Zhou Hai thought, if our roles were reversed, I would show you what true cruelty is. Yet, as he set foot in this place, regret washed over him. The foul air, mingled with decay, invaded his nostrils, inducing a profound discomfort. Indeed, this was the demon realm. The harsh environment was enough to deter any sane individual. The sky lacked sunlight, shrouded in a blood-red haze. Peering over the cliff, he beheld a landscape filled with a grotesque red plant. Withered and unsightly. Is it too late to turn back? Zhou Hai murmured bitterly. Alas, the magic circle could only be activated unidirectionally. Otherwise, the monsters would have already surged into the human realm. Very well, since I am here, I shall make the best of it. He consoled himself silently. Suddenly, something caught his peripheral vision. Wait, are those buildings indeed a castle? Zhou Hai rubbed his eyes, ensuring he was not mistaken. How could there be a castle in the demon realm? After a moment's hesitation, he began to walk towards the castle. Whoosh! Just as he took 2 steps, something shot towards him from the ground. Damn it! Zhou Hai reacted swiftly, dodging to the side. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a dark-hued toad. Its tongue, a deep purple, was evidently toxic. He knew the demon realm was rife with perilous creatures, but he had not anticipated nearly losing his life so soon. I might have indeed been a bit impulsive. However, there was no time for self-reproach. Zhou Hai swiftly retrieved his pocket watch. Dark element armor. A suit of black armor enveloped his entire body in an instant. Yet he was astonished to discover that this armor was more than twice as thick as before, seemingly imbued with the rich dark elements of the demon realm. The next moment, he turned to gaze at the toad. Since you seek death, you have only yourself to blame. Clad in armor, Zhou Hai pursued the demon with fierce determination, delivering several powerful blows that left only a puddle of black, unidentified liquid on the ground. Delightful. The exhilaration of his first kill surged through him. As Zhou Hai continued on his path, he cleared his way with his fists, noting the plethora of demons present, each of a different kind. Along the way, he encountered not only toads but also numerous insect-like creatures, many of which he could not name. Despite his extensive knowledge from books, it seemed that the invading demons were merely a small fraction of what the demon realm had to offer. As this realization dawned on him, Zhou Hai couldn't help but feel a sense of dread for the future of humanity in this world. What am I thinking? I should focus on the present. Before long, he arrived at the castle's entrance. As he approached, he realized just how diminutive he was in comparison. Goodness, this is even larger than the castle in Briseis. He pressed against the door, hearing nothing. and slowly pushed it open. Is anyone there? If not, I shall enter. Upon entering the castle, he was greeted by a grand hall styled in a medieval manner. Quite tasteful, he mused at being so close to that magic circle. Could this be the home of that man? In which case, I might be the only one here. With this thought, Zhou Hai felt emboldened. Then I shall explore freely. He confidently roamed from room to room, study, bedroom, storage, counting them as he went. Why would a demon choose to reside in a castle? Shouldn't they be resting on the grass? After thoroughly inspecting the first-floor rooms, Zhou Hai was convinced that no demons lingered there. With that assurance, he removed his armor and ascended the white staircase to the second floor, which led into a long corridor. At the end of the hallway lay a dining room, surprisingly well-equipped for a demon's abode, which typically involved the raw consumption of flesh, rendering a dining room unnecessary. Yet, he keenly observed remnants of blood on the dining room floor. Continuing his exploration, he soon reached the fourth floor, where the corridor remained lengthy. He continued checking each room. Creak. The door swung open. Two faces froze in surprise as they stared at each other. A chill surged through Zhou Hai as he faced a deer-legged demon with 3 eyes. Its brow furrowed as it coldly regarded him. Who are you? Wait, I sense a human presence. You are human. The 3-eyed deer demon's expression shifted to one of delight. Could you be the one that the master has brought back? Wonderful. It seems the master has entered the human world. We shall capture this human and await the master's return for enjoyment. With that, a sinister grin spread across its face. Zhou Hai, fully aware of the impending danger, discreetly retrieved his pocket watch while the demon was distracted. Reciting a familiar incantation, the surrounding fire elements swiftly converged, and in an instant, a crimson flame erupted from the ground, engulfing the 3-eyed deer demon. However, mere moments later, Zhou Hai's astonishment grew as he witnessed the demon emerge unscathed from the flames. Impressive little tricks, he muttered, shocked. Without hesitation, he removed his pocket watch and declared, Dark Element Armor. The black armor enveloped him tightly, as Zhou Hai hastily retreated toward the staircase. Dark magic? The 3-eyed deer demon paused momentarily before quickly regaining its composure. You think you can escape? Magic deprivation? Why isn't it working? It stared at the persistent armor, momentarily bewildered, but soon, it regained its focus and extended its hand toward Zhou Hai. Using its innate talent to isolate all dark elements in the area, the black armor began to disintegrate, transforming into glowing particles that gradually faded away. Zhou Hai cursed under his breath and quickened his pace. But upon turning, he found himself confronted by a towering black wall. Prison. With the demon's words, similar high walls materialized around Zhou Hai, ensnaring him completely. The demon approached, peering curiously through the gaps in the black walls. Strange, you can use magic yet possess no magical power. There's such an anomaly among humans. Little did it know that Zhou Hai's ability to wield magic stemmed from a deviation. He possessed no innate magical energy, which, ironically, prevented him from weakening despite the loss of power. Feeling the demon's leering gaze, Zhou Hai contemplated his predicament. Should I unleash the forbidden spell? But if I do, being trapped in this prison will surely have consequences. Although his pocket watch could shield him from elemental spirits, the scale of the forbidden spell was too vast to control. After deliberating, he resolved, I summoned the dark elemental spirits, damn the fire elemental spirits, and light elemental spirits. I am the master here, and to the divine being that brought me to this world without a golden finger, if I survive, I shall make you pay dearly, relentlessly tormenting you, desecrating your grave, and digging up the ashes of your ancestors to create an hourglass. In the next moment, the surrounding space trembled as invisible elemental spirits erupted in chaos. A high-level demon. The 3-eyed deer demon possessed acute magical perception and quickly sensed the surge of magic. Human, what have you done? All elemental spirits converged upon the castle, and the tumultuous magic began to surge within the space, sending ripples outward. The prison that contained Zhou Hai transformed back into magical elements, drawing toward the center of the chaos. Seeing this, Zhou Hai wasted no time and charged toward the nearest room. Bang! He shattered a window and leaped from the 4th floor of the castle. It's a magical explosion. Human, you can actually unleash a magical explosion. The 3-eyed deer demon finally grasped the reason behind the chaotic magic surrounding them. Its face contorted with fear as it hastily drew a magic circle on the ground with its own blood. This is bad. The magical elements are in turmoil. I can't control it. The circle was disrupted midway. "Master, save me!" it cried out just before the explosion engulfed it in a brilliant display of magical light. In that moment, Zhou Hai experienced an overwhelming darkness followed by blinding white light. Within the castle, countless magical patterns appeared out of thin air. Boom! A cacophony of colors, black, red, white, illuminated the sky of the demon realm. As various elements expanded to their limits, triggering an unending series of explosions, centered around the castle, the devastation extended for miles, engulfing everything in its path. Black mist mingled with the heat waves of fire elements, swiftly sweeping through the area, claiming the lives of countless demons in the blink of an eye, while even the resilient flora of the demon realm was reduced to dust in an instant. A massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky, marking an explosion even more ferocious than the last. A warning previously, but now a retribution for humanity's insolence on this day. Within 100 miles, all demons bore witness to their demise. Half an hour later, as the explosion subsided, the once grand medieval castle lay transformed into a deep, bottomless pit spanning several miles. Coughed to my dead. Warm sunlight bathed Zhou Hai as he slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a colossal tree. No, a giant tree, its trunk reaching skyward. Each branch of this magnificent tree shimmered with different hues, as if encapsulating an entire world within. Could this be the world tree? So, have I perished? Zhou Hai struggled to sit upright, surveying his surroundings, but found nothing beyond this immense tree. The ground beneath him was, astonishingly, a root of the very tree, surrounded by a mystical mist that added an air of mystery. "You have awakened," a soft, divine voice resonated, prompting Zhou Hai to scan his surroundings for the source. "Who speaks?" The space quivered slightly as a woman materialized before him, floating barefoot in the air. Her appearance was rather ordinary, clad in the attire of the elven kin, yet Zhou Hai's intuition whispered that she was far from simple. "Who are you? Where is this? Have I died?" He blurted out all his questions in one breath. The woman smiled gently, her expression imbued with a warmth that dispelled any malicious intent. If Bryce's smile could captivate all hearts, elevating her to the status of a goddess, then this woman's smile could liberate one from all worldly desires, enveloping them in the warmth of sunlight. In human terms, you have indeed died. This is the realm of souls. Zhou Hai paused, momentarily stunned. So, this is heaven. Before him stood a woman, an angel, or perhaps a deity, exuding a more profound aura of divinity than even Bryce, rendering the observer's heart tranquil. Alas, it dawned upon him that he had indeed perished. Zhou Hai smiled faintly, reflecting on his 2 lifetimes. Yet he had barely surpassed the age of 50. How lamentable! Was he destined to be a natural-born, short-lived soul? Now that he was deceased, the distinctions of right and wrong, the reasons for his presence in this world, Zhou Hai found himself disinterested in discerning any of it. He reclined on the ground, closing his eyes. The woman was momentarily taken aback. "What are you doing? You're dead, so just let it be. What else can you do?" Perhaps he has a point, she mused. But wait. As a deceased individual, shouldn't you be asking me to resurrect you? And so if I implore you, will you bring me back to life? No. Then what's the point? If it's futile, why bother asking? The woman was momentarily speechless. Are we not both aware of who the deity is here? No, calm down. I am a goddess and must maintain my divine demeanor, but don't you want to know why you have come to this world? Not particularly. I'm dead, so why concern myself? That does bear some reasoning. But wait, as a human, shouldn't you be exceedingly curious about everything before you? I can't be bothered. Zhou Hai plucked a tender blade of grass from beside him and began to chew on it, while the woman observed him with increasing exasperation. Regardless of whether it was the Pope or a king devoted to the divine, all would tremble in her presence. Yet Zhou Hai's casual demeanor rendered her divine facade utterly ineffective. "Listen here, you have 3 seconds to rise from the ground." "Whatever," Zhou Hai retorted, embodying a defiant spirit. "I'm already dead. What more can you do?" However, in the next instant, he discovered exactly what she was capable of. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck him squarely on the head, causing him to sit upright instantly. He expelled a cloud of dark mist from his mouth. Even in death, he could still be struck by lightning. "Still not getting up, are we?" Before the woman could finish, he exclaimed, "Oh, great goddess, I was wrong." Zhou Hai respectfully knelt on the ground. Crack! This time, it was not lightning but a twig in the woman's hand that struck him on the backside. "Why are you sticking your rear up so high? Put it down." "Yes, great goddess, Zhou Hai obediently complied that a wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. A good man does not quarrel with a young lady. You were just cursing me in your mind, weren't you? Of course not, great goddess. It's a misunderstanding. Zhou Hai was utterly astonished. Crack. Ah, crack. Ah. More than 10 bolts of lightning struck him, and Zhou Hai lay helplessly on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Why did he still feel pain even in death? Woe is me. Get up. Yes, Zhou Hai stood upright instantly. When it came to standing at attention, no one could surpass him. The woman glared at him, finding him increasingly irksome. Were the deities of other worlds truly so foolish as to create such an unabashed human? Now tell me, from which world did you traverse? Huh? Zhou Hai was bewildered. I asked which world you came from. Do you not understand? Crack. Ah, shivering, Zhou Hai climbed to his feet. I came from Earth, the deity of this world. You brought me here, and yet you still question me. Are gods now conducting obedience tests? He had not lied. It was the truth. The woman pondered, for she could not recall any deity creating a realm known as Earth. It seemed he had not traversed through the world tree to other realms. Rather, this world tree connected 9 worlds, each crafted by different deities, and she was one of the creators of the world Zhou Hai hailed from. Oh, you know how you arrived here. Please, great goddess. If you are unaware, how could an ordinary person like me know? Zhou Hai felt wronged, pounding the ground in frustration. Enough chatter. He had not lied. Do you wish to return? Return? To Earth? The woman shot him a glare. If she could send him back, she would not hesitate to kick him away in an instant. Of course. Zhou Hai, seeing her clenched teeth, had no doubt she would summon countless bolts of lightning to obliterate him at any moment. Very well, but your corporeal form in that world has perished. I cannot violate the rules by resurrecting your original body. With that, she beckoned and retrieved a root from the world tree. I will craft you a brand new body from the world tree. Place your soul within it, and then send you back to that world. Certainly, great goddess. I shall follow your every command. Zhou Hai complied with a salute. The woman, uninterested in him, quickly produced a wooden body identical to Zhou Hai's, albeit only 1/10 the size. All right, soon I will resurrect you. But allow me to warn you. Should I hear you dare to insult me again, I shall grant you immortality and summon 1,000 bolts of lightning to strike you day and night. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Hai trembled, who claimed that goddesses were beautiful and benevolent. Yet, upon witnessing the warning in her eyes, he swallowed the latter part of his thought. Understood. From now on, I shall be your loyal follower. You command me to go east, and I shall not venture west. You command me to slay pigs, and I shall not touch chicken. Ugh, be quiet. By the way, great goddess, since you are resurrecting me, might you grant me some magical affinity as well? Zhou Hai grinned sheepishly. The woman shook her head. Oh, Hai assumed she found him displeasing, but she reluctantly explained, while I can resurrect you, I cannot alter your magical affinity. It is not that I do not wish to, but rather because you are not a soul of this world, not one of our created humans. Magical affinity is essentially the resonance between the soul and magical elements. Your soul does not conform to the rules of this world. Moreover, your occupational talents stem from your original body's inherent frailty, rendering you ill-suited for combat. Before Zhou Hai could feel disheartened, the woman added, however, do not fret. The body I am reshaping for you, crafted from the world tree, will be indistinguishable from flesh, yet possess abilities beyond the capabilities of a mere corporeal form. As for what those abilities are, you shall discover them for yourself, though he had not received the answer he desired. Zhou Hai was nonetheless thrilled. If that were the case, would he not be akin to Neza? Oh, how I anticipated. Truly, when one is at their lowest, they often rebound. After his resurrection, he would revel in defeating popes and trampling demon lords. Sensing his thoughts, the woman doused his enthusiasm with cold water. Stop dreaming. Oh, Zhou Hai's head drooped in dismay. The woman drew a circle on the ground, and in the blink of an eye, the mist that once lingered dissipated, leaving behind a void. She then vanished from her position, only to reappear behind Zhou Hai with a powerful kick. What the heck? Before he could comprehend, she had sent him flying. That kick felt liberating. The woman reveled in it, then discarded the wooden figure along with Zhou Hai. With a wave of her hand, the mist filled the void once more. That moment, ripples spread across the surrounding space. Is that human dispatched? Indeed, but that fellow is truly insufferable. Were it not for his usefulness, I would have struck him down long ago. Quite right. He even dared to insult a deity. Watching him get obliterated by a forbidden spell would hardly suffice for my satisfaction. Nevertheless, it suffices to teach him a lesson that I remain curious. Though, who could possibly have sent this human to our world? Do not fret. Soon enough, he will assist us in uncovering the truth that Zhou Hai jolted awake from a nightmarish reverie. Sitting amidst the charred remnants of the battlefield, he had just experienced a dream in which he had died and ascended to paradise, where a deity relentlessly struck him with lightning. He fought back fiercely, refusing to yield, ultimately winning the admiration of a beautiful, pure goddess, who then resurrected him. That dream felt all too real, were it not for the fact that he had to work the next day. He might have believed it. Work? Zhou Hai swiftly turned to survey the desolate expanse around him, then gazed at the blood-red sky. He was at the epicenter of an explosion, with a deep crater beside him. Zhou Hai paused, memories flooding back to him. Magic, goblins, magical beasts. That's right. I was struck by a truck, and then I traversed to another world. With that thought, he clutched his head. Ugh, it hurts. Memories incessantly flickered through his mind, ultimately coalescing into a complete experience. It dawned upon me that this is the demon realm. I employed a reversal spell and was transported here via a magical array, so the dream I just had was indeed real. It certainly was. The reason for Zhou Hai's disoriented memories stemmed from the gods reshaping his body using the world tree. His soul required time to fully assimilate into this new form. Fortunately, the body was meticulously crafted by the gods, aligning perfectly with his original physique, which had already disintegrated into dust within the confines of forbidden magic, becoming nourishment for the demon realm. Zhou Hai flexed his wrist and twisted his neck, discovering that using this new body caused no discomfort whatsoever. Perhaps due to the materials involved, he felt invigorated. Not bad at all. It's far superior to my previous body. But what exactly was that ability the woman mentioned before resurrecting me? Zhou Hai grumbled, feeling annoyed. Why not just tell me outright instead of being so cryptic? It seems that all gods relish in maintaining an air of mystery. Humph. And she even summoned lightning to strike me. If it weren't for the necessity of bowing my head beneath this roof, I would have given her a kick. And to think she threatened and manipulated me. Oh, and how she kicked me in the end. That wretched woman. Just you wait. Don't think that just because you're a god, I am powerless against you. One day, I will return the favor 100-fold, making your backside bloom with bruises. Crack! Boom! A bolt of lightning struck the ground before Zhou Hai, leaving a charred scar shaped like a root. Oh, divine lady. I concede. Zhou Hai hastily knelt, his rear end raised, only to realize his folly and quickly withdrew. After several minutes, noticing no further lightning strikes, he cautiously sat up. He never imagined that even from such a distance, she could sense his thoughts. How terrifying. Humph. If I can't defeat you, then I shall endure. Zhou Hai buried all negative thoughts deep within his mind to avoid detection, pondering the secrets of his new body, which he would explore gradually. That said, he finally understood why he possessed no affinity for magic whatsoever. The humans of this world were all creations of the gods. Thus their magical talents were predetermined. As for himself, having come from another realm, he had naturally not received such blessings and did not conform to the rules of this world. This explained why the elemental spirits were so repelled by him. Even a few harsh words directed at them made them recoil. Such a lack of composure. If a native of this world were to recite the incantation he spoke, they likely wouldn't provoke the ire of the elemental spirits, constrained as they were by the rules of this realm. Suddenly, Zhou Hai recalled the Taoist saying from Earth, the way of heaven is 50. The transformations are 49, and humanity escapes one. Doesn't that imply that I, Zhou Hai, am the variable in this world? Not bad, not bad. Indeed, my arrival was destined to alter this realm. Natives, I have come to liberate you. After indulging in his fantasies for a moment, Zhou Hai rose from the ground. Oh my, I hadn't realized the magnitude of this forbidden spell. As far as the eye could see, the landscape was a charred wasteland. And beside him lay a deep pit where even light could not penetrate. Could it have reached the Earth's core? I should make a hasty exit. If magma erupts, it would be catastrophic, although he was unaware of the geological structure of this world compared to Earth. For safety's sake, Zhou Hai moved towards the periphery. He initially believed the explosion's radius would be manageable, yet 2 days later, he lamented, I truly overdid it. Why am I still stuck here? I can't have obliterated the entire demon realm. Can I? Despairing, he gazed at the seemingly endless darkness. Oh God, just end my misery. Wretched woman, strike me down with divine lightning. I wish to be free of this existence. Yet, contrary to his desires, the 2 days passed without reprieve. Zhou Hai continued to walk, for in the demon realm, day and night were indistinguishable, and the sky remained eternally blood-red. He was on the verge of losing all sense of time. Gurgle. He patted his belly. A look of guilt washing over him. I am so sorry, dear stomach. On your first transformation into a human, I've allowed you to suffer from hunger. How shameful. Zhou Hai removed his pocket watch from around his neck. Miraculously, it had remained unscathed when he was obliterated by the forbidden spell, and he had found it on the ground as he departed the pit. Alas, pocket watch. Although we share a bond, and despite my new body, you must accompany me. It seems we may never escape this explosion zone that I can barely move from hunger, and even if I leave, the outside is still the demon realm, rife with deadly magical creatures. Not to mention those high-level beasts from the castle. What can I do if I venture out? Alas, my life is forfeit. Considering that his body was crafted by the world tree, it must be highly susceptible to fire. Without hesitation, Zhou Hai tucked the pocket watch into his chest. Are there any fire elemental spirits nearby? You grotesque creatures that resemble strawberry tarts. Be careful not to wet your pants while playing with fire. If you have the courage, burn me alive. I long to be free. With that, Zhou Hai spread his arms wide. Whoosh. Indeed, the fire elements showed no mercy towards Zhou Hai. Without the shield of the pocket watch, searing flames surged from his feet, swiftly enveloping him. Hiss. Ah, it burns. Is this how I perish? Wait. Why does it not hurt? After a minute of burning, the flames, seemingly realizing their futility, dissipated. What? Am I invulnerable to fire now? Zhou Hai lifted his hand in astonishment, finding no trace of burns. This is no illusion. Wait, let me test this further. Dark element, earth element, water element. He attempted numerous spells, all failing to inflict harm upon his body. Zhou Hai's eyes sparkled with golden light. Truly, the world tree bestows immunity to magic. Yes, not only did I try to use magic against myself, but I also tested physical damage, judging by the blood that flowed from my cheek to shoulder. I remained intact. Thus, I deduced that my body can completely nullify magical harm, yet I must still evade physical damage. What a pity, I was so close to being truly invincible. Zhou Hai mused to himself with a hint of pride. Then what shall I do now? Fire-breathing gun, nitrogen acceleration. On the charred land, a blur sped past, leaving behind a trail of crimson flames. 10 minutes later, Zhou Hai finally emerged from the explosion zone, stepping onto the desolate red soil. He exhaled, only to release flames. Cough, cough. This nitrogen acceleration is indeed swift. Ugh. Once he recovered, Zhou Hai looked around, still confronted with barren scenery. Where can I find something to eat? Suddenly, he caught sight of a red crab resting on the ground. Speak of the devil, food is within reach. Excited, Zhou Hai dashed to the crab and attempted to grasp its shell. Eating raw crab should be safe, right? No time to worry about that now. Wait, why can't I lift it? Zhou Hai pulled with all his might. Boom! He fell to the ground as the earth erupted beneath him. A 3 to 4 meter tall ogre with a massive belly shook off the dirt and rubbed its eyes. Staring at Zhou Hai. Did you disturb my slumber? What a peculiar scent. But you look like a human. What is a human doing here? Never mind. Waking up to find a meal. How delightful. Clearly, the ogre's mind was not suited for complex thoughts. Zhou Hai gazed at the creature, his mouth twitching. The little crab atop the ogre's head swayed back and forth, seemingly mocking him. Caw. Foolish human, try to catch me. How dare you mock me? Zhou Hai bared his teeth at the ogre. Just as hope for food flickered, it was swiftly replaced by fury. I shall vanquish you. Fireball, countless fire elements surged into Zhou Hai's body. Boom. When the heat dissipated, there was no trace of the ogre left. Only scattered remnants on the ground. Be more cautious in your next life. Zhou Hai spat, continuing his search for food. In the Grand Hall of the Kingdom of St. Louis, Your Majesty, urgent news has arrived from Wulan City. Hundreds of magical creatures have appeared at the site of Ronin Town. The reason remains unclear. King Rafa, seated upon his throne, furrowed his brow. First, they vanished without a trace, and now they emerge as magical beasts. Even racking my brain, I cannot connect these two events. Best not to waste any more brain cells on this. Let's set it aside for now and await further reports. Understood. The soldier accepted the command and departed. At that moment, a minister stepped forward. Your Majesty, we have also received information from Vini City, and there are no signs of magical creature invasions. Rafa rubbed his temples heavily. the harrowing scenes of the monstrous invasion from over a decade ago vivid in his memory. Some nights, he would even dream of those terrifying images. Hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians perished in that catastrophe, alongside countless soldiers, thousands of paladins and adventurers who fought valiantly to the death. Even now, the kingdom had yet to recover fully, and the ranks of professionals had been decimated, leaving an entire generation in disarray. That time, the monsters had almost breached the capital of the kingdom. But fortunately, the Pope had been present, steadfastly resisting the onslaught. The Pope had stood alone atop the city walls, using a single forbidden spell to repel tens of thousands of monsters, thus safeguarding the capital. Rafa hoped that such a tragedy would never occur again. He gazed at the assembled courtiers, letting out a heavy sigh at that moment. Ulan City was in utter chaos. Rumors spread that monsters were about to attack. Many residents had already packed their belongings and set off on the path of exile. Stop him. Father, I beg you, let me go. Everyone is saying that the monsters are targeting Ulan City this time. Ronin Town was merely the first wave. More monsters are coming. Mayor Dana glared at his son, who was on his knees, tears streaming down his face, devoid of any dignity. You fool, is this how I raised you? With such cowardice, you dare call yourself an elite of the kingdom? Your fear of death is nothing short of disgraceful. Luke looked up at his father, fear etched on his face. Father, have you forgotten how brutal those monsters were over a decade ago? They are truly demons. Do you not remember how my mother sacrificed herself to protect me? Does that mean you should flee? Your mother was killed by those monsters, and instead of seeking vengeance, you think only of running away. Do you realize that as the mayor's son, your cowardice will incite panic among the townsfolk? Father, please, I implore you, do not send me to fight the monsters. They will surely kill me. I am your only son, right? If I die, our family line will come to an end. Grandfather would be furious if he were still alive. How dare you mention your grandfather? Dana, filled with exasperation, kicked his son hard. Lock him up in the dungeon. No one is to let him out without my command. As he watched his son being taken away by the guards, Dana slammed his fist onto the coffee table, shattering the glass and cutting his hand, yet he felt no pain. How could the proud Wilson family of the St. Russ Kingdom, once the lion of the realm, produce such a worthless offspring? At that moment, his secretary approached, tending to his wounds. Lord Dana, it is understandable that Luke bears psychological scars from that incident. After all, anyone witnessing their mother being torn apart by monsters would likely be haunted by nightmares for a lifetime. Hearing this, Dana calmed down, guilt washing over him. Alas, it is my fault that I was so focused on exterminating the monsters that I failed to protect my family. If I had not saved Luke in the end, I would have lived with this guilt for eternity. The secretary gently wrapped her arms around him. That it is all right. No one will blame you. Dana closed his eyes, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. 10 minutes later, he pulled away from her embrace. Is there any new information regarding the monsters in Ronin Town? The secretary picked up a report from the table and handed it to him. I was just about to report that Vice Captain Nilu has already led a team to investigate. The monsters are not particularly aggressive, merely lingering around the site of Ronin Town, only reacting when approached. Additionally, sir, Vice Captain's report mentioned that among the monsters, there appeared to be a man wearing monocles. However, there were too many monsters for her to get closer to a man with monocles. That is indeed a lead. Is she certain it was a human and not a trick of the light? Absolutely. The Vice Captain Nilu possesses a unique skill that allows her to see clearly from hundreds of meters away. Dana fell into deep contemplation. A man with monocles. His mind struggled to recall anyone fitting that description. Never mind that for now. We shall mobilize all paladins today to eradicate those monsters swiftly. The rumors have been escalating, and if we do not act soon, panic will spread throughout the entire kingdom. Understood. I will relay your orders to Vice Captain Nilu immediately. The secretary nodded, her demeanor composed. Very well. You may leave now that I need to rest for a moment. Dana rubbed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. Of course. As the door closed behind her, it became clear why the order was directed to the vice captain. The captain was none other than Luke, who was now so frightened by the mention of monsters that he was unlikely to lead a charge, likely fleeing at the first sign of danger. After the secretary left the mayor's office, she headed straight to the paladin headquarters to convey the mayor's orders to Vice Captain Nilu, then turned to depart. Unnoticed, a flicker of crimson glinted in her eyes, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. That afternoon, Nilu prepared the paladin squad. Paladins, are you ready to join me in exterminating the monsters? Clad in armor, her sword resting against her chest. She faced 200 fully armed paladins, each of whom was at least a mid-level knight. "We are ready, Vice Captain." There was no need for extensive pre-battle motivation. This seasoned squad of paladins had been trained for this purpose since childhood. Their education and daily training were solely to eradicate monsters, nothing more. Nothing less. Let us move out. With Nilu's command, the 200 paladins mounted their steeds in unison, leaving the city gates without hesitation or sound, galloping towards Ronin town. The residents of Ulan City watched their retreating figures. Feeling a sense of relief, with so many paladins deployed, the monsters will surely be vanquished soon. The last rays of twilight disappeared beyond the horizon. Vice Captain, are you still unwilling to surrender? A figure stood amidst the pools of blood. Cough, cough. No, I will not surrender. If you dare, kill me. Saliva was halted just before it could touch the man's glasses by an unseen barrier. Come now, let us not be rude. I am merely being sincere. As the camera panned out, hundreds of corpses lay scattered in the blood-soaked ground. A handsome man wearing monocles held Nilu's neck with one hand, his grip tightening slightly, causing her to struggle for breath. After 30 agonizing seconds, he finally relaxed his hold. Even if you are quite spirited, you should consider your subordinates. With that, he beckoned, and a paladin floated beside Nilu. You have 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, I shall sever one of his hands. If you do not surrender, after another 3 seconds, I shall sever the other hand. The opportunity is fleeting, Vice Captain. Do not let hesitation bring harm to your subordinate. Looking at the handsome, yet cruel man, Nilu felt an instinctive terror. A smiling tiger. No, more accurately, a smiling demon. Vice Captain, we cannot surrender. Even if it means death, we shall never yield to monsters. Is that not the first lesson we learned upon entering the Royal Knight Academy? Indeed, we are knights. How can we bow to monsters? The moment Nilu's resolve wavered, she quickly regained her composure. 3 seconds are up, the man said with an elegant smile. Swish, an arm fell from the air, splattering blood across the ground. 3 seconds. Damn you, monster, I will never yield to you. Nilu shouted with all her might. Ha! Such a loyal knight. Excellent. I admire your resolve. Swish. The knight let out a horrified scream before his head drooped. This time, not just an arm fell but 2 legs as well. The knight was reduced to a state of unconsciousness from the excruciating pain. You beast. The man extended a finger, gently silencing her. No, Vice Captain. The reason he is suffering is entirely due to your indecision. Upon hearing this, Nilu's eyes went blank. Did I cause him to endure such pain? Finally wavering. Are we? How difficult it must have been. The man's eyes glowed red, penetrating Nilu's gaze. Slap. She was thrown to the ground, blood splattering. In the next moment, her eyes turned crimson. Master, such a good girl. The man gently patted her head before pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his hands. Simply killing back and forth is rather dull. He stretched out his arms under the moonlight, and thus it became amusing. As far as the eye could see, the desolate expanse of the demon realm lay before him. Zhou Hai stumbled along the ground, having just endured a fierce sandstorm, burying himself beneath the earth with the aid of the soil element to survive. Fortunately, due to the world tree's ability to anchor itself to the land, he could extract oxygen from the depths, thereby avoiding suffocation. This marked the 5th day since his arrival in the demon realm. Of course, this was merely an estimation. Along the way, Zhou Hai encountered numerous demons, all of whom, without exception, sought to devour him. However, he was now entirely unafraid of magical harm. So when faced with danger, he unleashed a fiery explosion of the fire element. A dark elemental explosion. A watery explosion. One move suffices to conquer all. This demon realm was truly a wretched place, infested with demons, many of which were poisonous or grotesque, rendering them inedible. He lamented, no wonder the demons wished to invade the human world. One could hardly blame them. Grumble, grumble. His stomach protested once more. Where, oh where, might there be edible demons? Come forth. Perhaps he was the first human in this world to chase after demons in search of food. A unique endeavor indeed. Yet, fortune favored the diligent. After walking for another half-hour, he surprisingly spotted some houses in the distance. Wait, could it be that he had become delirious from hunger and was imagining things? Zhou Hai had never heard of demons constructing houses, although he had seen a castle a few days prior. He slapped himself as a form of self-punishment. Demons, demons, here I come, food. Zhou Hai sang his self-composed tune as he hurried towards the distant structures. Knock, knocked out. Is anyone there? Is anyone home? If not, I shall enter. Zhou Hai grinned foolishly as he pushed the door open. Oh, a child? Wait, why does she have horns on her head? Staring at the horned human before him, Zhou Hai was taken aback. Were there truly demons that looked like this? Who are you? The little girl timidly inquired. She spoke the human language? This was the second time Zhou Hai had encountered a talking demon since arriving in the demon realm, the first being the deer-legged demon from that castle. Yet, it was evident that the one before him was, well, a weakling, even weaker than himself. Zhou Hai crouched down, assuming what he believed to be a friendly expression. Hello, little sister, my name is Zhou Hai. What is yours? Ah, in the next moment, a cup flew towards him. Smack. Zhou Hai had not anticipated an attack and was sent tumbling backward. Such a young age, yet lacking in martial ethics. Little did he know that his self-proclaimed amiable expression appeared to others as that of a creepy stranger luring children. Ouch, my head hurts. Zhou Hai instinctively rubbed his forehead. Hiss. Unfortunately, his touch landed on a wound, and he sat up abruptly. After a few moments, he recalled that he had been knocked unconscious by a girl who resembled a human. Surveying the surroundings, he found himself in a simply furnished room. Was this the little girl's chamber? Shaking his still-dazed head, Zhou Hai threw off the covers and stood up. He opened the door and peered outside, finding no danger as he had imagined. The living room was empty. Where had the little girl gone? Could it be that she knocked me out in fear of me calling for help and then fled? What a lawless villain, indeed. Rubbing his stomach, Zhou Hai made his way to the kitchen. Searching around and unexpectedly discovering a dumpling of unknown origin and some sticky porridge. Upon seeing bugs floating in the porridge, his rationality overcame hunger, and he opted to eat the dumpling instead. Although its flavor was far from delightful, at least its appearance was tolerable. Having filled his belly, Zhou Hai found himself with enough leisure to observe the differences between this room and those in the human world. The furnishings were sparse, and the space felt empty. However, numerous beams supported the ceiling, likely for stability. After all, the weather in the demon realm was harsh. In just 5 days, he had already experienced 2 sandstorms and 1 crimson tide. The so-called crimson tide was a swirling mist of red, with temperatures soaring to 500 or 600 degrees, sufficient to roast a person alive. Just as he pondered why demons would build houses, the front door swung open. Oh, their eyes met, both parties taken aback. Why, you're awake. The little girl appeared as timid as ever, clutching a purple basket in her hands. I am so sorry. I was just too scared yesterday and accidentally hurt you. She lowered her head, looking embarrassed. Seeing her sincere apology, Zhou Hai felt reluctant to press her further and waved his hand dismissively. It's all right. I am magnanimous and will not hold it against you. Big brother, I'll make you something delicious. With that, she scampered off to the kitchen, basket in hand. Zhou Hai's eyes brightened. Delicious food. He tiptoed to the kitchen doorway, peeking inside to see the once shy little girl expertly extracting a long snake from the basket. Smack! With a few swift cuts, the snake was transformed into a dish, and the pieces placed in the moving basket. Before long, it had morphed into a die. It was called a die because it was square with 6 faces. And on one of the faces facing Zhou Hai were 2 shiny black dots. 2 dots. I swear. Remove the basket? Wrong guess. Ugh, I must have eaten too many poisonous mushrooms. Indeed, one cannot eat just anything in the demon realm. Zhou Hai retreated, preferring not to see any more. He returned to his room and lay down comfortably for a while. Big brother, the food is ready. The little girl opened the door cautiously, peeking her head through the crack. Looking at Zhou Hai. So cute. Wait, what am I thinking? He banished the impure thoughts from his mind. I'm coming. Following the little girl to the living room, 2 bowls of soup were placed on a wooden table. Alongside 2 dumplings that Zhou Hai had previously pilfered, he sat at the table, lifted his bowl, and was just about to sip the soup when a snake head bobbed to the surface. He gaped at the little girl in disbelief. Oh, you not like to eat? She asked softly, her head partially hidden behind the bowl. Well, I'll stick to the dumpling. Zhou Hai picked up a dumpling and took a big bite. The little girl's eyes lit up. Oh, so you like the bug egg dumplings? Ugh. 10 minutes later, Zhou Hai stumbled out of the bathroom, reflecting on whether the round object he had expelled was indeed a gallstone. After taking 2 steps, he felt his legs give way and collapsed to the ground. Just end me. Spare me the torment. Zhou Hai looked despairingly at the little girl. I'm so sorry. I thought you really liked bugs. Stop. Do not utter that name. Zhou Hai hastily interrupted her, rolling onto his back and gazing at the ceiling. What is your name? Name? What is a name? The little girl blinked in confusion. It means, how should I call you? After pondering for a moment, the little girl furrowed her brow. Silly girl. Silly girl? Yes, everyone calls me that. It must be the name you mean. She nodded vigorously. All right. Are there any others like you in this world? Zhou Hai hesitated to label her a demon, yet the little girl appeared unfazed, clearly aware of her identity. In this village, all are my kin. They all look like me. The little girl spoke with increasing fluency, evidently growing more comfortable with Zhou Hai. Oh, all the villagers live as demons? No, the other kin have families, but I do not have a father or mother, so I live alone. As Zhou Hai observed the little girl calmly recounting her situation. He raised an eyebrow. So, this demon is a left-behind child. Where have your parents gone? They were taken away by Lord Crimson Eye a long time ago. Lord Crimson Eye? Yes, he is the most powerful demon here. The village elder said he is called a demon lord. The mention of the demon lord sent chills down Zhou Hai's spine. He had read about demon lords in history books, noting that for thousands of years, humanity had suffered countless massacres at their hands. Created by the demon king, they possessed the mightiest power beneath him. It was said that during the invasion of St. Rui's kingdom over a decade ago, a single demon lord had opposed the entire kingdom alone. Why did he take your parents? Zhou Hai inquired, curiosity piqued. Why? I do not know. When my parents left, they only told me to listen to the village brothers and sisters. It seemed there were hidden secrets within this tale. How many people live in your village? The little girl bit her nails, pondering for a few seconds. Sister Zhou, Sister Shangu, Brother Yingui, and Xing. Stop, stop, stop. Zhou Hai hastily waved his hand to interrupt her. No need to count. I have a rough idea of how many there are. Oh, the little girl nodded slightly and continued to immerse herself in her porridge. I won't drink anymore. You can have this bowl. Zhou Hai pushed the bowl towards her. Really? Seemingly afraid that Zhou Hai would change his mind, the little girl immediately cradled the bowl close to her chest, backing out. Zhou Hai, watching the little girl devour her food. He fell into deep thought. Crimson-eyed adult, a demon, perhaps, a golden-armored troop marched across the desolate plain towards a specific direction. How much farther? Back to the great armored lord. There is still an hour's journey to Jiao Gui village. Very well. I hope the offerings at Jiao Gui village will provide ample entertainment for the crimson-eyed lord. A 3-meter-tall armored general sat atop a wooden cart, carried forward by 12 golden-armored soldiers. Following behind were over 20 golden-armored troops, heading towards the village where Zhou Hai resided. Fool, let me give you a name. Calling you silly girl feels rather odd. Really? The little girl looked at Zhou Hai with wide-eyed surprise. Let me think. What do you like the most? The little girl's eyes spun around as she seriously contemplated for a moment. What I like most is eating. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai frowned deeply. Closing his eyes tightly. Got it. His eyes suddenly brightened. He pulled a bug out of his pocket, squeezing it hard, purple juice oozing out. Zhou Hai picked up his chopsticks, dipped them in the juice, and wrote 2 characters on the ground. These 2 characters, pronounced Tunton, meant to eat heartily. What do you think? Do you like it? The little girl squatted beside Zhou Hai, constantly adjusting her position to look at the 2 characters, upon hearing the meaning of the name. Her brows lifted in delight. I love eating heartily. I like Tunton. Tunton, Tunton. Seeing her satisfaction, Zhou Hai sighed in relief. Suddenly, the little girl ran in front of him. Tunton likes this name. Tunton also likes Big Brother. Uffed. Gazing at the innocent smile on her rosy cheeks, Zhou Hai felt a stir in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to stabilize his emotions. As long as you like it. As long as you like it, such a cute child at such a young age. What will she be like in the future? Fortunately, our country has a complete set of penal laws, and he quickly regained his composure. Tunton. What is it? Big Brother, in your village, besides that snake meat porridge and bug egg dumplings, are there any other edible items? It was not that Zhou Hai was greedy. He simply hadn't eaten anything normal recently. And just now he had even vomited everything in his stomach. After a moment's thought, Tunton nodded earnestly. Yes, Sister Shangu makes cuttlefish dishes. Sister Zhou makes rice buggrass cakes. Also, the crab eye soup made by Sister Swagaway is particularly delicious. Zhou Hai gently rubbed his forehead and ultimately chose the most normal-sounding food from the list. Tunton, could you kindly ask your Sister Shangu for a serving of cuttlefish dish? No problem. Sister Shangu is the nicest. She often makes it for me. All right, about face. March and step. Destination. Sister Shangu's house. Damn it. Zhou Hai face-bombed. It's madam, not damn. 10 minutes later, Tunton returned with a woman. Like Tunton, she had a horn on her head, but it was longer and larger. Upon opening the door, "Hey, silly girl, who is this withered corpse?" In front of the large and small figures stood a gaunt, skeletal figure sprawled on the ground. "Give me food. I want to eat." A talking corpse. Sister Shangu was taken aback, while Tunton rushed over to help the corpse up. Big brother, are you all right?" The corpse lifted its eyelids weakly and said, "Tunton, I want rice." Tunton hurriedly handed over the plate of food. "Here you go, big brother." In the next moment, the corpse swiftly grabbed the plate. Finally, food. After a whirlwind of activity, a handsome young man with black hair appeared at the table. "What happened to the corpse just now?" Sister Shanga stuffed her mouth with food, her cheeks bulging. Zhou Hai scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Hee, sorry about that. I was just too hungry." He stepped forward, intending to kiss Sister Shangu's hand. "Thank you for your generous hospitality. Even the smallest kindness should be repaid in kind. I am willing to offer myself in gratitude." Bang! Zhou Hai saw stars, blood streaming from his nose as he fell backward. "Hey, haha, what a fragrant fist." Sister Shangu frowned at Tunton. "Silly girl, who is this person?" "Sister Shangu, this big brother is a good person. I accidentally knocked him out yesterday, so I wanted to make him something delicious today, but at this moment." Zhou Hai sprang up like a cockroach. "This beautiful Miss Shangu, Tunton is right. I am just an ordinary handsome guy, purely seeking a meal." Bang! The female ghost interjected. "Men should not interrupt when women are speaking." Suddenly, she realized, "Wait, silly girl, you have a name now." "Yes, it's the big brother who named me, Tunton, which means eating heartily. I really like it," Tunton said happily, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Sister Shanga squinted her eyes and turned to Zhou Hai, who had just gotten back on his feet. "Human, you dare come to the demon realm and give the silly girl a name?" Seeing the flames igniting in her eyes, Zhou Hai quickly knelt on the ground. "Miss Shangu, I was wrong." Sister Shangu gritted her teeth and enunciated each word. "Do you know that in the Jiao Gui clan, having a name signifies adulthood and one may be captured as a sacrifice?" Zhou Hai was taken aback. He had only heard Tunton mention that everyone else had names, and she had neither parents nor a name, and he had pitied her and given her one. "Miss Shangu, I swear, I truly did not know." Zhou Hai raised 4 fingers in a gesture of innocence. "Sister Shangu, don't blame big brother. It was I who wanted a name. Everyone in the village has a name. But I do not." Tunton looked at Sister Shangu with big, round eyes, pleadingly. "You." The originally clenched fist reluctantly loosened. She took a few steps back and sat down in a chair, gazing at Zhou Hai, who knelt obediently before her. "Now tell me, how did a human like you end up in the demon realm?" Sister Shangu could see at a glance that I was human, truly a fairy of the demon realm. Possessing the wisdom to discern pigs, I am filled with admiration. Bang! The leg of the nearby stool shattered instantly. "Keep talking sweetly, and next time I'll kick your eggs." Zhou Hai tightened his legs and immediately adopted a serious expression. "Back to Miss Shangu. I originally lived by the street in Cocky Town. My family had a house and fields, living a carefree life. Who would have thought that the wretched church, with its despotism, colluded with the town mayor and city guards, seizing my home and land? My parents confronted them, and our fields were reduced to ashes." Sister Shangu and Tunton listened, their necks instinctively bobbing up and down. "I managed to survive, but alas, my home and fields are gone. This enmity cannot go unpunished. In order to seek revenge, I had no choice but to venture into the demon realm for opportunities. While diligently traveling and praying to the gods, vowing to train my body, overthrow the church when my resolve is firm, and from then on, the church's compilation shall accompany me. I will remember this grudge for eternity." As he recited this, Zhou Hai took out a book titled Elementary Magic, and indeed, in the lower right corner, it bore the inscription compiled by the church, "Unforgivable." At this moment, Tunton's face was filled with tears. "Sister Shangu, big brother is so pitiful. Let us help him." Tunton tugged at Sister Shangu's sleeve, choked with emotion. Sister Shangu's lips twitched, her fist tightening once more, trembling. "Silly girl, if you stop me, I fear I might end up killing him." "Sister Shangu, please don't. Big brother is truly a good person. He means no harm." Sister Shangu closed her eyes, forcibly suppressing her murderous intent. "Human, I do not care how you came to the demon realm, nor why you came to our village. I warn you, do not bring us trouble, or I will not hesitate to end your life." Hee. Understood. I am the most honest person. How could I cause trouble?" Zhou Hai wore an innocent smile. "You better mean it. Foolish girl, you must hasten to send this human away. Otherwise, one day he will bring calamity upon our village." "Very well, Sister Shangu. Tunten lowered her head. Feeling aggrieved, as she picked at her fingers, Zhou Hai gazed at Shanggu's departing figure, his smile fading. Although Shanggu appeared formidable on the surface, he discerned the countless burdens she carried behind her. Is that Sister Shanggu your village's leader? Indeed, everyone listens to Sister Shanggu. She is the mightiest spirit in our village. During his previous conversation with Tunten, Zhou Hai had learned that the inhabitants of this village were her kin, long ago. A powerful demon had intermingled with humans, giving rise to this lineage, which had been passed down to the present day. In everyday appearances, aside from their horns, they were indistinguishable from humans. It seems your village is not entirely peaceful. Is it? Zhou Hai remarked meaningfully, gazing out at the blood-red sky. Not peaceful? What do you mean? Haha, it's nothing. I was merely speaking whimsically. Now, dear elder brother, please regale me with tales from the human world. I adore listening to them. All right, this time, I shall tell you a story about 7 playful youths and the princess of the White Hollow. Yay, yay, outside the Horned Spirit village, sir, ahead lies the territory of the Horned Spirits. Humph, how shameful it is for a demon to reside in such grotesque structures, akin to those despicable humans. Proceed, for I wish to witness what is so special about this Horned Spirit clan. Yes, sir, General Jujia, in the office of the mayor of Ulan City. Mayor, it is terrible news. The Holy Knight Brigade has been completely annihilated. Upon hearing his secretary's words, Dana's expression turned incredulous. Are you speaking the truth? The secretary, tears brimming in her eyes, nodded sorrowfully. Mayor, out of 200, only the vice-captain Nilu managed to escape. All the other knights are lost. It is over. Everything is over. How can I report this to His Majesty the King? Dana felt an immediate loss of strength, collapsing into his chair. No, I must organize adventurers to exterminate the monsters before they draw near. Ulan City cannot fall under my watch, true to his lineage as the head of the Wilson family. Dana swiftly regained his composure from his daze. Via, inform the president of the Adventurers Guild. Summon all adventurers he can rally to the training ground in 10 minutes that I must deliver a speech as the president. Huh? Did you hear me? Via? Dana called out again, not receiving a response. Mayor, there is no need for a speech. The door swung open, revealing Nilu. Nilu, you were severely injured. How can you move so soon? And what do you mean by your earlier words? Dana sensed something was amiss, retreating slightly. A red glimmer ignited in Nilu's eyes. What I mean is, Mayor, you will not have the chance to see anyone else again. Nilu, Via, what is happening to you? Dana shouted as the 2 most familiar figures approached him. Their eyes glowing with the same crimson light, causing his complexion to shift dramatically. It is mind magic. You are quite perceptive for a human. Who? Hearing the unfamiliar male voice behind him, Dana swiftly turned. Single lens glasses, you are the person mentioned in Nilu's report. I must admit, Mayor, you are indeed clever. However, it is unfortunate that I abhor intelligent individuals. Clever people tend to be selfish. In the next moment, the man waved his hand, and Dana was lifted into the air. I apologize, but I dislike you, so you need not retain your self-awareness. The man locked eyes with Dana as a beam of red light shot through the single-lens glasses and into Dana's eyes. Indeed, erasing self-awareness is far simpler. However, I prefer toys with thoughts. When Dana returned to the ground, his eyes had lost their luster. Come, my dear mayor, let us go meet the president of this city. The man controlled Dana's body, leading him outside. Coffee from the Libina Kingdom. As he passed the desk, he picked up the untouched coffee on the mayor's table and inhaled its aroma. The familiar scent. He guided Dana forward while leisurely tasting the coffee. With Nilu and Via closely trailing behind, the surrounding employees, witnessing this peculiar scene, hastily made way. The man's lips curled into a smirk. In Xia City, your lord has returned. Meanwhile, outside Vini City, the monster army was still nowhere in sight. Breesis, Wilfer, President, have we been forgotten? At the Horned Spirit village, boom, with a resounding crash, the houses in the village trembled noticeably. The noise was made by General Jujia, who leaped down from his wooden carriage at the village entrance. Where is the leader of the Horned Spirit clan? Come forth to pay your respects. His thunderous voice echoed throughout the village. Shortly after, numerous villagers cautiously opened their doors a crack, peering outside. Upon seeing the dozens of golden-armored soldiers and the towering figure of General Jujia, their expressions turned to fear, and they quickly shut their doors. Where are they? Just as General Jujia was about to explode with rage, a female spirit emerged from a house, approaching the group with an expressionless face and bowing her head. General, I am the leader of the Horned Spirit clan, and my name is Shanggu. The general scrutinized the female spirit before him. Shanggu is quite lovely indeed, as Lord Qian mentioned. The Horned Spirit clan bears a striking resemblance to humans. Save for the horns upon their heads, Shanggu disregarded the idle chatter and inquired, General, may I ask what brings you to Horned Spirit Village on such important business? The general's expression shifted slightly, his eyes narrowing. Are you implying that if there is no important matter, your clan is unwelcoming to me? You misunderstand, General, that I merely wish to save you time, Shanggu responded, maintaining her composure. Very well, very well. Since you are so considerate, I shall speak plainly. Lord Qian has stated that the time for tribute has arrived, and I have come to ensure your cooperation. Upon hearing this, Shanggu's expression darkened, her teeth clenched tightly. General, we submitted 2 tributes just half a year ago. There is still half a year until the next submission. You must have misremembered. Did I misremember? General Jujia waved his hand. Soldier number 1, one of the golden-armored soldiers, stepped forward in response. Yes, sir. Tell the clan leader whether I misremembered. Yes. The soldier approached Shanggu, looking down at her as he spoke. Lord Qian has commanded that the last tribute your village submitted was insufficiently entertaining, and I grew displeased as it perished within a month. Therefore, your village must submit 2 more tributes. Those are Lord Qian's exact words. Please do not make things difficult for us messengers. The general laughed heartily. Difficult? Shanggu bit her lip, her voice barely a whisper. For years, the Qian demon has taken 2 of our clan members annually. Now, less than half a year has passed, and they demand more. Do they wish for our clan to be utterly extinguished? Enough, clan leader. Do not waste time. Promptly deliver the 2 tributes so we can return and report. What if I refuse? Shanggu raised her head, glaring fiercely at the imposing figure before her, flames of fury nearly bursting forth from her eyes. General Jujia laughed boisterously. Clan leader, do not jest with me. Delivering tributes is a minor matter. However, if Lord Qian were to take offense and come personally to your village, that would be a serious issue. Surely, you do not wish for your kin to be slaughtered. Endure. I shall endure. Shanggu silently clenched her fists, and after a moment, she reluctantly relaxed them, casting a glance back at her kin in the village. They were the last embers of their lineage, and she could not allow a moment of rashness to lead to grave mistakes. Very well, I shall summon my kin. The clan leader is wise. There is an old saying among humans. Those who know how to adapt are the true talents. You are indeed a true talent. Hearing the beast's mockery, Shanggu remained expressionless, closing her eyes as the long horns atop her head resonated, emitting imperceptible ripples. Soon after, most doors in the village swung open, and one by one, the horned members of the Horned Spirit clan emerged from their homes, gathering in the center of the village. Sir, the adult members of the clan are all here. Please make your selection. As the mountain spirit uttered these words, the tribespeople in the square tightly shut their eyes, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, aware that any one of them could be chosen at any moment. Yet, for the survival of the entire clan, they could only endure. Wait, Chief, how is it that I perceive there is still one adult member of the tribe who has not emerged? The mountain spirit's expression grew serious. Everyone is present. The remaining tribe members are merely nameless children. Then what of that house? General Jujia pointed towards a dwelling. The mountain spirit inwardly cursed, for within that house resided Tunton. Bring her out. But, sir, that tribe member has not yet reached adulthood. According to our customs, she cannot be offered as a sacrifice. The mountain spirit hastily obstructed his line of sight. Get out of the way. General Jujia swung his hand, sending the mountain spirit flying. Boom! She hurtled towards a house, crashing through the wall and becoming buried beneath the debris. Shameless wretch, fetch that little horned demon from within. Yes, several golden-armored soldiers swiftly surrounded the house. Kicking the door open, a golden-armored soldier rushed inside. All the Horned tribe members knew that the one residing in that house was a foolish girl whose parents had only just been sent off as sacrifices. The poor child. However, more than 10 seconds passed, and that golden-armored soldier had yet to emerge. General Jujia furrowed his brow. Why the delay? All of you. Go in and see what is happening. Yes, a group of golden-armored soldiers rushed into the house. You fire elemental sprite, I'll spray you with this salt soda. shove stinky socks in your mouth, and put yesterday's worn underwear on your head. I'm clad in golden armor, so come and fight my father if you dare. The water elemental sprite is inherently introverted. The feculent yellow gold elemental sprite, strange incantations never before heard, echoed from within the house. The next moment, boom, fierce flames burst through the windows, crash. A surging tidal wave shattered the golden armored soldiers. Thud. A 1,000-pound iron wall came crashing down. The house was obliterated by the rampant magic, and the golden armored soldiers fell from the sky, none surviving. All eyes in attendance stared in shock at the ruins. As dust settled, amidst the wreckage, a black-haired youth stood protectively in front of a little girl with small horns atop her head. With one hand, he brushed back his hair, gazing skyward with a sigh. Ah, finally, it's my time to shine. Ah, is it finally my turn to make an entrance? Zhou Hai dramatically flicked his hair and smiled at the opposite side. Big brother, why are your pants on fire? Huh? My pants? Zhou Hai looked down to find a small flame creeping up his trousers. Thanks to his body's immunity to magic, he hadn't even felt it. Holy cow. Zhou Hai hurriedly extinguished the flames. But by that time, the fire had already reached halfway up his thigh. Crack. The magical creatures gaped in astonishment, stunned into silence. Heh, I merely passed by. Continue on. He covered his lower half and turned to hide behind Tunton. At that moment, everyone present began to react. A human has appeared in the demon realm and has killed 5 of my golden armored soldiers. General Zhu Hai angrily stomped the ground, causing the earth near Zhou Hai and Tunton to tremble. In the blink of an eye, a dirt dragon surged forth. This hulking figure could wield earth elemental magic. Zhou Hai quickly pulled Tunton aside, narrowly avoiding attack after attack from the dirt dragon. Human, don't run, stand still. I will take you back to Lord Red Eye for punishment. The dirt dragon, controlled by General Zhu Hai, relentlessly pursued Zhou Hai that if you use a dirt dragon, then I shall counter with earth magic as well. Earth shield. Zhou Hai stood firm, and a massive wall rose from the ground, colliding with the dirt dragon. Boom. The wall held for merely 2 or 3 seconds before being shattered by the dragon's assault. Zhou Hai's expression changed. He had underestimated the situation. Haha, a mere human thinks to block me with magic. How laughable. Is that so? Then behold this. 100 earth shields. In an instant, 100 giant walls rose from the ground, encircling the dirt dragon. Sounds of collision echoed from within the walls, yet the dragon did not break free, evidently trapped. Despicable human, you have managed to confine my dirt dragon, but what of it? Can you withstand my strike? As he spoke, General Zhu Hai charged towards Zhou Hai, wielding a massive wolf-tooth club. Just as the club was about to descend, bang! Zhou Hai halted, turning to see a giant nearly 3 meters tall, muscles bulging, veins on her arms resembling serpents, blocking General Zhu Hai's path to, oh no, she has a long horn. It must be a giant demon. Its sister mountain spirit, Tunton exclaimed excitedly from Zhou Hai's arms. Zhou Hai was astonished. This muscular giant, with arms as thick as her waist, was none other than the stunningly beautiful sister mountain spirit. Big brother, this is a trait of our horned tribe. When particularly enraged, we transform like this. Tunton explained, clearing Zhou Hai's confusion. I see. So, Tunton, would you also transform if you were angry? I don't know. Sister mountain spirit said I'm a glutton, and as long as there's food, I'll never be angry. Zhou Hai secretly sighed in relief, unable to imagine how distressing it would be if such a lovely little girl transformed into that fearsome form. Big brother, that's so mean. Even if I've become a bit stronger, I am still a complete little lowly. Who's shoving this image into my mind? Uncle with the notebook, do you now admit this is your brain? After a brief interlude, Zhou Hai turned his attention back to the battlefield. General Zhu Hai was now swinging his wolf-tooth club, relentlessly striking the giant demon, who raised her arms in defense, blood pouring from the blows. Haha. I've long heard that horned tribe members can transform when angry. I wish to witness it, but I did not expect you to be so weak after transforming. General Zhu Hai's taunts infuriated the giant demon, causing her to grow even larger, surpassing 3 meters. It was indeed the mountain spirit. Her voice as familiar as ever. The giant demon swung a powerful fist at General Zhu Hai. Though he blocked with his wolf-tooth club, he was still sent flying, unable to rise again as the giant demon continued to pummel him with punch after punch. Countless blows struck the helmet, the sheer force of which could rattle one's brain. Meanwhile, the golden armored soldiers, witnessing their leader faltering, instinctively began to retreat. These beasts are fleeing. They must not return alive to report. A tribe member shouted, prompting others to quickly surround the retreating soldiers. We are Lord Red Eye's guard. To dare act against us is a grave disrespect. Do you wish to be bloodily slaughtered? One golden-armored soldier, who had been standing beside General Zhou Hai, spoke while retreating. The Horn tribe members, initially hesitant, turned their eyes red upon hearing his words. That it is you beasts who slaughtered my family last time. I can no longer endure this. All of you shall perish, a female demon shouted, and in the next moment, her body began to swell. What is the worst that could happen? I have endured for too long. More and more horned demons transformed, surrounding the golden-armored soldiers. Years of oppression culminated in an explosive uprising, and countless horned demons charged towards the golden-armored soldiers, crushing them beneath their might. No, we were merely running errands for Lord Red Eye. Spare us. No one paid heed to their pleas. Minutes later, the golden-armored soldiers were pounded into the ground, lifeless, while the battle on Mountain Spirit's side neared its conclusion. At this moment, General Zhou Hai had endured hundreds of punches, his movement sluggish, while the Mountain Spirit showed no signs of fatigue, her fist still powerful. No, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Hearing General Zhou Hai's pleas, the Mountain Spirit gradually ceased her assault. Thank you. I promise I will never return. Thank you. He stammered as he attempted to rise. Did I ever say I would let you go? The Mountain Spirit coldly replied. She then raised her massive club, and before all the tribe members' eyes, sizzle, Zhou Hai, a moment too slow, quickly covered Tuntun's eyes. As the Mountain Spirit exerted her strength, General Zhou Hai's screams filled the air. Stop, stop. In the next moment, his body was torn in two. The armor severed cleanly, falling to the ground. No blood. Zhou Hai beheld the body of the other, torn asunder, yet curiously devoid of any blood. He instructed Tun Tun to remain in place before approaching the scene himself. Mountain Ghost Miss, I harbor no ill intentions. May I have the privilege of examining his corpse? The Mountain Ghost turned her gaze towards this bothersome human, resenting his presence which had compelled her to resist. Though she was overwhelmed with a desire to rend him apart, a glance at the distant Tun Tun tempered her fury. Very well. Even without this human, under the oppressive gaze of the red-eyed demon, we would inevitably succumb to rebellion. Submission is merely a temporary reprieve. The Mountain Ghost stepped aside, allowing Zhou Hai to approach the corpse of the armored general, where he was astonished to discover sparking electronic circuits. Is it a robot? What is a robot? The Mountain Ghost suddenly intruded, her face mere centimeters from his. How beautiful! Zhou Hai hastily averted his gaze. Why are you suddenly turning away? Am I frightening? She furrowed her brow. It's nothing. There was a nuclear explosion over there. I was just checking it out. The cunning human was utterly perplexing. Zhou Hai leaned closer to examine the robot structure, which was astonishingly simplistic, comprising only basic circuits and mechanical parts. Even less complex than the televisions of his former life. How curious. With such a rudimentary design, how does it move and even speak? At that moment, the Mountain Ghost's ears perked up, and she swiftly grabbed a spiked club, smashing it against the helmet of the armored figure. Bang! The helmet was sent flying, revealing its interior. Oh, that's how it is. Zhou Hai scrambled closer, discovering a small control panel nestled within, surrounded by a sticky substance. Still pretending to be dead, are we? Zhou Hai picked up a piece of grass and poked the gooey mass. That hurts. A scream emanated from the armor's chest, and the substance began to quiver. Don't poke me. I won't pretend to be dead anymore. Very well. I will ask, and you shall answer. What are you? I am the Sawtooth Monster. I serve the Lord of the Red Eyes. At this juncture, the Mountain Ghost interjected. Nonsense. The Sawtooth Monster stands 2 meters tall and possesses a body. How could you be this hideous lump of mud? My lord, I speak no lies. I truly am a Sawtooth Monster. Continue. Share all that you know. Zhou Hai threatened, placing the grass beside the mast. I will tell everything. I was once a Sawtooth Monster. On that fateful day, the Lord of the Red Eyes arrived in our territory, claiming to conduct some experiment. I was taken to his underground laboratory, where he removed my brain and placed it inside this robot. I had no choice. If I defied the Lord of the Red Eyes, this body would electrocute me. It was unbearable. I could not endure it. Then how does this simple body move? The Lord of the Red Eyes used magic to connect the machinery within this body, allowing me to control it freely from the helmet. Now it makes sense, Zhou Hai mused. enlightened by the arcane applications of magic from another world. So, esteemed lords, no, parents, please spare me. I promise I will not trouble you again. The mountain ghost's face flushed. Who are your parents? She inadvertently glanced at Zhou Hai. Although this human was quite bothersome, he did possess a modicum of charm. What shall we do with this lump of mud? Zhou Hai regarded it with a dispassionate tone. Since he is so pitiable. Yes, yes. Pity me, spare me. The excited voice emanated from the armor. However, Zhou Hai's next words shattered its hope. Since he is so unfortunate and in such pain, let us grant him release. As soon as the words left his mouth, the spiked club descended, and the already pitiful mass was utterly reduced to mush by the mountain ghost. She exhaled, as if shedding an immense burden, collapsing onto the ground. What are your plans? Zhou Hai inquired. How can you ask? Were it not for you, we would not have so quickly offended the red eyes. Zhou Hai candidly replied. I suspect this was the outcome you desired all along. The mountain ghost paused, her expression filled with resignation. Cunning human, you see through me that I believe that from the moment you became the chieftain, you contemplated opposing the red eyes. However, due to the survival of our kin, you hesitated to make a choice that I must admit. You are the most astute human I have ever encountered. She turned to Zhou Hai, her face devoid of its usual cold facade. Zhou Hai shrugged nonchalantly. And the most shameless I have ever met. That cut deep, old ghost. After her remarks, Zhou Hai feigned a heartbroken gesture. The Lord of the Red Eyes will soon dispatch his apostles to cleanse the village. What about you? When do you plan to leave? Leave? Why would I leave? Zhou Hai queried, bewildered. The demon apostles are coming. Our safety is not guaranteed, and no ghost will care for you. Zhou Hai chuckled softly. Oh, they are merely apostles. How formidable can they be? The mountain ghost replied earnestly. They can defeat 5 of me. Mountain ghost miss, I find it exceedingly difficult to part with you. I long to spend my days in your company. Alas, my family has arranged a matchmaking meeting for me, and I must bid a tearful farewell. The mountains may remain unchanged, but the waters shall flow on. Farewell. Zhou Hai grasped the mountain ghost's hand tenderly. His gaze filled with emotion, and then, in the blink of an eye, he vanished from her sight. TSK, cunning human. In the village, Zhou Hai approached Tun Tun. Big brother, are you leaving? Though he said nothing, Tun Tun seemed to understand his unspoken words. Zhou Hai ruffled her hair. Yes, I'm sorry, Tun Tun. We may have to part ways. Then, big brother, will we meet again? Tun Tun gazed at Zhou Hai expectantly. Zhou Hai was uncertain of the answer. It's all right. Big brother, even if we can't meet again, I will still think of you. Zhou Hai was taken aback, then shook his head to dispel his wandering thoughts. They were horned demons, creatures of the demon realm. While he was merely human, they were inherently adversarial, destined to walk divergent paths. At that moment, voices from the horned demon clan echoed nearby. It's all the mountain ghost's fault. Had she not acted impulsively, we could have surrendered the offerings without issue. And this human is the calamity you brought upon us. If you hadn't come to our village, none of this would have happened. You and the mountain ghost are the root of our troubles. Zhou Hai glanced at the source of the voice, where a male horned demon knelt in despair, cursing him and the mountain ghost. Had we merely offered up 2 sacrifices, we could have secured our safety. Why did we have to resist? Have you all forgotten what happened back then? Just half a day ago, 600 of our kin were slaughtered, leaving only us, the unripe, after so many years of struggling for a semblance of peace. Why ruin everything? After hearing his words, silence fell over the other demons. It was unclear whether they agreed with the horned demon's sentiments. Zhou Hai remained contemplative, realizing that even among demons, there existed a desire for self-preservation. He had intended to chastise the speaker, but suddenly pondered whether he would have the courage to resist if their roles were reversed. I knew the mountain ghost was unworthy of leading us. Her impulsiveness has thrust us into the abyss. When the Lord of the Red Eyes apostles arrive, we shall be exterminated. It will all be over. Why not bind the mountain ghost and present her to the apostles when they arrive? Perhaps the Lord of the Red Eyes will forgive us, and we need not fear retribution. The originally despairing horned demon became animated as he spoke, scanning the faces of his kin, seemingly hoping for their agreement. However, the others merely bowed their heads in silence. Have you all lost your minds? Are you not afraid of death? Listen to me. Hand over the mountain ghost to the Lord of the Red Eyes, and I will not resist him. That we can live here in peace. Choose me as your chieftain. If you do not, We shall not be in this predicament today. For years, the mountain ghost has led us. Capture her. I will rise again. I will ensure the survival of the Horned Demon clan. Have you said enough? Look at them. Does anyone agree with you? Zhou Hai regarded him coolly. You cunning human, be silent. Brother Cloud Demon, do not hand Sister Mountain Ghost over to them. They are villains. Tunton suddenly shouted loudly, drawing the attention of the Horned Demon known as Yun Gui. He raised his head to glance at her and then gritted his teeth, saying, I'm sorry, foolish girl. For the sake of our village, we must surrender the mountain demon to quell their wrath, and you too must be given up. Tunton stood frozen in place. Yun Gui, what are you saying? I mean, we must hand you all over. Only then can we survive. I want to live. I cannot die. As long as I live, our clan can continue. Yun Gui bellowed hoarsely. Enough. You speak too much. Zhou Hai's gaze turned icy. At this moment, Tunton clearly could not comprehend how her usually gentle brother had transformed so drastically. With round eyes glistening with tears, she stared blankly at him. Let me hand you all over. Let me hand you all over. Allow me to live. Yun Gui frantically crawled towards Tunton. Just as his hand was about to touch her, Zhou Hai stepped forward and stuffed something into his mouth. What did you make me eat? Yun Gui exclaimed. Zhou Hai did not answer. Instead, he softly uttered 2 words. Grow. What is happening? My body itches terribly. Yun Gui suddenly went mad, scratching at his skin. Suddenly, his mouth stretched wide, and a branch emerged from within. Soon, countless branches sprouted from every pore of his body. No. What have you done to me? Yun Gui shouted, his words slurred, that I have merely bestowed upon you the gift of eternal life. Zhou Hai coldly replied, in an instant. The branches grew at an accelerated pace. A piercing scream erupted. When everyone turned to look again, a white ash tree, adorned with branches, stood tall in the village's center, with Yun Gui's clothing hanging from its top. Now, you can safely live on, Zhou Hai said, gazing up at the tree. That moment, the mountain demon approached from a distance. That I heard everything you said just now. Thank you, Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai waved his hand dismissively. That I merely found him intolerable and hope that Miss Mountain Demon does not hold it against me for taking matters into my own hands. No, what you did has helped him find relief. You do not blame him? The mountain demon shook her head. He was the youngest among us children back then. Qi Yin tortured his parents to death right before his eyes. I can understand his fear of Qi Yin after all these years. Although he never expressed his inner turmoil, I could see that he has been living in a nightmare. Zhou Hai nodded upon hearing this. It turned out this fellow had such a tragic backstory, but it was of no concern to him. In that case, I shall not disturb you any longer. Thank you for your hospitality, Miss Mountain Demon. As Zhou Hai turned to leave, the mountain demon suddenly called out to him. The next moment, a map was handed to him. You must have accidentally wandered into the demon realm. This is a map of Qi Yan's territory, with directions to exit the demon realm. That I hope you can return to the human world soon. Zhou Hai looked at her, moving his lips but unable to utter a word. Finally, he managed a quiet thank you before accepting the map. The two fell into silence as Zhou Hai walked towards the edge of the village, his lonely silhouette contrasting starkly with the scorched earth beneath his feet. Big brother, thank you. I like the name you gave me. I will miss you, and you must think of me too. Zhou Hai paused for a moment, but did not turn back as he walked further away until he vanished completely. I am sorry. Mountain Demon, Tunton. Even if I stayed here, I could not help you. Even if I unleashed the forbidden spell to kill the apostles, you would not survive the magical explosion. You must fight for yourselves. Perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, the mountain demon, watching Zhou Hai depart, turned to her kin. This disaster arose from my actions. My impulsiveness has harmed everyone. Those who wish to flee, hurry and gather your things. Qi Yin did not see the giant armor return. He will certainly send other apostles, as the clan leader. I have failed to protect everyone. I am sorry. I will stay here to defend the last dignity of our Horned Demon clan. Tunton tugged at the mountain demon's pants. Sister Mountain Demon, I will not leave. I want to stay with you. I am not afraid. Foolish girl, you have grown up. Right? I should now call you Tunton. Tunton nodded heavily. All right, let us wait here for them to come and drive them away. Okay. After a considerable time had passed, the mountain demon noticed a lack of footsteps. She turned around abruptly, finding hundreds of horned demons standing behind her. Not a single one missing. Why are you all still here? Why don't you go gather your things? Mountain Demon, we will not leave. Yes, Mountain Demon, the Horned Demon clan never retreats in the face of danger. Do not think of being a hero, Sister Mountain Demon. I have grown up too. I am a man now. I will not leave. Hearing the shouts of her kin, the mountain demon felt a lump in her throat and turned back, forcing down her tears. All right, let us make sure that Qi Yan's minions come and go without return. Horned Demon Clan, together we live, together we die. In the vast, desolate expanse, a figure walked across the scorched earth. Drawing closer until his face became clear, it was Zhou Hai, who had left the Horned Demon Village. He held a map in one hand and pulled out a food parcel from his bag with the other. Taking a bite, it tasted quite good. Before leaving the Horned Demon Village, the mountain demon had prepared him a package of food, all made from the plants of the demon realm, purely natural, harmless, and additive-free. Travel southeast for 8,000 miles. Zhou Hai rubbed his eyes quickly. Is this a joke? 8,000 miles. At this rate, I could be buried and cremated. Calculating at 80 miles a day, it would take me at least 3 months. And that's only if I travel in a straight line without encountering any magical creatures, without slacking off, and without taking detours. Otherwise, I might as well go back and propose to Miss Mountain Demon and stay in the demon realm. Zhou Hai said, saliva dripping from his mouth. However, he suddenly recalled the bowl of snakehead soup and the red insect eggs. Ugh, just as the thought crossed his mind. His stomach began to churn violently. Perhaps I should just meet Miss Mountain Demon in my dreams. With each step he took, Zhou Hai murmured to himself, oh no, I can't go on like this. I need a rest. He remained as he was, for even the vitality bestowed by the world tree could not compete with a lazy heart. When will this walking end? Should I try using nitrogen to speed up? Yet, the moment this idea appeared in his mind, it was swiftly dismissed. After using that speed up last time, it took him an hour to recover. How could he describe that feeling? It was like having his mouth stuffed with bananas all day long. In any case, unless it was a matter of life and death, he absolutely did not want to resort to that trick again. Now that he was leaving the demon realm, it was likely he would never see Miss Mountain Demon and Tunton again in his lifetime. Alas, the greatest pain in life is encountering others, getting to know them, parting ways, and forgetting them. Zhou Hai exaggeratedly displayed an expression of regret. In bygone days, tears dried not, colorful towers embroidered with balls. Just then, unable to bear the insult to his ears, the ground beneath Zhou Hai suddenly erupted with a dark figure. Whoosh! Having undergone days of trials in the demon realm, Zhou Hai was no longer the fledgling he once was. Flame rise. In the next instant, the shadow inexplicably ignited and then fell to the ground. A new species, a white rat, still without a tail. No wonder it moved so swiftly. Zhou Hai poked the charred body of the white rat with a stick. It was already 8/10 cooked, unresilient to fire. Tsk. It seems I can't eat this. Forget it. He kicked the corpse far away and sat down to rest. Suddenly, is someone calling me? However, when he turned his head, there was nothing but emptiness. Ugh, this wretched place. Always so dreary. It's driving me nearly to madness. It truly is remarkable that Miss Mountain Demon and Tunton have managed to endure here all this time without losing their sanity. Zhou Hai shook his head. Why do I keep thinking about those two? We merely crossed paths by chance. Besides, we are natural enemies. It is already quite rare for us to be friends. Isn't it? Suddenly, Zhou Hai began to speak to himself. I want to help them too, but what can I do? When I can't defeat them, should I unleash a forbidden spell and take the Horned Demon Village and Qi Yan's apostles down with me? In truth, they might not necessarily die, right? If they wish to escape, the demon realm is vast. There must be a refuge for the Horned Demon Clan. If I am here, wouldn't I just be a hindrance? I can resist magic but cannot withstand a punch. If I can't unleash a forbidden spell, what if I get killed? I barely earned this second life. If I die again, that wretched woman won't revive me. You say, isn't that so? Zhou Hai gazed into a particular direction, as if engaged in conversation with an unseen presence. Yet, what met his eyes was merely the desolate expanse of scorched earth. It was evident that in such a stifling environment, devoid of day or night, Zhou Hai's mental state had begun to waver. The incessant harassment from various malevolent creatures further strained his already taut nerves, leaving him no respite. It had been long enough. It was time to set forth. Zhou Hai rose from the ground and produced a map, carefully orienting himself once more before embarking towards a designated direction. Gradually vanishing from sight, this very moment, thousands of miles away in the kingdom of St. Russ, the situation unfolded. Your Majesty, We have not received any news from Ulan City for 3 days. Should we dispatch a team of paladins to investigate? If I recall correctly, the town of Ronin vanished overnight, and subsequently, hundreds of monsters emerged nearby. Indeed, Your Majesty, that is how it was described in Lord Dana's letter. Rafa pondered for a moment, then lifted his head. His countenance stern and authoritative, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the assembled ministers. Mobilize a knightly order, 50 mages, and request an additional 50 high priests from the church. After speaking, he glanced at the nearby Bishop Vandy. Is that agreeable? At your command, Your Majesty, the bishop replied, his expression calm as he slightly bowed his head. Unbeknownst to him, Rafa's eyes subtly flickered towards his counterpart. Since the last invasion of monsters, the church had grown significantly, establishing branches across the nation. Even neighboring countries had begun to invite the church to establish their presence, transforming it into a force no longer solely tied to the kingdom of St. Rafa had heard of the church's domineering actions in the capital and beyond that he sighed inwardly. The church had become too powerful to suppress, leaving him no choice but to adopt a conciliatory approach. He hoped to find a way to diminish their influence before abdicating the throne, ensuring a complete transfer of power to the next king. Under the king's orders, a 200-strong contingent swiftly journeyed towards Ulan City. Accompanied by a bishop and the kingdom's foremost summoner, bearing the king's token, they progressed smoothly until they reached the site where Ronin town once stood. The bishop and the summoner halted the advancing group. This land appears undisturbed. In fact, it is quite solid. What do you think, Bishop Mose? The elite summoner, Gasso, inquired as he turned to the bishop. Bishop Mose crouched down, examining the soil. Indeed, as he had said, there were no signs of disruption. But how did Ronin town disappear? Initially, the rumor of an earth dragon's upheaval seemed a plausible explanation, yet upon arrival, the reality starkly contradicted the tales, unless it was due to a forbidden spell. There is no conceivable force capable of obliterating a town within a day, leaving no trace behind. Indeed, Bishop Mose, it appears the situation is more complex than we anticipated. I have a foreboding feeling. We should put aside past grievances and clarify this incident. That I have no objections. They agreed momentarily, unifying their stance. By the way, Dana's report mentioned that over 100 monsters appeared at the site of Ronin town. Yet, with all our eyes, we have not spotted a single creature. Could they be hiding? That is possible. Perhaps we will discover traces of them further ahead. Thus, the two returned to the group, merging their forces as they continued towards Ulan City. The atmosphere along the journey felt eerily unsettling. Even the woods they traversed were devoid of birdsong. Something is amiss, Mose exclaimed, reaching for a magic staff at his waist. With the aid of this staff, the spells cast by mages would receive varying degrees of amplification. Under their alertness, the entire contingent remained vigilant, sensing the presence of numerous shadows flitting through the dense forest. Suddenly, Mose's eyes brightened as he twirled his wrist, conjuring several water spheres that shot towards the thicket. For a summoner of his caliber, having forged a magical pact with elemental spirits, he could instantly unleash certain spells. The water spheres tore through layers of leaves before exploding within the thicket. In the next moment, a chilling scream echoed from the depths of the forest. Danger! Monsters are present! The spell he had unleashed was a sulfurous water bubble. Upon detonation, the sulfur would be propelled outward, creating a vast area of devastation. The cacophony of cries indicated not just one, but many monsters lurked within. Retreat to an open area, Gasso shouted, responding swiftly to the crisis. The group organized itself, retreating from the forest with urgency. However, just as they were about to catch their breath, the sound of countless footsteps erupted from the thicket. In the next moment, an unforgettable scene unfolded before their eyes. A multitude of emaciated humans surged forth from the forest. Paladins, form ranks. Despite the horror of the moment, they executed their orders with haste, shields raised in unison, swords poised to strike through the gaps between their shields. 100 high priests and mages positioned themselves behind the paladins, ready to unleash spells and heal the wounded. Then, under the collective gaze of the onlookers, the horde of indistinguishable beings collided with the paladins' shields. The anticipated standoff, where forces counterbalanced each other, did not materialize. Instead, countless shields were overturned, revealing the terror-stricken faces of the knights behind them. Unbeknownst to them, a man floated in the sky, watching the battlefield with a smile. Children, it's time for a feast. As shields flew away, The paladin's line of defense was swiftly breached. Hold firm. High priests, heal the knights. Mages, cast defensive spells. With Gasso's command, the group found resolve. Soon, walls of earth rose between the paladins and the monsters, and the few creatures trapped on their side were mercilessly dispatched by the paladins. Yet, the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming, and before long, several managed to claw their way up the earthen barrier. They bore human-like forms, devoid of facial features, as if erased, draped in tattered remnants of clothing. Stained with blood. What in the world are these abominations? Mose gazed in shock at the creatures scaling the wall, never anticipating that his magic would unearth such grotesque entities. However, as a bishop of the church, he quickly regained his composure. O mighty spirit of light, loyal servant of the god of light, gather before me and heed my call. As he recited an arcane incantation, the surrounding light elements coalesced before him. Holy light, envelop us. A radiant barrier expanded from his form, swiftly encompassing all present. Upon contact with the shield, the monsters emitted wisps of smoke, clearly suffering from its searing effects. Employ the power of light magic. Mose commanded. In the ensuing moments, brilliant beams of light illuminated the battlefield, pushing many monsters back, deterring them from advancing. The man in the sky narrowed his eyes at this spectacle. Light magic is so effective against them? However, a cruel smile crept across his face. But thankfully, I still have them. Meanwhile, on the ground, the paladins regained their formation, advancing with shields raised, intent on encircling the monsters and eliminating them with light magic. Yet, unexpected turmoil soon emerged. Just as they were about to encircle the creatures, the sound of clashing armor erupted from the thicket. Mose and Gasso immediately halted their forces, directing their attention towards the source of the noise. From the darkest depths of the forest, where even light could not penetrate, the sounds grew nearer. Suddenly, the grass at the forest's edge was trampled, revealing a contingent emerging from within. Thank the heavens. It's the Paladin Order. We have reinforcements. Excited voices rippled through the ranks. Now we can utterly vanquish these monsters. Something feels off. Mose frowned as he observed the silver-armored paladins. Gasso began to share his concern. If this were the kingdom's knightly order, why had they not seen their leader? However, his doubts were quelled as a female paladin stepped forth from the thicket. It's Nilu, the daughter of my friend, and the vice-captain of the Ulan City Paladin Order. Gasso sighed with relief. With her assistance, vanquishing the monsters would be considerably easier. Nilu, it's me, he called out. Nephew Gasso, quickly, let us surround these monsters and eliminate them. She shouted, yet received no response. The Paladin Order under her command marched straight towards them. It seems Nilu has heard me. She intends to join our forces, Gasso remarked with a smile, though Mose's brow furrowed deeper. Why does it feel like the paladins in that group are moving oddly? As if they are being dragged by their limbs. Though he was filled with confusion, Gasso refrained from voicing his thoughts. Recognizing that the general opposite him was familiar with the situation, the two armies drew closer. While the monstrous entity in between was being pushed toward the dense forest, brothers on the other side, quickly take out your shields. Otherwise, you will be assailed by these creatures. A knight, noticing the utter lack of defense from his counterparts, urgently warned as they were about to collide with the monsters. Do not be careless. Swiftly bring forth your shields. Yet, that contingent seemed oblivious, continuing their forward march. Meanwhile, Gasso, stationed at the rear of his formation, sensed something amiss. Were they not afraid of these creatures? Why had they not formed ranks? Moss suddenly raised his staff, declaring, have you noticed that the holy knights across do not seem agitated? What? Gasso was yet to comprehend his meaning when a blood-curdling scream erupted from the front of their ranks. Brother, why are you biting me? I am also a knight of the kingdom. Help, they are cold to the touch, as if they are corpses. Instantly, chaos ensued within the ranks, and the knight brigade emerging from the forest collided with the monsters. Yet no combat ensued. Instead, they surged toward Gasso and Moss's formation. Spirits of the earth, heed my summons. With my magic as the medium, manifest as an impenetrable wall before me. Moss, having already gripped his staff, began to chant an unfamiliar incantation, a spell reserved for only the most elite of sorcerers, with each individual allowed but two upon their ascension. No sooner had he finished his incantation than the ground in the battlefield began to rise. With a thunderous crash, solid stone walls erupted from the earth, far surpassing the previous earthen barriers erected by the mages in height and resilience. Aside from a few unfortunate souls, The remaining members were shielded behind this formidable wall. Listening to the ghastly cries emanating from beyond, their faces turned ashen. What was that? Were they not the knights of Ulan City? Why did they attack us? Someone shouted, revealing a bite wound on his arm. However, the two leaders had no time to respond to his queries. Everyone, retreat swiftly to Ulan City. A small squad from the Knight Brigade, hold the rear. Understood. 20 holy knights stepped forth, while the remaining members began their retreat as ordered. This wall cannot hold for long. It is sufficient for now, Gasso replied, biting his finger and pressing it firmly against the ground. Creatures from another realm, heed my call, and come to my aid. As his voice faded, a sinister pattern emerged from the blood he had drawn, and the ground beneath it transformed into a black liquid. The creature began to crawl forth from this abyss. Once it fully emerged, the onlookers beheld its terrifying form, a 2-meter-tall behemoth, adorned with spikes atop its head, its massive paws leaving deep impressions in the earth, weighing at least a ton, instilling fear in all who gazed upon it. I will hold the rear. You lead the retreat, Gasso shouted. Be cautious. Do not linger in battle, Moss remarked, casting a glance at him before swiftly departing with his formation, while Gasso stood resolutely beside the colossal creature. Flanked by 20 holy knights, friends, I cannot guarantee your survival in this fight, but I assure you, I shall stand with you until the end. Upon hearing this, the holy knight's resolve intensified, echoing Moss's earlier sentiment. Indeed, within mere minutes, the stone wall crumbled with a resounding crash. The monsters, previously scaling the wall, were flung before them. Gasso commanded, form ranks, attack. The behemoth surged forward, plunging them once more into the fray, the disparity in numbers ensuring a brutal conflict. Meanwhile, Moss and his contingent raced toward Ulan City, the mages casting wind spells upon themselves and their allies to hasten their pace. How far is it to Ulan City? Moss inquired of a trusted aide beside him. Your Excellency, we are less than 10 miles away. Good. They cannot hold out much longer. We must reach there swiftly to seek assistance. Moss placed his hopes on Ulan City, though the motives of the Knight Brigade remained a mystery. Yet, after 10 minutes, we have arrived. Ulan City is ahead. Upon hearing this, Moss hurriedly peered forward and indeed spotted the outline of a city. That we are a force sent by the kingdom. Open the gates. Soon, a figure appeared atop the city walls, a man donning a monocle. Moss paused momentarily, struggling to recall any information about him. Where are the gate guards? Open the gates. After a second shout, the gates finally creaked open. Though curiously, as he peered inside, he found not a single soul present. Where is everyone? How did the gates open? Though puzzled, he led his contingent inside, for the pressing matter was to find allies upon entering the city. A profound silence enveloped them, and Moss squinted into the darkened streets. Just then, the gates behind them slammed shut with a resounding thud. Who goes there? Moss bellowed, yet received no reply. Panic began to ripple through the ranks. As today's events had been nothing short of bizarre, first encountering faceless humanoid creatures, then being assaulted by the Knight Brigade of Ulan City, and now arriving to find the city seemingly abandoned, with the gates inexplicably closing behind them. Sigh, only 2 months more until I can be reassigned. Why must I endure such troubles? Moss lamented, exhaling a resigned breath. And no sooner had he spoken than a man appeared in the empty square, grinning eerily at the crowd. Greetings, everyone, as they beheld the man standing in the desolate street. Moss instinctively rested his hand upon his staff, yet the man showed no sign of concern. Good evening, Archbishop Moss. With a sudden flash, a silver dragon descended from the heavens, striking straight at the man, illuminating the street with brilliant white lightning. However, when the light dissipated, the man remained unscathed. Humanity is truly despicable, just as it has always been. Since you, Archbishop Moss, do not wish to converse with me, I shall respond with courtesy instead. With a snap of his fingers, figures began to emerge from the shadows of the streets, revealing themselves to be the city's adventurers. At that moment, some members of Moss's contingent turned back to witness familiar figures appearing near the gates. Sorcerer Klein, Fighter Mobius, Orc Chilio. All were high-tier professionals, among the closest to the pinnacle of power. Do you not wish to express gratitude for my warm hospitality? The man beamed with a refined smile. Archbishop, it seems these adventurers are under some form of control, the leader of the Holy Knights whispered to Moss. Moss nodded subtly and approached the man, who observed him with keen interest, showing no fear of potential threats. Vice Ronin, once the lord of Ronin town, who vanished without a trace after the demon army retreated to the abyss. Moss's calm statement caused the man's eyes to narrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "Go. You recognize me? I once saw your name inscribed upon the kingdom's nobility wall, where it stated that you cared for your people. During the demon invasion, you led soldiers time and again to defend Ronin town and safeguard the citizens." The man initially appeared bewildered, then burst into laughter, as if hearing the greatest joke. Ha 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 ha. Caring for the populace? Ha ha ha. Is that truly how the kingdom perceives me? How delightful. With that, his mirthless smile faded, replaced by a cold, cruel gaze. "Unfortunately, I do not particularly favor the notion of caring for the populace. Moreover, you are mistaken on one point. I am not merely the lord of Ronin town, but also the lord of what once was this city, Xia City." Without hesitation, the man raised his right hand, pointing directly at Moss's contingent. "Kill." In an instant, the surrounding adventurers charged furiously at Moss's ranks, the sounds of battle echoing throughout the city. Moss did not turn to halt the onslaught, but instead fixed his unyielding gaze upon the man. "My lord, I am quite curious how you have survived until now, still appearing so youthful. Do you wish to know? Alas, I am not inclined to share that information at this moment. However, should you choose to join me, perhaps I might show you some mercy." Morse let out a cold laugh and said, "Join you to slaughter the citizens of the kingdom? I'm afraid I cannot comply. I believe, Your Excellency, you should reconsider your actions." As soon as the man finished speaking, numerous familiar figures emerged from the shadows behind him. These were the most powerful individuals in Ulan City: the church's consul, the guild master of the adventurers, the mayor, and the owner of the underground gladiatorial arena. The moment Morse laid eyes upon them, everything became clear. Their vacant stares indicated they were evidently under some form of control. "My lord, what is the purpose of all this?" he inquired. That is an excellent question. To put it simply, it is for the sheer thrill of it," the man replied with a devilish grin. "Is that so? Merely for amusement?" Morse nodded gravely. "I am truly sorry, my lord, but despite my respect for you, all that you are doing now is jeopardizing the kingdom and harming the interests of the church. Is that so?" The man shrugged nonchalantly, with a crackle. This time, it was not a silver dragon but a tempest of thunder that descended. This was Morse's second exclusive spell, the Thunder Calamity, a manifestation of his prowess as a top-tier mage. Quite impressive, I must say. As for its power, the man smiled slightly, spreading his arms and facing the storm. Boom! Countless serpentine bolts of silver lightning surged toward him, engulfing him in an instant. Meanwhile, the battle behind him was drawing to a close. Hundreds of adventurers, though lacking the strength and obedience of the paladins, were wreaking havoc on the knightly order due to their reckless, death-defying control. The mages and high priests at the center, despite being shielded by paladins, suffered heavy casualties. Among these adventurers were formidable assassins, the nightmares of fragile classes, who, cloaked in darkness, reaped lives as if they were reapers of death, relentlessly and fearlessly engaging in suicidal assaults. What does it matter if I am to be incinerated by magic in the next moment? I can always switch to another, or even two. What a profit! Originally a team of over 170, fewer than a quarter remain now. Morse cast a glance over his shoulder at the battlefield, yearning to assist. However, a familiar voice suddenly interrupted him. "Your Excellency, where do you think you are going? Our battle does not seem to be over yet." "What?" Morse gasped in shock, his eyes widening. You are unscathed? How is that possible?" He stared incredulously at the top-tier mage's exclusive attack, utterly baffled that he had emerged unscathed. That was the mightiest spell bestowed upon him by the divine. "You appear quite surprised. Allow me to enlighten you. The so-called deity you worship is merely a collection of fictitious statues. Why not submit to me? I am in need of a distinguished steward, and I shall bestow upon you even greater power, powers you could never hope to attain." The man floated in midair under Morse's gaze, seemingly treading upon an invisible staircase, peering down at Morse through his monocle. "And do refrain from calling me Lord Ronin. A century ago, I renounced that identity. I am now the demon of hatred, Mephisto. Of course, you may also refer to me as Lord Mephisto." "Demon of hatred?" Morse exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. In the next moment, the thunderous elements within a kilometer began to coalesce toward the sky. "This spell, I learned it from you, Your Excellency." Mephisto grinned, a cruel excitement dancing in his eyes. Crackle! Instantly, a multitude of lightning bolts, as thick as arms, rained down from the heavens, striking the battlefield at the city gates. In the blink of an eye, The area transformed into a stormy domain, where lightning poured incessantly, indiscriminately targeting friend and foe alike. Even the controlled adventurers found themselves ensnared within its grasp. The blinding white light was searing to the eyes. And Morse, witnessing this miraculous scene before him, found himself speechless. Is this the power of a demon? Over a decade ago, I witnessed a battle between the Pope and a demon in the capital of the kingdom. Back then, I was merely an ordinary priest. Yes, that demon was equally terrifying. A single spell annihilated hundreds of the church's knights. Yet when I look at Mephisto, I realize he is merely toying with his power. This is not even his most formidable strength. A terrifying thought invaded Morse's mind, shattering his worldview completely. At that moment, the stormy domain began to wane, gradually dissipating, leaving no trace, no bones, nothing of those who had been caught within its fury. Utterly erased by the magic, the sheer magnitude of this power was overwhelming. Morse collapsed to the ground in despair, realizing that over 200 controlled adventurers had been reduced to mere dust with a mere snap of the fingers. Your Excellency, regardless of the circumstances, I still hold you in high regard. Should you choose to join me, you shall be my sole apostle. Mephisto extended his hand toward him with a smile. At that moment, Morse's heart was tumultuous, struggling to find calm as his decades of established beliefs crumbled in an instant. The haunting images of past carnage resurfaced in his mind. Does my deity truly care nothing for the survival of humanity? Why does our enemy possess such formidable power while we, the humans, are relegated to mere prey? Did the divine truly bestow strength upon me? Why, as a bishop, am I not even worthy of gazing upon a demon? Morse's inner turmoil raged with incessant questions, yet he received no answers from the divine. Once a bishop, a figure of high stature, now seemed like a mere jest, if it were not for the progenitor giant guarding the pathways to the demon realm. Could humanity truly withstand the invasion of monsters? He had read in the church's texts about the creation of 12 demons under the demon king, each commanding countless apostles, and here he was, one of the 6 bishops of the church, perhaps even inferior to a demon's apostle. Your Excellency, what do you think? Mephisto's voice, like an intoxicating drug, slowly seduced his heart. Join me, and you will be my only apostle. Wielding powers beyond all comprehension, free to do as you please, become a disciple of the demon, like I once was, a human. Morse knelt down. Master, he uttered those 2 words with great difficulty, laden with both humiliation and relief. Very obedient, came Mephisto's pleased response. I in the territory of the red-eyed demon, blood armor, the red-eyed lord called out. Your subordinate is here. A giant clad in crimson armor knelt before the ground that had begun to tremble. The life signs of the armored giant had vanished. How could this be? The blood armor giant's voice was laced with disbelief. I in the demon realm. How could an apostle of a demon perish within his own territory? Though the giant could only be considered half an apostle, he was far too weak. Yet, even so, this was an unprecedented occurrence. I had dispatched the giant to capture sacrifices from the horned demon tribe a few days ago. However, upon arrival, his life signs disappeared entirely. Despite the armor, the giant could feel the palpable confusion emanating from his own being. My lord, are you implying that those horned demons killed the giant, that worthless fool? Indeed, it seems they are not yet sufficiently fearful of me, came the cold voice from below. Rest assured, my lord, I shall lead an army to eradicate them. The previous war of extermination has not thoroughly subdued them. This time, I will ensure they dare not harbor any thoughts of rebellion again. Go. But remember to leave a few horned demons alive. There are few races in the demon realm that resemble humans so closely. And if we lose them, the enjoyment of dissecting and tormenting those wretched monsters will diminish significantly. Understood. Go forth. The blood armor giant respectfully retreated. Golden Armor Brigade, Team 7 and 8. We set out for the horned demon village. Yes, a deafening roar erupted as nearly 1,000 soldiers clad in golden armor assembled, swiftly embarking on their journey through the skies of the demon realm, which seemed to have been dyed gold. The horned demon village was busy setting traps. Though their efficacy was minimal, any increase in odds was worth the effort. Mountain demon, are we really not relocating the village, leaving the territory of the red-eyed lord? A rather ordinary-looking female horned demon inquired, puzzled. She was the elder sister of the younger horned demon mentioned by Tunton, the strongest warrior in the village aside from the mountain demon. The mountain demon shook his head. It would be futile. We are a race born of the union between humans and monsters. Both humans and monsters. We are aberrations. Even if we were to leave the Red-Eyed Lord's territory, other demons would not accept us. In fact, it is safer to remain here. The Red-Eyed Lord takes pleasure in tormenting humans. That is why he keeps us, allowing us to breed and provide him with amusement. But what of the other demons? The mountain demon paused, gazing seriously at the younger horned demon. They would treat us as humans. If it's merely exclusion, that would be tolerable. We would only have to endure a more challenging existence. However, as you are aware, some demons prefer to regard humans as mere sustenance. Upon hearing this, Zigu's expression soured, evidently in agreement with Shangi's assertion. Are we truly left without a place to go? She asked, her face still etched with reluctance. Shangi could only shake her head in resignation. The Horned Demon clan has never enjoyed the protection of the deities. Even the Demon King harbors disdain for us. All we can do is strive to survive in the narrowest of crevices. This is the curse born of the union between demons and humans, a fate we cannot alter. With a resounding thud, a robust arm struck the ground, and Zigu's face was ablaze with fury. How infuriating! The demon realm is vast, yet there is no sanctuary for us. Shangi remained composed. Get used to it, Zigu, since we cannot change this world. We must learn to adapt ourselves. Were it not for the fact that they sought to take Tuntun away, and that Chien might seize half our kin, I would have endured in silence. Zigu fell silent, pondering whether she would act similarly to Shangi if she were the clan leader. Tuntun, the simple-minded girl from their village, was perceived as a beacon of hope for their race, a continuation of their lineage. Even though Tuntun had acquired her own name, she remained, in their eyes, that eternally youthful little one. Just then, the little one bounded onto the scene. Wow! Tuntun stealthily approached from behind Shangi, leaping forth with a start. You scared me. The two of them feigned expressions of terror. Humph! Sister Shangi, Sister Zigu, your act is far too transparent. You hardly seem genuinely frightened by me. How could that be? Tuntun, I almost transformed from your fright, Zigu replied, raising her still recovering arm. Really? Tuntun's face lit up with excitement. Hee, I am indeed the most fearsome demon in the village. Watching Tuntun skip away, both demons were indulgent smiles. May our battle this time kindle a spark for the continuation of our race. Shangi understood that Chien would never annihilate them entirely. Hence, this battle served merely to convey to Chien that they had their limits, namely, the children. Suddenly, the space beside them quivered, and a male horned demon appeared as if conjured from thin air. Without any grand teleportation spells or swift afterimages, he announced, clan leader. Chien's forces are already 20 miles from the village, led by blood armor, accompanied by over 1,000 golden armored soldiers. Upon hearing the male demon's words, Zigu and Shangi's expressions darkened instantly. How outrageous! Sending so many golden armored soldiers here. Are they intent on eradicating our horned demon clan? Zigu exclaimed, visibly furious. Calm down. Shangi placed a hand on her shoulder. Has Chien arrived? Not yet. Only blood armor is at the forefront. Understood. Shangi gestured, and the male horned demon vanished once more. This is dire. Shangi, we should flee with our kin. It is better than remaining here to await our extermination, Zigu urged, her anxiety palpable. No, we are not going anywhere. We shall wait for them right here. Are you mad? We must escape. Given their current demeanor, they intend to slaughter us all. Shangi shook her head and replied calmly, do not worry. They will not. Why? Zigu inquired, puzzled, because Chien has not come. Before Zigu could pursue the question further, Shangi continued, their mobilization indicates that Chien is genuinely enraged. Although the giant armor is merely a half-finished product, our actions have effectively slapped his face. He seeks to reclaim his dignity. Many of us will perish this time, but our clan will not be annihilated. How can you be so certain? Zigu questioned, still perplexed. Consider this carefully. Chien relishes tormenting the horned demons, but if he truly intended to eradicate us all, what means would he employ? Zigu furrowed her brow in contemplation for some time. Then her expression brightened in realization. If he sought to eliminate all horned demons, he would not miss this opportunity to personally inflict suffering upon us. Indeed, thus I conclude that Chien only wishes to establish his authority. He will most likely take many of our kin while leaving a portion behind to continue our lineage. Although knowing the horned demon clan can still exist, Zigu remained unsatisfied. With a resounding thud, the ground was once again struck, creating a 30-centimeter deep pit. conserve your strength. Let us take down a few more golden armored soldiers, so those brutes understand we are not mere punching bags. Rest assured. Shangi, I will not fall behind you in the slaughter. I shall show you that I have grown stronger, Zhigu asserted. Very well. I shall eagerly await that moment. I hope you do not use your back pain as an excuse again. I truly injured my back last time we fought. I swear. Zhigu exclaimed indignantly. As the two exchanged banter, the golden armored army had already arrived within a mile of the Horned Demon village. Listen up, everyone. Do you see that village? It is the territory of the Horned Demons. They dare to slay Qian's apostle, the giant armor. This is a disgrace to our golden armored legion. When we engage, ensure you kill ruthlessly. Capture every underage horned demon you can find. Understood? Yes. A synchronized roar startled even the great-toothed vultures soaring overhead, causing them to veer away. Charge! A thunderous command rang out as nearly 1,000 golden armored soldiers surged toward the Horned Demon village. 100 meters away, boom! However, just a few steps in, the ground ahead suddenly collapsed, causing dozens of soldiers who had not managed to halt their advance to plummet into the depths below, followed swiftly by their anguished cries. The once flat terrain transformed into a deep pit, filled with a swirling pool of orange-red liquid. Those golden armored soldiers who fell in were swiftly dissolved amidst their desperate pleas, becoming part of the bubbling pool. Damnable horned demons, cunning as humans, Blood Armor bellowed in fury, stomping the ground with such force that the earth surrounding the pit cracked, ultimately collapsing into the depths and burying the orange-red liquid. Before even encountering them, they had already suffered a setback. Blood Armor, now somewhat humiliated, fumed. Kill them. Annihilate them all. In an instant, the previously hesitant golden armored soldiers were once more filled with bloodlust as they charged forward. Ah, a trap. Commander, save me. As they rushed forward, some of the golden armored soldiers were ensnared by ropes from the dead insect trees, only to be engulfed by the bark, while others stepped onto spikes hidden beneath the surface. Feeling a chilling sensation of dread, Blood Armor's helmet glowed red with fury. Damnable horned demons, I will shred you into pieces. He charged forward, demolishing everything that stood in his path, sending debris flying. Kill, kill. As Blood Armor led the golden armored soldiers through the trap-laden expanse, he encountered the first horned demon to appear before him. The demon had flowing long hair and an imposing countenance. Clang! Blood Armor's blade clashed against the horned demon's iron bracer, sending sparks flying. However, the disparity in their strength was evident, and the horned demon's lower leg sank into the earth. Horned demons are nothing but this. Blood Armor raised his blade once more, delivering a decisive strike. Crack! The horned demon's bracer was severed, and the blade continued its descent toward his arm. Crack! The arms that had been crossed defensively fell to the ground as the blade descended. The long-haired horned demon trembled, gazing up with gritted teeth at Blood Armor. Qian's apostle is indeed formidable, but the clan leader will slay you. Crack! Before he could finish, his head was severed from his body, talkative as humans. Blood Armor crushed the long-haired horned demon's skull beneath his boot. Do not halt. Continue charging. Having swiftly dispatched one horned demon, the golden armored soldiers' morale surged as they surged toward the horned demon village. In the village, Feng Gui had perished, his head taken by Blood Armor in 3 swift strikes. Upon hearing this, Shangi's expression remained unchanged. I understand. Go down. The elusive horned demon vanished once more. Zhigu leapt atop a rooftop, gazing toward the village's outskirts, where, indeed, a headless corpse stood. Is he mad? Why does he insist on throwing himself into danger? Would it not be better to join us and slay a few more? Shangi cast a glance toward the white ash trees situated in the center of the village. I believe that, as an elder brother, witnessing his younger sibling's cowardice would surely bring him shame. He died for the honor of the Legui family, striving to prove that not all of us are spineless. Zhigu was left speechless. Is this truly necessary? Indeed, it is. In the eyes of all horned demons, one can endure humiliation and hardship for the sake of the continuation of their race. Yet one must never kneel in desperation nor perish in battle, for that is the essence of honor. Let us proceed. It is our turn to make an entrance. The mountain witch rose, striding towards the village entrance. Before her lay the Blood Armor, less than 100 meters away. In the next instant, her body began to swell, muscles bulging as she surged to a height of 3 meters. Boom! With a resounding crash, as the dust settled, the mountain witch descended from the heavens, her foot descending upon the head of the Blood Armor. The Blood Armor scoffed, swiftly evading her strike. Mountain Witch, it has been quite some time. Indeed, it has been a long while, Red Machi. The Mountain Witch stood tall, casting a measured glance at the blood armor. The Red Machi is a common demon from the demon realm, its body of vivid crimson, resembling a rice cake. Hence its name. It is also the sustenance of all demons, existing at the base of the food chain. Upon hearing this, the blood armor's eyes gleamed red. Indeed, my true form is that of a Red Machi. Like the giant armor, I too have been bestowed with a mechanical body. However, unlike the giant armor, my transformation is far more harmonious, rendering me even more formidable. I am a true apostle of the crimson-eyed demon. Yet, the identity he once held is a shame he has buried deep within his heart. Much like a sorcerer of humanity who, having attained a bright future, cruelly severs ties with impoverished parents in the slums, you seek death, the blood armor bellowed, raising his massive blade to strike at the Mountain Witch. Simultaneously, the golden armored soldiers surged towards the village entrance. Kill. The battlefield erupted in chaos. This moment, the sub-witch transformed into a 3-meter-tall diamond Barbie, accompanied by a throng of transformed horned demons, charging headlong at the golden armored soldiers. Although the earlier trap had proven effective, it was utterly insufficient to halt an army of nearly 1,000, especially with the blood armor leading the charge. As the two sides clashed, the blood armor swung his colossal blade downwards. Bang! The Mountain Witch, wielding the giant armor's weapon, the Wolf Fang Club, met the blade with a shower of sparks. The blood armor's strength was overwhelming. Even the transformed Mountain Witch struggled to withstand his relentless onslaught. Indeed, the giant armor is a pitiful creature, defeated by such a feeble horned demon. The blood armor taunted, relentlessly swinging his blade. Ever since the previous generation of horned demons was slaughtered, their clan's strength had plummeted. Once, every leader of the horned demon clan could stand toe-to-toe with the apostles of the demons, yet in the time of the Mountain Witch, many of their secret arts had been lost, such as blood magic and reformation. How unsatisfactory, how utterly weak. With a thunderous roar, the blood armor stomped heavily upon the ground, attempting to ensnare the Mountain Witch. However, although her form had grown, her speed and reflexes remained undiminished. Sensing the shifting earth, she leaped into the air just as the blood armor erupted into laughter. Ha! Bouncing little grasshopper, how do you intend to evade in midair? The Mountain Witch's expression shifted. The earlier magic had merely been a ruse to force her positioning. She had initially thought the blood armor a simple-minded brute, but now realized the gravity of her predicament. With no means of escape in the air, the Mountain Witch resolved to expend every ounce of her strength. She gathered her energy, raising the Wolf Fang Club behind her, and as they both descended, they unleashed their might. Boom! As the Wolf Fang Club collided with the massive blade, a shockwave radiated outward, sending nearby golden armored soldiers flying several meters away. The Mountain Witch remained above, while the blood armor was firmly planted on the ground, both maintaining their stances until blood trickled from the Mountain Witch's lips. My apologies, but I emerge victorious. In the next moment, the blood armor retracted his blade only to strike once more. Thud! The Mountain Witch had expended her utmost strength and was now internally injured. She could not withstand the blood armor's residual force. A mouthful of blood was coughed forth as her Wolf Fang Club was sent flying, plunging into the earth. The Mountain Witch was hurled over 10 meters away. Just days prior, she had dominated the giant armor. Yet today, she faced a dire defeat at the hands of the blood armor. The disparity in their powers was staggering. Even at her peak, the Mountain Witch barely approached the pinnacle, while the apostles of the crimson-eyed demon were all at the apex of their strength. And the blood armor was among the top 3. The blood armor approached the fallen Mountain Witch, placing a foot upon her. Mountain Witch, you have always been the most obedient to Lord Crimson-eyed. Why seek to bring about your own misfortune this time? Listening to the blood armor's taunts, the Mountain Witch glared fiercely at him, remaining silent. Tisk, TSK. In the past, when your horned demon clan was driven from the demon realm, it was Lord Crimson-eyed who graciously took you in. How lamentable that you repay kindness with enmity. Unable to bear his words any longer, the Mountain Witch spat at him. Spare me your nonsense. Kindness? You merely saw the resemblance between our horned demon clan and humanity, wishing to keep us as playthings. Where is the kindness? Where is the gratitude? The blood armor nonchalantly wiped the spit from his leg, pressing his weight down harder. Cough, cough. The Mountain Witch struggled to speak, even gasping for breath. You are but a hybrid born of the union between humans and demons. That Lord Crimson-eyed would take notice of you and use you as a toy is already a privilege. Your horned demon clan neither worships the divine like humans nor maintains a facade of superiority. refusing to intermingle with demons. Thus, you are destined for rejection by this world. This time, Lord Crimson-Eyed shall annihilate your entire clan, leaving only a few for reproduction. Heh. I shall also investigate what amusing entities might arise from the union of your horned demon clan with demons. The Mountain Witch's expression shifted dramatically. She had initially believed that even in defeat, her clan would not face obliteration, yet she never anticipated the depths of Lord Crimson-Eye's madness. Impossible. Our horned demon clan will never intermingle with those grotesque demons. That is not for you to decide. You may rest easy. I shall return your corpse to Lord Crimson-Eyed. Perhaps, in death, you might even be transformed into a mechanical warrior, continuing to serve him. The blood armor's sinister voice echoed. The Mountain Witch trembled at the thought. Would she find no peace even in death? If that is the case, then I shall fight with all my might to lead my clan away from here. Under the astonished gaze of the blood armor, the Mountain Witch's body began to swell once more. She's grown larger again. It seems the horned demon clan does indeed gain strength from rage. The blood armor remarked, lifting his foot to deliver a final blow to extinguish the Mountain Witch's life. Yet, before his foot could descend, it was halted by an opposing force. He turned to see the subwitch, also transformed into a diamond Barbie, straining to lift the blood armor's leg. The blood armor frowned, then retaliated with a punch, sending the subwitch flying. Damn it. What insignificant minion dares to interfere? He cursed, turning back to conclude the Mountain Witch's fate. Where did she go? At that moment, there was no trace of the Mountain Witch before him, prompting him to urgently search for her whereabouts. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as he was suddenly smashed into the ground. The Mountain Witch, now half a meter taller, stood at the edge of the crater where the blood armor had been struck down. Seizing the moment while the blood armor was distracted, she swiftly rolled out from beneath him and leapt into the air, delivering a crushing blow to his helmet. This should finish him off, the Mountain Witch panted, gazing towards the dust-shrouded pit. Yet, in the next instant, an armored arm reached out from the depths. Apologies, but I must disappoint you. Swish! The Mountain Witch was pulled into the abyss. Within the depths of the pit, the blood armor grasped the Mountain Witch's leg, dragging her further down. Despite her efforts to break free, it was evident that his strength far surpassed hers. Even as she transformed again, the disparity in their combat prowess remained irrefutable. The blood armor held the Mountain Witch's leg firmly with his left hand while his right amassed power, delivering a brutal punch. The Mountain Witch hastily raised her arms in defense, but the force of the blow struck her like rain upon a lotus, sending ripples through her body. In an instant, her arms began to lose sensation. Growing numb, the blood armor showed no mercy, relentlessly pounding her arms with blow after blow. Even steel could not withstand such ferocity, and soon the skin on her arms was stripped away, revealing tender flesh beneath. The Mountain Witch gritted her teeth, enduring the onslaught, yet the agony compelled her to seek a way out. However, the pit was narrow, leaving her no room for escape. Fortunately, she soon found an opening amidst the blood armor's relentless assault. As he lowered his arms to gather strength, she seized the moment, crashing her forehead against his helmet. Bang! A resounding impact echoed as her forehead split open, blood gushing forth, momentarily stunning the blood armor. Without hesitation, she capitalized on the opportunity, breaking free from his grasp and leaping out of the pit. The blood armor shook his head, despite the helmet shielding him. The violent collision left him somewhat dazed. The Mountain Witch would not squander this rare chance. Her fists converged upon his face. Her black horns, protruding from her forehead, began to glow, radiating an intense heat. In the blink of an eye, a beam of black light shot straight towards the pit. Whoosh! All creatures of the demon realm are well aware that the horned demon clan possesses an innate strength, utterly ignorant of magic. However, what remains unknown is their unique ability. The horns atop their heads can unleash a devastating beam of light. As long as they exist, they hold significance. The horns of the horned demons are no exception, and all beings privy to this secret have perished in battle. Now, the moment of survival for their race has arrived, and the mountain demon sees no reason to conceal her prowess any longer. The black beam persisted for over 10 seconds before finally ceasing. After a brief pause, the mountain demon gazed into the deep pit. She had previously tested this beam, knowing that even the renowned magic crystal turtle of the demon realm could not withstand it for more than 5 seconds. Note: the shell of the magic crystal turtle is universally acknowledged as incredibly resilient in the demon realm. Thus, she doubted that the blood armor could endure it as the smoke within the pit dissipated. The mountain demon cautiously leaned forward to peer inside. Boom! A crimson beam shot forth without warning, striking her directly in the chest. "Ha! You wretched harlot, did you not expect this? You may have your beams, but I too have one. Lord Qi Yin equipped me with this weapon long ago during my transformation. Damn it, if it weren't for my helmet's ability to reflect some of the energy, you would have nearly turned the tables on me." As the light flashed, a gaping hole was pierced through the mountain demon's chest. Puffed. Her body began to shrink rapidly, resembling a deflated balloon, ultimately collapsing helplessly to the ground. Blood oozing from her mouth, the blood armor leapt onto the ground and approached the mountain demon. He lifted her eyelid with a hand, relieved to see her pupil still intact. Damn it, in my excitement, I nearly killed her. Thankfully, she still breathes. I can take her back for Lord Qi Yan's enhancement. With that, he seized the mountain demon by the leg and dragged her along. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. Though the Horned Demon clan was formidable, the numerical disparity was not easily surmountable. Moreover, nearly half of the 170 horned demons present were juveniles, incapable of engaging in combat. On average, each horned demon had to contend with 7 or 8 golden armored soldiers. Fortunately, they possessed a racial talent that allowed them to transform through anger. Otherwise, they would likely not last 10 minutes. One reason they managed to hold their ground was the presence of an assassin capable of instantaneous movement. Indeed, instantaneous movement without any magical fluctuations or traces of high-speed motion. This assassin appeared randomly behind the golden armored soldiers, swiftly eliminating another one on the battlefield. It was the tenacious demon, who, being second only to the mountain demon in combat prowess within the village, was not merely talk. Earlier, sensing the impending danger, she rushed to support the mountain demon, sustaining a blow from the blood armor, but merely spitting out blood before rising to continue the fight. Upon witnessing the mountain demon drive the blood armor into the ground, she decisively joined another battlefield, thereby halting the decline of the horned demons. The tenacious demon wielded 2 massive hammers, wreaking havoc as no golden armored soldier could withstand her strike. She single-handedly felled 30 or 40 soldiers. However, not all opponents were inept. The leaders of 2 small squads displayed remarkable combat prowess. They were noticeably taller than ordinary soldiers, standing at a height of 2.5 meters. Clad in armor that was not only golden but also adorned with black stripes, indicative of their rank as squad leaders. In the army of Qi Yin, a captain who advanced further became a giant armor general. A prospective apostle. In the realm of demon creatures, strength dictated status. While these 2 slaughtered other horned demons, they persistently harassed the tenacious demon. Otherwise, given her formidable strength, they would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. Bang! Another clash occurred between the 2 black gold captains and the tenacious demon. Their massive hammers collided with 2 large swords, yielding no equal footing and shattering the blades. The 2 black gold captains reacted swiftly, retreating over 10 steps before picking up 2 abandoned long swords. Both sides confronted one another once more. By the heavens, this horned demon woman is indeed fierce. My hands still tremble from the impact of her hammers. Count yourself lucky, she struck me on the back just now, and I can hardly stand upright. As he spoke, the black gold captain grimaced, tugging at his wound. The tenacious demon, observing their hesitance to advance, raised her hammer, pointing it at them. "Hey, you 2 worthless fools, come and fight me again." "Oh heavens, I won't be fighting anymore. You can play with her." With that, the captain dashed towards other horned demons. "Damn you, traitor, what am I to do now?" He began to flee, but the tenacious demon descended from the sky, landing right before him. "Take another hammer from me." This strike was monumental, generating a powerful wind. "I'm done for. I'm done for." The black gold captain sensed the aura of death and despairingly closed his eyes. Yet, the anticipated agony never came. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find the tenacious demon's hammer mere centimeters from his helmet, about to make contact. What's going on? He looked quizzically at the tenacious demon's face, only to see her gritting her teeth, glaring in another direction. Cursed be this. Veins bulged on the tenacious demon's forehead as she beheld the blood armor standing at the village entrance. One hand grasping the mountain demon's neck aloft, and the other brandishing a knife. "Filthy mongrels of the horned demon clan, cease your struggles. Your leader has been defeated. Kneel and surrender, or I shall snap her neck this very instant." His booming voice resonated throughout the village. Whether horned demon or golden armored soldier, all turned their gaze towards the blood armor. The leader has truly been vanquished. What do we do now? Shall we continue fighting? The horned demons looked on in disbelief, their fighting spirit utterly extinguished. The tenacious demon, with a pained expression, dropped her hammers, causing dust to rise from the ground. The outcome is decided. Now lay down your weapons and revert to your normal state. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. Crack, crack. The sound of weapons clattering echoed as the horned demons completely lost all hope of victory. The blood armor glanced at the once mighty tenacious demon and erupted in triumphant laughter. Ah ha ha ha. My little ones, seize these horned demons and take them back to present to Lord Qi Yan. Do not spare any of their kin. At this moment, fewer than 60 horned demons remained standing, while the golden armored soldiers numbered 500. After battling thus far, both sides had suffered significant losses. The blood armor carelessly tossed the mountain demon aside, reveling in the sight of horned demon children being captured. Their parents attempted to resist, but were swiftly subdued. Do you see this, mountain demon? This is the fate that awaits those who defy Lord Qi Yan. Regardless of whether they are children or your kin, they will face the most brutal of punishments. Open your eyes and witness this all. However, when the blood armor turned back to the mountain demon, he was met with an empty space. Where is she? Where is the mountain demon? In the next moment, two figures appeared at the center of the village, the Horn Clan's assassin and the severely injured mountain demon. It's you, golden armored soldiers, retrieve our leader. The surrounding golden armored soldiers immediately closed in, though the remaining horned demons saw their leader being rescued and yearned to fight again. They found themselves devoid of weapons and in a weakened state. What good is saving her now? Can we even escape? The blood armor sneered. The assassin horned demon remained silent, resolutely shielding the mountain demon. The encircling golden armored soldiers drew ever closer. This time, the mountain demon began to regain some consciousness. The wound in her chest was from the opposite side of her heart. Thanks to the horned demon's formidable vitality, she was not yet dead. Chiwa, you must escape alone. As the last scion of the horned demon clan, do not let our race vanish entirely. The mountain demon weakly raised her head to address the assassin. However, Chiwa shook his head, his gaze unwavering, as if to convey that the horned clan would either thrive or perish together. In light of this, the mountain demon ceased her pleas and closed her eyes, awaiting the final judgment. The golden armored soldiers drew ever nearer, their blades raised toward the two. Swish. The gleam of the swords descended. Swish. The massive blades glinted with cold light, aimed directly at the prostrate mountain demon and the nearby Chiwa. Chiwa attempted to move the mountain demon away, yet his body trembled violently. He had reached his limit. In despair, the two demons shut their eyes, bracing for the arrival of death. Pfft. A spray of blood splattered across their faces. Is this the blood of our leader? So warm, so gentle. Is this Chiwa's blood? So foul, so viscous. Huh. Why is there no pain at all? Have I already died? As such, the mountain demon, bewildered, opened her eyes to find the blood-red sky of the demon realm obscured by a shadow. Did Chiwa block the blade for me? When she raised her head to look at the familiar yet alien silhouette, the figure's owner turned just in time. Apologies, Miss Mountain Demon. As the protagonist, one must make an entrance at the most critical moment. That face, so unexpected yet familiar, reappeared before the mountain demon. In that instant, this human seemed to embody a savior, dispelling the despair within her heart. The mountain demon's fervent gaze fell upon this man, akin to autumn ripples or the radiant sun, causing his face to flush. You must be out of your mind. You left, only to return now. Are you seeking death? Why return at the last moment? Posing as a savior to appear dashing. The last time you flaunted your bravado in front of Tun Tun, I nearly cursed you out. What on earth were you trying to prove? Zhou Hai. Feeling quite embarrassed, covered his fiery cheeks. I was merely concerned for you, my dear, he continued. Besides, I arrived at the quickest pace possible, so it's hardly all my fault. The surrounding crowd immediately perked up. And General Shui Jia was no exception. Whether human or monster, none could resist the allure of gossip. Upon hearing Zhou Hai's words, the nearby fiery ghost rolled her eyes and fainted. What's wrong with him? The group of golden armored soldiers didn't even touch him. Zhou Hai looked puzzled. It's nothing. He has always harbored feelings for me, and hearing you call me my dear must have rendered him unconscious. The mountain ghost said lightly, suddenly realizing something. Wait, who are you calling my dear? Who is your beloved? No. Don't twist my ears. They might fall off. Zhou Hai shouted through gritted teeth. Only when the mountain ghost relented did he tremble and gingerly touch his already crimson ears. That was a close call. Given your injuries, how on earth do you possess such strength? Zhou Hai retorted, rolling his eyes. The mountain ghost hissed through clenched teeth. You've infuriated me to the point of a revival. Then you should lie down and recuperate. Leave this to me, Zhou Hai said, pressing her down. Can you manage? Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow, tapping his chest twice. Rest assured, I've got this. After declaring this, he stood up, slowly turning his head, his expression shifting from cheeky to icy. You are human, Shui Jia exclaimed in astonishment. Just as his golden-armored soldiers were about to strike, several spells shot forth from behind the mountain ghost, knocking the golden-armored soldiers away in an instant, their life signs extinguished. He had initially thought it was a hidden expert from the Horned Demon clan, only to discover that it was a mere human. Humans are splendid. Capturing one for Lord Qi Yin would surely yield great rewards, Shui Jia thought excitedly, his gaze locking onto Zhou Hai. Indeed, your Horned Demon clan is nothing but a hybrid born of human and demon blood. Who would have imagined that a human could be hidden within our territory? Shui Jia mocked, yet received no reply. He snorted coldly, signaling the surrounding golden-armored soldiers to encircle Zhou Hai. However, Zhou Hai remained unfazed by the fully armed soldiers. These are merely mid-tier lackeys. No matter how many come, I can easily dispose of them. Ordinary mages require the magic within their bodies to cast spells, exhausting themselves after releasing a dozen skills. But I am different. My magic flows from my insults. As long as my mouth remains unstitched and my tongue intact, I can unleash spells endlessly. Zhou Hai smirked. In fact, if the mountain ghost lady desires to bite my tongue, a little decay wouldn't be too much to ask. Capture that human alive. With that cry, all the golden-armored soldiers lunged at Zhou Hai. Dark elements, I bind you. A cloud of black mist rose from Zhou Hai's feet, and in the next moment, it surged forth like serpentine dragons, enveloping all the charging golden-armored soldiers. It's dark magic. How can a human wield dark magic? Blood Armor gaped in disbelief, his voice laced with incredulity. Not only him, but all the monsters present were equally astonished. Dark magic, while seemingly similar to other forms, was fundamentally different. One of the primary reasons the demon realm was inhospitable to humans was the dark elements and those humans who could wield them. It was as outrageous as a demon wielding light magic. Yet, Zhou Hai was blissfully unaware of this fact. He had never used dark magic in front of others. The only time he had been seen employing it was within a castle in the demon realm. And the sole witness had since turned to ashes. Within the enveloping black mist, the golden-armored soldiers panicked, huddling together, unable to see a thing in the pitch darkness. Suddenly, a cry rang out from one of them. Who threw something into my mouth? Soon, similar cries echoed around. I tasted something too. Was it that human? Everyone, shut your mouths. However, it was too late. Zhou Hai had already stuffed wrapped morsels into each golden-armored soldier's mouths. As they flailed in panic, the black mist unexpectedly dispersed. What is happening? Though muffled by their armor, it was evident that all the golden-armored soldiers wore bewildered expressions. The fearsome dark magic had inflicted no harm upon them. As expected, humans cannot wield dark magic. They are utterly harmless. What on earth did we just consume? The only sensible golden-armored soldier queried. Who cares? We've eaten worse. Even if it were poison, we wouldn't perish. Despite the bravado, the intelligent golden-armored soldier scratched his head in confusion. Meanwhile, as the black mist dissipated, Zhou Hai reappeared, a faint smile dancing upon his lips as he regarded the blood armor giant, provoking him immensely. Human, do you wish to challenge me? What is the matter? Is it beyond your capabilities? Zhou Hai shrugged. Very well, let us see whether your words hold more weight than my fists. With that, Blood Armor stepped forward, but in the next moment, Zhou Hai surveyed the scene. Following his gaze, Blood Armor also glanced around, only to realize with alarm that the captured horned demons had vanished. You big red-bottomed brute. While I am irked that you harmed the mountain ghost lady, we now require a little privacy. So, your head shall remain attached to your body for the time being. Zhou Hai grinned mischievously. Grow. In the next instant, countless branches erupted from the golden-armored soldiers who had traversed the black mist, piercing through every pore of their bodies, roots burrowing into the ground, unleashing a chorus of anguished cries. Something has pierced my body. It hurts. Someone kill me. I feel so itchy. Why have my hands turned into trees? Someone, put me out of my misery. In the blink of an eye, over 10 white ash trees sprang forth, identical to the one in the village center, erecting a barrier between the two factions. Cursed human. He.S. trying to escape. Blood Armor, no fool, immediately grasped the situation and lunged toward the obstructing white ash tree. Yet, he soon discovered that his large frame could not squeeze through the gaps between the trees. Cunning human. Blood Armor swung a fist at the white ash tree, expecting to smash the trunk. But the anticipated scene did not unfold. Fool. Though they are merely saplings, they flow with the sap of the world tree. If even a dimwit like you could break them, it would mean the end for the world tree itself. Zhou Hai smirked at Blood Armor, sticking out his tongue in mockery. Farewell, big fellow. When we meet again, I shall ensure I do so in the most dashing manner possible." After shouting this last line, Zhou Hai turned and fled, leaving Blood Armor to watch helplessly as all the horned demons helped one another to retreat, followed by a group of juvenile horned demons. "Cunning, cunning, damned human, I will surely kill you, my lord." At that moment, a golden-armored soldier approached, but before he could utter a word, his head was sent flying by a powerful punch. Blood Armor, seething with rage, found an outlet for his fury in the golden-armored soldier. The other golden-armored soldiers hurriedly withdrew, not daring to approach him again. After a moment of composure, Blood Armor surveyed his surroundings. Perhaps it was Zhou Hai's intention, but the golden-armored soldiers enveloped by the black mist had been the very ones at the periphery. And now the white ash trees had effectively trapped him inside. He furiously stomped the ground, but the earth beneath him had long been permeated by the roots of the white ash trees. Showing no signs of cracking, before him lay an endless expanse of scorched earth, where a ragtag band of survivors leaned on each other for support as they advanced. "Big brother, is the mountain ghost sister okay?" A little girl with wide eyes tightly grasped the young man's pant leg, asking pitifully. Such an adorable girl could only be Tun Tun. Zhou Hai smiled gently, ruffling her hair. "Don't worry, Tun Tun. The mountain ghost sister has only sustained minor injuries. She'll be just fine." Yet Tun Tun remained unconvinced, tilting her head to glance at Zhou Hai's back. "All right, Tun Tun, I will take good care of the mountain ghost sister. Now go find the other children to play with. Be a good girl." "Oh," Tun Tun replied, glancing back several times but obediently returned to the central group. Once Tun Tun had wandered off, Zhou Hai turned his attention to the mountain ghost, who lay on a wooden plank, being carried forward by 4 horned demons. While a hole in the body was fatal for the horned demon clan, she would be unable to walk for at least 3 days. Zhou Hai leaned in close, observing the wound on her left breast, where surprisingly, flesh buds were writhing. TSK, the vitality of the horned demon clan is truly remarkable. To be pierced through and still possess the ability to self-repair is enviable. The mountain ghost raised an eyebrow. "Envy, is it? Would you like me to have the fiery ghost give you a taste?" As Zhou Hai gazed at the fiery ghost that had suddenly appeared beside him, he forced a sheepish smile, exclaiming, "Hee, I'm not envious at all. My own body is the best." Sensing the ghost's chilling glare, Zhou Hai was certain that, despite having temporarily saved the horned demon clan, the enmity of a rival could indeed traverse rivers and mountains. "Brother Chigu, the team requires your guidance ahead to ensure everyone's safety. I won't trouble you any further," Zhou Hai said with a serious expression, "but I will keep my eyes on you." Chigu murmured ominously before vanishing from sight. Zhou Hai let out a sigh of relief. "What kind of bizarre abilities do you horned demons possess? You're like specters. It's utterly terrifying." Each horned demon uncovers their unique skills upon reaching adulthood. Zigu's ability is muscle hardening, while Chigu's is the most extraordinary, allowing for instantaneous movement. Zhou Hai, filled with envy, exclaimed, "Wow, that's invincible. You can go wherever you please, do whatever you want." He envisioned himself possessing such a skill. Suddenly appearing in a locker room. "Pfft. Oh no, too much blood loss. Quickly, pinch my nose." Just as he managed to stem the flow of blood, he caught the unfriendly gaze of Shangu, who clearly discerned his previous thoughts. "Filthy human, we horned demons would never engage in such lewd antics." Zhou Hai, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head, too shy to respond. Of course, Chigu could not teleport indefinitely. There were limitations on distance. The maximum range was 100 meters. And using it would deplete his stamina. At present, he could move a total of 1,000 meters per day, beyond which he would have to exhaust his vitality. Zhou Hai nodded in understanding. Such a formidable skill could not possibly be without restrictions. Nevertheless, it was still a divine talent. Just imagine, while one is engaged in a private moment, a person suddenly appears behind them with a knife. 1,000-year kill. Cold sweat broke out on Zhou Hai's forehead. "That's terrifying. I must be wary of him in the future. By the way, how did you manage to turn those golden-armored soldiers into trees?" Yungue and Shangue suddenly asked curiously. Zhou Hai fell silent for a few seconds before leaning closer to Shangue. "Miss Shangue, tell me, with such a large wound on your chest, will it leave any after effects once it heals? For instance, will you stop growing?" "Chigu, eliminate him." Shangue bit her silver teeth and shouted with all her might. "Yes." A shadow instantly appeared between the two. "Oh no, I was wrong." The screams echoed throughout the wilderness. In truth, Zhou Hai did not refrain from speaking because he did not want to. Rather, the skill was something he could not disclose as it originated from his own body, more accurately, from the world tree. The remnants he had fed to Yungue and the golden-armored soldiers were essentially fragments of himself, like fingernails and hair. This was a discovery he made inadvertently. His new body was fashioned by the world tree. thus inheriting its characteristics. The remnants of his body, when placed in soil, surprisingly sprouted into saplings. This meant that the fragments on him were indeed seeds of the white wax tree. After he fed those golden-armored soldiers the seeds and employed the wood element growth magic, the seeds rapidly germinated, causing the trees to burst forth from their bodies. The reason he could not disclose this to Shan Gui was due to the nature of the world tree. It bears the weight of 9 realms. The vast demon realm they inhabited was merely a fragment of one such world. If others were to discover that his body was fashioned by divine beings using the world tree, who knew what kind of trouble it would bring? Dissection? TSK. The indigenous people of this world would likely underestimate him, cutting him into 18 pieces and slowly studying him in a nutrient bath. One might experiment to see if a piece could survive without water, or perhaps create molds from another. Hey, give that piece a bit of history and see if it can mature. Okay, enough speculation. Zhou Hai dared not think any further. 3 days later. How much longer? Zhou Hai despondently dragged his body to keep up with the group. It won't be long now. Came the familiar refrain. It had been 3 days since they departed from the Horned Demon Village, and they had been on the move without rest. Let's take a break ahead, Shan Gui said nonchalantly. Zhou Hai immediately sprinted towards the front of the group. Rest in place. Rest in place. Shan Gui looked on in exasperation. I clearly said to rest ahead. This guy, who had saved the Horned Demon clan during their direst hour, was becoming increasingly irksome. Perhaps the cunning nature of humans was inherently incompatible with the pure-hearted Horned Demons. Finally able to rest for a moment, Zhou Hai collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Is it really that tiring? Are all humans as fragile as you? Shan Gui scoffed, glancing at him. Zhou Hai instantly sprang to his feet. Indignant. It's easy for you to say. If you're so capable, why don't we switch places? I'll ride on your back, and you can walk. Shan Gui shot him a disdainful look and leaped down from the wooden plank. Hey, take it easy. Zhou Hai hurriedly approached, wishing to support her, but Shan Gui sidestepped him and lifted her clothing. It's completely healed after 3 days. Stop worrying unnecessarily. Puffed. Happiness. Just before Zhou Hai fainted, he could only recall a large white bun appearing before him. Hee. Buns, big buns. I love big buns. Shan Gui gritted her teeth, pulling down her clothing. In the next moment, Chigu appeared behind her. Leader, this human is truly intolerable. Let me eliminate him. Though separated by the malevolent ghost mask, the grinding of his teeth was still distinctly audible. No need. Step back. Shan Gui waved her hand. Leader. Chigu's sleeves slipped to reveal 2 daggers, ready to advance. Chigu, I know you detest him, but do not forget. It was this human who saved me in the Horned Demon clan. Upon hearing this, Chigu trembled, suppressing his resentment and sheathing his daggers. Understood. I take my leave. He then vanished from sight. At that moment, Zigu approached from the back of the group. Shan Gui, are you fully recovered? She scrutinized Shan Gui from head to toe. Yes, I'm fine for now. Huh. Why is this human lying on the ground unconscious? Did you hit him again? Zigu crouched down curiously, lifting Zhou Hai's eyelids for inspection. Shan Gui felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, unsure how to explain. She had only shown this human her healed wound. And yet he had fainted, exclaiming happiness just before. Now, Zhou Hai gave her the impression of someone who both wished to strike him and feared the repercussions of doing so. Shan Gui worried whether he would lick her hand if she punched him in the face. Are all humans this disgusting? Shan Gui thought to herself, her face contorting in disdain. Forget him. Rising to her feet, Zigu kicked Zhou Hai and remarked, Shan Gui, how much longer until we reach our destination? Shan Gui glanced at the map. Based on our current pace, it will take another 2 days. Are we really going there? Zigu asked hesitantly. Shan Gui remained silent but nodded. Zigu sighed. I see. It seems there truly is no place for us here. I will return to the rear of the group. This human is in your hands now. After Zigu left, Shan Gui looked at Zhou Hai, who was still bleeding from his nose, casually picking a blade of grass from the ground and stuffing it into his nostrils. Hand him over. I'm genuinely afraid I might not be able to refrain from punching this human to death. At that moment, a small figure rushed over. Tunten, seeing you healed makes me so happy. As Tunten leaped into her embrace, Shan Gui gently patted her head. Tunten, when you were lying on the wooden plank, the big brother wouldn't let me see you. I was so worried about you. Hearing the innocent concern, Shan Gui smiled indulgently. That human was right. It was merely a superficial injury. I just wanted to rest a bit longer. Tunten nodded vigorously. Sister Shan Gui is the strongest. You'll never get hurt. The soothing words from Tunten instantly calmed Shan Gui's previously agitated heart. Tunten then noticed Zhou Hai lying on the ground. Ha! Why is the big brother lying on the ground asleep? He ate too much and is lying down to digest. As soon as Tunton heard there was food involved, she immediately perked up. What delicious food. Sister Shangui, I want some too. Shangui smiled, ruffling her hair. Yes, I'll make some for you right away. Little glutton. Hee. Are we almost there? How much further? I can't walk anymore. Miss Shangui, will you carry me? Shangui covered her ears, leading the group at the front. She had lost count of how many times she had heard the same words. Zhou Hai buzzed in her ears like a bacterial ant from the demon realm. Shigu, make him be quiet. Yes, a masked shadow suddenly appeared beside Zhou Hai, swiftly grasping his upper and lower lips. With his mouth under control, Zhou Hai could only struggle incessantly, yet the grip of the fiery ghost felt as unyielding as a vice. We are merely 50 miles away. Is there anything unusual nearby? No, replied the mirror ghost. Everything is normal. Good, let us hasten our pace and aim to arrive within half a day. Understood. As the fiery ghost words faded, he vanished, finally liberating Zhou Hai's mouth. He immediately leaned towards the mountain ghost. Miss Mountain Ghost, where exactly are we headed? We're nearly there. You must tell me now. However, the mountain ghost shook her head and replied softly, it's not that I wish to keep it from you. But I too am uncertain whether that place truly exists. Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? The mountain ghost gazed into the distance. The Horned Ghost clan has long been the subject of a certain rumor, known only to each generation's clan leader. Upon hearing of the secret, Zhou Hai's ears perked up. What rumor? Pray tell. The mountain ghost glanced at him with a hint of resignation. Originally, this was a secret of the Horned Ghost clan, but soon it shall be validated. Thus, sharing it with you is inconsequential. The origin of the Horned Ghost clan stems from the union of a powerful demon and a human, something you should already be aware of. Zhou Hai nodded and replied, of course. The mountain ghost continued, in truth, the first generation of Horned Ghosts did not reside in the demon realm. Not in the demon realm. Where else could they possibly be? Zhou Hai asked in confusion. I do not know, but the rumor states that by traversing a certain teleportation array, we could return to our true homeland. Could it be that the place we are currently heading to is where the teleportation array is located? The mountain ghost nodded, yet that does not make sense. Since you were ostracized in the demon realm, why have none of the previous clan leaders taken the Horned Ghosts there? Zhou Hai voiced his doubts. The mountain ghost paused, looking into Zhou Hai's eyes. Because that place is a forbidden zone of the demon realm. What? Zhou Hai gulped, forcing himself to appear calm as he asked, are you jesting? However, the mountain ghost's expression was grave. What do you think? Is it very dangerous? 9 deaths out of 10. It's a place from which one does not return. Zhou Hai's vision darkened. If even the mountain ghost spoke of it so gravely, then it was likely as perilous as she described. Zhou Hai forced a smile. Perhaps we should reconsider other options. That is certainly an option. The mountain ghost responded readily. How about we return the way we came and speak to the red eye? Advance. Our team is like the sun. The mountain ghost shot him a disapproving glance as she walked towards the rear of the group. Zigui, come here for a moment. Zigui immediately trotted over. What is it? Mountain ghost? The mountain ghost had shed the playful demeanor she had with Zhou Hai, her face now serious. You must be vigilant of the situation behind us. If necessary, call the mirror ghost over. I have a feeling our journey has been too smooth. Zigui waved his hand dismissively. Do not worry, mountain ghost. Blood armor and his golden armored soldiers have long been left behind. They cannot catch up. Yet the mountain ghost remained uneasy. Better to be cautious than to regret. Understood. I will take care of it. Seeing Zigui's determined expression, the mountain ghost refrained from saying more and returned to the front of the line. Human, if anything unusual occurs, you must flee on your own. Miss Mountain Ghost, please call me by my name. Zhou Hai replied. Zhou Hai, of course, you may also call me dear. Zhou Hai grinned at the mountain ghost. I am not jesting. You have already saved us once. I do not wish to owe you further favors. Relax, there is no danger. Even if there is, it pertains to that forbidden zone of the demon realm you mentioned. Let us hope so, the mountain ghost replied, her thoughts heavy, and she fell silent. After what felt like an eternity, the group finally arrived at their destination. Zhou Hai looked up at the canyon towering over 100 meters high, flanked by peaks that seemed to pierce the sky, with a narrow path shrouded in mist in between. Is this the forbidden zone you spoke of? Zhou Hai asked, stunned. The mountain ghost, witnessing such a magnificent sight for the first time, replied, it should be. Clearly, she too was awestruck by the spectacle before them. The surroundings of the Horned Ghost clan were typically plains and hills, with the highest elevation being merely dozens of meters. They had never encountered such towering peaks that seemed to ascend into the heavens. Originally intent on leading her kin to seek the teleportation array, she now hesitated. Zhou Hai noticed the shift in her demeanor and inquired, what is troubling you? The mountain ghost gazed at the green mist within the canyon. This place is referred to as the forbidden zone of the demon realm for a reason. The dense green mist is inherently toxic. Moreover, within that mist, there lurk many unknown demons. For centuries, any demon that has entered here has never returned alive. Observing the mountain ghost lost in thought, Zhou Hai leaned closer, his eyes fixated on hers. And in the next moment, bang! Ouch! My eyes! Zhou Hai screamed, clutching his eyes and rolling on the ground. The mountain ghost spat. That's what you get for startling me. However, after Zhou Hai's antics, her mood seemed to lighten. Human, do you think if the rumors of the Horned Ghost clan are false, we might all perish within? It turned out that was what the mountain ghost had been worried about. Zhou Hai struggled to rise from the ground. Protesting, say it again. Call me Zhou Hai. Sigh. I find you truly contradictory. You wish to resist the Red Eye yet also seek to preserve your race. You believe the rumors that this place can lead you back to your homeland. Yet when faced with it, you fear it is merely a deception. The heart of a woman is as unfathomable as the depths of the sea, Zhou Hai remarked, shaking his head. The mountain ghost sighed. You do not understand. Zhou Hai, unnoticed by her, let out a sigh. How could he not understand? He had experienced the weight of such burdens countless times in his past life. Suddenly, memories from his former existence flooded Zhou Hai's mind. His parents gravely ill, unable to afford medical expenses, the helpless man resorting to online loans, ultimately failing to gather enough. He had amassed a mountain of debt. Unable to even pay the interest, constantly harassed by creditors. Each time the phone rang, his heart would skip a beat, quickly silencing it. After his parents passed away, he worked late into the night just to earn a meager overtime pay of 40 yuan an hour. Persisting for 3 years until he finally cleared his debts. Just when he thought he could finally find peace, his girlfriend of 5 years handed him a card that read, "You are not the person I want." Shattering his last glimmer of hope, that day, after work, he indulged himself by visiting a bar, ordering a few bottles of beer and a skewer of grilled kidneys. Sitting at the bar, watching the young people dance in the center of the floor, he felt a pang of envy. Yet, when the bill arrived, totaling 250 yuan, he realized how foolish he was. He patted his pockets, suddenly recalling the 1,000 yuan he had just paid for rent. He ultimately settled the bill using a credit service, with a balance of 0.34 yuan left. Drunk and unable to hail a cab, he wandered the streets in the chilly autumn night, feeling lost and despondent. Damn it all, do I not deserve to be an ordinary person? Why does the world conspire against me? Did I blow up your precious heaven in my last life? Just you wait, when I die. I swear I will blow it up 100 more times, giving you a damn hot bath with an atomic bomb. He cursed at the night sky for a long time, only to realize that no one cared. With a wry smile, he collapsed onto the ground, sprawled out in the middle of the road, and extended his hand towards the sky, giving a grand middle finger. God above, I curse you. Bang! As the autumn leaves fell. A few landed on him. Hello, is there a spirit? I crashed into someone on Xinhua Avenue. He did not know if he was still alive after being sent flying 10 meters away. Faintly, he heard a voice on the phone in the distance. Suddenly, the treetops swayed in the wind, and a solitary white ash leaf danced in the air, eventually landing on his face, obscuring the last flicker of hope he only remembered in the final second of consciousness. Catching a glimpse of a glowing vein upon the leaf. Damn, I'm going crazy. Zhou Hai shook his head, dispelling the haunting thoughts. He reached out to pat the mountain ghost's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Yet before he could, a shadow leaped down from the sky. Thud, the ground trembled, and dust billowed as a blood-red figure completely obscured the green mist ahead. Heh, we meet again. Human human, we meet again. The blood-red armor reflected 2 astonished faces. General Blood Armor. Zhou Hai and Shan Gui quickly retreated, readying themselves for battle. Hey, everyone, there's no need to rush. This time, I'm not here to make things difficult for you, he said. Zhou Hai and Shan Gui were momentarily taken aback. Clearly not comprehending his words, suddenly, a horned demon with swollen eyes rushed in from behind the group. Chief, we spotted a golden-armored army 3 miles away. He was the Mirror Demon, as Shan Gui had referred to him. Naturally gifted with the ability to see for miles. Upon hearing this, Shan Gui's expression shifted drastically. How many are there? The Mirror Demon replied with a bitter face, about 3,000. This time, not only Shan Gui, but Zhou Hai's expression also turned grave. 3,000 golden-armored soldiers. Even if he shouted until his voice broke, he wouldn't be able to defeat them all. Shan Gui seized the Mirror Demon's collar and shouted. Why didn't you say this earlier? The chief, they used concealment magic, making them invisible. The Mirror Demon could only see with his eyes, unable to penetrate the concealment magic. Shan Gui's brow furrowed tightly. What kind of magic could conceal over 3,000 golden-armored soldiers? Suddenly, she froze, her eyes widening in disbelief as she looked at the blood armor. Sensing she had guessed correctly, blood armor chose not to hide the truth anymore. Hee, you figured it out, that's right. This time, it is indeed Lord Crimson Eye himself who has come. How could Lord Crimson Eye possibly come in person? Shan Gui's voice was filled with helplessness and despair. You horned demons certainly lack that much allure. However, blood armor grinned, pointing at Zhou Hai, this human. Lord Crimson Eye is quite interested in him. Shan Gui immediately turned to look at Zhou Hai, but found nothing particularly special about him. Don't bother looking. You and I won't understand. But if it's something Lord Crimson Eye desires, there is nothing he cannot obtain. This time, your horned demon clan is doomed. Ha 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 ha. Blood armor plunged his great sword into the ground. Hands on his hips, evidently preparing to block their path and await the arrival of Lord Crimson Eye. Shan Gui leaned closer to Zhou Hai, quietly asking in a voice unheard by blood armor. Can that move work on him? Which move? Zhou Hai was taken aback. The one that can turn golden-armored soldiers into trees. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai glanced at blood armor, furrowing his brow, after a few seconds of silence. He replied, it's difficult, since blood armor, like the general of the giant armor, was an apostle of Crimson Eye. It was certain he had undergone mechanical enhancements. It worked before because those golden-armored soldiers were mere flesh and blood, capable of normal sustenance. But blood armor was different. Could he just throw an AC to have steel provide nourishment? Seeing Zhou Hai shake his head, Shan Gui's expression fell. She originally couldn't defeat blood armor. And now that the opponent merely needed to block them, it was exceedingly easy for him. They had to think of a way to eliminate him first. Otherwise, if he continued to block their path, no one would escape. When Crimson Eye arrived, Shan Gui fixed her gaze on blood armor, seemingly searching for a weakness in him. However, Zhou Hai shouted, if that's the case, let us stop hesitating and take him down. In the next moment, black mist spread from his body, enveloping both Shan Gui and blood armor. Make sure not to hit me. Zhou Hai hastily cautioned. I in the black mist, no one could see except Zhou Hai. Shan Gui was no exception. I know. You're so small. I can sense you, she replied. Hearing Shan Gui's words, Zhou Hai felt disgruntled but couldn't refute her. Meanwhile, blood armor's voice came from the darkness, human. This time I won't be fooled by your little tricks again. As long as I stay here unmoving, I just need to wait for Lord Crimson Eye to arrive. Heh, this big guy isn't stupid. Zhou Hai was astonished. Shan Gui ignored his banner. If blood armor truly remained stationary as he claimed, it would be even easier for her to lock onto him. Outside the black mist, the child demon approached the group. Shan Gui, do you need my assistance? No, you take care of the children. After shouting this, Shan Gui's body rapidly grew until she became a 3-meter-tall battle giant. She clenched her fists and charged straight ahead. Oh Hai had asked her before why she didn't use weapons, and her answer was always, I prefer using my fists, it's much more satisfying. Zhou Hai, suit yourself. Shan Gui raised her right fist heavily, aiming at blood armor's position. She had expected blood armor to draw his sword in defense. But unexpectedly, he not only did not draw his weapon but also sank slightly, extending both palms outward. Smack. He actually managed to grasp Shan Gui's fist purely by instinct in the darkness. Hee, got you. In the next moment, he shifted his shoulder, yanking Shan Gui's fist back with his left hand while charging his right fist. Bang! The fist struck directly against Shan Gui's shoulder, in the blink of an eye. Shan Gui flew out of the black mist, and the child demon rushed forward to catch her. However, the impact was so great that it caused the child demon to retreat several steps, leaving behind over 10 earth-filled pits along their path. Shan Gui cradled her arm, apologetically looking at the child demon. Sorry, I was careless. I didn't dodge. Shall we go together? All right. This time, Shan Gui did not refuse. Clearly understanding that alone, she could not shake blood armor. The two exchanged glances and charged into the black mist together. Hee, back for more. Sensing 2 incoming fists, blood armor did not panic. Instead, he rooted himself firmly and once again charged his arms. Hee, I love a good, meaty fight. In an instant, for fists collided with one another. This time, there was no overwhelming dominance. The intense wind from their fists even temporarily parted the black mist in the middle. Not enough. Even if you two join forces, it's still insufficient. Ha 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 ha. Blood armor laughed maniacally as he exerted force with his fists. Despite both Shan Gui and the child demon being in battle form, they still fell back a few steps. Fortunately, this time they did not retreat from the black mist. Where's that human? He hasn't run away, has he? The child demon asked quietly, frowning. I don't know, but he surely has a way to deal with blood armor. For some reason, Shan Gui inexplicably trusted him. Humph. Can we really rely on a human? The child demon scoffed, clearly skeptical of Zhou Hai. Meanwhile, Blood Armor seemed to have overheard their conversation and laughed maniacally. You still think you can rely on that cunning human? Just surrender obediently. That human managed to trap me last time only because he caught me off guard. This time, do you think he will dare to show up? He's probably hiding far away by now. Ha 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 ha. Shan Gui ignored him and once again coordinated with the child demon for an attack. However, this time, they did not insist on charging head-on but instead circled to Blood Armor's sides. Useless. Even if I don't defend, you still can't break through. Just give up. Give up. 3 words flashed through Shan Gui's mind, but the next moment, her eyes caught sight of the black mist outside. Over 100 of her clan members were there, wide-eyed and pitifully expressing their hunger. Forget it. Child demon. Here they come. In the blink of an eye, both of them jumped into the air on either side of Blood Armor. No words were exchanged, nor were there any eye signals. The 2 demons simultaneously dove toward Blood Armor, and in the blink of an eye, 2 giant fists, cutting through the air, struck the sides of Blood Armor's helmet. Did we succeed? They both thought simultaneously. However, in the next second, Blood Armor chuckled. Hee hee, did you really think I was foolish? As he opened his mouth, his helmet shrank, retracting from his neck into his chest. Boom, Blood Armor dodged, and both fists naturally collided together. Instantly, the 2 demons turned pale, clearly feeling the impact of that punch. They were sent flying. At that moment, Blood Armor's head stretched out again. Oh dear, you 2 really went all out. Didn't you? Too bad I avoided it. TSK, how are you? Not injured? I hope. Blood Armor's taunts left both of them filled with shame and anger. The punch they had thrown with all their might had ended up hitting each other, making it utterly embarrassing. After that punch, they both sustained significant injuries. Although they instinctively released their strength at the last moment, they still couldn't escape the impact. The child demon couldn't hold it in and spat out a stream of blood. Blood Armor laughed mockingly. Come at me again. However, at this moment, both of them were disoriented and dared not move. Since you won't come, then it's my turn to strike. A red light began to glow from Blood Armor's chest, particularly conspicuous in the black mist. Having experienced the power of that ray, Shan Gui quickly warned, Child demon, be careful. I was injured by that move. The child demon was startled and hurriedly tried to move her body. Boom! A massive red beam grazed the child demon, singeing a tuft of her hair. The beam did not linger, shooting through the black mist and creating a gaping hole that soared into the sky. The child demon looked on in trepidation at the disappearing beam. At that moment, Blood Armor's voice echoed with regret. TSK, you were lucky. You were just a hair's breadth away from being killed. No worries, let's have another go. Just as he was about to try again, a haughty yet sinister voice echoed from the black mist. Greetings to all in the Horned Demon Village. I am the Demon Lord Akai. Blood Armor's body trembled with excitement as he exclaimed, Lord Akai has arrived. Was that not Blood Armor's voice emanating from within that shroud of darkness? Disperse. In an instant, the dense black mist dissipated, revealing 3 colossal figures hidden within. Zhou Hai, who had been dormant for a long time, also came into view, his expression grave as he gazed into the distance. I asked that. The Demon Lord Akai? Zhou Hai's heart sank at the realization. The next moment, he leaped into the air, exclaiming in disbelief, Isn't that just a wooden box? All this time, the Demon Lord Akai is merely a broken box. Sensing the collective gaze of the crowd, Zhou Hai offered an awkward smile. Hee hee, my apologies. He gradually stepped back behind the battle-ready horned demon, completely concealing himself. Let it be. There is nothing worth cherishing in this world. Listening to the despairing voices behind him, the horned demon's lips twitched in acknowledgement. After a minute of silence, a voice emerged from the box, shattering the stillness. This human's mind? Mountain Demon remarked indifferently, he is insane. Ignore him. Oh, understood. The voice from the box carried a tone of realization, followed by another minute of silence. The wooden box spoke again, its tone both sinister and peculiar. So, you are the current leader of the Horned Demon clan, Mountain Demon. Cold sweat trickled down Mountain Demon's forehead. Yet she feigned calmness as she replied, Indeed. Very well, you seem quite robust. I assure you, I shall not waste you for my experiments. Upon hearing this, Mountain Demon's expression changed dramatically as memories flooded back. Decades ago in that bloody hell, countless limbs of horned demons had flown about, eventually strung together by a single thread. In the human realm, it seemed to be referred to as a candied haw. Heh, how amusing. The threads danced in the air, carrying severed limbs above the heads of a group of horned demon children, the crimson blood splattering upon each one. The stench of blood mingled with the foulness of flesh. She felt as if she were once more treading that inferno. The heads of adult clan members had been severed one by one, packed into small boxes. She vividly remembered when 7 boxes were filled, the heads opened to extract their brains, which the apostles of Akai tossed into bags like refuse. Among the mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, the underage horned demon stood frozen, paralyzed with fear. When a child had dared to cry out, a thread had swiftly severed their head, the sound of the falling head echoing in the blood. Mountain Demon recalled this clearly. I detest noisy children. Their shrill voices irritate my mind. The cold, indifferent voice was etched in her memory. She had not forgotten how, upon hearing those words, she had cowered beside her parents' corpses. Desperately covering her mouth, too afraid to make a sound, tears and snot mingling on her hands, not daring to wipe them for fear that releasing her grip would lead to an outburst of cries. Mountain Demon, Mountain Demon. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind her. Who was calling me? Mountain Demon turned in a daze. Was it her parents? Mountain Demon, Mountain Demon. Wake up. The voice grew louder, and her vision began to focus. The figure becoming clearer. Huh. When Mountain Demon recognized the figure, she froze in surprise. A human, Zhou Hai, upon seeing Mountain Demon's face, was momentarily at a loss for what emotions to feel: anger, confusion, disbelief, or perhaps pity. What he saw was a face pale as death, devoid of color, lips moving but no words escaping, tears streaming down her ghostly visage, her gaze vacant. What had she witnessed? Zhou Hai could hardly fathom, yet he understood that at this moment, Mountain Demon was incredibly fragile. Unintentionally, she began to revert to her normal form, and that face appeared particularly pitiful. Without hesitation, Zhou Hai reached out and embraced Mountain Demon tightly from behind, gently stroking her head. It's all right. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, tears flowed uncontrollably, yet she still refrained from voicing her sorrow, burying her head in Zhou Hai's arm and sobbing quietly. Zhou Hai had no knowledge of her past, but all he could offer was a comforting embrace. In this world, no one could fully empathize, yet a warm hug and a few kind words were often enough. As Zhou Hai's tender caresses soothed her, Mountain Demon gradually calmed down. Just then, an out-of-place voice interrupted. Lowly human, what are you doing? Daring to ignore Lord Akai. The voice belonged to Blood Armor. Zhou Hai paid him no heed, continuing to pat Mountain Demon's back. It's all right. I'm here. Blood Armor, feeling ignored, snorted coldly and knelt before the box. Lord Akai, allow me to engage in battle on your behalf and eliminate these two nuisances. Oh, are you certain you are capable? The box's tone was icy, laced with skepticism. Though enveloped in heavy armor, Blood Armor felt a cold sweat breaking out. He could sense Lord Akai's dissatisfaction with the previous extermination of the Horned Demon village. Lord Akai, grant me another chance. This time, I shall not disappoint you. Blood Armor, towering in stature, prostrated himself like a crouching wild bull. The box remained silent for a long moment, devoid of sound. My lord, should I fail again, I willingly offer myself to the depths below, to become material for your next experiment. Blood Armor understood Lord Akai's temperament. The failure of this mission had already incited strong discontent. Even if he returned alive to his territory, he would undoubtedly face Lord Akai's wrath. He would rather become a test subject than endure such punishment. However, should he succeed, he would ascend to the rank of the strongest apostle under Akai. Furthermore, he did not believe that merely a human and a defeated subordinate could vanquish him. Finally, the box spoke again. Go, do not bring me shame. The neutral tone amplified Blood Armor's pressure. Understood. He swiftly rose, casting a resentful glare at the pair still locked in embrace. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, Lord Akai wouldn't have to intervene personally, and I wouldn't be facing his scrutiny. It's all you're doing. A wave of resentment seeped from his armor, the air around him starting to solidify with unparalleled intensity. This time, he would certainly kill these two pests in the most despairing manner. Feeling the overwhelming killing intent, Mountain Demon suddenly reacted, forcefully extricating herself from Zhou Hai's embrace. Clearing her throat, she spoke with a blank expression. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm just borrowing your shoulder, and you don't get any strange notions. Understood. From now on, we'll be sleeping together. All right, friends. Zhou Hai raised his voice, fearing she wouldn't hear. Standing before the Horned Demon clan, the subordinate demon observed with a peculiar gaze, his mouth twitching in disbelief. Bro, it's about to go down, and you're still flaunting your relationship? Blood Armor, having lost patience with the human's prattle, hefted his long blade with fierce determination. Take this. Unleashing all his might, he swung the massive blade toward Mountain Demon and Zhou Hai. Mountain Demon coolly replied, let's hit first and talk later. All right. The blade descended with ferocity, the wind from the swing ruffling Zhou Hai's hair. Ugh, my hairstyle is ruined again. Zhou Hai sighed in resignation. Enough chit-chat. Dodge. Mountain Demon shoved him away, and the two narrowly evaded the blade's edge. The mighty sword struck the ground with a thunderous crash, creating a palm-wide fissure that extended for dozens of meters. Zhou Hai's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? Are you serious? That was brutal. Blood armor ignored him and swung again, this time targeting Mountain Demon. Not yet transformed into her battle form, she seemed to realize that a direct confrontation was unwise, opting instead to utilize her smaller size for guerrilla tactics. Boom. Another strike, again narrowly missing Mountain Demon. Though this time it severed a portion of her hair, Mountain Demon silently noted her near escape, relieved that it had only just grazed her. This madman really has some strength. After saying this, she cast a glance at Zhou Hai, who was now stealthily moving behind blood armor. What on earth was he planning? The mountain spirit, though perplexed, understood that Zhou Hai must have his reasons for his actions. Thus, she decided to draw the attention of the blood armor and observe his intentions. The mountain spirit began to engage in a dance of evasion around the blood armor, repeatedly dodging his powerful strikes with the blade. You're like a flea, mountain spirit. Grow larger and fight me. Are you merely an insect, only knowing how to run? Ignoring the irate taunts of the blood armor, the mountain spirit realized that she did not need to engage him in a life-or-death struggle. Her objective was simply to buy time and see what new tricks Zhou Hai might have in store. How infuriating. As the mountain spirit continued to evade, the blood armor's frustration mounted. He stomped his feet, casting a familiar confinement spell that raised 4 straight lines from the ground. Boom. In the next instant, earthen walls erupted, intending to trap the mountain spirit within. This was dire. She had been anticipated. Furrowing her brow, the mountain spirit recognized that the blood armor was no fool. This magic was strategically positioned along her path. With no other choice, she was compelled to transform, her body swelling rapidly as she re-entered her battle form. The earthen walls crumbled beneath her single punch, and the blood armor, having already lost sight of the mountain spirit, rejoiced. Ha! I've finally forced you to transform. Now, let us exchange blows. Upon hearing the blood armor's words, the mountain spirit cast a disdainful glance his way. You foolish giant, who would want to trade blows with you? Although the mountain spirit relished the sensation of flesh striking flesh, she was not foolish enough to engage in a futile exchange of strength. She assessed the blood armor's form, searching for a potential weakness. However, the stark disparity in their powers meant that even if she could close the distance, she would face brutal retaliation. Should she target the head or the legs? The mountain spirit's mind raced as she calculated which of these might reveal the blood armor's vulnerability. Damn it. I can't find anything. Clenching her teeth, she found herself unable to advance, but the blood armor was growing impatient. He took 2 steps forward and lifted his massive blade once more. With a fierce charge, the blood armor swung his blade down towards the mountain spirit. What should I do? She wondered, glancing around but finding nothing to aid her. The terrain had been thoroughly ravaged, littered with rubble and craters. There was no time left. As she realized she could not evade the strike, her eyes narrowed. She clasped her hands together just as the blade descended upon her head, forcefully slamming her palms against either side of the weapon. The immense force caused the descent of the blade to slow, and the mountain spirit leveraged all her strength to push upward. Yet, despite her efforts, the disparity in power remained. Though the speed of the blade had diminished, it continued its relentless descent. As the blade drew nearer, the mountain spirit tilted her body, avoiding the blade's edge as it bore down upon her shoulder. Am I out of strength? Will I perish? Where is Zhou Hai? You sly human, why haven't you intervened? Do you truly wish to see me die? The blade inched closer to her shoulder. Hee, mountain spirit. Just submit to death beneath my blade, so that I may present your corpse to Lord Crimson Eye as atonement. His voice resonated dully from within his armored chest, igniting a spark of determination in the mountain spirit's eyes. To hell with your atonement, she spat, her teeth grinding audibly. The blood armor, watching the blade descend further, felt a rush of exhilaration. Thud, the blade pierced her shoulder, the rough edge slicing through flesh and sinew, exposing the gleaming red glow from the eye holes of the blood armor's helm. Die. Yes, just die. Without a hint of pain. Hee. Yet, suddenly, he was taken aback as he felt the blade cease its descent. In his moment of confusion, the mountain spirit released her grip on the blade. Lowering her body swiftly, she knelt on one knee, causing the blade to strike the ground behind her. Having escaped her predicament, the mountain spirit swiftly rolled to her left. The blood armor was momentarily stunned. In the next instant, the familiar headbutt emerged. The mountain spirit had stored all her energy while lowering herself, and now she sprang upward with immense force, her hardened horns piercing the visor of the helmet. With a resounding crash, the blood armor's helmet was struck with tremendous force, sending him staggering backward, his head spinning in agony and confusion. The mountain spirit had just realized that the blood armor's voice emanated from his chest, indicating that, like the general of the giant armor, he had undergone mechanical augmentation. This suggested that a monster's brain was concealed within his helmet, serving as the true essence of the armor. Observing the wobbling armor, a triumphant smile crept across the mountain spirit's face. Yet, Despite the significant impact of her headbutt, the blood armor's helmet, as she had surmised, concealed a brain, but it did not inflict a fatal blow. The blood armor staggered back several paces, finally regaining his balance, though the fleeting dizziness forced him to kneel heavily, temporarily unable to rise. The blood armor adjusted his helmet, fixing the disarray, and once more directed his gaze upon the mountain spirit. I never thought you could devise a method to escape from the brink of death. I truly underestimated you. However, judging by your current state, it seems you lack the strength to continue fighting. While I merely need to rest for another minute before I can rise and finish you off. He spoke the truth. At this moment, the mountain spirit had exhausted all her strength. She reverted to her normal form, collapsing weakly to the ground as if resigned to her impending demise. Haha, have you completely given up? I thought you were truly unyielding, the blood armor mocked. The mountain spirit offered no response, merely gazing at him with a hint of indifference. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Alas, in the face of absolute power, all schemes are futile. Suddenly, the mountain spirit chuckled. Indeed, I have no strength left, nor can I defeat you. The blood armor was about to speak, but the mountain spirit interrupted. But it seems you have forgotten something. Have you forgotten the injury you inflicted upon me earlier? It was merely a trivial wound. Hardly. He trailed off as realization dawned upon him. And the mountain spirit finished for him. You forgot that we are not engaged in a one-on-one duel. The blood armor spun around abruptly, and in the next heartbeat, he found himself frozen in place. Astonishment evident on his steel-clad face. Silence was the most eloquent of expressions. Behind him floated a luminous sphere 2 or 3 times larger than himself, surrounded by crackling lightning, roaring flames, swirling waves, dark mist, and dazzling lights. Apologies for the wait. Zhou Hai grinned broadly, though his words seemed directed toward the mountain spirit seated on the ground nearby. Their gazes remained locked, devoid of superfluous dialogue, as Zhou Hai lowered his arm, sending the enormous glowing sphere hurtling toward the blood armor, as though he had simply tossed it away. This human is formidable. The blood armor's eyes glazed over, unflinchingly absorbing the blinding radiance of red, yellow, and purple. So bright. The sphere moved slowly, taking 3 seconds to envelop the blood armor entirely. Whoosh! In an instant, the sphere seemed to vanish, or perhaps it shrank into the blood armor's very being. Ha! I'm unscathed? The blood armor exclaimed in astonishment, lifting his hands to find himself completely unharmed, even inspecting his helmet, which remained intact, his armor unbroken. Ha ha, you little brat. So you were merely bluffing. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, a voice echoed from within the box, laced with a sinister and frenzied tone. This human is intriguing. I like him. Meanwhile, the blood armor, after a couple of chuckles, realized he was surrounded by silence. Hearing only his own voice, he quickly glanced around, only to find an array of pitying gazes directed at him. Wait, why do you all look at me like that? What on earth has happened? To the surrounding monsters, the blood armor's body radiated light, clearly visible even through his armor, glowing brighter by the moment as if he had been thrust into the heart of a sun. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as countless chaotic magical elements were unleashed between Zhou Hai and the mountain spirit. Resembling a dazzling fireworks display, the explosion subsided swiftly, and within 10 seconds, a viscous mass fell from the sky, landing before the mountain spirit. This mass of mud writhed incessantly. Zhou Hai approached the mountain spirit, extending his left hand. The mountain spirit smiled faintly, grasping his arm for support as she rose. They exchanged glances for a few seconds, and the mountain spirit glanced down at the squirming mass, then back at Zhou Hai, seemingly inquiring what should be done. Zhou Hai understood her gaze. Free him. The mountain spirit's lips curled into a smile, and without hesitation, she brought her foot down. Squish! The wriggling mass was crushed into a pulp, its juices splattering far and wide, landing near the box. The mountain spirit, gripping Zhou Hai's hand tightly, fixed her gaze fiercely upon the wooden box. In the presence of the crimson-eyed demon, she had personally ended the blood armor, crushing the very creature that had served as the embodiment of her long-standing resentment. In that moment, it felt as though years of pent-up frustration had found release. She stood defiantly before the crimson eye, a symbol of her liberation. No more retreating a single step, no more curling up in the corner in silence for what may have been 5 minutes, or perhaps 10. All the horned demons stood beside the mountain demon, facing the 3,000 golden armored soldiers opposite them. They awaited a single command from the mountain demon, even if it meant launching an attack. The death of the blood-armored soldier not only vented the mountain demon's hatred, but also unraveled the knots that had long been buried in their hearts. Years ago, before our very eyes, you slaughtered our entire clan, executed our parents. Today, we shall, in your presence, trample your most loyal hound underfoot. Very well. A voice finally emerged from the box, faint yet resonant. The moment it was heard, All present felt as if they were submerged in a sea of blood. Human, you are clever and strong. You have piqued my interest. The tone of the crimson-eyed demon suggested that Zhou Hai's performance had delighted him immensely. Zhou Hai stepped forward, remaining silent as he extended his fist towards the wooden box. Was he declaring war? All the horned demons were perplexed, yet the mountain demon understood his intent. She gazed quietly at Zhou Hai as he slowly turned his fist, palm facing upward. What did this human intend to do? All the horned demons racked their brains, failing to comprehend. In the next moment, one finger shot out from his fist. A voice from the box conveyed confusion. Clearly unable to decipher Zhou Hai's meaning, the child demon looked bewilderedly at the demons around him. Why did he extend that finger? The others shook their heads, and the next second, Zhou Hai opened his mouth. A hush fell over the scene, only to be broken by the sudden exclamation of the blazing demon in the corner. Wow. Dude, impressive. All the magical beings present widened their eyes in disbelief. Has humanity's audacity grown this bold after a century apart? The tone from within the wooden box was indecipherable, whether genuine praise or mockery. Though it sounded brazen, Zhou Hai remained fixated on the movements of his opponent, the pinnacle of combat prowess in the demon realm. In the human world's lore, any demon possessed the power to overturn everything. Meanwhile, the mountain demon stepped half a pace forward, positioning herself in front of Zhou Hai. Yet, he merely patted her shoulder and gently shook his head. It's all right, Zhou Hai said with a faint smile. However, unbeknownst to all, his legs inside his trousers were trembling uncontrollably. You human, I forgive your rudeness. If you lead these horned demons to surrender now, I will grant them a chance at survival, and I assure you, the tribute will remain 2 offerings each year, with no further alterations. As for you, human, I shall mold you into my most formidable apostle. The voice from the box was calm, exuding confidence as if no one could refuse such a bountiful offer. It sounded rather appealing. Oh, so you agree, then? Yet in the next moment, Zhou Hai smiled faintly and shook his head. Unfortunately, I wish to remain a complete human. I do not wish to be transformed by you, a pervert, into something neither human nor demon, left with only a brain. Disgusting, indeed. The box seemed to have heard something amusing. You dare to deem my magnum opus disgusting? Very well. In an instant, without any warning, dozens of transparent threads shot out from the box. Swish, in the blink of an eye, those threads pierced through the child demon's body. As the threads withdrew, the child demon barely had time to react, looking down in confusion at her own body before collapsing weakly to the ground. Pfft, a mouthful of fresh blood erupted, her eyes glazed over as she fell to the earth. It was only at this moment that Zhou Hai, the mountain demon, and the horned demons finally grasped what had transpired. Zhou Hai's eyes were filled with shock, while the horned demons displayed expressions of panic as if recalling some horrific memory. Child demon, the mountain demon swiftly rushed to support her body, revealing dozens of needle-sized blood holes. Upon witnessing this, the mountain demon clenched her silver teeth. She recalled clearly how, decades ago, the crimson-eyed demon had slaughtered her kin in precisely this manner, snuffing out their lives in an instant. The familiar gaze was haunting, yet alas, those who had seen it before were all dead. A nonchalant voice emerged from the wooden box, and as the words fell, the threads shot out once more. Swish! This time, the target was the mountain demon who had previously glared at it. However, this time, it missed. The sound of threads piercing flesh echoed again, but upon closer inspection, everyone discovered that it was not the mountain demon who had been struck. Coughing, the sound of blood spilling, and the thud of knees colliding with the earth resonated as the mountain demon clutched her mouth. Her eyes wide with horror. Blazing demon. She watched helplessly as the blazing demon, who had cherished her for many years, slowly fell in front of her, once again shielding her in her moment of peril. The blazing demon turned his head with great difficulty, enduring excruciating pain as he spoke in a stammer. And no, it doesn't hurt. Pfft. Before he could finish, he coughed up blood. Blazing demon, do not speak. Where is the healing demon? The mountain demon cried out in desperation. Yet, the blazing demon interrupted her with a wave of his hand. Leader, do not call for the healing demon. My insides have already been pierced. I cannot survive this. The mountain demon hurriedly covered his mouth with her hand, tears streaming down her face as she shook her head incessantly. No, blazing demon, hold on. The healing demon will save you. You shall not die. It's all right, leader. Do not weep. Smile for me, it looks good. With 2 of her closest kin gravely injured, the mountain demon was inconsolable. The blazing demon managed to force out a faint smile. Leader, before I die, I want to tell you something. Hee, could you please not be angry? The mountain demon nodded vigorously. Very well, whatever it is, I assure you I will not be angry. Hee, that's wonderful. Leader, I am sorry, but I actually found that headband you lost last time. I have kept it hidden under my pillow all along. I was afraid that if I told you, you would take it back. In any case, I probably won't need it anymore. Hehehe, I'm giving it back to you. Bright red blood flowed from behind the blazing demoness mask, and as he moved, a few drops fell onto the black headband he held. Leader, your headband smells so good. I really didn't want to give it back. With those final words, the blazing demon could no longer hold himself up and fell backward. Yet, his body did not touch the ground. He was caught in midair. Initially believing it was the mountain demon who had caught him. The blazing demon opened his eyes to find a human face before him. Who told you to hold me? Human, get away, far away. Zhou Hai patted the blazing demon's shoulder, taking the headband from his hands. Zhou Hai turned to glance at the mountain demon, who closed her eyes in anguish, her teeth clenched as she nodded painfully. Having expected Zhou Hai to take the headband away, the blazing demon, with an expression of reluctance, was taken aback when Zhou Hai tied the headband gently to his own mask. You, the blazing demon moved his lips. Brother, shielding the woman you adore from harm. I commend you. Zhou Hai raised his thumb sincerely. The blazing demon snorted and closed his eyes. Zhou Hai entrusted him to the mirror demon and stood up, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at the wooden box. Crimson-eyed, I did not anticipate that you, like those lowly magical beings, would resort solely to ambush. Deceitful human, it seems you are not in a position to judge my actions. Indeed, Zhou Hai paused before continuing. For the so-called deceitful human you speak of is far more adept at ambush than you. In the next moment, a glowing orb appeared in the air behind the box, resembling the one that had slain the blood-armored soldier. Yet this one was significantly larger, almost double in size. Zhou Hai smiled coldly. You do not believe that after battling the blood-armored soldier for so long, I would only produce a single magical explosion. Do you? Magical explosion. Is that the name of this fusion magic? Indeed, as the second recipient of this magic, you should take pride in it, Zhou Hai declared as the orb moved toward the wooden box. Much like when he had attacked the blood-armored soldier, the glowing orb moved slowly. Are you not going to evade? Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow and inquired. The box's tone remained calm. This designated fusion magic cannot be evaded. Indeed, this orb is a fusion magic created from my own body, featuring designated effects. Zhou Hai confidently replied to the box. You can actually discern it. However, it is a pity that misfortune awaits you. Is that so? A flat voice emerged, and in the next moment, the box exploded violently, unleashing thousands of fine threads. Zhou Hai's brow furrowed instantly. This spherical object, was it the crimson-eyed demon? Just as he pondered. The flesh of the sphere rapidly peeled back, revealing a gigantic crimson eye. Around the eyeball lies a layer of white scales, densely packed like speckles along the delicate lines encircling the eye. Occasionally, a white current surges across these threads. The most horrifying aspect is the pupil of this eye, which is shockingly white. The area that should have been the sclera is veiled in a layer of blue. As that peculiar eye opens wide, the blood-red hue in the air converges at its apex, and a potent stench of blood invades Zhou Hai's nostrils, inciting a wave of nausea. Zhou Hai did not anticipate that the so-called crimson-eyed demon would indeed manifest as merely an eye. At this moment, the pupil of the eye fixates on him, and it is only then that Zhou Hai realizes those delicate lines are, in fact, the nerves of this eye. Humans, you are truly fortunate to witness my true form. After capturing you, I shall usher you into my fourth laboratory, where you will behold my most cherished transformation project. The voice of the Crimson Eye exudes arrogance and madness. Zhou Hai lifts his gaze to meet the Crimson Eye. And in that fleeting instant, an invisible pressure begins to constrict his body. Soon, his expression is overtaken by a profound fear of death. In his vision, he beholds an endless sea of blood, surging waves roiling upon the surface. With countless severed limbs floating around him, and ghastly faces faintly emerging from the depths. Suddenly, a look of terror crosses Zhou Hai's face as he senses something beneath the blood sea tugging at him. As if something were attempting to drag him into the abyss. No. He must break free. Yet, no matter how he struggles, his body remains immobilized, as if time itself has come to a standstill for him. Should this continue, he would surely sink into the blood sea. Move. Damn it. Zhou Hai grits his teeth, the sound echoing in the air. At that moment, to all observers, it appears as though Zhou Hai is trapped in a nightmare. He stands trembling in place with his eyes tightly shut, unresponsive to the calls of the mountain ghost. In Zhou Hai's perception, half of his body has already submerged in the blood sea, slowly engulfing his abdomen, chest, and shoulders, until his mouth is submerged, silencing his cries as the foul-tasting sea water floods into his mouth and nostrils. My eyes. I can no longer see. The blood quickly submerges his vision. A stinging sensation overtaking him. Am I to perish? In despair, Zhou Hai closes his eyes and seals his mouth, dragged deeper into the abyss by countless blood-red, withered arms. Eventually, he is pulled to the very depths of the blood sea. Surrounded by an uncountable number of arms caressing his body, Zhou Hai loses consciousness, his life signs fading as he is carelessly manipulated by the myriad of withered limbs. Suddenly, a series of crisp knocks reverberate through the blood sea. Growing louder, the source of this sound is, astonishingly, the pocket watch hanging from Zhou Hai's chest. As the ticking resonates, ripples form in the surrounding blood sea, and those withered arms seem to recoil in terror. Retreating into the darkness, with the final sound of the ticking ding, Zhou Hai's consciousness jolts awake, and he abruptly opens his eyes. Gulping, he finds an influx of blood water pouring into his mouth. Yet, at this moment, he pays no mind to the foul odor. Zhou Hai wastes no time, swiftly swimming toward the surface. Puff. He finally breaks through the surface just before his breath runs out. Zhou Hai frowns as he grasps the pocket watch hanging around his neck. Aside from the glimmer of the red gemstone, it appears unremarkable, but he understands that it is this very watch that has rescued him from the depths of the blood sea. Without haste to uncover the reason, he sets down the watch and raises his gaze to the crimson eye floating in the sky. This time, his expression is resolute. In an instant, everything around him begins to recede rapidly, severed limbs turn to ash. The tumultuous waves calm, and the faces once protruding from the blood sea gradually sink below. In Zhou Hai's eyes, the blood sea transforms into a sheet of burning paper, and as the last corner is consumed, reality merges with his vision. At this moment, Zhou Hai realizes that the mountain ghost has been shaking his shoulder all along. Zhou Hai, wake up. The voice grows clearer as he hears the hand resting on his shoulder. Slap. The mountain ghost, initially stunned, then exclaims with delight, "You're awake." Zhou Hai rubs his temples. Although everything that transpired seems to have been mere illusion, the damage inflicted is undeniably real. I'm fine. What of Zhou and Qi? The mountain ghost takes a deep breath, glancing behind him. There, the horned ghost, acting as a doctor, is tending to them. Their condition is not great, but they are not in immediate danger. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai nods. The vitality of the horned ghost tribe is indeed formidable. If it were a human suffering such grave injuries, there would be no hope of recovery. He looks skyward once more, where the crimson-eyed demon regards him coldly. What of the magic explosive sphere? Zhou Hai inquires in astonishment, noting that the once massive sphere has vanished without a trace. The mountain ghost replies, "The moment you lost consciousness, that ball of light suddenly disappeared." Zhou Hai ponders for a moment. Was it his loss of consciousness that caused the sphere to dissipate? Or was it interrupted by the crimson eye? At this juncture, the crimson-eyed demon speaks up. Surprise tinged with curiosity in his tone, "How did you escape from the blood sea?" Zhou Hai offers a rueful smile, realizing that the blood sea was indeed an illusion conjured by the crimson eye. The palpable terror and despair of death he had just experienced mirrored a prior encounter with a high-level monster in a goblin's lair. It seems that the man with the monocle is also a demon. Whether to consider this fortunate or unfortunate, Zhou Hai, as an ordinary human, has encountered 2 demons in less than 10 days. Suddenly, a voice calls out from the distance, laced with urgency and agitation, "Human, I ask you again. How did you escape from the blood sea? Are you angry that I haven't received an answer?" Zhou Hai glances up at the crimson eye, surrounded by a multitude of writhing tendrils that shroud the sky. His expression grows grave as he realizes how naive his previous thoughts were, having entertained the notion of using the magic explosive to slay the crimson eye. This is a futile endeavor. The reason blood armor was vanquished is not solely due to the might of fusion magic, but also due to its carelessness and insufficient stamina, despite the mountain ghost and Zhou finding themselves at a disadvantage in battle. They have still managed to deplete a considerable amount of the opponent's strength. As the master of blood armor, one of the 12 demons of the demon realm, the crimson eye is all the more formidable. Even if the magic explosive were to fuse with a greater variety of magic, it would still fail to shake Zhou Hai. With a self-deprecating smile, he reflects on how his long-concealed strongest move could not even graze the opponent's form. At that moment, the crimson eye, having received no response from Zhou Hai, narrows his eyes. "I detest being ignored." That fellow felt the same way, and so do you, human, with a furious roar from the crimson eye. Tendrils of nerve shoot toward Zhou Hai. Dark elemental armor. The black armor envelopes him instantly. Bang. Bang. Although the armor is sturdy, the violent impacts nearly send him sprawling. The dark elements of the demon realm are dense, and the dark elemental spells unleashed are all the more potent. Yet, it is evident that they cannot withstand the onslaught of the crimson eye. Countless tendrils batter against the armor, and soon, a breach forms. Crack. One of the penetrating tendrils pierces through Zhou Hai's palm. Pff. The intense pain compels him to cry out. The mountain ghost swiftly pulls Zhou Hai to the forefront. At that moment, the tendril embedded in his palm unexpectedly extends a barb. hooking onto the back of his hand. In an instant, a powerful force attempts to drag him toward the Crimson Eye. Seeing this, the mountain ghost reacts swiftly, seizing a large knife that had fallen from the blood armor and strikes down upon the tendril with force. The blade is sharp. With a single swipe, it severs the tendril gripping Zhou Hai's hand. The other half of the tendril loses its life, tumbling to the ground. The next moment, a shrill voice echoes from above. "You dare sever my tendril? Seek death. Quick, retreat into the green mist." Zhou Hai grits his teeth and shouts. The mountain ghost, teeth clenched, yells back after a brief moment of thought. Follow his lead. Retreat. The surrounding horn ghosts exchange glances before heeding their leader's command. Resolutely charging into the green mist. Zhi Gui and Qi Gui are also carried in by them, while the mountain ghost and Zhou Hai lag behind. Countless tendrils continue to surge toward them, and the mountain ghost can only clutch Zhou Hai's shoulder, dodging left and right. Even if you escape into the forbidden zone, it is still a dead end. It is merely a different method of dying. What significance does it hold? The Crimson Eye's tone is cruel as he calls out. "You vile creature, I would rather die by poison than by your hand. Now I understand why you initially chose to remain in that box. It is because your true form is both ugly and repulsive, leaving you feeling inferior and fearful of being mocked by others." Zhou Hai, no longer able to endure, retaliates. "Look at your ghastly appearance. I suspect your subordinates mock you behind your back. I wager you weren't even carved from a face. How pitiful it must be to be left with just a single eyeball." However, this very utterance seemed to pierce the most vulnerable point of the Crimson Eye. "Humans, you seek death." In an instant, the onslaught of its tentacles intensified, their speed becoming ever more swift. The mountain demon, caught off guard, found her foot pierced. Gritting her teeth, she shot a glare at Zhou Hai and exclaimed, "Can you refrain from speaking so much? I can hardly endure it any longer." Zhou Hai offered an awkward smile. How was I to know this creature was so fragile? Yet, words once spoken cannot be retracted. After Zhou Hai uttered that statement, the Crimson Eye appeared to descend into madness, its tentacles launching indiscriminate attacks, even ensnaring the 3,000 golden-armored soldiers behind it. Lord Crimson Eye, look closely. We are your army. Run for your lives. Lord Crimson Eye has gone mad. Countless golden-armored soldiers fled in all directions, only to be torn to shreds by the swirling tentacles. Meanwhile, the mountain demon's body was once again pierced by a tentacle, this time striking her left knee. Instantly, she staggered, her footing compromised by the rubble beneath her. Swiftly, she raised her great sword and struck down before the tentacle could drag her away with its barbed end. Watching as the severed tentacle thrashed about ineffectually on the ground, she let out a heavy sigh. "Let us proceed. We must enter." Zhou Hai rose, suppressing the pain in his palm, ready to retreat with the mountain demon into the green mist. However, she pushed his hand away. Why can have not all retreated? I cannot leave. Zhou Hai cast a frantic glance at the remaining horned demons outside the mist, unable to contain his urgency, just as he spoke. For tentacles surged toward them, sweeping horizontally. If they failed to evade, they would be cleaved into quarters. Dark shield. Several tendrils of black mist coalesced, forming two sturdy shields. Smash. The tentacles, propelled by tremendous force, shattered the black shields in an instant. Flame shield, ocean shield, stone shield. Three massive shields materialized simultaneously, and upon contact, the tentacles hesitated for a mere half-second. This is hopeless. What more can we do to fend off these ghastly creatures? As the tentacles drew ever closer, Zhou Hai, in a moment of inspiration, swiftly plucked 2 strands of hair. Damn it. Almost forgot about this. He cast the hair to the ground. Water sphere. Grow. The 2 spells activated simultaneously, causing the strands to swell rapidly. And in an instant, 2 ash trees shot up from the earth. Crash. The sound of impact resounded as Zhou Hai furrowed his brow, eyes tightly shut, praying that this tactic would prove effective. After 2 or 3 seconds without the onset of pain, he opened his eyes to see the 4 tentacles ensnared at the thickest part of the 2 ash trees, embedded halfway. Thank goodness. They were just a hair's breadth away from being shredded to bits. Zhou Hai glanced once more outside the green mist, now devoid of any horned demons. "Let us go. Your kin have all retreated." At his words, the mountain demon looked around, confirming the absence of her fellow tribesmen. Their eyes met, and resolutely, they charged into the green mist. At that moment, a voice called out, "Big brother, sister mountain demon, hurry inside. It's so dangerous out here." It was Tun Tun, her voice filled with concern for their safety. Yet that very shout caught the attention of the Crimson Eye. "Sound, there is sound." Its tone was frenzied and distorted. In the blink of an eye, 2 tentacles shot toward the source of the voice, disregarding Zhou Hai and the mountain demon as they surged into the green mist. In the next heartbeat, a smaller figure was ensnared by the tentacles. Tun Tun, the mountain demon, was the first to react. fiercely grasping Tun Tun's leg. Sister Mountain Demon, what is this thing? I'm so scared. Whoo! Tun Tun's eyes brimmed with terror as the tentacles tightened around her waist, their grip growing ever stronger. Zhou Hai hastily seized Tun Tun's other leg. But their strength was ultimately limited. Swish! In an instant, Tun Tun was yanked away. Tun Tun. Tun Tun. Zhou Hai and the Mountain Demon watched helplessly as Tun Tun was whisked away. Big brother. Sister Mountain Demon. It's so scary. Woohoo! Tears streamed down Tun Tun's round eyes, glistening like droplets of despair. Let go of me, you vile creature. She flailed helplessly, pounding her fists against the constricting tentacles. The speed of their retreat was alarming. And in the blink of an eye, she was pulled several dozen meters away. Crimson Eye. The Mountain Demon yelled furiously, charging toward the direction where Tun Tun had been taken. Zhou Hai swiftly embraced her from behind. Despite his own fury, knowing well that their efforts would be futile, Mountain Demon, stay calm. His words did little to halt her advance. She dragged Zhou Hai along, step by step, towards the Crimson Eye. The Mountain Demon's eyes blazed with crimson rage. Devoid of rationality. Return her to me. Bring Tun Tun back. Zhou Hai gritted his teeth, at a loss for what to do. In that moment, he realized that even if he unleashed a forbidden spell, it would not retrieve Tun Tun. Rather, it would endanger the Mountain Demon and the other horned demons. He did not believe their bodies could withstand the repercussions of such a spell. Mountain Demon. Listen to me. Charging in there will only lead to your demise. If you perish, what will happen to your kin? The legacy of the horned demons, cultivated over millennia, cannot end with you. We have come so far. Will you truly give up now? Those who have perished would have died in vain. Upon hearing these words, the Mountain Demon finally halted. Zhou Hai's heart ached for her. He understood the burden she bore. Having lost so many kin in such a short span. At that moment, the Mountain Demon looked up, her face contorted in anguish. Tun Tun, Tun Tun. She is calling for us. She is pleading for us to save her. Her expression was one of heart-wrenching despair. Her teeth clenched on her lip, tears mingling with snot as they streamed down her cheeks. Tun Tun was like a sister to her, a child she had watched grow up. Now, she was on the verge of losing her most cherished sibling. The Mountain Demon's agony was beyond words. Zhou Hai understood her pain but could only hold her close, gently patting her back. Trust me, one day, I will return Tun Tun to you in one piece. Zhou Hai spoke earnestly. Tun Tun, I'm sorry. Sister must protect the other kin. Tun Tun, her voice was barely above a whisper. Yet the heartbreak within it was palpable. Zhou Hai, you promised me. One day, you must bring Tun Tun back to me. Seeing the Mountain Demon weep uncontrollably, Zhou Hai nodded gently. I swear. I will do it. You must swear. I swear. If I do not bring Tun Tun back, I will overturn the heavens of this demonic realm. Though Zhou Hai's vow sounded audacious, the Mountain Demon nodded earnestly, wiping her nose and swallowing her tears. She longed to catch one last glimpse of Tun Tun, but her figure was already lost to the chaos. Let us go. Zhou Hai patted her shoulder. The Mountain Demon inhaled deeply, swallowing her emotions, and stepped into the green mist. Meanwhile, in the distance, the Crimson Eye continued its frenzied slaughter of the golden-armored soldiers. Crimson Eye, a thunderous voice echoed through the blood-soaked hellscape. The once mad Crimson Eye suddenly turned. Or rather, its eye rolled in the direction of the sound. Upon hearing Zhou Hai's voice, it seemed to regain a semblance of clarity. Human, the Crimson Eye uttered in a garbled tone. Zhou Hai wasted no time on pleasantries. Fixing his gaze firmly upon it. Crimson Eye, remember my name. Zhou Hai, know that one day, I shall reappear before you to reclaim Tun Tun. Until that day comes, if a single hair on her head is harmed, I will deliver upon you the most excruciating demise. Zhou Hai's voice echoed far and wide, the Crimson Eye comprehending his declaration clearly. After he finished speaking, it turned and disappeared into the green mist. The Crimson Eye watched as he departed, seemingly pondering his words. Tun Tun, it mused, raising a tentacle and spotting the small horned demon tightly ensnared. At that moment, Tun Tun was already a weeping mess. Sobbing incoherently, Sister Mountain Demon, Big brother, I'm so scared. Woohoo, someone, anyone, save me. Noticing the terrifying gaze of the crimson-eyed creature, Tun Tun's body could not help but tremble. At that moment, the Crimson Eye regained much of its lucidity. It surveyed the surroundings, which were strewn with corpses, all of which belonged to its fallen golden-armored soldiers. Fewer than 300 remained alive. Suddenly, its gaze turned cold. Humans, Zhou Hai, is it? I shall remember you. In the next instant, it raised its tentacle, directing its attention towards the small horned demon nearby. That individual seemed to care deeply for this small horned demon. Fear not, should you survive, when we meet again, I will return to you a complete version of her. Amidst the green mist, Zhou Hai supported the mountain demon, trailing behind the group. Her body bore several bleeding wounds, forcing her to lean heavily against him. Swish! a shadow suddenly shot up from the ground. Zhou Hai reacted swiftly, exclaiming, "Fireball!" In an instant, the shadow was reduced to charred remains. "It's a venomous creature," the mountain demon said intermittently. Zhou Hai nodded gravely, responding, "It seems the dangers of the demonic realm's forbidden grounds are not solely due to this toxic mist." Just then, Zhou Hai felt something trip him. He hurriedly looked down, his face paling as he discovered the body of a horned demon. What on earth happened? Zhou Hai crouched down to check for signs of life. "Is it dead?" Upon hearing Zhou Hai's words, the mountain demon shut her eyes tightly, a look of sorrow crossing her face. At that moment, the only doctor of the horned demon tribe, the medic demon, rushed through the green mist. "Leader," he dashed to the mountain demon's side, quickly kneeling to assess her injuries. Fortunately, no vital organs were harmed. The medic demon sighed in relief, then turned to tend to Zhou Hai's pierced palm. The mountain demon, filled with grief, gazed at the corpse on the ground, asking the medic demon, "What about this tribesman?" The medic demon shook his head, his expression dim. "The fatty demon is beyond saving. She was pierced by an unknown creature in the green mist, and the venom took effect within 10 minutes. Why not take her body with us?" "Leader, most of our tribe ahead have no strength left. They might not even be able to escape themselves. The toxicity of this green mist is potent. Even our horned demon bodies cannot endure prolonged exposure." The mountain demon fell silent. "Leader, I will go ahead to check on the other tribesmen. You all be careful." After hearing this, the mountain demon nodded, watching the medic demon depart. "Zhou Hai, do you think we can truly survive?" Listening to the mountain demon's despairing tone, Zhou Hai found himself at a loss for words. To be honest, he was uncertain whether the horned demon tribe could endure. If it were just him, he could simply invoke a few forbidden spells to cleanse the area. After all, his own body was immune to magic. However, with the presence of the mountain demon and the others, Zhou Hai felt somewhat constrained. The only good news was that, due to his unique new body, he seemed unaffected by the mist, meaning at the very least, he would not perish. Upon hearing Zhou Hai's words, the mountain demon let out a self-deprecating laugh. It seems we truly cannot escape." Zhou Hai pondered for a moment and replied gently, "Do not worry. I will not let you die." Those few simple words felt particularly comforting at that moment. Boom. Just then, a tremendous sound echoed from ahead. "What is happening?" Zhou Hai hastily supported the mountain demon and quickened his pace. After taking a few steps, he saw the remaining dozens of horned demons standing still. "What happened?" the mountain demon asked urgently. Any disturbance would trigger her sensitive nerves. Her greatest desire was to leave this place swiftly and avoid any unknown occurrences. At that moment, the medic demon jogged over, having spotted the mountain demon. "Leader," the ground ahead suddenly collapsed, and a massive blood shell emerged from below. The blood shell was a type of subterranean insectoid creature, typically not prone to aggression. The mountain demon was well aware of this, so she quickly inquired, "It didn't attack us, did it?" "No, the blood shell did not assault us, but it is blocking our path." Zhou Hai frowned, realizing the predicament. With the remaining soldiers in such a weakened state, they lacked the strength to fight. Yet, if they did not engage, they would be trapped in this green mist. "It appears we are in trouble," Zhou Hai stated calmly. The mountain demon silently withdrew, staggering forward, clearly intent on continuing the fight. However, she had barely taken 2 steps before a hand halted her progress. "This time, you shall rest easy. I will handle this," Zhou Hai declared, signaling the medic demon to watch over the mountain demon before advancing alone. As he stepped into the green mist ahead, dozens of magical barriers materialized behind him, encircling the mountain demon and the others. Within a minute, an even more powerful crash resounded, followed by a series of thunderous booms, causing the ground to tremble. As the mountain demon anxiously gazed forward, the magical barriers vanished, revealing a familiar figure approaching. "Ah," Zhou Hai sighed in relief. The acrid atmosphere of the mist clung to his nostrils as the ground occasionally crawled with vermin-like magical creatures. The rhythmic sound of footsteps grew louder, and suddenly, 2 faces emerged from the green mist. Zhou Hai and the mountain demon. 3 hours had passed since they entered the mist, and the blood shell that had blocked their way had become a tool for venting Zhou Hai's frustrations. Obliterated by magic, just as they sought a path forward, the medic demon came sprinting from the mist behind them. "Leader, the Z demon and the Qi demon are gravely injured. If they remain in the mist any longer." He trailed off, but the mountain demon understood his implication. The Z demon and the Qi demon had been pierced by the crimson-eyed creature's tentacles in the previous battle and had yet to regain consciousness. Coupled with the toxic environment, their condition worsened. The mountain demon, now capable of walking independently, no longer required Zhou Hai's support. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "You go tend to them. I will find a way out as quickly as possible." Once the medic demon departed, the mountain demon's tone turned despondent. We have been walking for 3 hours without finding a way out. It seems the rumors about our tribe are merely a jest. Swish. Just then, a shadow shot up from the ground once more. She reacted swiftly, delivering a punch. Smack. The shadow was reduced to a puddle of flesh. Disgusted, the mountain demon flicked her hand to rid herself of the gore. Then self-mockingly remarked, "Is the horned demon tribe destined to perish at my hands?" Zhou Hai, who had remained silent, parted his lips but remained speechless. Suddenly, he felt a chill, although the green mist was toxic. It had always been warm. Why was there a sudden coolness? Following the source of the breeze, Zhou Hai took a few steps forward, surprised yet elated to discover a subtle chill wafting from ahead. "Mountain demon, come here." "What is it?" The mountain demon approached, yet found nothing amiss. "Don't you feel it?" Zhou Hai asked, perplexed by her lack of understanding. Unable to convey the sensation, he explained, "A cool breeze is blowing from ahead." "Do you not sense it?" The mountain demon nodded in confusion. "I feel it." "But so what?" Zhou Hai, exasperated, patted his forehead and reiterated, "You must have noticed that all along our journey, we have been enveloped in warmth. Yet now, a cool breeze is passing through, suggesting that its source might be the exit." The mountain demon pondered seriously, then her expression lit up with excitement. Although she was not entirely certain, she was not foolish. Once Zhou Hai finished explaining, she quickly grasped the implication. "I understand. You mean the exit is ahead?" Zhou Hai nodded emphatically, "Very likely." Without hesitation, the mountain demon turned to venture into the green mist. Shortly after, she returned. "I've spoken with the medic demon. He will have the tribe rest here while I scout ahead." The mountain demon remained cautious, opting to investigate any potential danger before her tribe. "I will go with you." Zhou Hai quickly followed. The mountain demon did not refuse, and together, they advanced into the unknown, her eyes now filled with hope. Indeed, this way, the cool breeze is growing stronger. The further they went, the more exhilarated the mountain demon became. Soon, they discovered a narrow passage from which the cool air emanated. "I will go in to take a look," Zhou Hai declared, donning his black armor and bending to enter. "Be careful. Retreat at the first sign of danger." Zhou Hai nodded and continued onward through the passage, which was not long, just over 20 steps. As he groped his way forward, the wind grew increasingly fierce ahead, clearly indicating that he was nearing the exit. Stepping out of the passage, he was greeted by an expansive open space, and his face lit up with excitement. His eyes beheld a vast, unoccupied plain. Devoid of any demonic creatures, the plain was encircled by towering stone walls, spacious enough to accommodate over 1,000 individuals without crowding. The mist here had evidently thinned considerably, the deeper one ventured, the less fog there was. At that moment, an urgent voice emanated from the passage behind him. "Zhou Hai, are you all right? If there's danger, retreat quickly." Zhou Hai turned and shouted back into the passage, "It's safe here. It's an open space, and there's no green mist." "Wonderful. I'll hurry and instruct the team to pick up the pace." The joy in the mountain spirit's voice was palpable. This was the first good news she had heard in many days. After the mountain spirit departed, Zhou Hai continued to explore the area, air on the side of caution. He did not shed his dark armor. The deeper he walked, the colder it seemed to become. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly spotted what appeared to be an opening in the stone wall at the farthest point that he approached quietly. Clearly, the cold wind was emanating from within. Zhou Hai refrained from acting impulsively and retreated, deciding it was best to wait for the mountain spirit and the others before making a plan. At that moment, the horned demons began to stream out of the passage. With the subdemons and the fierce demons among them, many being carried out, the mountain spirit followed at the rear, ensuring their safety. Upon exiting the passage, they were evidently exhilarated to have finally left the toxic land behind after such a long journey. However, the group had suffered further losses. Now, with the children included, fewer than 50 remained. The horned demons chose a spot where the green mist was nearly absent and sat down, noticing that Zhou Hai seemed to have something to say. The mountain spirit followed him a little farther away. "How is it? Is there something amiss here?" "It's quite safe. I have not detected any unknown demonic creatures for the time being." The mountain spirit nodded, aware that Zhou Hai had more to say. "Indeed," he continued, "however, I discovered a cave deeper within. The cold wind we felt earlier is coming from there." "Are you suggesting that the exit lies within the cave?" Zhou Hai shook his head. "I cannot be certain. It is pitch black inside, and I did not venture in recklessly." The mountain spirit pondered for a moment, her expression grave. "I understand. Although this place appears safe, without sufficient food, remaining here for too long could lead to our demise. Let us rest for a bit. Once I recover my strength, we shall investigate together." Zhou Hai agreed, as that was precisely his intention. Thus, they found temporary solace. Zhou Hai and the mountain spirit leaned against the stone wall together, The mountain spirit seemed restless, prompting Zhou Hai to speak up. What troubles you? After all this effort to find a path to safety. Why the long face? The mountain spirit remained silent. Zhou Hai understood her inner turmoil. So many of her kin had perished, and their two strongest warriors were gravely injured. Even Tun Tun. Thinking of Tun Tun caused Zhou Hai's expression to darken. That innocent, adorable little one was likely weeping uncontrollably. With this thought, he clenched his fists, his nails embedding deeply into his palms. Tun Tun, I will definitely come to rescue you. The Horned Demon clan regained their strength rapidly. Especially with the absence of the green mist toxins, the mountain spirit stood up from the ground after just an hour. Are you completely recovered? Zhou Hai looked up at her and inquired. About 70 to 80%. It will suffice. Zhou Hai understood her eagerness to find a way out and refrained from saying more. This is it, Zhou Hai said as he led the mountain spirit to the cave entrance. Peering inside, it was utterly dark, devoid of any hint of light. Even the light from the open space failed to penetrate. After exchanging glances with the mountain spirit, they cautiously stepped toward the cave. Yet, just as they were about to step inside, a tremendous roar erupted from within the cave, causing them to halt in their tracks. They exchanged alarmed glances, their faces pale. It seemed there was an unknown creature dwelling within the cave. And even the sound alone hinted at danger. Zhou Hai's expression turned grave as he raised a hand to stop the mountain spirit. Wait, I will go in first. Dark elemental armor. Zhou Hai advanced cautiously. Keeping close to the wall, his footsteps light, trying not to make a sound. Upon entering the cave, darkness enveloped his vision. He did not rush forward but allowed his eyes to adjust to the gloom. The cave was not particularly narrow, capable of accommodating 7 or 8 people at once. A chilly breeze wafted from the depths, sending a shiver down his spine. Under the mountain spirit's watchful gaze, Zhou Hai gradually made his way into the darkness. Be careful. Hearing the mountain spirit's quiet admonition, Zhou Hai swallowed hard. Thankfully, the cave was not too deep. After walking for 3 or 4 minutes, he discerned a faint light in the distance. He did not hasten toward it. Instead, he picked up a stone from the ground and threw it experimentally. Thud. The sound of the stone hitting the ground was barely heard when the previous roar erupted again. This time closer and louder. Zhou Hai quickly covered his ears to protect his eardrums from the shock. Roar. Roar. The colossal roars reverberated ominously within the cavern, echoing like a loudspeaker, with Zhou Hai at the forefront of it all. Once the roars subsided, he continued to move forward. Zhou Hai reached the spot where he had thrown the stone and picked it up again. Tossing it deeper into the cave, he repeatedly used the stone to gauge the source of the roars and his distance from it. Finally, on the last throw, they were within 10 meters of each other. At this point, the light grew brighter, allowing Zhou Hai to clearly see his surroundings. He cautiously turned his head and extended it toward the stone wall. Oh my! Zhou Hai gasped in astonishment as he gazed into the depths of the cave. A beam of light shone down from a crevice in the cave ceiling. Beneath this crevice lay a strange creature. The light illuminated the creature's back, giving it an imposing appearance. It was adorned with sharp spines atop its head and shrouded in a layer of glossy black scales, so smooth that the light reflecting from above danced upon the cave walls. Behind it were a pair of bat-like black wings, magnified hundreds of times in size. This creature appeared to be asleep, its expansive wings covering half of its body, and it exhaled hot breath from its nostrils, distorting the very air around it. Zhou Hai's mouth twitched. This familiar creature could not possibly be a dragon, could it? Before venturing deeper, he had mentally prepared himself for any eventuality. But he never anticipated discovering a dragon within this cave. Its body alone, when lying down, was over 3 meters high, with wings measuring an estimated 7 or 8 meters. Zhou Hai could hardly fathom the size of the dragon if it were to stand. Standing before it, he would likely be no more than a small insect. Zhou Hai quietly retreated to a corner of the cave, leaning against the stone wall. What on earth am I supposed to do? There's a dragon in there. In any realm, dragons were formidable beings. Zhou Hai mused that even a pope would think twice before confronting one. Wait. Zhou Hai's gaze suddenly sharpened. He seemed to have glimpsed something extraordinary. Beneath the dragon's body, intricate patterns appeared to be etched into the ground. Though at a distance and mostly obscured by the dragon, he discerned that they formed the design of a teleportation magic circle. If that were the case, the tales of the Horned Demon clan were indeed true. Was that teleportation circle the passage to their homeland? After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhou Hai cautiously exited the cave. The mountain spirit hurried over to him. I heard several more roars from within. Did you encounter any creatures inside? Zhou Hai clicked his tongue, unsure of how to respond. I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? The mountain spirit hesitated before answering. Let us hear the good news first, Zhou Hai replied. The good news is that your clan's rumors are true. There is indeed a teleportation circle within the cave. Really? The mountain spirit's eyes instantly brightened, and her tone became fervent. However, she did not let her excitement cloud her judgment, continuing to ask, "And what is the bad news?" Zhou Hai forced a bitter smile. "The bad news is that there is a dragon resting atop that teleportation circle." "Eh?" The mountain spirit gaped, seemingly unable to comprehend. Zhou Hai repeated, "I said. The bad news is that a dragon is sleeping atop the teleportation circle in the cave. And the roars earlier were from it." He leaned closer to the mountain spirit and reiterated, "Eh?" The mountain spirit still looked dazed. Zhou Hai was about to repeat himself when she raised a hand to stop him. "Wait, let me gather my thoughts. Are you saying there is a dragon in the cave? A real dragon, not some lizard or something? Just its resting form exceeds your combat shape, and with wings close to 10 meters. Do you think it could be a lizard?" The mountain spirit took a deep breath, calming herself. "So, you're saying that dragon is currently sleeping on the teleportation circle?" "Exactly." The mountain spirit took another deep breath. Steadying her composure. At this moment, her heart felt like it was crumbling. The path ahead was tantalizingly close, yet seemingly separated by mountains and seas. "Let us first allow the ghostly beings to recuperate from their injuries before making further plans." Zhou Hai nodded in agreement, recognizing that there was no other course of action. The two returned to their resting place, where the medical ghost was still tending to their kin, using a wooden syringe of unknown origin to administer medicine to the wounded. Observing this, the mountain ghost approached to assist the medical ghost in caring for their family. Feeling ineffectual, Zhou Hai sought a secluded spot to delve into the intricacies of magical fusion. Indeed, the luminous sphere that had vanquished the blood armor was crafted through this very technique. Since being resurrected by the goddess, Zhou Hai had been engrossed in the exploration of novel combat methodologies. Intermediate and advanced magic proved futile against top-tier adversaries, while forbidden spells indiscriminately harmed friend and foe alike. Akin to a self-destructing vehicle, thus, he was compelled to devise a powerful yet controllable technique. Consequently, the art of magical fusion was born. Zhou Hai utilized incantations to entice magical elements to coalesce within his being, merging them. For an ordinary individual, such a feat would be insufferable. They would likely be obliterated in the instant of magical fusion. However, Zhou Hai was different. His body bore the attributes of the world tree, rendering him entirely immune to magic. After numerous experiments, the technique of magical fusion ultimately came to fruition. Its debut resulted in the instantaneous annihilation of a formidable foe, a feat that would surely send shockwaves through any who heard of it. Moreover, the technique's potency was entirely adjustable. By fusing more spells, he could amplify its strength, while a mere fusion of 2 elemental magics sufficed for a subtler impact. Alas, this technique seemed ineffective against the demon. The crimson-eyed entity appeared to have done something that rendered the fused sphere of 7 or 8 spells utterly vanquished. Why could it disregard my magical fusion technique? Zhou Hai pondered, yet found no clarity. Could it be that demons were inherently immune to magical elements? Such a notion seemed implausible. If that were the case, humanity would have no need for sorcerers, as any offensive would inflict no harm. With his eyes closed, Zhou Hai shook his head in frustration, ruminating on the mystery of the crimson-eyed being's capabilities. Just then, the mountain ghost approached. "What troubles you, Zhou Hai?" Startled, Zhou Hai turned to face her, exclaiming, "Ah!" At that moment, his visage bore the weight of the world, hollow cheeks and deep-set eyes. Resembling a weary old man, he sighed deeply and replied, "I was contemplating why my magical fusion technique could obliterate the blood armor, yet fails to harm the crimson-eyed entity. How is it capable of this?" The mountain ghost exhaled in relief. "So that is what occupies your mind. I thought you were pondering something else. What else could I possibly be considering?" Zhou Hai inquired, bewildered. The mountain ghost hastily covered her mouth. "Oh, nothing." Realizing her misstep, she quickly shifted the topic. "You were curious as to why it could not be harmed by the crimson-eyed being. It is quite simple." "Is it?" Zhou Hai's curiosity piqued. "In the demon realm, there exists a formidable demon king, a fact you are likely aware of," she continued. Zhou Hai nodded. Indeed, all humans were familiar with this, as every child studied the history of the kingdom upon entering primary academy. The tales of the demon king, who once dominated the world, were inescapable in the annals of human growth. The rationale was straightforward. From the dawn of humanity, they were the weakest race in existence, while the most powerful were the demons, goblins, slimes, horned fiends, ogres, all classified as demons. Among these, the demon king stood as the apex of power. Thousands of years ago, the demon king ruled not only the demon realm but also the human world, the polar regions, the wastelands, and Dragon Island, among other territories. Humanity was relegated to the base of the food chain, to the extent that one era was referred to as the pasture of humanity, a term that brooked no ambiguity. During that time, 12 demons confined humans, periodically abducting portions to offer to the demon king. Thus, the harrowing history inscribed in school textbooks served to ingrain the painful lessons of the past, ensuring that future generations could safeguard the human realm. But what connection does the Demon King have with the crimson-eyed being? Zhou Hai inquired. Of course there is a connection, the mountain ghost elucidated. It is well known that demons were birthed from the Demon King, endowed with the king's blood upon their creation. As such, each demon possesses unique abilities. Zhou Hai began to sense a glimmer of understanding. Are you suggesting that the crimson-eyed entity's ability is magical immunity? Hence, my magical fusion technique would be ineffective against it? He had assumed his own magical immunity was unparalleled in this world. Yet it seemed the crimson-eyed being shared a similar trait. However, the mountain ghost quickly shook her head, dismissing his hypothesis. No, the crimson-eyed being does not possess magical immunity that is beyond even the Demon King's capabilities. Zhou Hai breathed a sigh of relief, secretly reveling in the notion that while the Demon King could not achieve such a feat, he could. A sense of pride welled within him, unbeknownst to him. The mountain ghost continued. Although the crimson-eyed being cannot immunize itself against magic, its ability is akin to it. It possesses the power of magical manipulation, which is why your spells fail to harm it. They are disassembled and scattered in the moment before release. Is that even possible? Zhou Hai marveled. Indeed, its powers extend beyond merely dismantling spells. As you have observed with the blood armor and the giant armor. Their mechanical forms were constructed through the crimson-eyed being's magical manipulation. It delights in using magic for mechanical augmentation. Zhou Hai's realization dawned upon him. That explains why their rudimentary mechanical structures can sustain such intricate behavioral patterns. It is all due to the crimson-eyed being's capabilities. Of course, its abilities may serve other purposes, though I am not privy to them, the mountain ghost added. Zhou Hai mused. The more I hear, the more I am astonished by the demon's formidable powers. If demons are so powerful, how devastating must the Demon King be? It is indeed a marvel that humanity has survived to this day. Do you know of any other demon abilities? He inquired. The mountain ghost furrowed her brow in contemplation. I do not know much, but I recall one demon skilled in mental magic, and another adept at forging wondrous artifacts. Zhou Hai nodded, taken aback by the revelation that these already formidable demons possessed additional extraordinary abilities, all of which stirred envy within him. I lack any such extraordinary powers. Well, unless you count my ability to curse mischievous sprites, which hardly qualifies, then does that imply demons are virtually indestructible? He mused. The mountain ghost shook her head. Not necessarily. Throughout the history of the demon realm, at least 10 demons have perished. Therefore, each new Demon King selects suitable minions to fill the void left by the fallen. After a moment of thought, the mountain ghost continued. If I recall correctly, the most recent demon to perish did so over a decade ago. He was the one skilled in crafting wondrous artifacts. Who possesses such extraordinary prowess to slay a demon? Zhou Hai exclaimed in astonishment. I do not know the specifics, but I suspect that particular demon fell to the hands of the human pope. She replied. Why do you say that? Zhou Hai inquired, perplexed. Because he invaded the human realm over a decade ago, only to be vanquished and driven back to the demon realm by the human pope. Shortly thereafter, he met his demise. Zhou Hai's eyes widened in disbelief. The old pope from the church is truly that formidable. It is fortunate I fled to the kingdom's borders as soon as my talents were assessed. Otherwise, I might be facing the pope's wrath in the capital right now. The thought sent chills down his spine, imagining the pope, clad in resplendent robes, wielding a staff adorned with blue gemstones, casting a condescending gaze upon him. Wretched beast, I shall enact divine retribution upon you. He envisioned. At this moment, Zhou Hai shook his head vigorously, dispelling such ominous thoughts. Are the ghostly beings still not awake? The mountain ghost shook her head. The medical ghost mentioned they require at least half a day's time. Their injuries are grievous. Even the horned ghost nearly succumbed to death. The recollection of how swiftly the crimson-eyed entity had nearly obliterated them sent a shiver of dread through her. After a pause, the mountain ghost inadvertently remarked, Indeed, demons are truly terrifying. Given that, do you still plan to confront the crimson-eyed entity to reclaim Tun Tun? Upon uttering this, the mountain ghost's expression noticeably darkened. Zhou Hai scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. I wasn't aware of their strength at the time. Is it too late to reconsider? The mountain ghost regarded Zhou Hai thoughtfully. In truth, our horned ghost clan has already accrued considerable debt to you. Whether your intentions were to persuade me to retreat or were born of genuine concern, I never intended to place the burden of rescuing Tun Tun upon your shoulders. After all, Tun Tun is one of our kind. And you, as a human, bear no obligation to risk your life for an entity of another race. Thus, I choose to believe you acted out of a desire to save me, without your counsel. Even if I had fought the crimson-eyed being, it would have changed little. Following these words, a silence enveloped them for several minutes. Zhou Hai suddenly lifted his gaze to meet the mountain ghost's. Indeed, You are correct. I am human, and I need not jeopardize myself for a demon. The mountain ghost's expression conveyed an understanding, yet deep down, she recognized that this matter had never truly pertained to him. However, in the next moment, Zhou Hai shifted his tone. Nonetheless, I must admit, I despise being so easily read. Thus, I find myself drawn to selecting the most peculiar option. He rose to his feet and stretched languidly. Do not forget, Tun Tun is not merely your kin. She has also referred to me as brother. As for the other races, strictly speaking, this world and I are both of foreign lineage. After speaking, Zhou Hai strolled away with his hands in his pockets. The mountain ghost evidently failed to grasp the underlying meaning concealed in Zhou Hai's second statement. She was momentarily taken aback before letting out a self-deprecating laugh. This human truly is perplexing. Subsequently, everything resumed its usual course. However, just as tranquility settled in for half a day, a sudden change erupted. A deafening roar, capable of piercing eardrums, echoed once more from the cavern where the dragon lay in slumber. All the horned demons hurriedly covered their ears, and many of the slower-witted kin had blood seeping from their ears. Zhou Hai, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, summoned a suit of black armor to envelop himself tightly upon hearing the roar. Nevertheless, he still felt a sharp pain in his ears, the sound waves even penetrating the armor. Zhou Hai furrowed his brow. The mere roar could rob everyone of their combat prowess. If a battle were to ensue, could they truly withstand it? In the next moment, his ominous premonition was once again validated. The roar ceased, and all the horned demons assumed they were temporarily safe, lowering their hands in a state of confusion. Yet, they witnessed a colossal creature, entirely shrouded in darkness, emerge from the cavern, sporting a pair of immense wings on its back. In an instant, all the horned demons stood frozen in place. It is the dragon. A horned demon stuttered, trembling. As the dragon stepped out of the cave, it cast a glance at them before disregarding them entirely. The dragon shook its wings, seemingly stretching its body. Is it ignoring us? The mountain ghost replied with a wry smile upon hearing the words of the medical ghost. It seems so. After all, we would hardly pay mind to a swarm of soul-eating ants, would we? Compared to the other horned demons, the mountain ghost remained relatively composed. She and Zhou Hai had long known about the dragon residing within the cave. However, they had assumed that the creature was merely in slumber. Now, everyone stood dumbfounded. Zhou Hai had not anticipated that the dragon, which appeared to be in a deep sleep, would awaken so swiftly. Was it not said that dragons can slumber for years, even decades? Had they truly been so unfortunate as to encounter its awakening, at that very moment, all the horned demons and the lone human stood still, paralyzed by fear, just when apprehension filled their hearts. A voice resonated from the depths. The small beings over there are the horned demons of the demon realm, are they not? The voice was deep and casual. The mountain ghost, suppressing her discomfort, stepped forward. Greetings, esteemed dragon. My name is Mountain Ghost, and I am their leader. We mean no disturbance to your beautiful dreams. We merely seek to rest here briefly before departing. She bowed deeply, turning to lead her kin back the way they came. However, the dragon's next words made her heart stop. One of you humans slipped into my cave. Hand him over, and you may leave. The heavy tone carried an unmistakable demand for compliance. The mountain ghost furrowed her brow, glancing at Zhou Hai, who bore a similarly grave expression. After a moment of deliberation, she gritted her teeth and replied, I am sorry, but this human is our companion, and I cannot surrender him to you. Upon hearing the mountain ghost's words, not only the dragon but even Zhou Hai was taken aback. The mountain ghost continued, he has saved me more than once and has also rescued our horned demon clan. If I were to hand him over to you, I would no longer deserve to be called a leader. The joy that had just flickered in Zhou Hai's heart was swiftly extinguished. I thought it was my boundless charm that had captivated you, he retorted just as a hand grasped his waist forcefully. The dragon's gaze shifted toward him, then turned to re-enter the cave. The mountain ghost was astonished. She had refused the dragon's demand, yet it showed no signs of anger. When did dragons become so accommodating? You shall bring that human and accompany me. The dragon's voice echoed once more. Zhou Hai and the mountain ghost exchanged glances, and with a sense of resignation, they quickened their pace to follow. Yet, judging by the dragon's tone, it appeared to harbor no malice. Indeed, the most significant point was that if it truly possessed ill intent, this ragtag group of theirs would hardly be able to escape. Resistance seemed futile. It was better to follow along naturally behind the dragon. With each step it took, the ground trembled. And it was no wonder that the saying of a dragon turning over in its sleep existed in this world. As they ventured into the dimly lit cave, the dragon's voice suddenly rang out. Human, how did you come to the demon realm? Wasn't the passage to the human world sealed by the giants? Zhou Hai was momentarily stunned. He had not expected the dragon to pose such a question. However, he quickly regained his composure. I would say it was due to an accident. Do you believe me? To his surprise, the dragon responded, I do. This left the two of them feeling incredulous. Are you curious as to why the usually ferocious dragons are so docile? Zhou Hai and the mountain ghost exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Yet, the dragon offered no reply. Suddenly, the dragon pivoted, bringing its spiked head close to them. Its enormous dragon eyes reflected their figures, and its hot breath wafted over Zhou Hai. The profound gaze scrutinized Zhou Hai as if attempting to see through his very soul. Do not be afraid. I simply have not encountered a human in a long time. The dragon's voice was calm, alleviating their tension significantly. After speaking, the dragon turned away and continued deeper into the cave. With Zhou Hai and the mountain ghost hurrying to catch up, before long, the dragon arrived at the very spot where it had been resting. The mountain ghost gazed in amazement at the peculiar structure here, where rays of light streamed in through an opening in the cave ceiling, illuminating a teleportation array on the ground. Upon arriving here, the dragon naturally laid down on top of it, gazing at the two of them. After a moment of hesitation, the mountain ghost broke the silence. Esteemed dragon, why do you find yourself in the forbidden grounds of the demon realm? As far as I know, dragons are meant to reside in Dragon Valley. The dragon's massive head nodded slightly. You are correct. For several centuries now, our clan has not stepped beyond Dragon Valley. The mountain ghost, perplexed, continued to inquire, then you. However, the dragon clearly lacked the patience to answer her questions. You asked too many. The simple statement sent a chill down the mountain ghost's spine, nearly causing her to forget that she stood before a creature renowned for its brutality. My apologies, she stammered. The dragon cast a fleeting glance at her before shifting its gaze to Zhou Hai. Human, what is your name? Faced with the dragon, which was known for its merciless slaughter of towns, Zhou Hai dared not exhibit any signs of carelessness. He answered earnestly, My name is Zhou Hai. The dragon extended a finger, adorned with sharp, spiked scales, and scratched its head. A peculiar name. What is your surname? Which family do you descend from in the human world? Zhou Hai chuckled awkwardly. My surname is Zhou, and my given name is Hai. Together, I am Zhou Hai. I am not a descendant of any notable family. My parents are merely ordinary folk from a small town. Ah, the dragon's voice brimmed with confusion. Have I been in the demon realm for so long that the outside world has changed? The dragon began to muse aloud. Zhou Hai, unable to comprehend the dragon's meaning, refrained from interrupting. The dragon seemed to ponder deeply, and after several minutes of silence in the cave, it spoke again. Alas, it appears I have slumbered for too long and am now utterly disconnected from the outside world. Very well, human Zhou Hai. What a name so simple it becomes cumbersome. Who is the current king of the Evan Duchy? The dragon grumbled a bit before turning its attention to Zhou Hai. Taken aback by the question, Zhou Hai hesitated before cautiously responding. Well, in fact, the Evan Duchy was destroyed 300 years ago. As soon as he spoke, he felt the atmosphere shift to one of increasing gravity. He sensed the change and looked up to see a massive diamond crystal materializing before him. Yes, it resembled the eyes of the dragon, which now fixated intently on Zhou Hai, making him feel exceedingly uncomfortable. The next moment, the dragon spoke again. Human, why do you mock me? Its tone was casual, yet Zhou Hai felt a chill run down his spine. He had no doubt that if he failed to provide a satisfactory answer, he would be torn to shreds by this dragon. Gazing at the sharp teeth so close to him, Zhou Hai swallowed hard and quickly replied, I am not mocking you. The Evan Duchy truly has perished, destroyed by the previous demon king 300 years ago. Before he could elaborate further, the dragon interrupted him. Impossible. The Evan Duchy is. The dragon fell silent. It perished 300 years ago, did it? A hint of despondency colored its tone. Then what is the current state of the human world? Zhou Hai found it odd that the dragon was so persistently inquiring about human affairs. Curiosity piqued, Zhou Hai began to share the current state of the human world with the dragon. After half an hour, the dragon mused. I see. So the human world has fragmented into 3 nations. And a religion has emerged, venerating deities. Ha ha. For reasons unknown, Zhou Hai and Shan Gui sensed a hint of sarcasm in the words of the colossal dragon. Very well, I trust you, human Zhou Hai. However, I must say, your name is indeed peculiar, as is your surname. Ha ha. Zhou Hai chuckled awkwardly. There was little he could do, for such was the truth. He had even questioned more than once why everyone around him bore Western names, while only his father and uncle stood out with names that seemed utterly incongruous with this world. Ironically, like the name from his past life, he was named Zhou Hai. Forget it, too bothersome to ponder. This dilemma was once again cast aside by Zhou Hai. The dragon spoke again. Human Zhou Hai, thank you for enlightening me about the current state of the human world. Oh, you're welcome. Zhou Hai waved his hand casually, realizing that at some point, his tone had grown relaxed, as if he were conversing with an old friend. By the way, what is your name? The moment Zhou Hai posed the question, Shan Gui felt a few beads of cold sweat trickle down her forehead. Though she knew this fellow was audacious, she never imagined he could be this audacious in front of a dragon. For dragons, their names held the utmost significance. Acquiring their name meant one could summon them at any moment. Don't drag me into this if you wish to perish. Yet, contrary to her expectations of a furious dragon, Zhou Hai's inquiry seemed utterly mundane, and the dragon answered without hesitation, "A name? Let me think." Shan Gui's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a dragon forget its own name? At that moment, she felt as if the world had turned into something she no longer recognized. Ever since she met Zhou Hai, she had been encountering things she could never fathom before. Sigh. Never mind. I suppose I shall grow accustomed to it, Shan Gui silently mused. Meanwhile, the dragon finally recalled its name. I've remembered. My name is Taiwia Ethan. But you may call me Ethan. Zhou Hai nodded in understanding, but the blind man soon noticed a flaw and gazed at the dragon in astonishment. Wait a moment. Your name is Taiwia. You are a female dragon. Not only Zhou Hai, but Shan Gui too wore a look of sheer disbelief. The dragon Ethan casually scratched her ear with a sharp claw. What of it? I am a female dragon. Is that so strange? Zhou Hai chuckled awkwardly. No, it's not strange. You are so beautiful and gentle. You must be a very popular female dragon. Upon hearing Zhou Hai's words, Ethan's eyes seemed to sparkle with delight. Really? You truly think I am beautiful? Oh, you have such discerning taste, human Zhou Hai. I just remembered. They must have envied my beauty all along. That is why they mocked me. Sigh, in hindsight, I shouldn't have devoured those wretches. They were merely pitiful creatures resenting their lack of beauty compared to mine. Zhou Hai and Shan Gui swallowed nervously, tactfully choosing not to respond. Ethan continued to speak to herself. Human Zhou Hai, I am growing increasingly fond of you. They always say dragons are the most ferocious beings in this world, especially the female dragons of our kind. After hearing your words today, it seems I can now proudly declare myself the kindest and most beautiful female dragon among dragons. While Ethan indulged in self-admiration, Shan Gui gently poked Zhou Hai and whispered, "What on earth are you saying? Among dragons, female dragons are the most ruthless. They often tear off their mates' tails after mating as trophies to display. Moreover, it is female dragons that have slaughtered your human nations." Zhou Hai broke into a cold sweat. Damn it. The textbooks at school did not mention this. Theoretical discussions can be deadly. However, it seemed that his words had at least garnered the other party's favor. All was well. Ethan remained elated for a while before refocusing her gaze upon Zhou Hai. What a pity. If you were also a dragon, how splendid it would be. Then you could fully appreciate my beauty. As she spoke, Ethan shook her head regretfully. Zhou Hai managed a strained smile. Haha. Indeed, if I were also a dragon, I would surely fall in love with you. Shan Gui, overhearing, scoffed softly, muttering, "Pa, sickening flattery from a repugnant species." Ethan, however, appeared even more jubilant upon hearing Zhou Hai's words. She leaned closer to Zhou Hai, resting her head against him. Human Zhou Hai, I grant you permission to touch my noble head. Zhou Hai froze momentarily, seeking help from Shan Gui, but she pretended not to notice, turning to face the wall. What is it, human Zhou Hai? Why are you in a daze? Were you lying to me just now? The moment Ethan's words fell, the atmosphere around them grew notably tense. Zhou Hai hastily replied, "How could that be? I am the most honest young man in the human world." With that, Zhou Hai tightly shut his eyes, raising his trembling right hand as if approaching the gallows. Slowly reaching through the myriad of sharp spikes adorning Ethan's head, ultimately touching the scales atop her head. Oh, quite unexpectedly soft. Humph. Upon feeling Zhou Hai's touch, Ethan seemed particularly pleased, emitting a soft hum from her throat and releasing a warm breath from her nostrils. The touch of a human is surprisingly delightful. Hearing Ethan's words, Zhou Hai chuckled awkwardly. As long as you enjoy it. If it weren't for that important figure, I would undoubtedly have you by my side, conversing with me forever. Zhou Hai keenly seized upon the significance of her words, important figure. Upon hearing Zhou Hai's inquiry, Ethan immediately realized she had misspoken and quickly withdrew her head. What I meant was, having a human alongside a dragon would seem rather odd, wouldn't it? Although Ethan's explanation was swift and appeared reasonable, Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow skeptically. At that moment, Shan Gui returned, having overheard Ethan's words. She cast a puzzled glance at Zhou Hai, who responded with an equally perplexed expression. Ethan then stood up, towering over the two. "You must be here for the teleportation array beneath my colossal form." Correct. Although Zhou Hai understood that Ethan was changing the subject, he chose not to press the issue. Even if he did, she would likely refuse to answer and might become indignant. Thus, Zhou Hai followed her lead. "Indeed, we came here due to the rumors surrounding the Horned Demon clan." After saying this, Zhou Hai glanced at Shan Gui, leaving the decision of whether to elaborate to her. Zhou Hai, evidently unconcerned about whether the dragon before them would learn of the rumors. Slowly began, yes, great dragon, within our clan, there is a rumor that this place, the forbidden zone of the demon realm, is a passage to our homeland. Ethan nodded thoughtfully. I see. So that is the case. So that is the case. Ethan nodded again. Zhou Hai, seeing her acknowledgement, excitedly inquired, Great Dragon, do you mean to say that this place can truly lead to the homeland of our horned demon clan? Ethan scratched her ear, responding with a lack of enthusiasm. It seems to be the case, but it's been so long that I can't recall the details. Let us just say it's true for now. Upon hearing Ethan's affirmation, Zhou Hai took a deep breath. Feeling a weight lift from her heart, Zhou Hai timely patted her shoulder, channeling all his comforting thoughts into the gesture. At that moment, Ethan spoke again. Now that I understand your purpose, when do you plan to leave this place? Zhou Hai cautiously asked. Are you implying that you agree to let us depart? Ethan silently nodded, yet Zhou Hai could distinctly sense the lingering reluctance in her emotions. TSK, from now on, I must refrain from casually complimenting dragons. No. I must avoid flattering any species. After mentally solidifying this resolution, Zhou Hai glanced down at the teleportation array situated beneath Ethan's massive form, suddenly furrowing his brow. It seems this teleportation array is missing a piece. Can it still function normally? Ethan promptly stood up, stepping back to reveal the entire array. Zhou Hai then noticed that, as Zhou Hai had stated, a portion of the magical symbols around the perimeter was indeed missing. It should be fine. After all, it was used not long ago. Listening to Ethan's uncertain assertion, Zhou Hai's lips twitched. What do you mean by should be? You used it not long ago. Are you certain? Fearing they might doubt her. Ethan earnestly raised her head to meet their gazes. Though we dragons enjoy causing destruction, we never tell lies. In the world of dragons, that is an abominable act. Judging by Ethan's demeanor, it seemed she was indeed speaking the truth. Zhou Hai inquired, not long ago. How long ago was that? Did they truly survive? Upon hearing Zhou Hai's words, the mountain spirit could not help but feel a surge of concern. If the teleportation array were unstable, her kin might be torn to shreds by the chaotic currents of space after using it. Ethan pondered for a few seconds, scratching his head, before responding to Zhou Hai. I can't recall the exact duration. During my slumber, I could only estimate a rough time frame. However, I am certain that the last usage was no more than 6 months ago. The individual who used it departed intact and returned just as whole. Zhou Hai cast a skeptical glance at her, questioning whether the incomplete teleportation array could indeed function safely. Yet, there was little choice but to trust Ethan's words. For the intricacies of inscribing and repairing magical arrays often demanded extensive time, ranging from several months to even decades. Furthermore, none among them possessed the knowledge to mend it, and Zhou Hai had never had the opportunity to study magical arrays. Well, since Ethan has given the green light, we have no choice but to take the gamble. Zhou Hai remarked, a hint of unease evident in his tone. The mountain spirit understood his implication. It's all right. We have no alternative left. Excellent. Ethan suddenly exclaimed. That's the spirit. I detest cowardly individuals. At this, Zhou Hai took a hesitant step back. All right then, it is settled. After 3 days of preparation, I shall lead my kin to activate this teleportation array. And you, Zhou Hai? Me, of course. I shall join as well. The mountain spirit nodded. Then, 3 days hence, we shall depart through the teleportation array. Lord Dragon, what say you? As you wish. I have no objections. Very well, I shall not disturb you further. Please continue to rest. With that, the mountain spirit bowed and turned to leave. Oh, Hai was about to follow when she called out. Human Zhou Hai, I wish to hear more about your world. Could you stay and tell me? Zhou Hai halted mid-step, seeking help from the mountain spirit, but she merely shrugged and walked away. Frustration brewed within Zhou Hai as he muttered. You treacherous specter. I shall remember this. Thus, Zhou Hai spent the next 3 days in the cave. On the 3rd day, the mountain spirit led her kin into the cavern, followed closely by the sub-spirit and the blaze spirit, both of whom had regained much of their strength. However, over the past few days, the blaze spirit had been deliberately avoiding the mountain spirit, leaving Zhou Hai uncertain whether it was due to embarrassment over their previous conversation or fear of losing the headband. Navigating through the pitch-black passage, they arrived at a brightly lit chamber, where Ethan sprawled comfortably in the illumination. Leaning against the wall, Zhou Hai, weary and worn, felt a spark of energy upon seeing the mountain spirit and her kin enter. At long last, has it truly been 3 days? He exclaimed, his tone imbued with a sense of relief. During this time, Zhou Hai had been recounting various aspects of the human world to Ethan daily, and he had to admit that the physiology of dragons was indeed peculiar. Even after 3 days and nights without sleep, Ethan seemed unperturbed. Had it not been for Zhou Hai's insistence, Ethan would have likely kept him engaged throughout the entire night. Zhou Hai felt utterly drained, and amidst their conversations, Ethan would occasionally request praise for her beauty and demand that he stroke her head. Being in the presence of the most fearsome dragon while uttering insincere compliments was a torturous experience for him. Zhou Hai, overwhelmed with excitement, rushed forward and grasped the mountain spirit's hand tightly. "Comrade, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you." The mountain spirit observed his haggard appearance and the dark circles beneath his eyes. Nodding slightly while secretly chuckling to herself, "Let us see if you dare to weave deceitful words again in the future." However, gazing into Zhou Hai's tear-filled, pitiful eyes, she offered him a moment of silent sympathy. At that moment, Ethan opened her enormous eyes, noticing the mountain spirit accompanied by dozens of her kin. Why are there so few of the Horned Demon clan left? I recall there being nearly 1,000 of you before my slumber." Upon hearing Ethan's words, the mountain spirit's expression darkened, and the surrounding kin fell silent, the atmosphere growing heavy. Zhou Hai hurried to Ethan's side and leaned close to her massive ear. "Didn't we agree not to mention this? Many of the mountain spirit's kin have perished." His voice was barely above a whisper, yet it reached Ethan's ears. Ethan immediately appeared sheepish, scratching her head. My apologies. I've slept for far too long and my memory has faded." How embarrassing. Zhou Hai could only express exasperation. Was it a trait of the dragon clan to be so oblivious? Thankfully, the mountain spirit and her kin did not linger in sorrow for long. In the harsh realm of demons, death was never an uncommon occurrence. It seemed they had grown accustomed to it. As Ethan stepped aside, the mountain spirit led her kin onto the teleportation array. The array was vast, and the children of the Horned Demon clan were held in the arms of their adult kin, ensuring it was not overly crowded. Once all the spirits were prepared, Zhou Hai stepped onto the array as well, nodding at Ethan in acknowledgement. "Then, let us say our farewells here, Ethan." The solitary mother dragon regarded Zhou Hai with a wistful expression. If it weren't for that one as prohibition, I would dearly wish to keep you here. Zhou Hai was taken aback again. "Enough of your nonsense, you ancient dragon." As magical energy permeated the ground, the teleportation array sprang to life, intricate magical patterns began to spin, and a blue magical aura gradually enveloped Zhou Hai and the others. "Farewell, human Zhou Hai. Should you miss me, simply call my name, and I shall sense it." Zhou Hai mustered a strained smile in response. "I will remember." Ethan. In the next instant, blinding white light illuminated the array, and the figures within began to fade away. When the brilliance subsided, the area was left utterly vacant. Ethan hung her head in sorrow. What a pity. It's rare to encounter a human who appreciates beauty, and now they have departed. Just as her words lingered in the air, a voice unexpectedly resonated within her mind. "Ethan, has that human been sent off?" Upon hearing the voice, Ethan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. She closed her eyes, and a figure materialized in her mind. "My lord," she spoke with utmost respect, clearly recognizing the figure's superior status. "My lord. That human has left with a multitude of horned demons through the teleportation array." The voice remained indifferent. "By the way, how did the repair stone I provided you fare? The teleportation array has been mended, I presume." Ethan froze, her mouth agape as she blinked repeatedly. The tone of the voice shifted from skepticism to despair. "Oh, not tell me you have forgotten the task I entrusted to you." Ethan, resembling a child who had committed a misdeed, lowered her head. The figure admonished her sternly. "You foolish dragon. What can you possibly remember?" At the reprimand, Ethan dared not retort and could only respond with a pitiful tone. "My lord, you know that our dragonkin's memory tends to fade after prolonged slumber." "Ugh." The voice inhaled sharply. "I should just open your head to see what resides within." Ethan lifted her eyelids slightly to meet the figure's gaze. "It is simply a dragon's mind." "My lord." The figure was momentarily rendered speechless with fury. "You had better pray that the teleportation array safely conveys them away. Otherwise, I shall sever your wings and cast you into the chaotic currents of space to accompany them." Ethan dared not respond further, obediently bowing her head, lost in thought. In that moment, she was devoid of the imposing presence she held before the mountain spirit. "Enough. Depart. Every time I see you, you infuriate me." Upon hearing she could leave, Ethan hastily exited the mindscape, but just as she was about to vanish, a thought struck her. "My lord, if that human were to call our names, may I respond?" The shadowy figure groaned in exasperation. "Do as you please, but remember not to defy any of his wishes." "Understood," she chirped, her curiosity piqued. "Though I find him rather likable, may I inquire why you are so invested in him?" "My lord, your inquiries are excessive." The voice remained flat, prompting Ethan to retract her head slightly. "Then I shall take my leave." "My lord," After a brief pause without a response, Ethan sulkily withdrew from the mindscape. Once she departed, the figure murmured softly, "I hope your luck does not lead you to encounter chaotic currents, Zhou Hai." As the words faded, the figure vanished from sight. At that very moment, Zhou Hai, who had just embarked on the teleportation array, found himself enveloped in a silvery expanse. The sensation was peculiar. He could not feel his body, yet it was as though he existed everywhere, as if his form had transformed into starlight, merging with the very fabric of space. Why does this teleportation array feel so different from the last? Wasn't the previous one instantaneous in transporting me to the demon realm? Zhou Hai was perplexed, suddenly catching sight of the silvery edge of the space, seemingly torn open by some unseen force. Through the fissure, he beheld a swirling expanse of deep purple energy. Just as his curiosity piqued, an overwhelming suction emanated from that violet rift. What the hell? Zhou Hai felt as though his very soul was being wrenched from him, on the verge of being drawn into that purple void. Curse that foolish dragon. I knew I couldn't trust that rascal. Yet at that moment, Zhou Hai found himself existing in a completely new form, unable to utter a sound, only able to curse inwardly. That it was painfully evident that the scene unfolding before him was a consequence of a malfunction in the teleportation array. Zhou Hai could hardly afford to dwell on his grievances. He quickly turned his consciousness to consider his next move: magic. Alas, he found himself voiceless. This approach was futile. The abilities of the world tree? Regrettably, he currently lacked a physical form, as if his body had been successfully transported, leaving only his soul behind. In this moment, Zhou Hai felt utterly helpless. The concept of a soul was profoundly enigmatic. Not even the most elite of practitioners could adequately explain it. Zhou Hai felt an instinctive foreboding that should he be engulfed by that purple energy, he might be cast into an endless void. Of course, it was also possible he could ride the energy back to his former world, but clearly, neither outcome was particularly favorable. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He was uncertain of its efficacy. Yet it was a desperate gamble he had to take. His consciousness began to gather strength for the next moment. That insipid goddess upon the world tree. She feigns purity while being deviously cunning and petty, a touch neurotic, devoid of any divine demeanor. Merely a green tea bitch who relishes in vendettas. Just wait until I get the chance. Huh? No reaction? His consciousness paused for an instant, and then, "You better not let me catch you. When I do, you'll regret it. Just see if I don't kick your ass." After completing this thought within his mind, Zhou Hai sensed something amiss. His non-existent eyes turned towards the center of the silvery space, where, inexplicably, a golden door emerged. The door opened slightly, and a long, pristine white leg stepped through from the other side. Zhou Hai was taken aback as a goddess emerged from beyond the door, wielding a crucifix staff intricately adorned with ecclesiastical engravings. The staff was enveloped in platinum and diamonds, with several large crystals embedded in its handle, radiating a layer of holy light. Her hair flowed without wind in the silvery space, crowned with a diadem woven from flowers, leaves, and gemstones, exuding both sanctity and majesty. A white gown enveloped her form, bordered with gold and gemstones, tightly accentuating her perfect proportions. Her alabaster wrists rested gracefully at her waist, with one shoulder bare, as white as snow and smooth as jade, showcasing her exquisitely sculpted collarbone and delicate neck. The goddess's features were divinely bestowed, her elegantly long brows framed serene, pale blue eyes that gazed calmly upon the world. Below her petite, pert nose lay luscious, tender lips, culminating in a face that harmoniously blended all these elements. Exuding a sacred aura, Zhou Hai felt as if time around him had come to a standstill, his mind a blank slate, devoid of any impure thoughts. In that moment, to describe her as beautiful felt like a desecration. Her visage was like a painting, akin to the full moon casting its tranquil light, or the dawn breaking with divine grace. Zhou Hai found himself unable to think, utterly captivated by the goddess's purity. "Human, are you calling for me?" Only when the goddess spoke did he regain a flicker of awareness. "What's the matter, human? You've been cursing me for so long yet have nothing to say?" At that moment, Zhou Hai, unable to articulate, could only silently muse, "Esteemed goddess, could you perhaps mend that rift for me? I'm about to be sucked in." The goddess glanced indifferently at the fissure, merely waving her staff. And in an instant, the rift was sealed by divine power. Afterward, she cast her gaze downward, raising her staff to touch the ground, and where her eyes landed, a figure coalesced through invisible forces. Zhou Hai was astonished to see his own body, albeit somewhat transparent and frail. The goddess effortlessly reformed his soul with a mere gesture. Was this the power of a deity? For the first time, Zhou Hai beheld the goddess directly, and the visual impact was far more staggering than his previous perception. One glance at her divine form was enough to ensnare his very being. Upon noticing Zhou Hai lost once more in reverence for her sacred presence, the goddess furrowed her brows, snorted, and in the blink of an eye, her gown transformed into a simple garment, her jeweled crown vanished, and her staff morphed into a wisp of silver light that melded into her being. Even her radiant beauty dimmed in an instant. Revealing an ordinary woman that the holy light faded. Zhou Hai recognized a familiar figure. Human, are you awake now? Hearing that voice, which echoed hauntingly in his nightmares, Zhou Hai instinctively trembled. He lifted his gaze to behold an unremarkable face that nonetheless lingered in his memory. Zhou Hai could hardly believe that the goddess who had shone like the full moon was in fact that petty goddess from before. Zhou Hai's lips moved, unable to form complete words. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air and struck Zhou Hai's soul. Crack. Hiss. The familiar sensation coursed through him, and Zhou Hai trembled as he collapsed to the ground. The goddess, now unencumbered by her divine facade, unleashed her fury, flailing her arms. You shameless human dared to call me an idiot. You've labeled me as a green tea bitch. You even cursed me as a filthy whore. Didn't you? In the blink of an eye, dozens of bolts of lightning converged above Zhou Hai's head. An idiot, is it? Crack. Cunning and petty, huh? Crack. Neurotic, am I? Crack. Seeking revenge, is it? Well, I shall repay you in kind. Crack, crack. 5 minutes later, Zhou Hai lay on the ground, his hair a frizzy mess, frothing at the mouth. Had I known, I would have let myself be sucked in instead. During those 5 minutes, Zhou Hai endured over 1,000 lightning strikes. Unsure whether it was the goddess showing mercy or his soul's resilience that kept him from being obliterated. At this moment, the goddess had completely shed her sanctity, her foot firmly pressing down on Zhou Hai's head, rubbing it back and forth. You enjoy insulting me behind my back, don't you, you vile mortal? I should have just killed you last time. How could I have hoped you would behave? Zhou Hai, with his face pressed to the ground, mumbled a garbled explanation. Misunderstanding. Oh, esteemed goddess, my reverence for you is genuine. The goddess increased the pressure of her foot. Reverence, is it? Affection, you say? Yet just moments ago, you wanted to kick my ass. Didn't you? Huh. No, esteemed goddess. I was merely jesting. What I meant was, I would love to have you kick my ass, hee. After saying this, Zhou Hai feigned an expression of delight. Esteemed goddess, do step harder. It feels so good. Please trample me with your toes. Upon hearing Zhou Hai's words, the goddess abruptly trembled, her expression contorting into one of disdain. She swiftly withdrew her foot, gritting her teeth as she declared, You despicable human. I ought to just strike you dead. You are utterly revolting. Zhou Hai, rising to his feet with a compliant demeanor, gazed at her. Esteemed goddess, the heavens can attest, and the sun and moon bear witness. My respect for you flows like a river, endless and boundless. You are the sun in my heart, warming my body and soul, guiding me on my path. I am entirely devoted to you. The goddess, upon hearing Zhou Hai's words, wore an expression of profound distaste, her patience stretched to its limit, her body trembling with suppressed rage. Human, you are truly repulsive. I will kill you. Consequently, the life goddess, revered by her followers, raised her fist and relentlessly swung it at Zhou Hai. Which world deity would create such a disgustingly vile human as you? Zhou Hai was reduced to a state of panic, shielding his head and crying out as he fled. 10 minutes later, Zhou Hai collapsed once more, his face covered in bruises from punches. The goddess, panting deeply to calm her furious heart, repeatedly admonished herself within. I must not kill him. I must not kill him. He still has his uses. After reciting this mantra thousands of times, she gradually quelled her murderous impulse, opening her eyes to regard Zhou Hai. Human, stand up. Yes, esteemed goddess. Zhou Hai sprang to his feet in less than half a second, standing upright before the goddess of life. The goddess, suppressing her impulses, glared at him and enunciated each word with fervor. Human, when will you ever settle down and stop causing me trouble? Zhou Hai, feeling wronged, blinked his eyes and replied, Goddess, it was an urgent situation, and I couldn't think of any other way. The goddess of life clenched her silver teeth and retorted, Could you not call for me properly? Why resort to insults? Zhou Hai lowered his head, sheepishly chuckling. Well, I was afraid you might ignore me. Heh. What do you mean by that? Crack. Another bolt of lightning struck, hitting Zhou Hai once more. He cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. The goddess of life took a deep breath, regaining her composure, and said, All right. I must return. I truly do not understand why I feel the urge to strike you every time I see you. Upon hearing that the goddess intended to leave, Zhou Hai quickly sprang up from the ground. Goddess, wait. The goddess turned around impatiently and shot him a glare. Zhou Hai rubbed his hands together awkwardly and pleaded, Goddess, you see, every time I get into trouble, I have to trouble you to calm. How about giving me a divine artifact for self-defense, or perhaps the ability to teleport or become invisible? That way, I wouldn't have to bother you every time, right? Observing Zhou Hai's cheeky demeanor, the goddess of life clenched her fist silently. No. Zhou Hai, undeterred by her response, inched closer with a mischievous grin. However, the goddess swiftly pushed him away with her divine power, forcing him to stand still and smile in her direction. Although the body you fashioned for me from the world tree grants immunity to magic, I lack magical affinity and combat prowess, which means I can still be killed by physical attacks. If I die again, it would just trouble you to resurrect me, wouldn't it? So why not grant me some other abilities to ensure my survival? The goddess raised an eyebrow and replied coolly, how do you know I would resurrect you again? If you perish once more, I might just shatter your soul, ensuring you disappear entirely from this world. Yet, her words seemed to carry no weight, as Zhou Hai maintained a cheeky smile. You won't do that. The goddess furrowed her brow and glared at him. Are you implying that I am bluffing to frighten you? As her voice fell, an overwhelming force, akin to a mountain, bore down upon Zhou Hai. However, he did not flinch, still smiling as he said, you won't. In the next moment, the pressure intensified, and Zhou Hai was pinned to the ground. Unable to move. Do you believe I won't crush your soul right now, causing you to vanish entirely? Despite being immobilized, Zhou Hai managed to force a smile, gritting his teeth as he stammered, heh. You won't. However, as he uttered those words, the relentless pressure suddenly dissipated, and Zhou Hai stood up, appearing unscathed, brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes. The goddess of life then spoke indifferently, human. I would like to hear why you believe I wouldn't kill you. Zhou Hai raised his finger and shook it slightly. No. There are things you cannot accomplish, and you yourself have informed me of this. The goddess's interest was piqued as she feigned amusement, looking at Zhou Hai. Do tell. Zhou Hai smirked confidently. The last time you resurrected me, you asked if I knew how I came to this world. Indeed, upon hearing this, the goddess's expression shifted noticeably. It seems I was correct. You wish to use me to uncover why I arrived in this world. Once he finished speaking, the goddess's demeanor changed, and she narrowed her eyes. And how do you know that I must know? Perhaps it is of no importance at all. Zhou Hai shook his head. No, this is something you must want to know and need to know. Speak, the goddess said flatly. The playful grin faded from Zhou Hai's face, replaced by confidence and calmness. The moment you first laid eyes on me, you recognized I was not a native of this world. Thus, I boldly hypothesized that from the day I traversed into this world, you, or other deities, have already discovered my existence. Initially, I speculated that the deities of this world summoned me, but it is evident that you do not even know from which world I came. Therefore, I believe you are eager to uncover the truth regarding my origins. The goddess of life sighed, expressing her resignation as she spoke. Human, you are quite clever. I truly underestimated you. Now, tell me, what else do you know? Zhou Hai leisurely settled into a cross-legged position. What else is there? I was quite perplexed when you resurrected me. If you already knew I was not from this world, why did you wait to meet me until after my death? Moreover, why resurrect me at all? He paused momentarily before continuing. Thus, I surmise that you wish to utilize me to help discover the reason I arrived here, perhaps even the method. As for why you must go through me, I suspect it has something to do with the deities themselves. Perhaps you divine beings are not as united as you appear, and you wish to use me to draw out the mastermind behind my arrival in this world. The goddess of life scrutinized Zhou Hai for a long time before slowly nodding. Human, I am indeed somewhat impressed by you, but you have only guessed half the truth. Zhou Hai shook his head again. Continuing, actually, I have another hypothesis. Perhaps I accidentally traversed here, that there was no divine summoning at all. The goddess of life furrowed her brow. Do not keep me in suspense. Zhou Hai shrugged and continued. What if my soul simply drifted here? The goddess neither confirmed nor denied his statement, prompting Zhou Hai to elaborate. If my soul came here without any summoning, it would imply that your world is interconnected with mine. Therefore, you fear. He raised an eyebrow, gazing at the goddess of life, who met his gaze with unwavering intensity. Fear, do you have any idea that this world is of our creation, and we have many such worlds? As the most powerful deities, what could possibly instill fear in us? The goddess of life appeared to find his words utterly absurd. Wearing a mocking expression, Zhou Hai tilted his head slightly. You fear the gods of our world. As those words fell, the goddess of life could no longer maintain her composure. Her expression changed dramatically. It was as if the very dignity of a deity had been challenged, and she raised her hand to summon lightning. Seeing this, Zhou Hai scoffed, lying back on the ground with his hands over his head, adopting a leisurely posture. Come, strike me down. If you do, you will never know how I got here. The goddess of life gritted her teeth in frustration, glaring at him in disbelief. Get up. Yes. Zhou Hai stood and saluted again, yet this time, there was not a trace of reverence on his face, since this human was already aware of her thoughts. The goddess of life decided to abandon her cryptic games. Human, I concede that I underestimated you. I remain curious about the deities of your world, but this time, I am curious about how they managed to create such an intelligent human like you. Heh, you flatter me. Zhou Hai feigned humility, yet his expression radiated pride. All right, I take back my words. You are still quite shameless. The goddess continued, in that case, I will be direct. We are indeed very eager to know how you came to this world. If a deity summoned you without informing the others, they could potentially be plotting something detrimental to us. Conversely, if your soul drifted here on its own, it would indicate that your world is indeed interconnected with ours. Meaning if you could find your way here, then the deities of your world could similarly reach this place. In truth, it is not only within your human realm that discord exists, even among us deities. Harmony is not always guaranteed. The goddess of life paused momentarily, seemingly struggling to find an apt metaphor, when Zhou Hai timely interjected, like a jungle, perhaps, in the depths of the jungle, the law of the survival of the fittest prevails. When a hidden beast reveals itself, it is met only with the devastating strikes of other predators. The goddess of life appeared momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. What an innovative metaphor, yet quite fitting. Just as among humans, deities too engage in battles and vie for dominance. However, what we contend for is the world we have created. Zhou Hai nodded, though he did not fully grasp the intricacies of their discourse. He understood the essence of the matter. Thus, for you divine beings, my presence is of considerable significance, at least for the time being. The goddess of life, though reluctant to concede, let out a resigned nod. You are correct. You are indeed correct, she repeated. Alas, I once harbored a disdain for the foolish, yet now I find myself harboring an even greater contempt for the clever. Zhou Hai shrugged at her words. If cleverness is a sin, then I am deserving of 1,000 deaths. As the goddess of life appeared poised to summon a bolt of lightning, Zhou Hai hastily covered his mouth. Humans, while you are indeed crucial to us at this moment, I wish for you to comprehend this. For certain deities, stability and dignity are paramount, with the latter taking precedence. As a mortal, do not attempt to challenge the authority of the divine. Zhou Hai replied. I believe you must prioritize the former. The goddess of life shot him a cold glance, sighing, needless to say, otherwise, I would have long since transformed you into a maggot and cast you into the human latrine. Zhou Hai offered an awkward smile. While the sentiment may ring true, your expression is rather crude. Suddenly, the goddess of life seemed to recall something and inquired, I am quite curious, given that you have deduced so much. Why was it that when I read your thoughts last time, I did not discover this? Zhou Hai feigned mystery, grinning. Well, if I were to divulge that to your divine self, what benefit would I gain? The goddess of life frowned slightly. You still seek a benefit, of course. I am a person of principles, and I possess a rather unfortunate flaw. I am susceptible to gentleness rather than force. If coerced, I would rather perish. The goddess of life clenched her silver teeth. You mean to say that I must pay a price for your willingness to speak? Zhou Hai tilted his head. Whistling, I never claimed such a thing. I revived you last time, and this time I rescued you from the chaotic currents of space. How does that factor in? Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai immediately adopted a pious demeanor. Bowing deeply to the goddess of life, your salvation and revival are but your selfless gifts to me, the divine grace bestowed upon a mortal. What deity demands recompense from humanity? Very well, then keep this secret closely guarded. The goddess of life repeated the word well several times, clearly agitated. However, upon noticing that Zhou Hai had ceased his inquiries, a look of regret crossed his face. Why not just ask? At worst, I shall receive fewer benefits. And I can accept that. Zhou Hai appeared to have made a great concession. The goddess of life, however, became even more incensed. What nonsense! Keep it for yourself. Now be gone. With that, she turned to leave. Wait, divine lady, if you leave, what shall I do? Zhou Hai gazed around at the silvery expanse, hastily questioning her. Rest assured, your continued presence here is due to my binding of your soul. Once I depart, you shall naturally be transported elsewhere. With that, she stepped through a portal. Suddenly, Zhou Hai called out again. Divine lady, you have yet to grant me a skill for self-defense. Should I perish again, I would be unable to assist you in uncovering the truth behind my crossing into this world. The goddess of life turned her head, coldly stating, You are attempting to coerce me, human. How could that be? Divine lady, I merely wish to negotiate a transaction. What transaction? Zhou Hai replied nonchalantly, You wish to know the reason for my crossing. Thus you require my survival. If you keep a watchful eye on me as before, you are bound to uncover the answer. And I, too, desire to persist in this world. Hence, our objectives align. Originally, I needed only to exist in the human realm, living off the bounty of life. Yet, I now have a task I must fulfill. For our mutual goal, I need some means of safeguarding my life. Would you not agree? Human, you are excessively greedy. At times. Excessive desire serves as a ticket to the depths of despair. Zhou Hai nodded, then shook his head. You speak true, yet not entirely. Desire can indeed lead one to the abyss, but it simultaneously fuels the pursuit of power and all that one seeks. Without desire, would one not truly become a mere idle fish, languishing in existence? My dream is to drift through life without care. The goddess of life scrutinized him, as if attempting to pierce through his very soul. This shall be your only warning. Should you seek to test my patience again, I shall not tolerate it. Understood. The goddess of life gestured into the void, and the space began to ripple. Soon, a silver key materialized before Zhou Hai. What is this? This is the key to a divine relic in the human realm. Zhou Hai appeared bewildered. What use is this to me? The goddess of life looked down upon him, stating matter-of-factly, that relic is a testament left by a deity upon the world's inception, containing what you seek. Zhou Hai protested. Must I retrieve it myself? I desire that which is effortlessly obtained. Anything requiring my effort tarnishes my dignity. Inside, you will find something capable of altering your magical affinity. Zhou Hai's eyes brightened instantly. Really? Upon seeing the goddess of life nod, he became elated, reaching out to take the key, marveling at its silver craftsmanship. Embedded with a unique transparent crystal, Zhou Hai looked eagerly at the goddess of life. Divine lady, will the treasures within this relic enhance my magical affinity to 100? The goddess of life's lips twitched at his words. Do you think this is a wish? Do you have any idea how many millennia this world has existed? Fewer than 10 humans possess a magical affinity exceeding 90 points, and you aspire to reach 100? Should I just grant you a divine position instead? Zhou Hai blushed, murmuring, well, that's not entirely out of the question. The goddess of life, poised to summon lightning once more, recalled her need for him and forcefully swallowed her anger. Then tell me, how much can it truly enhance my magical affinity? Zhou Hai asked, looking expectantly at the goddess of life. That world-class artifact is a divine legacy capable of purifying the soul to enhance magical affinity. The specific effect varies from person to person. However, for you, I believe it might raise it to about 40. What? Zhou Hai exclaimed. Astonishment etched across his face. The goddess of life assumed he was simply overwhelmed. Ready to comfort him, but Zhou Hai's next words darkened her expression. Only a 40-point increase. The butcher's son in our town has 43 points. He's a beggar. The goddess of life's countenance chilled. Is there truly no more loathsome human than you in this world? How about this, divine lady? Can you grant me another one? This artifact is of no use to me. A mere 40-point increase is hardly worth it. Your current magical affinity is 0. Even an increase to 40 should suffice. What more could you possibly want? This world-class artifact is the only means to alter one's magical talent. You should comprehend its rarity. Zhou Hai sighed. Divine lady, such a precious item you bestow upon me. It cannot be as simple as you claim. The goddess of life regarded Zhou Hai with surprise. What you refer to as a world-class artifact is certainly not easily obtained. The relic may harbor great dangers. You suspect I wish to see you falter, do you not? As her thoughts were laid bare, the goddess of life's cheeks flushed slightly, though it vanished in an instant. The relic is undoubtedly perilous. You yearn to witness my downfall. Am I not correct? Zhou Hai declared with confidence. The goddess of life huffed softly, conceding silently. Moreover, even if I manage to obtain this artifact and successfully alter my magical affinity, it may still only amount to 40 points, rendering me at best a high-level mage. Once transformed, I fear I will no longer be able to deceive elemental spirits to cast spells. The goddess of life shot him a glare. What you call deception is not what it seems. Were it not for your words, I would have assumed you intended to educate their parents. Upon hearing her reprimand, Zhou Hai sheepishly scratched his head. Circumstances dictated my actions. Who could blame me for lacking affinity? Returning to the main topic, O divine goddess, I surmise that my ability to deceive elemental spirits into unleashing magic stems from my 0 affinity. Does it not? The life goddess turned her head, offering no reply. Zhou Hai, undeterred, continued, due to my low affinity, elemental spirits harbor a strong dislike for me. If I provoke them even slightly, they lose their reason, allowing me to deceive them into releasing their magical abilities. So, do you choose to remain unchanged? Indeed, Zhou Hai asserted. Even a slight increase in my affinity might preclude me from using deception to cast spells, which could be a case of diminishing returns. The life goddess silently averted her gaze. As you wish. However, I am curious as to why you can comprehend magical incantations. Zhou Hai was taken aback by the unexpected question. Goddess, are you not able to read minds? Why inquire of me? The so-called mind reading is merely the perception of changes in souls and thoughts. For instance, when you scolded me last time, I sensed a strong malice and foul intentions. Zhou Hai felt somewhat embarrassed. Goddess, let us skip over the foul part. So, why can you understand magical incantations? After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhou Hai decided against withholding the truth, as it would indeed be difficult to explain otherwise. To be honest, Goddess, I have encountered those magical incantations before. In the world I came from, we used the very same script. Upon hearing this, the life goddess was momentarily struck with astonishment. Zhou Hai, unfortunately, failed to notice the shift in her demeanor. After forcibly calming her emotions, the life goddess, still trembling slightly, inquired, "Are you implying that the magical incantations of this world consist of the script you studied in your previous life?" Zhou Hai nodded earnestly. "Yes. What of it, goddess?" "In nothing." Yet, in the next moment, Zhou Hai hesitantly continued, "By the way, goddess, since I have no use for this item to alter my affinity, could you perhaps exchange it for something else? Feel free to do as you wish." "Unless there is anything else." Zhou Hai was taken aback. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. No, nothing else. After speaking, Zhou Hai watched as the life goddess stepped through the door, and in an instant, a flash of white light enveloped the entrance, causing it to vanish without a trace. TSK. Zhou Hai clicked his tongue in frustration. What a farce. They call her a goddess, yet she is no different from an ordinary person. Changing her demeanor at a whim. Disregarding his irritation, he found himself once again near the world tree, this time positioned beside a floating expanse where numerous palaces intertwined, forming a suspended celestial city. Within a verdant palace, life flourished abundantly, with countless plants and vines adorning the walls. At the center of the palace sat a gently illuminated throne, upon which the life goddess reclined, maintaining her divine visage, radiating a sacred aura, enveloped in a halo of light. Yet her expression was starkly different from the indifference she had shown Zhou Hai. Her features now bore a weighty seriousness. Is this the realm of humanity? As she mused to herself, a figure cloaked in divine light entered the palace. Velsis, long time no see. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the life goddess's unusual demeanor evaporated, reverting to her usual aloofness. Kashu, what brings you here? Why the coldness in your tone, O divine goddess? Speak plainly. It was evident that Velsis wished to avoid lengthy exchanges. Alas, how pitiful, to be scorned by the life goddess. Very well, I shall be direct. Have you met that human again? Velsis raised an eyebrow and nodded. Yes, what of it? The divine figure's tone shifted to one of keen interest. So, has that human met their demise once more? Or did you speak ill of them? Velsis replied, expressionless. While using the teleportation array, he fell into a spatial rift, and I went to rescue him. Kashu, hearing this, exhaled in exasperation. TSK, what a peculiar human. Encountering a 1 in a billion chance. Do you have any further inquiries? Velsis's tone turned even colder than when addressing Zhou Hai, clearly aware of their disdain from the life goddess, thus opting to forego pleasantries. Did you give that relic key I entrusted to you to that human? It turned out that this figure cloaked in divine light was the key's true owner. Yes, I did. That as long as he utilizes that item, he will be indistinguishable from mortals, and you may dispose of him as you see fit. Yet Velsis shook his head. Are you indicating that you wish to return? A hint of dissatisfaction laced the man's voice. No. It simply seems that the human does not intend to use that item. How can that be? That is the only world-class artifact capable of altering magical affinity. How could he not be tempted? Unless you disclose the consequences of its use to him, Velsis, remember your station. You are a deity, meant to stand with us. Velsis gently shook his head. I did not inform him. Then how could he possibly? The man's voice brimmed with incredulity, clearly unable to fathom that anything could deter the allure of altering one's innate gifts. Velsis sighed, providing a calm explanation for his confusion. It appears we have underestimated that human. I merely disclosed the item's function to him, and he immediately sensed something amiss. Impossible. How could a mere mortal grasp that he is a variable? As Velsis absorbed the man's words, memories of her earlier conversation with Zhou Hai flooded her mind, causing her lips to twitch involuntarily. That cunning fellow is merely fearful of losing the ability to cast forbidden spells, such a selfish human. However, she hesitated to reveal Zhou Hai's exact words, opting instead to continue in Kashu's vein. He is indeed the most astute human I have encountered, and he has surmised my intentions behind reviving him. Had it not been for this, I would not have had the opportunity to hand over your divine key to him. Curse it, if only he had used that item, he would have seamlessly integrated into this world. Influenced by our rules, so close. Listening to Kashu's furious voice, Velsis could not help but sigh, acknowledging the missed opportunity. But it matters not. Even if he refrains from using it, it remains a world-class artifact. And should it fall into my hands, it would be sufficient for him to squander for a lifetime, and I refuse to believe he is not tempted. Once he steps into the divine realm, I shall find a way to taint his soul. Human, daring to gamble against the divine, I shall make you aware of the consequences. Meanwhile, in that silvery expanse, Zhou Hai's soul continued to drift through the ether. Didn't you promise that I would be teleported away once you left? You deceived me. Zhou Hai muttered angrily to himself. Yet no sooner had he spoken than the fabric of space before him was torn asunder, revealing a soothing white light. After a brief moment of disorientation, Zhou Hai regained consciousness, surrounded by familiar faces. The familiar specter, Mountain Ghost, knelt beside him, worry etched on her face as she gazed at the medical ghost. Upon seeing the medical ghost retract her hand, she urgently inquired, "What is the matter? Why are we all unharmed?" Yet Zhou Hai has fainted. The medical ghost shook her head. I examined this human's life signs. Everything seems normal, yet he appears to lack something. What is it? After a moment of contemplation, the medical ghost finally found an appropriate descriptor. It is as if a house exists, yet it is devoid of furniture. Utterly vacant. Mountain Ghost frowned, struggling to comprehend the medical ghost's meaning. It was then that Child Ghost spoke up, inquiring, "Is there any hope for him?" The medical ghost shook her head, remaining silent. Yet they all understood the implication. This foolish human, Zhou Hai, did you not claim you would rescue Tun Tun? Will you go back on your word? Tears welled in Mountain Ghost's eyes as she grasped Zhou Hai's hand, murmuring, "Did you not profess your affection for me?" "A liar, and just when I liked you back. Why is it that we remain unharmed while you cannot return? I owe you nothing. The Horned Ghost clan owes you a debt that we can never repay. But fear not, I shall ensure that you are buried according to human customs, and I will craft a statue in your honor, standing eternally among our kin." The other spirits instinctively distanced themselves, leaving the space solely for Mountain Ghost. A solitary tear rolled down her cheek. Plop. Tears cascaded delicately at the corner of Zhou Hai's eye as the mountain spirit sobbed softly, reaching out to wipe them away. However, just as her hand grazed Zhou Hai's face, she abruptly halted, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Did I just imagine that?" the mountain spirit muttered to herself, her gaze filled with skepticism. Yet, in the next moment, she noticed Zhou Hai's brow twitch slightly. Though the movement was minuscule, she caught it with keen perception. No, I am absolutely not mistaken. With that, she reached out to lift Zhou Hai's eyelid, eager to uncover the truth. Unexpectedly, Zhou Hai sprang to his feet with a start. "It's too bright. It's so itchy. It hurts. Are you all right?" the mountain spirit asked, momentarily taken aback, before fixing her expressionless gaze upon Zhou Hai. "So, you were just pretending. Deceiving me, weren't you?" Zhou Hai, who had feigned being pained by tears, quickly approached her. He. How could I? I would never toy with such matters. But what greeted him was a shadow looming overhead. Bang! With a resounding impact. Zhou Hai's face met a fist, sending him tumbling backward. "I truly did not deceive you." Those were his last words before he lay on the ground, stars swirling above his head. Yet, in an instant, the mountain spirit seized his collar and yanked him upright. Observing the remnants of tears on her face, Zhou Hai's gaze faltered. "I was genuinely worried you might have perished, and here you are. Still in the mood to jest. Did you enjoy your little game? I am not lying. I swear by the sun and the moon. I am innocent." The mountain spirit's eyes widened, glaring fiercely at Zhou Hai. "You claim innocence, yet explain why you suddenly fainted and then awoke." Zhou Hai paused, bewildered. When had he fainted? He furrowed his brow, recollecting that he had been standing on the teleportation array after the formation activated. They had seemingly entered a silver corridor. At that moment, he recalled a flash of white light, and then he found himself in a silver space. Curiously, he asked, "Did you see a flash of white light when we teleported?" "And a place entirely silver. Fabricate more tales," the mountain spirit retorted coldly, crossing her arms as she scrutinized him. Zhou Hai chuckled awkwardly, pondering her words. Clearly, they had not witnessed anything. Was it because he stood in a missing corner that he was swept into that peculiar realm? It seemed so. That foolish dragon nearly caused his demise at the teleportation array. Had he not been clever, he might have become the first human to perish in a teleportation array. However, such thoughts were of little importance now. The pressing matter was to clarify his situation with the mountain spirit. Sensing her icy demeanor as she turned to leave, he hurriedly blocked her path. "I assure you, I did not deceive you. The teleportation array was incomplete. As you witnessed, I was standing in that spot, and my soul was drawn into that strange place." The mountain spirit scoffed. Elders were right. Humans are the most cunning of races. Filled with deceit, Zhou Hai, in a panic, raised 4 fingers. I swear. I did not lie. I truly fainted, and then my soul was transmitted back to my body. Believe you? What happens if you lie? The mountain spirit raised an eyebrow mockingly. If you lie, you shall never marry. Perhaps you simply do not wish to wed, hence your fabrication of oaths. Not at all. My feelings for you, Miss Mountain Spirit, are as clear as day, a testament to my sincerity. As Zhou Hai leaned closer, merely inches apart, the mountain spirit averted her gaze, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Flattering words from a human. Disgusting. But truly, Miss Mountain Spirit, gaze into my eyes. Those who lie cannot maintain eye contact. With that, Zhou Hai gently turned her face, their eyes locking in a moment suspended in time. Fine, fine. I shall believe you did not lie. The mountain spirit abruptly pushed Zhou Hai away, swiftly turning to hide her flushed cheeks. Zhou Hai sighed in resignation. I am a gentleman of refinement. How could you not believe me? Every word I utter is the truth. At that moment, the mountain spirit regained her composure and inquired. You mentioned you fainted initially. When did you awaken? When? Zhou Hai pondered briefly before replying. It seems you mentioned sculpting a statue for me. No, it must have been when you called me a liar. Yes, that sounds right. You heard all that. After a moment of surprise, the mountain spirit's cheeks flushed crimson once more as she turned and dashed away. Zhou Hai watched her retreating figure, letting out a heavy sigh. At last, I can relish a moment of tranquility. I scarcely had a second of respite in the demon realm, fraught with peril at every turn. My taut nerves finally loosened. Suddenly, he remembered. He had neglected to ask the mountain spirit about her homeland. It was then he finally had the opportunity to survey his surroundings. Isn't this a forest? Zhou Hai abruptly looked up, noticing the blue sky, the white clouds, the sun, the human world. Zhou Hai was momentarily stunned before a joyful expression graced his face. He had never appreciated the sunlight and blue skies so dearly. In the demon realm, the incessant blood-red sky had nearly driven him to madness. He longed to return to the human world. Grass, birds singing, no pesky grasshoppers on my back. Everything here felt so familiar, so comforting. Zhou Hai reclined back onto the fragrant grass, reveling in the moment. I shall never leave the human world again, with a look of ecstasy. His relaxed mind gradually succumbed to slumber. Smack! A sharp sound jolted him awake. Who dares to strike the esteemed Zhou Hai? A figure leapt up from the ground, none other than the mountain spirit. Hey, you could have just called me. You nearly gave me a heart attack, Zhou Hai exclaimed, patting his chest. The mountain spirit huffed. If only I could wake you. I called your name dozens of times. Yet you remained unresponsive. I must have been too tired. Ah, Zhou Hai yawned widely. The mountain spirit shook her head in exasperation. What is it? Did you find the ruins of your homeland? Zhou Hai glanced into the distance, where several horned spirits had just returned from scouting the area. Not yet. We're too close to the forest. We may need to venture further to find it. After a brief pause, she added, I never anticipated that our horned spirit clan's homeland would be in the human world. Zhou Hai, however, was not surprised. He had suspected as much. It makes sense, doesn't it? Your ancestors were born from the union of demons and humans. In that era, demons ruled the world, while humans struggled to survive in the demon realm. Thus, the birthplace of your ancestors could only be the human world. The mountain spirit nodded, clearly having come to the same conclusion. However, the human world no longer belongs to the demon king. If humans see us, they may drive us away. Well, Zhou Hai contemplated. Not necessarily. Your clan consists of only 50 members. If we are not too close to the capital, you could easily disguise yourselves as ordinary villagers and settle here. I will try that. What about you? Me. What about me? Zhou Hai inquired, puzzled. This is the human world. Aren't you going home? Zhou Hai shook his head with a rueful smile. What's wrong? Do you not have a home? As soon as the words left his lips, the mountain spirit realized her misstep. My apologies. Zhou Hai waved his hand dismissively. No need for apologies. I am not upset. I have a home, but I simply cannot return. Why can't you go home? The mountain spirit was perplexed. There are bad people watching me. Bad people. Just eliminate them. If you cannot defeat them, I will assist you. The mountain spirit's solution was straightforward. Just take action. Zhou Hai shook his head. The human world is quite complex. Though it is not as brutal as your demon realm, it can be equally harsh. The mountain spirit nodded, seemingly understanding. All right, if you need my help, just ask. I will help you kill. Zhou Hai smiled appreciatively at her words. Thank you, then. Thereafter, the two individuals fell into a silence, each reclining on the grass not far apart. Suddenly, Shangue, either intentionally or inadvertently, posed a question. Zhou Hai, do you believe I am suited to be the clan leader? What are you daydreaming about? In this world, there is perhaps no leader more concerned for their kin's safety than you. Oh, After a brief pause, Shan Gui continued, however, I feel that being a clan leader is somewhat exhausting. Exhausting? In what way? I can't quite articulate it, but it simply feels burdensome, as if I am perpetually encased in a heavy shell. Sometimes, when I see my clan members reveling in joy, I too feel elated, yet at other times, I find it difficult to breathe. Don't overthink it. You've been a leader for several years now, and your kin still heed your commands, which indicates that you are indeed quite competent. Several years? Shan Gui responded with a slight gasp, seemingly perplexed. What's the matter? You haven't recently assumed the role of leader, have you? Zhou Hai retorted just as Shan Gui was about to reply. When Zhou Gui hurried over, Shan Gui, ascertain where we are. Shan Gui approached. Have we drawn any attention from the humans? Rest assured, I sent Shi Gui, masked, to scout the area. At most, they will consider him a lunatic. That's good. Meanwhile, Zhou Hai, eavesdropping on their conversation, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. You two are so brazen in discussing such matters. Do you truly regard Shi Gui as a ghost? Shi Gui is there to inquire with the nearby caravan. The nearest town is called Luonan Town, roughly 80 miles away. Luonan Town. Could it be we are in the Holy Rust Kingdom? Zhou Hai exclaimed in astonishment. What a coincidence. I never anticipated that this teleportation array would lead to my own country. Zhou Gui looked at Zhou Hai with curiosity. I believe it is called the Holy Rust Kingdom. Why do you ask? I didn't expect such serendipity. I am indeed a citizen of that kingdom. Zhou Gui and Shan Gui were taken aback, having not anticipated such coincidence, though Zhou Gui appeared less concerned about Zhou Hai's origins. Since this is your kingdom, you must know how we can navigate to avoid humans, preferably to a place where few tread. Well, Zhou Hai began to ponder in his mind. Luonan Town is located to the northwest of the kingdom. Further west lies the Elvia Plains, which borders the Demon Realm. To the east is the capital of the Holy Rust Kingdom. Shan Gui nodded. So the best option is to head west. Indeed, that area is near the Demon Realm, and humans will surely steer clear of it. Let's proceed there. After glancing at the sky, which had begun to dim, she added, we shall rest for another night and set off in the morning. All right, I will inform the others, Zhou Gui replied before turning to leave. As dusk enveloped the forest, a fire crackled, surrounded by dozens of Horn clan members, with no villages within 10 miles. They were not concerned about being discovered by humans. We will depart in the morning. Do you have any plans? Will you accompany us? Shan Gui inquired. Hearing this, Zhou Hai shook his head. No, I snuck out this time. After you leave, I must return to the border town. Well, here is a sound horn. It allows communication over great distances. Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow. Isn't this essentially a rudimentary telephone? He took the small horn, roughly the size of a finger, and curiously examined it before glancing at Shan Gui's forehead. Indeed, this item is crafted from the horns of deceased clan members. Fear not. It was taken post-mortem under normal circumstances. In fact, this long horn once belonged to my grandfather. Well then, grandfather, I shall rely on you in the future. Zhou Hai jestingly bowed to the small horn, eliciting laughter from the surrounding spirits. This sound horn has accompanied me for decades. Please take good care of it and do not lose it. Shan Gui cautioned. Understood. While I possess the horn, I remain. Suddenly, Zhou Hai's brow furrowed as realization struck him. Wait a moment. Did you just say it accompanied you for decades? Yes. Why? Shan Gui nodded matter-of-factly. When your parents passed, you were only a few years old, so it hasn't been decades, only a little over 10 years, right? Zhou Hai initially thought he had misheard. However, Shan Gui solemnly nodded. Indeed. My parents were killed when I was 13 by the red-eyed. If I calculate the time, it has indeed been decades. Zhou Hai was taken aback. Just then, Zhou Gui leaned in curiously. By the way, human, I've always been curious. How old are you? You appear quite youthful yet can effortlessly cast advanced magic? This is a secret, Zhou Hai replied mysteriously. Forget it. That's not important. So, how old are you? Zhou Hai answered honestly. I am 15, just of age. What about it? The horned spirits were momentarily stunned as leaves drifted gently above. A profound silence enveloped the scene. You mean to say you have only just come of age? Shan Gui's jaw dropped in disbelief. Zhou Hai frowned in confusion. Yes. What is the issue? Do I look that old? Shan Gui pressed her forehead tightly. No. Give me a moment to collect myself. Zhou Hai turned to Zhou Gui. Is it strange that I am young and handsome with talent, just having come of age? Zhou Gui gazed at him with a melancholic expression. What do you think? Zhou Hai turned back, only to find that all the horned spirits were staring at him intently. Please, don't frighten me. Did I age during my trip to the Demon Realm? As he spoke, Zhou Hai anxiously touched his face, finding no wrinkles. Ming Gui, may I borrow your eyes for a moment? Zhou Hai requested. wrapping his arms around Minggui's head. Repeatedly searching for any discrepancies in his reflection. No changes, still the same unparalleled visage, the epitome of gentlemanly charm. Zhou Hai felt even more perplexed at that moment. Gui spoke softly. Are you implying that you, a mere newly adult human, dare to venture alone into the demon realm, can release advanced magic, and even vanquish a top-tier warrior while verbally confronting a demon? Zhou Hai was taken aback. Realizing he hadn't mentioned how he had used a forbidden spell to cleanse the demon realm upon his arrival. Zhou Hai tentatively inquired, is there a problem with that? Is there a problem? Do you even need to ask? Gui suddenly began to tear at her own hair, while from a distance, Gui silently sought a corner. I am nearing middle age and still just a high-ranking warrior. This shameless human has just come of age. It can cast advanced magic and slay top-tier warriors. What have I been working so hard for? This world is utterly absurd. Demons are driven to despair by humans. I can't take it anymore. In the next moment, he tightly closed his eyes and vanished from sight, leaving behind a peacefully resting horned spirit beneath 10 meters of soil. Are you truly just of age and not deceiving us? Gui asked incredulously. Zhou Hai raised 4 fingers. I swear, if I am lying, thunder will strike me down, and I shall never find a wife. Zhou Hai almost blurted it out before quickly changing his vow, knowing that regardless of the truth, that petty goddess would surely seize the opportunity to strike him, after thorough confirmation that Zhou Hai truly had just come of age. Many horned spirits quietly departed. I'm done. Living has become meaningless. Does anyone have a rope? Lend it to me. I have one here. Wait until I'm finished hanging, and you can continue. Alas, living as a demon is truly devoid of meaning. After a life of battles, returning home feels less than being scum. It's unfair that such a lowly human possesses unparalleled talent while I, an exquisite demon, am relegated to mediocrity. Beauty is indeed cursed by the heavens. Hearing the lamentations of these horned spirits, Zhou Hai couldn't help but twitch his lips. Enough already. At that moment, Gui cast a resentful glance. You humans are truly abnormal. Your king is likely a lunatic to dare cast such a talented individual into the demon realm. If you were a horned spirit, I would have to treat you like royalty, catering to your every need and keeping a watchful eye on you 24 hours a day. Zhou Hai awkwardly scratched his head. It's really not as exaggerated as you all say. My talent is quite average. The spirits collectively stared at him in disbelief. But don't stop me. I have diabetes. I'll wake him up. Don't give this kid any sweet treats. Hold on. I'm feeling a bit under the weather. I'll spit on him. Everyone, step aside. Let me have a go. I have gastritis. I'll make him a bowl of soup. As the spirits surrounded Zhou Hai, preparing to feast on him, Gui stepped forward. All right. Everyone calm down. The words of the mountain spirit still held a certain intimidation, prompting the horned spirits to retreat with expressions of discontent. Alas, Zhou Hai, spare us your ostentation. If your talent were truly lacking, then this world would indeed have no geniuses. If every human were like you, would the demon realm even dare to invade the human world? To be spared from extinction would be a mere stroke of luck for us. Zhou Hai secretly scoffed. If all humanity possessed my level of talent, with a zero affinity for magic, they would have long been turned into sushi rolls. At that moment, the child spirit silently approached Zhou Hai from behind. You claim to have poor talent, but do you know how old I am? Hearing the mournful voice, Zhou Hai nearly jumped in fright and cautiously inquired. How old are you? 59. I am a full 59 years old. I am 4 times your age. I lack supreme power, yet you can easily annihilate blood armor. You not only deny others the right to live, but you even deny spirits their existence. Observing the child spirit weeping profusely, relentlessly pounding the ground with her fists, Zhou Hai was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, his eyes widened. 59. The child spirit before him was in her normal form. Though her appearance was unremarkable, she appeared to be merely in her early 20s. He suddenly recalled something and turned to the mountain spirit with an exasperated sigh. I know what you want to ask. The child spirit is 2 years younger than me. I in our horned spirit clan. Our lifespan is 3 times that of humans. This means that the child spirit and I are akin to being 20 years old in human terms. It is only natural that you find it difficult to discern. Zhou Hai gaped, utterly astonished. It was now his turn to go mad at this moment. His inner turmoil felt akin to being sliced open at the artery by a sharp blade. His current mindset exploding like a balloon inflated beyond its capacity. He never would have guessed that the fair-skinned, stunningly beautiful tribal leader before him, with horns protruding from her forehead, could be old enough to be his grandmother. Moreover, even Tunton is older than you. Before the child spirit could finish her thought, she suddenly paused. By the way, where is Tunton? I feel like I haven't seen her for a while. In an instant. The previously lively and cheerful atmosphere fell into silence. The child spirit and the fiery spirit, having just recovered from severe injuries a day prior, were evidently unaware of what had transpired. Mountain spirit. Where is Tunton? At this moment, the child spirit began to sense something ominous, her voice trembling slightly. Upon hearing the child spirit's question, the mountain spirit's eyes dimmed. At that moment, the medical spirit pulled the child spirit aside and recounted the events that occurred after her fainting spell. Not long after, a series of loud crashes echoed from nearby, as massive fists repeatedly smashed into the surrounding tree trunks. Damn it, that accursed red eye. Tunton has been captured by it. She will surely suffer torment. She's just a 26-year-old child. How can she withstand it? Zhou Hai's mouth twitched upon hearing this. 26. Still concerned about Tunton, the mountain spirit turned her head, her eyes glistening with moisture. Tunton is so young. Having been taken by the red eye, she must be terrified every day. She is so innocent. She must be crying every day. As she spoke, the mountain spirit could not help but shed tears. I wonder if the red eye will use her for experiments. Poor foolish girl. Sob sob. Zhou Hai initially intended to comfort her by placing an arm around her shoulder, but suddenly recalled the mountain spirit's age. He hesitated for a moment before gently patting the mountain spirit's back. Do not worry. Now that you have left the demon realm, the red eye will no longer be able to find other horned spirits to torment. Therefore, it will certainly not harm Tunton. At the very least, her life will not be in jeopardy. Trust me. One day I will confront it directly and rescue Tunton from its grasp. The mountain spirit sniffled a few times, forcing back her tears, and managed to squeeze out a faint smile as she looked into Zhou Hai's eyes, choking out, "All right, I believe you. Tunton will surely trust you too." Zhou Hai's gaze dimmed. Indeed. That innocent little girl must also be longing for him at this very moment. This time, he was unable to protect her. She must be feeling very afraid. Just then, as the group sat solemnly by the campfire, a loud crash echoed as the mirror spirit jumped down from a tree. Tribal leader, there are flames appearing in the southwest direction. It seems to be a human party, with an estimated 200 to 300 individuals. Both Zhou Hai and the mountain spirit were taken aback. They had only just teleported here today. How could they have been discovered by humans so quickly? Could it be that the fiery spirit had revealed a flaw during the day and was reported by those merchant caravans? However, there was no time to ponder further. Everyone, conceal yourselves. We are in the human realm, and we must hide to avoid unnecessary trouble. At the horned spirit's command, they all swiftly dove into the woods. Yet, just as the mountain spirit was about to extinguish the campfire and leave, Zhou Hai stopped her. We will stay here. The mountain spirit furrowed her brow, puzzled. Why? Wouldn't staying here be akin to waiting for them to come and kill us? Zhou Hai shook his head. Even if we all leave, the traces left behind would indicate that we have only recently departed. If they become suspicious, they will certainly pursue us. Then what should we do? Zhou Hai smiled lightly. We will remain here. If the fiery spirit has indeed revealed a flaw, we can serve as bait, preventing them from capturing us all at once. After all, with your and the child spirit's strength, escaping should not be an issue. Upon hearing this, the mountain spirit contemplated for a few seconds. All right, child spirit, fiery spirit, and mirror spirit. We will stay here with Zhou Hai. He is human and might be able to handle this. Ensure that the rest of our kin are hidden well and do not get discovered. Understood, tribal leader. The medical spirit led the other tribe's people deep into the thicket, leaving only the mountain spirit and her companions seated around the campfire, covering their heads with garments, pretending to be campers or adventurers. Though adventurers in peacetime were rare, some magical creatures could still be found in the woods, making their presence here quite reasonable. Moreover, Zhou Hai was a registered adventurer, which conveniently allowed them to utilize his identity. Tribal leader, that party is approaching, less than 100 meters away. Upon hearing the mirror spirit's words, the mountain spirit nodded slightly. All of you, follow Zhou Hai's lead, and child spirit, do not act impulsively. The child spirit replied with dissatisfaction. What do you mean by that? Is it discrimination against honest people? Here they come. The flames were particularly conspicuous in the night, and soon the human party found their way close. It must be said. The number of individuals in this party was indeed substantial. As the mirror spirit had stated, there were roughly over 200 people. Most of them were clad in the armor of holy knights, while those in the middle wore green magical robes, and the stragglers at the back donned an assortment of attire, clearly a group of adventurers. At this moment, the distance between both parties was less than 20 meters. Soon, a well-built holy knight in silver armor stepped forward, towering at nearly 2 meters tall, with a long sword at his waist that radiated a formidable aura. His handsome visage, coupled with striking red hair, commanded an imposing presence that instilled fear in those who beheld him. He strode directly towards Zhou Hai and the others. "Are you adventurers from Ronin Town?" the Holy Knight leader inquired tentatively. Zhou Hai nodded earnestly in response. "Yes, sir, we are adventurers from the town, here on a mission to hunt magical creatures." However, upon hearing Zhou Hai's words, the Holy Knight's brows furrowed. He scrutinized the two before him, his arm slowly reaching for his longsword. The mountain spirit was the first to notice the incoming threat and signaled to the child spirit with her eyes. "They come with ill intent. Be on guard," the mountain spirit whispered. The child spirit nodded. "Understood." The next moment, the Holy Knight leader drew his longsword and pointed it at Zhou Hai. "Still trying to deceive us? Ronin Town has been gone for half a month. Where did you receive your adventure assignment? Speak. Who are you? And why are you pretending to be adventurers from Ronin Town?" Zhou Hai was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the implications of the Holy Knight's words. "Ronin Town has disappeared. There shouldn't be any magical creatures within the kingdom. Could it be an attack from the Northern Sman Empire? But that's unlikely. More than a decade ago, the human realm just endured an invasion from magical creatures. So internal strife shouldn't occur now." Zhou Hai's mind raced, but he could not fathom the cause. The Holy Knight leader, seeing Zhou Hai's continued silence, bellowed to those behind him. "Someone, capture these suspicious individuals. We will interrogate them later." Yes, in the blink of an eye, dozens of Holy Knights surrounded them. The mountain spirit and child spirit bent their bodies slightly, ready for battle, while the fiery spirit hid in a shadowy corner of the dense forest, plotting how to swiftly eliminate the leader before them. Tension filled the air as the Holy Knights closed in. Zhou Hai wore an expression of innocence. He had just returned from the demon realm. How could he possibly know what had transpired? "Sir, we truly are adventurers. We have been here hunting magical creatures recently and genuinely do not understand what you were saying," the Holy Knight leader scoffed. "Humph, still trying to wriggle out of this. I see you want to shed tears until you see the coffin. Seize them." As soon as he finished speaking, the Holy Knights lunged forward. In an instant, it seemed as though both sides were on the verge of clashing, with the mountain spirit and child spirit tightening their fists, ready to explode at any moment. Just then, an unexpected voice rang out from behind the Holy Knight, filled with surprise. "Huh? Zhou Hai." A man clad in an elven robe, bearing a longbow upon his back, emerged from the rear of the group. The flickering firelight cast a gentle glow upon his face, revealing an expression of surprise. Zhou Hai was momentarily taken aback, but then, exhilarated, exclaimed, "Wilfer." Upon confirming with a glance, he realized it was indeed the right person. Wilfer assessed the standoff between the two parties and quickly grasped the situation. Approaching the leader of the paladins, he whispered, "My Lord Trelexi, this is the nephew of the Count, who has an adventurous spirit. Over a fortnight ago, he slipped away from the castle, prompting a citywide search by the Count. Little did we know, this young rascal ended up here." It was evident that the other party was also aware of the extensive search, and his expression turned contemplative. He glanced back at Zhou Hai, eyes filled with suspicion. Though not as striking as Briseis with his golden hair and azure eyes, he is undeniably handsome and refined, not resembling an ordinary citizen at all, and the woman beside him is also breathtakingly beautiful. With fair skin and a tall, graceful figure, what an impressive demeanor she possesses. The leader of the paladins cleared his throat and turned to Wilfer. "Very well, I entrust them to your care. By the way, could you inquire about the identities of those accompanying the Count's nephew?" Wilfer bowed respectfully. "Thank you, my lord. Leave it to me." The leader of the paladins then bellowed to the troop, "All units halt. Set up camp here and rest. We shall depart at dawn." "Yes," came the unified reply. As Wilfer watched the kingdom's mightiest paladin stride away, he immediately donned a different expression, turning to Zhou Hai with gritted teeth. "You little scamp, how dare you sneak away again? Now I've been berated by Briseis for ages." Zhou Hai's eyes darted playfully as he approached with a grin. "Hee. Wasn't it because you were sending me to the eastern borders of the kingdom? I had no choice but to sneak away." Wilfer's eyes widened further. "You have the audacity to say that. We were doing this for your own good, and you disregarded your safety to flee. Briseis has been worried sick for days and has been overseeing the citywide search for you." Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai scratched his head sheepishly, realizing how much Briseis cared for him. "Hee. I know I was wrong. I caused you all trouble." Sensing Wilfer's inner frustration, he swiftly changed the subject. "Don't be angry. I'm perfectly fine now. By the way, haven't you been saying how lonely you are? I even took the liberty of finding you a lovely lady." Initially indifferent, Wilfer's interest peaked at the latter part of the statement, his ears visibly perking up. He cast a tentative glance at Zhou Hai and, upon seeing the sincerity in his expression, cautiously inquired, "Really?" Zhou Hai leaned in with a mischievous grin. "Absolutely. And she's the type you adore, an assertive woman. Is that true? Indeed. Though there's just one little thing I'm unsure if you can handle. Wilfer raised an eyebrow. What is it? Zhou Hai spoke cryptically. She's a bit fierce. When she gets angry, she tends to pound the ground that I'm afraid you might not be able to endure it. Endure? I actually prefer a fierce woman. Wilfer's expression turned ambiguous. Which one is it? The broad-shouldered one on the left, or the one with the large eyes on the right? Wilfer eagerly glanced towards Zhou Hai's back, who feigned mystery and shot him a glance. Are you still upset? Not at all. And are you still blaming me for only thinking of myself? Look at you. Aren't you taking care of me? You are a great saint. Witnessing Wilfer's rapid change of expressions, Zhou Hai secretly chuckled. Mission accomplished. He then pointed towards the Zhigu beside the mountain spirit. Wilfer discreetly cast his gaze that way, and, upon seeing her, his pupils dilated. With large eyes, a prominent nose, full lips, perfectly styled brown hair, graceful muscle definition, and a healthy bronze complexion. Ah, she's my type. As he spoke, Wilfer unconsciously swallowed hard, his eyes entirely fixated on the poised figure. Zhou Hai. My good brother. Zhou Hai heartily slapped hands with Wilfer. Good brother. Her name is Zhigu. I shall not disturb you any further, Zhou Hai declared before stepping aside. Wilfer nodded heavily, straightened his collar, and approached Zhigu with an air of elegance. Beautiful Miss Zhigu. I have heard from Zhou Hai that you have a penchant for refined gentlemen. I wonder how you perceive me. Zhigu paused momentarily, then cast a puzzled glance at the mountain spirit beside her. Seeing this, Wilfer assumed she was simply shy and seized the opportunity to press on. Beautiful Miss Zhigu, I believe we have developed a profound affection for one another. Might I invite you to dinner? However, he failed to notice Zhigu's lips twitching as her fists clenched tightly. Beautiful Miss Zhigu. Love must be boldly expressed. Hiding it is not good for one's health. Without warning, Wilfer produced a red rose from seemingly nowhere and knelt on one knee, presenting the flower. Miss Zhigu, will you grant me this opportunity? As he uttered the word opportunity, a shadow flickered in his eyes, and in the next moment, a massive fist came crashing towards his face. With a resounding boom, he was sent flying. With a poof, he spat blood, and with a slap, he hit the ground, the entire sequence flowing seamlessly without unnecessary motion. Apologies, mountain spirit. I truly could not restrain myself, Zhigu confessed, her head bowed in remorse. The mountain spirit shook his head helplessly. Well, if you couldn't hold back, then so be it at that moment. Wilfer, who had landed beside Zhou Hai, quietly raised his head and gave Zhou Hai a thumbs up. Good brother, this girl is fierce and spicy. I like her, hee. Zhou Hai's mouth twitched as he replied, you should go pick up your teeth. You're speaking through agap.I in the next instant. Ah, my teeth, my flawless visage. Zhou Hai returned to the campfire. Glancing at the mountain spirit, everything is settled on the human side, so you all can rest here for a day and set off tomorrow morning. The mountain spirit nodded. No problem. Thank you for your efforts. Zhou Hai clapped the mountain spirit on the shoulder. Why be so polite? Who are we to each other? Dear. In the next moment, slap, Zhou Hai landed beside Wilfer. Hee, brother, you made it too. Zhou Hai grinned, revealing his gap-toothed smile. Hee, I did. The two fools sprawled on the ground, their backsides raised high, adding a touch of flair to the lonely night. The night was as tranquil as water, with dark clouds drifting like floating weeds, obscuring much of the moonlight. Occasionally, a few blue-feathered night doves streaked across the night sky, their glowing bodies resembling shooting stars. Wilfer and Zhou Hai sat by the fire. Where have you been during this time? Zhou Hai pondered for a moment before replying, to a place you would never expect. Wilfer chuckled softly. You didn't go to the demon realm to confront the demon king, did you? Ha, you guessed right. You've grown quite audacious, but seriously, where were you hiding? I searched high and low in Vini City and couldn't find you. Zhou Hai smiled mysteriously and leaned in to whisper in Wilfer's ear. What? You were hiding there? You sly devil. But you were quite fortunate. I didn't go there for an entire week while searching for you, or I would have certainly caught you. Haha, fortune favors the bold. Zhou Hai gradually sobered and asked, by the way, how did you leave Vini City while trailing so many paladins and sorcerers? Did something happen? Wilfer sighed deeply. I don't know what happened. But several hundred monsters have inexplicably appeared near Ulan City. And the city has been out of contact with the capital for a week. There's no choice. All our combat power is concentrated in Vini City, so we had to send a group ahead to assess the situation. Zhou Hai was puzzled and asked, but aren't you supposed to guard the borders? The previous goblin tribe served as an advance force, and surely a larger army of monsters follows. Wilfer waved his hand in resignation. Don't mention it. We guarded Vini City for over half a month. The kingdom even dispatched a team of paladins to assist us, Yet we didn't even catch a glimpse of the monsters. That paladin from earlier is the leader of the paladin group sent by the kingdom. By the way, don't be fooled by his youthful appearance. He's the kingdom's strongest sword saint, one of the rarest professions. He became a top-tier professional 2 or 3 years ago. Zhou Hai shook his head and casually praised. Ah, impressive, so strong, so strong. Jealousy and envy abound. Wilfer shot him a bemused glance. He is the Count's most formidable suitor and the man deemed most likely to be with the Count. Zhou Hai immediately straightened his posture. Uncle's rival? Wilfer pondered for a moment before responding. I suppose so, though the Count doesn't seem particularly interested in him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai squinted. No one can stop Uncle from marrying into wealth. Wilfer, observing Zhou Hai's demeanor, realized this fellow was brewing yet another mischievous scheme. Yet he was too lazy to care, and in any case, he couldn't control him. With a sigh, he remarked, Strange how monsters have suddenly appeared within the kingdom. It's been 10 days since the 200 soldiers dispatched to Alon City have gone missing, including the kingdom's foremost summoner, Lord Gasso, who was severely injured and collapsed at the city gate a few days ago and has yet to awaken. Monsters, you say? When did they first appear? Wilfer pondered for a moment before responding. If my memory serves me correctly, it was about 2 weeks ago. First, Ronin Town vanished into thin air, houses and all, and shortly thereafter, hundreds of monsters began to emerge in the vicinity. Beyond that, I am not aware of any further news. Zhou Hai furrowed his brow. This timeline coincided with the moment he was transported to the demon realm. A bold hypothesis began to take shape in his mind. Could it be that all of this was related to the high-ranking monster he encountered in the Goblin Cave, having felt the overwhelming aura of the crimsonite creature? Zhou Hai was convinced that it was indeed a demon. This meant that a demon had infiltrated the kingdom. Why was it that whenever it came time for his own training, such grand events unfolded? Could he not enjoy a period of safe development? With a sigh, Zhou Hai resigned himself to fate. Very well, I shall accompany you to Alon City tomorrow. Hearing Zhou Hai's words, Wilfer shook his head. It is far too dangerous there. The situation is completely unknown. Even with the Holy Knights and the Mage Corps, I cannot guarantee your safety. Tomorrow, I will have Sis send you back to Vini City. Oh, Sis is coming along too. Zhou Hai recalled the shy yet fierce warrior and was rather impressed. Wilfer nodded. Not just her. The crocodile and those 2 adventurer parties you met last time are coming as well. 2 high-ranking adventurer parties. It seemed this time truly posed a considerable danger. Thinking this, Zhou Hai noted Wilfer's concern and continued. So, you'll be sending me back to Vini City tomorrow morning. And how things unfold thereafter will depend on Bree, Sis. However, Zhou Hai revealed a mysterious smile as he silently donned his pocket watch. Petty Fire Elemental Spirit, your brain is underdeveloped, with a pig's head perched upon your shoulders. I am your father. Did you hear that? If not, I shall inscribe it upon your gravestone. I am behind the largest stone. If you have the capability, burn me to ashes. Listening to the incomprehensible incantation, Wilfer was bewildered. What is this kid mumbling about? With your 0 affinity for magic, do you really expect to conjure any spells? To his astonishment, in the blink of an eye, a circular ring of fire appeared above the largest stone nearby, followed by hundreds of crimson flames raining down, striking the stone with pinpoint accuracy. In a violent explosion, the massive boulder, too large for 2 people to embrace, was instantly reduced to rubble. With a thud, Wilfer picked up a shard of the debris, his expression blank. The next moment, he exclaimed, Whoa, high-level magic. Falling flame array, illuminated by the blinding light. Wilfer's face was one of shock. His emotions akin to witnessing his grandmother in a thong while the king cheerfully offered beauty, care for a drink. The explosive sound also roused the nearby mountain spirits and several patrolling holy knights. What happened? The mountain spirits sat up, alert and scanning their surroundings. Zhou Hai quickly waved his hand, explaining, No worries. I just saw a porcupine and turned it to ash. The mountain spirits frowned in dissatisfaction. Just a little monster. Couldn't you have used a low-level spell? Why create such a commotion? Ha ha. I'll be more careful next time, Zhou Hai replied, relieved as he realized everyone had been asleep. Just then, the patrolling holy knights approached, the leader frowning at the 2 of them. What is going on? Why did you suddenly unleash magic? Wilfer forced a smile, concealing his shock. I saw a shadow over there, cast a spell, and it turned out to be a tailless rabbit, now reduced to bits. The knight glanced skeptically in that direction but ultimately chose to believe him. Very well, but do be cautious. It is late, and everyone is asleep. Do you understand? Wilfer nodded with a grin. Once the patrol left, he turned to Zhou Hai, eyes wide. You, who supposedly have no affinity for magic. Where did this high-level magic come from? Heh, a secret. Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Now, can I join you? Wilfur sighed deeply. You truly are just like your uncle. Full of secrets, with a magic affinity of 0, yet able to cast high-level spells upon reaching adulthood. TSK, it's infuriating. Zhou Hai refrained from telling him that he had just slain a top-tier warrior. If Wilfur were to learn of this, he would surely question everything. Very well, you may accompany me. Understood. Zhou Hai saluted with exaggerated formality. However, I must warn you this time. You absolutely cannot vanish unexpectedly as you did before. After all, we are completely unaware of what awaits us there. Roger that. Thus, the two conversed at length, unaware that a figure nearby wore a troubled expression, only closing their eyes as the voices gradually faded. The morning light illuminated the first wisps of mist, and the dense forest came alive once more with the chorus of insects. The moist air crystallized into droplets, cascading upon every leaf and blade of grass. A dew-kissed leaf, swaying in the gentle breeze, finally settled upon a face. Ugh. Slowly parting the leaves revealed a youthful, delicate countenance. Morning has arrived. Zhou Hai sat up, stretching with vigor. This was the most restful sleep he had enjoyed in half a month. Free from the incessant threat of lurking monsters and the foul, desolate air. How wonderful it is to be back. Zhou Hai stood up, noticing that several holy knights in the nearby camp were already packing up their tents. You reawake. He turned to see Wilfur holding 2 wraps. He tossed one over. Try the wraps Sis made. Zhou Hai took a bite, his eyes lighting up. Haha, delicious, right? Sis excels at this. If it weren't for this journey, I wouldn't have had the chance to taste it. Indeed, it was delightful. He hadn't anticipated her culinary skills to be so remarkable, comparable to his mother's. As he spoke, Zhou Hai suddenly realized he had been away from home for over a month. Though he had traversed dimensions, the concern shown by Flani was genuine. Wilfur, noticing the change in Zhou Hai's demeanor, hesitated to speak. He understood that Zhou Hai must be missing home, yet as an elf, he was unsure how to console him. Ultimately, he could only shake his head sympathetically. Finish up. We need to prepare for the journey ahead. Zhou Hai nodded slowly, stuffing the wrap into his mouth. 10 minutes later, the team was ready. Zhou Hai faced the mountain spirits. Travel carefully. If you need help, let me know, and I will come find you. Seeing Zhou Hai smile, the mountain spirit unexpectedly returned a grin. Zhou Hai was momentarily stunned and then teased. See, you look so much better when you smile. Do remember to smile more often. Mind your own business, the spirit retorted, quickly reverting to a serious expression. Zhou Hai clicked his tongue at the rapid change of demeanor. Furthermore, thank you for your help previously. It was only with your assistance that we could return here safely. I overheard your conversation last night. The place you intend to go must be perilous as well. Zhou Hai scratched his head. So, you weren't asleep after all, the mountain spirit scoffed, then motioned for the child spirit to step forward. As a token of gratitude, let the child spirit accompany you this time. She can protect you when it matters most. Before Zhou Hai could respond, Wilfur appeared from seemingly nowhere. Really? Could you refrain from sneaking up on people? It's terrifying, Zhou Hai exclaimed, rubbing his racing heart. The child spirit truly coming with us. Wilfur's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. The child spirit twitched her mouth, gritting her teeth. Mountain spirit, perhaps you should stay behind. I fear I might inadvertently kill this fool. The mountain spirit shook his head. Aside from you, we must all remain within the group. Fine, the child spirit sighed helplessly. Some things were not suitable to discuss in front of Wilfur, but she understood the situation and chose not to refuse further. Then it is settled. Once your business is concluded, the child spirit will find her way back to us. All right, safe travels, safe travels. And so, the group parted ways. Once Zhou Hai's team had ventured far, the corner spirits emerged from the dense forest. The mountain spirit cast one last glance at the disappearing team. Let us depart. Yes, a group of demons set out towards the border in search of their homeland, while at that very moment in the city of Vini, a man swathed in bandages abruptly sat up in bed within the confines of the Earl's castle. Where am I? He exclaimed, causing a nearby nurse to rush over in alarm. You are gravely injured. Please refrain from getting up. Dr. Vinos, the patient has awakened. As soon as the nurse finished her words, a doctor entered the room, only to witness the man struggling to rise, despite the nurse's earnest efforts to restrain him. Lord Gasso, you are severely wounded. You cannot yet stand. No, it is imperative that I report urgent news. Fetch the highest authority present here. Vinos, with a look of resignation, gestured for the nurse to tend to the patient before turning to leave the room. Moments later, 2 sets of footsteps echoed from outside. The Earl is inside. Lord Gasso has been persistently demanding to see you. Understood. Please wait outside for a moment. Yes. As the door swung open, a weary-looking figure with golden hair entered. Count Breezes. It is fine. You may leave now. I shall take over from here. The nurse, having received her orders, bowed respectfully before hastily exiting the room and gently closing the door. Upon seeing Breezy's, Gasso calmed himself, clearing his throat as he leaned back against the headboard. Ahem, it is Count Breezy's. I see. I cannot believe I escaped to the border city. Breezy's approached the bedside, urging, Lord Gasso, please lie still and share your concerns at your own pace. Gasso, his face pale with urgency, proclaimed loudly, a demon has appeared within the kingdom. Breezy's froze in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the words. What did you say? Taking a deep breath, Gasso reiterated. We discovered a demon in Ulan City. Breezy's, now visibly shaken, responded, is that truly the case? Please elaborate. I will report this to the kingdom immediately. Gasso's expression grew weary as he replied, it is a long story. Over the next 10 minutes, he recounted the harrowing events of being pursued by demons and the treacherous Bishop Moss after fleeing to Ulan City. You mean to say that Bishop Moss has betrayed the church and aligned himself with the demons, nearly taking your life? Breezy struggled to accept such a betrayal from a man of such esteemed reputation. Yet, Gasso's next words compelled her to believe. Bishop Moss stood upon the city walls, unleashing lightning to injure me, with the demon standing beside him. There is no doubt he has defected to the demon's ranks. Were it not for my last remaining summon, I would have surely perished there. Breezy nodded gravely. I understand. I shall write to the capital immediately. However, there is troubling news. What is it? Before you awakened, we received a secret missive from the king, ordering Tylex to lead a paladin squad to Ulan City to assess the situation. As Breezy spoke, her eyes dimmed. If what Gasso said was true, Tylex's group would be in dire peril. Gasso hastily attempted to rise. Quick, summon them back. Unless the Pope intervenes, they will be annihilated by the demons. Breezy shook her head, her expression grave. It is too late. Once we found you outside Vini City, they had already set out. This is disastrous. If only I had awakened sooner. This is not your fault. The fact that you brought us such crucial news is already commendable. Now, please rest. I have secured the finest doctor and nurses for you. Feel free to call upon them with any concerns. Gasso nodded. My apologies for the trouble, Count. Breezy waved her hand dismissively. You need not be so formal. I hold great admiration for your resolve in guarding the rear. Rest easy. I shall attend to the rest. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Count. But as Breezy exited the room, she nodded to the two individuals waiting outside. Lord Gasso has just awakened. Do your utmost to keep him calm. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to summon me. Yes, Count. After ensuring everything was in order, Breezy made her way directly to the study, swiftly transcribing the details relayed by Gasso into a letter. Soon, a snow-white messenger dove took flight from the castle, heading towards the capital. I hope it is not too late, she murmured, calculating the time. Wilfer and his companions should be arriving in Ulan City today, and she hoped they would be adequately prepared. With that, she turned back to her desk to pen another letter. Zhou Hai, how on earth did you cast that spell? Please, enlighten me. Throughout their day of travel, Wilfer had relentlessly bombarded Zhou Hai with questions. Did you conceal your affinity? That cannot be right. Even the Pope could not manage that. Zhou Hai, feeling exasperated, could not help but marvel at Wilfer's persistence. At that moment, even a nearby female mage began to show signs of impatience. Hey, chatterbox elf, could you possibly remain silent for even a second? Wilfer sheepishly smiled and obediently closed his mouth, yet the complaints continued. The books say elves are aloof and serious. Are you truly not pretending? Zhou Hai leaned in earnestly. Madam, I assure you, Wilfer is indeed an elf. He merely possesses an inquisitive nature and a penchant for gossip. The female mage scoffed, about to retort when she suddenly exclaimed, You look familiar. Are you not Sister Ivanka? Zhou Hai. The two exclaimed in unison, equally astonished. What are you doing here? You two know each other. Wilfer asked, astonished, as he observed the exchange. Zhou Hai was equally surprised to encounter a familiar face in this setting. Haha, what a small world. This is Ivanka, one of the mages who escorted the vain caravan to Vini City. Zhou Hai introduced her to Wilfer. His familiarity with her stemmed from her forthright personality. Though she often spoke bluntly, she was genuinely kind. During their time with the caravan, she frequently cared for Zhou Hai, imparting knowledge about survival in the wilderness. Ivanka, I thought you had left Vini City with the vain caravan. The mage named Ivanka shook her head. I merely had business in Vini City and took the opportunity to accept the escort mission. But what about you? I thought you were staying in Vini City. How did you end up here? It's a long story. Allow me to introduce you to this gentleman, Zhou Hai said, gesturing towards Wilfer. This is Wilfer. He has been incredibly supportive since I arrived in Vini City. As you can see, he is a highly skilled elven archer. My apologies, beautiful lady. For the earlier interruption, I sincerely apologize. With that, Wilfur performed a flawless noble bow, even attempting to take her hand for a kiss, but Ivanka instinctively sidestepped, clearly uncomfortable with the overly talkative elf. Meanwhile, the silent demon lurking nearby exchanged a knowing glance with Ivanka. Ignoring Wilfur, Ivanka turned her attention back to Zhou Hai. Though I am uncertain why you are with this group, you must stay vigilant. It is best to stick close to me, should danger arise. I will be the first to protect you. Zhou Hai nodded, smiling at her concern. This kind-hearted mage remained true to her nature. However, as they conversed, the front of the convoy suddenly came to a halt. What is happening? Why have we stopped? At this pace, we should reach Ulan City before nightfall. I'll go check ahead. Moments later, Wilfur returned with a grave expression, clearly bearing unsettling news. Zhou Hai cautiously inquired, "What is it?" Wilfur replied, "The convoy passed through a village, and there were over 30 households, all of them." His words trailed off. "All of them what?" Ivanka shouted, sprinting towards the front. Zhou Hai followed closely behind. Upon reaching the forefront, they discovered a small village reduced to ruins. The ground was scorched and littered with the remnants of homes consumed by flames. What remained were merely fire-resistant structures, while everything else had been turned to ash. Numerous unburned corpses lay strewn about, and in some areas, dismembered bodies bore evidence of savage teeth marks. Ivanka stood before the devastation, her face a mask of fury. It must have been those demons from Ronin town. Those wretched fiends. Zhou Hai's expression mirrored his unease. This was his first encounter with such a brutal scene, one that surpassed even the gruesome corpses found deep within the goblin caves. Beside him, the Zigway remained unfazed, having grown accustomed to death in the demon realm. What puzzled her, however, was the necessity of burning the bodies after the slaughter. Not far away, Trexai was leading a group of over 10 clergy members in prayer, seemingly believing that such acts could offer solace to the souls that had met their tragic fates. Wilfur knelt on the scorched earth, feeling its warmth, and noted that the degree of incineration indicated that it had been burning for at least a day. At that moment, a calm voice interrupted them, stating, to be precise, it has been 18 hours. Zhou Hai turned to find that the speaker was none other than a member of the adventurer team that had previously fought the goblins. If his memory served him right, this adventurer shrouded in black was named Livier. Wilfur nodded in acknowledgement, not disputing the claim, suggesting that Livier possessed considerable experience in such matters. Zhou Hai mentally noted this insight. Feeling a sense of unease about the scene before them. There's something strange about this, Wilfur inquired, puzzled. Look here, Livier pointed at the corpses. Although there were bite marks, the bodies exhibited minimal damage. If the intent was to consume them, they would not be left in such a pristine state. Following Livier's indication, Zhou Hai observed that, indeed, it appeared as though the creature had toyed with its prey. So, you mean to say that this village was not the victim of a monster's massacre? Could it be bandits? No, that doesn't seem right. Bandits seek wealth and wouldn't resort to such brutality. Perhaps it was the Sman Empire? Livier shook his head. If that's not the case, the bite marks are too deep. If the Sman Empire were responsible, their horses and hounds would not be capable of inflicting such wounds. This was indeed the work of a monster, but I believe it was one endowed with intelligence. Wilfur's eyes widened in realization. I see. Meanwhile, Zhou Hai, listening to their analysis, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Merely gazing at the corpses made him queasy, yet these two discussed the matter with dispassionate detachment. Just as he was about to turn away from the two detectives, he caught sight of the Zigway standing nearby, her face devoid of expression. Curious, he asked, do you not find this cruel? Does it not make you want to vomit? As soon as he uttered the words, he regretted them, recalling the culinary peculiarities of the Qiangui tribe, which somehow rendered everything reasonable. Turning to Ivanka, he noticed her face was filled with rage. This sorceress is just a hothead. Is there not a single frail human among us? Suddenly, he heard retching sounds behind him. Zhou Hai swiftly turned to see an unfamiliar face, but upon closer inspection, he noticed the individual had pointed ears, indicating she was an elf. Judging by her attire, she was a female elf, and at that moment, Boer was crouched on the ground, retching incessantly, as if recalling a disturbing memory. Just then, a hand extended toward her, offering a piece of paper. Thank you, Boer managed to say, taking the paper to wipe her mouth before looking up. Oh, you are that young man who went out of the city with Wilfur to hunt goblins 2 weeks ago, aren't you? Zhou Hai was taken aback, pondering if he truly recognized this elf. Boer smiled. You needn't think too hard. I am Boer, the archer of the Madman Adventurer team. Realization dawned on Zhou Hai. Oh, I remember now. You were the ones who took on the goblin quest. He hesitated, suddenly recalling that the Madman team had seemingly met a tragic end. However, Boer quickly alleviated his confusion. When our team ventured into the goblin cave, I was the only one who escaped. While you were exterminating those wretched goblins, I saw you from the hospital above. Thanks to your strategy, we managed to eliminate that group of goblins and save 2 of my teammates. Zhou Hai smiled modestly. I merely offered a suggestion. The credit primarily belongs to the strength of the other adventurers. Boer smiled slightly, clearly holding goodwill towards Zhou Hai for assisting her comrades. I saw you with Wilfer yesterday, but I never had the chance to thank you properly. It's nothing. There's no need to be so formal. Eliminating monsters is a shared responsibility. Boer nodded in agreement. Indeed. However, it seems our journey ahead may not be an easy one. Zhou Hai sighed in resignation, feeling as if he were cursed to encounter such rare events upon returning to the human realm. Silently, he sighed, realizing that perhaps danger was a catalyst for his potential. He needed to continually enhance his strength, for he had promised the mountain spirit that one day he would bring back Tunton, the red-eyed creature. As the remains of the discernible corpses were interred by the priest and their party, they continued onward, heading northward. However, this time, a weight of gravity settled upon their faces, as all understood the perilous circumstances that awaited them. The Zigway reminded Zhou Hai, in case of danger, you must take refuge behind me. While I cannot transform in front of humans, I can still wield half of my strength, which should be sufficient to protect you. Zhou Hai accepted her assurance, recognizing that while he too could fight, he was not yet ready to reveal his abilities. For now, only Wilfer was aware of his capacity to cast spells. Indeed, within half an hour, the group encountered yet another harrowing scene. Outside the dense forest, several corpses lay sprawled across the ground, similarly marked with erratic bite impressions, and this time, the marks were even more concentrated, suggesting they had been surrounded and devoured by a horde of monsters. Trexai summoned Wilfer and Lavier, clearly acknowledging their extensive experience dealing with monsters within the adventurer ranks. Wilfer, due to his age and longevity, was a formidable member of the team, while Zhou Hai perceived Lavier's actions and demeanor as indicative of a deep-seated hatred for monsters, suggesting he had extensive knowledge of their nature. Before long, the command to set up camp was issued, and Zhou Hai joined Wilfer, while the Zigway was assigned by Wilfer to share a tent with Shishi. Originally, Wilfer intended to send Zhou Hai away to invite the Zigway to enjoy a pleasant evening, yet the red marks on his face betrayed the Zigway's sentiments towards him. Serves you right, Zhou Hai thought, taking pleasure in Wilfer's slightly swollen left cheek. However, he seemed to have forgotten that he had also experienced a similar fate while with the mountain spirit. Wilfer declared with righteous fervor, we, the elves, do not engage in the convoluted ways of you humans. When we love boldly, and when we wish to fight, we do so without hesitation. Zhou Hai silently raised his thumb in approval. Thinking, such is the spirit. Suddenly, he leaned closer to Wilfer, curiosity piqued. By the way, earlier near Bree-Sis, you hesitated to speak. Now that you have the chance, tell me about her relationship with my uncle, Wilfer, the most gossipy of the elven folk. Perked up immediately. This is quite a lengthy tale. The two conversed from dusk until darkness enveloped the world. I'm so tired. Zhou Hai yawned within the tent. I must say, my uncle and Bree-Sis are taking far too long. They clearly have feelings for each other, yet both are being so coy. Indeed, unlike us elves, who are straightforward in love and disdain. By the way, do you genuinely like the Zigway, or is it merely an act? Zhou Hai inquired, intrigued. Wilfer sat up straight, declaring, of course it is real. We elves do not tell lies. From the moment I laid eyes on her, I was captivated. Her refined muscles, perfect lines, and her cold demeanor pierced my very soul. Oh, how heartwarming. Zhou Hai reassured, worry not. I will certainly help you win her heart. Really? Absolutely. Good brother. For life. Suddenly feeling drowsy, Zhou Hai suggested, how about you continue the story next time, covering his mouth? He yawned once more. Wilfer nodded in agreement, signaling that it was fine, and then extinguished the candlelight within the tent. Outside, the night was shrouded in mist, with clouds obscuring most of the sky. Hours passed, and suddenly, rustling sounds emerged from the dense forest beside the campsite. In the blink of an eye, several dark figures darted out from the thicket. In the faint moonlight, Zhou Hai discerned that these figures were adorned with tattered scraps of cloth, resembling humanoid shapes. Yet crawling on all fours, their faces bore no discernible features, as if shrouded by a layer of gray, curved glass. They seemed to possess an extraordinary sense of perception, deftly avoiding obstacles despite the absence of eyes. At that moment, only a handful of holy knights were patrolling the perimeter of the camp. The shadowy figures moved swiftly, soon closing in on the backs of the holy knights. What's going on? Why are you poking me? A paladin, initially believing that a comrade was calling out to him, turned his head only to be met with a gruesome sight, a pool of blood and a companion lying motionless within it. teetering on the brink of life and death. Before he could utter a sound, a chilling sensation enveloped his neck as sharp claws grazed his throat, rending his heavy armor as if it were mere parchment. A torrent of thick, viscous blood erupted from him, splattering across the face of a looming shadow that in a shocking display. A pale blue trachea extended from the back of the shadow's neck, pressing against its face and voraciously siphoning away the blood. Even after satiating its thirst, the creature seemed insatiable, attempting to plunge the blue tube into the paladin's lifeless form to continue its feasting. It appeared momentarily deterred, its delicate blue edges revealing a series of fine, jagged fangs that eerily matched the bite marks found on the corpses from the village. At that moment, a man adorned in noble attire emerged from the darkness, approaching the beast and gently caressing its head. In an instant, the fangs withdrew, and the blue trachea retracted obediently into the creature's neck, revealing the man's ability to suppress its primal instincts. "Such a good boy," he remarked, after this display. The man gazed towards a tent a few paces away. "So, the leader of this expedition resides within that tent. It seems he is one of the kingdom's youthful powers. How intriguing." His tone was flippant, yet his voice carried a distinct distortion, his face shrouded in shadow. Obscuring his features, he stepped forward, intending to lift the tent's white fabric. However, as his hand grazed the tent, a blinding flash erupted from within. The man reacted swiftly, retracting his hand just in time, a muffled groan escaping from within the tent. The next moment, the white fabric was thrown aside to reveal a knight clad in armor, sword drawn. Pointing directly at the man. It was Trelexi, his expression hardening as he frowned and inquired, "Not a monster, but a human?" Clearly, the man's appearance had taken him by surprise. Suddenly, Trelexi's brow furrowed, his attention fixating on the man's face, illuminated by the light of his sword. "Mayor Dana," Trelexi exclaimed. Recognizing him from a previous kingdom assembly where Dana had sat at the round table while Trelexi stood behind the king as his guard. The memory of each attendee lingered vividly in his mind, making the current revelation all the more astonishing. "What brings you here, Mayor Dana?" His words bore not only curiosity but also a hint of accusatory intensity. Dana, having had his identity unveiled, displayed no sign of distress. Rather, he radiated a twisted excitement. "Are you the youngest commander of the Holy Knight Order in the Kingdom of St. Russ? Indeed, your presence exudes a certain authority. Unlike those other humans that I surmised that tonight, you deliberately allowed your team to lower their guard in order to draw out the enemy." Without waiting for Trelexi's response, Dana continued, "How delightful. I have a penchant for intriguing individuals." Taken aback, Trelexi swiftly processed the implications of Dana's words. "What did you mean when you referred to us as humans?" Trelexi's query was met with a chilling gaze, revealing Dana's eyes, which glowed a blood-red hue. Trelexi's countenance shifted dramatically. "Mind magic. Are you a mind mage from the Sman Empire?" However, Dana remained silent, merely twisting his lips into a smile. "Would you like to know? If you're curious, come to Ulan City. I'll be waiting for you there to know. But first, you must survive." Trelexi's brow furrowed. "What do you mean by survive?" "Wait. What do you mean by that?" he shouted darkly. Before Dana could respond, a multitude of pale, faceless creatures surged forth from the dense forest. Dana's twisted smile broadened as he melded into the throng of monsters, gradually vanishing from sight. Trelexi, poised to charge forward, found himself forced back by the advancing horde of faceless, pallid beings. "Damn it," he cursed. Unleashing his sword upon the creatures blocking his path, they offered no resistance. His blade cleaved through their bodies, yet no blood flowed, as if they were mere shells devoid of life. Meanwhile, the Holy Knight Order, previously lying in ambush, rushed forward at Trelexi's command, joining the fray. However, the monsters proved formidable opponents, exhibiting no fear of pain. Even as swords pierced their forms, they emitted only a wretched wail before countering fiercely. Whoosh! An arrow struck true, piercing a creature behind a knight. Almost immediately, Wilf, sprinting to Trelexi's side, bore a grave expression, indicating that their original plan had faltered. "Apologies, there are too many monsters in the forest. I couldn't penetrate deeper." Trelexi nodded. "No matter, let's first eliminate these creatures." "Understood." With their combined efforts, the monsters began to fall one by one, yet an unending stream continued to pour forth from the woods, the commotion rousing the sleeping adventurers within the camp. This night's strategy had been devised by Trelexi and Wilf, intentionally withholding information from the adventurers to allow only a select few knights and mages to be dispatched. However, this decision soon bore dire consequences. As screams erupted within the camp, monsters breached the tents, rampaging and slaughtering indiscriminately, claiming the lives of numerous adventurers still lost in slumber. The two men exchanged troubled glances. "This is bad. There are too many of them to contain. You stay here. I'll go assist. With that, Wolf raised his longbow and began firing at the encroaching beasts. What is happening? What kind of monsters are these? A voice from a nearby tent called out, only to be swiftly followed by a chilling scream. Wolf hastily tore open the tent, revealing a creature hunched over a man, tearing at him with ravenous intent. Reacting swiftly, Wolf drew his longbow and released an arrow. Whoosh! It struck the monster squarely in the head, yet to his dismay, it seemed unaffected, merely letting out a cry of confusion as it plucked the arrow from its skull and continued its gruesome feast. The male adventurer pinned beneath it had succumbed to unconsciousness, lifeless and motionless. Wolf furrowed his brow, raising his longbow once more, knocking 3 specially crafted arrows. With a swift release, they shot forth, striking the creature's hands and head with precision. Clearly, Wolf had exerted himself. The 3 arrows pinned the monster to the ground, rendering it helpless despite its frantic thrashing. Seeing this, Wolf rushed forward to assess the adventurer's injuries, only to discover that the man's chest and neck had been horrifically hollowed out. A scene so gruesome that even he struggled to face it. What in the world are these abominable creatures? He muttered, checking for a pulse beneath the man's nose, only to find none. With a frown deepening, he cast one last glance at the ensnared monster before turning to exit the tent. As he fought through the tide of faceless creatures that breached the holy night order, he made his way towards Zhou Hai. Along the way, he witnessed more adventurers being torn apart by the monsters. Though he rushed to their aid, his efforts yielded little success. It was as if the creatures had a singular focus, targeting the vulnerable parts of their human prey. Amidst the chaos, his eyes caught a familiar figure. Livell, are you unhurt? The figure shrouded in a black cloak glanced at him, giving a slight nod. So, it was indeed the village attacked by these monsters. What of the others? Livell brandished a dagger, plunging it fiercely into a creature's head. Just as he thought it had lost its capacity for movement, the monster lunged, nearly toppling him. Wolf's arrow struck just in time, pinning the creature firmly to the ground. Damn it! How can these wretched things survive a blow to the head? Wolf growled, advancing to stomp the creature's head beneath his boot. It seems these monsters cannot be killed. For now, we must only restrain them. Upon hearing this, Livell quickly grasped the implication. A moment later, he turned to Wolf, but even at close proximity, Wolf could not discern his face, obscured by a hood that shrouded the light. You were looking for your team, aren't you? I just saw Crocodile over there. Livell gestured in a direction. Wolf nodded, swiftly dashing towards the indicated path, muttering to himself, Crocodile, that reckless fool. I hope he has done something foolish like engage those monsters in melee. Before long, he arrived at a dilapidated open tent. Spotting Crocodile. He witnessed a scene that would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. There, atop the torn and shattered tent, a crocodile was mounted on a monstrous creature. Its gaping maw clamped tightly around the monster's head, while its limbs pressed firmly against the creature's body, effectively immobilizing it. Wolfer's lips twitched in exasperation. Crocodile, what on earth are you doing? Upon hearing the familiar voice, the crocodile cast a puzzled glance, but upon recognizing Wilfer, a visible panic set in. Oh, Kima, you silly thing. With that, it quickly withdrew its jaws from the monster's head, adopting a rather innocent demeanor. Wilfer sighed in resignation. He had repeatedly warned the crocodile against consuming humans. Of course, the crocodile was obedient, but whenever it encountered a magical creature, it would instinctively attempt to sample its head. Wilfer waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. This creature is not human anyway. Do as you please. Yay, the crocodile exclaimed, instantly filled with excitement, and in the next moment, it devoured the monster's head once more, savoring it with delight. Wilfer, seeing no immediate danger, resumed his search for Zhou Hai. Meanwhile, Zhou Hai was with Zigu, positioned at the center of their encampment, which had not been attacked immediately. Zigu reacted swiftly. Upon hearing the commotion, she quickly located Zhou Hai. Damn it, why can't I kill it? Looking again at the creature that had risen from the ground, Zigu felt a sense of despair. In the past 5 minutes, she had knocked it down at least 50 times, only to watch helplessly as it rose again. It was Zhou Hai's first encounter with such a creature. Could it be immune to physical attacks? With this thought, he decided to act. Zigu, step back. I will try to attack it with magic. You idiot. Do I deserve to possess even a single red flame aura? The obscure incantation was uttered, and a crimson halo materialized beneath the creature. In the next instant, a searing flame erupted from the ground. Even from several meters away, Zhou Hai could feel the scorching heat wave wash over him. Simultaneously, a chilling scream pierced through the flames. Wait, it can feel pain. Zhou Hai mused, perplexed, since just moments ago, the creature had seemed utterly fearless. Nevertheless, he patiently awaited the conclusion of his spell. Under the flame's relentless assault, the screams continued to echo. Fortunately, this magic had a binding effect. Otherwise, the creature would likely have become even more frenzied as a minute passed. The flames gradually dissipated. While still warm, Zhou Hai had begun to adapt to the heat. Zhou stood protectively in front of him, ready to intercept any attacks. Zhou Hai felt at ease, not the least bit embarrassed to be sheltered behind a woman. Wait, it's completely unscathed. There stood the pallid creature on the scorched earth, unharmed, save for some gray burn marks that adorned its body. As soon as the magic dissipated, the monster lunged at Zhou Hai, only to be sent flying by a punch from Zhou. How can it withstand intermediate magic despite having the combat power of a lower-tier profession? Zhou added. Its actual combat ability may be slightly stronger. A typical intermediate strength cannot simply ignore damage. True enough, Zhou Hai nodded, observing as the faceless, pale creature prepared to rise once more. Zhou stepped forward, leaping onto the creature with sheer physical strength, pinning it down. Just then, Wilfer jogged over, visibly relieved to see Zhou Hai unharmed. Thank goodness, you're safe. Zhou Hai turned at the sound of Wilfer's voice. The quiver at his waist was empty, indicating he had encountered combat numerous times on his way there. Hey, Zhou, what's going on? Wilfer quickly noticed Zhou subduing the monster. Zhou Hai shrugged, saying, well, I had warned you earlier. Fear may not provide the opportunity to backtrack. Wilfer's expression stiffened, but he immediately declared with conviction. An elf never retracts their words. Besides, I greatly admire Zhou's prowess. He shot her a flirtatious glance, only to be met with a cold stare from Zhou. Wilfer paid it no mind and soon returned to a serious demeanor. I came to ensure your safety. Now that you are unharmed and with Zhou to protect you, I can finally relax. Zhou Hai nodded as he watched Wilfer depart swiftly. It seemed that such creatures were abundant. Otherwise, Wilfer would not have been in such a hurry. So, how do we deal with this one? Zhou inquired, gesturing to the monster beneath her. Zhou Hai pondered for a few seconds. Let us test it with various types of magic. I refuse to believe it fears every kind of spell. With that, another bolt of lightning struck the creature. Yeah. A piercing cry emanated from the creature's mouth. Lacking facial features, where did its voice even originate? Zhou Hai curiously tilted the creature's head, beginning his detailed examination. In the camp, numerous adventurers were still being pursued by monsters, for not everyone possessed high-level combat capabilities. Many had already become fodder. A rough estimate suggested that at least 100 to 200 monsters had surged into the camp. Although the Holy Knights led by Trelexi had managed to fend off a significant portion, many had breached the first line of defense. Now, the battlefield where Shishi was located constituted the second line of defense. All the warriors here were adventurers from Veni City. Though not exceptionally powerful, they made up for it with their extensive experience. Even when ambushed in their sleep, they quickly regrouped after sacrificing 5 adventurers. The front line was held by berserkers and fighters, while mages and archers, those fragile professions, formed the middle. While their battle strategy was quite simple, its effectiveness was straightforward and brutal. As the formation gradually closed, layers of defensive magic rose. However, these monsters had their own methods to counteract such magic. Though they were humanoid in size, their limbs resembled those of spiders, allowing them to crawl with ease. Even the earthen shield magic wall in front of them posed no obstacle. Yet, after 10 minutes, the most dreadful situation unfolded. Oh no. I've exhausted my magic. Me too. I was too tense and unleashed all my spells at once. Listening to the mages behind them, the frontline warriors were drenched in sweat. Without the mages' constant support, they would have been unable to withstand the monster's onslaught. Now that the mages had depleted their magic, what awaited them was a brutal melee. As the spells diminished, the once illuminated sky grew dim once more. The monsters seemed to sense their opportunity and surged towards the frontline warriors. Where are the mages? Quickly cast your spells. Yet, no matter how they shouted, silence persisted behind them. The mages' magic was exhausted, leaving them to patiently await replenishment. Unless they possess special magical items capable of storing and absorbing magical energy. Damn it, we can't hold them off. I can't take it anymore. These monsters are ridiculously strong. The 2 berserkers, bracing their shields, were forced to retreat repeatedly, and it seemed a breakthrough was imminent. Just as the situation became dire, Shishi leaped down from above, her heavy hammer crashing down upon a monster, enhanced by gravity, embedding 2 of them into the ground in an instant. Alleviating the pressure on the tense front line, Shishi did not engage in prolonged conversation with them. She turned her attention to searching for new vulnerabilities. Truly, a former member of the Sun Squad. Her strength is astounding. One adventurer's companion rolled his eyes. Do you even need to mention it? She was an advanced profession over a decade ago, She's not on our level. Hey, don't count me out. I, too, aspire to become a strong man. One day, I will definitely become a top-tier professional. Stop bragging, Raphael. Let us quickly reposition the shield before the monsters arrived at O. The berserker named Raphael nodded helplessly, moving forward with his companion to reposition their shields a few meters ahead. Re-establishing their formation seamlessly. At that moment, Shishi resembled a goddess of war. I will slay you. Curse you, monsters. Die. As she incessantly murmured, one monster after another was forcefully smashed into the ground by her. Although the damage inflicted upon the creatures was negligible, it significantly restricted their movements, prompting many adventurers to imitate her methods. However, while her technique could be emulated, her strength could not be replicated. Thus, even when 5 or 6 other adventurers banded together, they were unable to subdue a single monster. At that moment, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from the team. Though Cece's actions appeared reckless, she remained composed. Upon hearing the scream, she rushed towards its source. As she drew near, she discovered that a monster had ambushed a sorceress from behind. Being the most vulnerable class, sorceresses were undoubtedly the easiest to injure. Within a mere second of being tackled by the beast, the female sorceress succumbed, her lifeless body now a testament to her demise. Upon witnessing this, Cece's eyes reddened, and she raised her massive hammer to strike the creature. The monster, refusing to evade, endured the blow but merely glanced back at Cece before returning to tear into the corpse. This infuriated Cece even further. With a mighty shout, she swung her hammer in a sweeping arc, taking care to avoid striking the fallen sorceress. Although the sorceress's life could not be salvaged, it was preferable to leave her body intact. The hammer swept through the air, sending the monster flying over 10 meters. Surprisingly, however, the creature rose again from the ground just moments later. Despite lacking facial features, its fury was palpable. The monster's limbs contorted as its body lowered, almost touching the ground, emitting a low, menacing growl. Clearly, Cece's attack had provoked its wrath, yet it seemed to grasp the disparity in their strengths. It merely spun in place. Using its limbs, Cece, however, had no patience for such antics. She leaped into the air, utilizing her knightly skills, and brought her hammer crashing down. Boom! The sound of the hammer colliding with the monster reverberated through the air. She lifted her hammer again. The creature had become embedded deep into the ground. Cece, unsatisfied, delivered 2 additional blows, ensuring it was firmly entrenched. Turning to check on the sorceress, she found her devoid of any signs of life. Her face was mangled, and her chest bore several gory scratches from the monster's claws. Soon, a 2-meter-tall priest jogged over, and under Cece's watchful gaze, he carried the sorceress's body away. Though she could not be saved, it was essential to ensure her remains were whole. As a seasoned adventurer of over a decade, Cece had grown accustomed to such horrors, with only her anger towards the assailants remaining. Another scream pierced the air. Cece looked up to see yet another line of defense on the verge of being breached. She once again brandished her hammer and sprinted towards the battlefield. This scene of chaos repeated incessantly throughout the camp, and at the forefront of the battle, the Holy Knight Order was evidently faring worse. From the depths of the forest, monsters continued to surge forth, as if the dark thicket were an insatiable abyss, perpetually unfathomable. The lone stroke of fortune was that their captain was none other than the kingdom's most formidable holy sword wielder. Trelexi. With a single cut, Trelexi's sword could cleave through monsters that were nearly immune to physical attacks. Even after being bisected by Trelexi, these monsters attempted to regroup. Witnessing this, a chill ran down his spine as severed parts extended tendrils of red threads. Flailing about as if seeking their other halves, Trelexi, exasperated, bellowed, cross-slash, waves of golden sword light sliced through the air, and in the blink of an eye, the monsters' corpses were reduced to mere chunks, each no larger than a fist. What disgusting creatures! Is it the one controlling Mayor Dana who has birthed such abominations? Truly insane. As he spoke, he did not cease his onslaught. Another cry erupted, and Trelexi turned to see a holy knight too close to the forest. Overwhelmed by 4 oncoming monsters, which promptly tore into him with brutal savagery. By the time Trelexi arrived to slay the beasts, the valiant holy knight had ceased struggling. Elvin, damn it! Trelexi's eyes blazed crimson. These holy knights were his own trained comrades. He could name each one. Scanning the battlefield, he noted that over 20 holy knights had already lost their lives. Those who had once called him my lord now lay dead before him. Cursed be it, they all deserve to die. Trelexi's rage threatened to explode from his very being as he swung his sword, charging into the forest. Yet, just as he was about to delve deeper, He suddenly heard his subordinate's urgent shout behind him. "Lord Trelexi, we've discovered a method to kill the monsters." Upon hearing this, the crimson in Trelexi's eyes faded significantly, clarity returning to his thoughts. He looked eagerly towards the battlefield. The one who had shouted was a holy knight he had assigned to protect Zhou Hai at the camp. Whether motivated by a desire to safeguard the newly adult youth or to curry favor with Bryce's nephew, Trelexi had arranged for him to hide in the shadows, ready to protect Zhou Hai. He clearly understood the gravity of tonight's battle. Although he had underestimated the enemy's strength, Trelexi maneuvered through the thicket. He sliced down any monster that approached him. Upon reaching the holy knight, he saw the latter holding up a severed arm. He frowned in confusion, looking at the holy knight, who, on the contrary, appeared exhilarated as he extended the arm towards him. Trelexi examined it closely and realized it was an arm of a monster. The appendage was charred and blackened, once pulsating with crimson threads seeking to merge, now seemingly devoid of vitality. Is this fire magic? No, the sorceress had already tested it and found it ineffective. The holy knight shook his head. No, my lord, this is damage caused by light magic. These monsters seem to fear light magic. If they are affected, their bodies cannot regenerate. Trelexi's eyes brightened. He had not considered this possibility, subconsciously viewing the monsters as humanoid weapons created by the Sman Empire. Light magic inflicts half damage on humans, but doubles it against monsters. A bold idea surfaced in his mind. Could these creatures be crafted by the very monsters themselves? Impossible. He swiftly dismissed this notion. In his mind, monsters were mindless beings entirely governed by instinct. Even intelligent monsters, such as goblins or ogres, could at most wield weapons. How could they possibly create such complex beings? Trelexi shook his head. Now is not the time for such thoughts. Is this the method you discovered? However, the holy knight opposite him shook his head and quickly replied, it was the young man who accompanied Lord Wilfer, along with the warrior beside him, who found it. As Bryce's nephew, Zhou Hai's identity was known only to Trelexi. The other holy knights believed Zhou Hai was merely an acquaintance of Wilfer. Meanwhile, the boy had concealed the long horns on his forehead, appearing entirely human. At him. Trelexi exclaimed with incredulity. However, there was no time for personal inquiry. The immediate priority was to test whether this method would work. He closed his eyes, striving to sense the nearby light elements. Upon feeling them, he immediately recited a complex incantation. Esteemed Light Elemental Spirit, I am your faithful magical partner. Please gather in my hand and follow my intent to unleash. Quickly, several light elements coalesced in his palm. As a rare class, Trelexi was adept in both martial and magical disciplines. Albeit slightly weaker in magic, just like earlier when casting spells, he needed to close his eyes and attune himself to the magical elements. As the magical elements successfully gathered, he hurled the light sphere towards a nearby monster. Upon contact, a hissing sound erupted, followed by a plume of white smoke. The struck monster began to wail in agony, exhibiting a strong aversion to light magic akin to that of the magical beasts. As the screams grew sharper, the creature's body combusted at an accelerated pace, and within 10 seconds, it was entirely consumed by the light magic, leaving not a trace behind. Trelexi was astonished yet elated. If even basic light magic can slay them, this truly works. Lord Count's nephew has proven to be immensely helpful. After speaking, he turned to the holy knight. Relay my orders. All sorcerers are to unleash light magic against these monsters and drive them back into the forest. Yes, the holy knight complied and departed. Trelexi continued to cast light magic, systematically eliminating the isolated monsters. Previously, he could only incapacitate them. Now, he could kill them outright, significantly alleviating the pressure on the battlefield. Soon, the sorcerer brigade began to unleash light magic. Slowly advancing towards the front line, the monsters within the camp were easily dispatched by the sorcerers among the adventurers, thanks to their familiarity with the countermeasure. Even basic light magic proved effective, as these sorcerers, at least of intermediate level, could continuously unleash spells. In this battle, which had raged for half an hour, humanity finally gained the upper hand. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, a small round table stood incongruously amid the wilderness. A man wearing monocles sat beside it, delicately sipping from a cup of coffee, before lamenting, Tiske, I've been discovered. What a pity. I was so close to luring that holy knight here. As his words faded, he extended the cup to the woman beside him, who immediately accepted the coffee and proceeded to grind another cup for him. After receiving it, the man first indulged in its aroma, but found it lacking the rich fragrance of the previous cup. My apologies, murmured Lord Murphy, as the woman slowly knelt before him. Murphy gently raised his hand, brushing it lightly across her head. Forget it. I lack the desire to savor it now. Rise. Yes, the woman replied, lowering her head as she stood. At that moment, a man emerged from the thicket ahead. It was Dana. The woman's eyes flickered momentarily. It seems you still have a vivid recollection of this body. She lifted her gaze to reveal a familiar face, the very secretary of Dana. Indeed, the master's mind magic has allowed me to retain my previous memories, Murphy said, a wicked smile gracing his lips. And thus, mind magic must surely be the most potent of all. To possess one's own memories and thoughts yet remain bound to the commands of the spellcaster. Tut. Who could have conceived such a wondrous art? The woman remained silent. Her head bowed. Dana's body returned to stand quietly behind Murphy. Murphy lightly tapped the table, hesitating for a few seconds. Very well, let us return. The woman raised her head, puzzled, and inquired, My lord, why do you not personally subdue that paladin? Murphy smiled faintly, shaking his head, then reached out to grasp the woman's chin, scrutinizing her face closely. Vivina, do you believe that top-tier professionals are as easily manipulated as you? I apologize, Lord Murphy. The woman's gaze trembled. Murphy shrugged and released her, adjusting his glasses. Moreover, if it were too effortless, it would lack intrigue, wouldn't it? What I desire is amusement. Do you understand? Observing her look of confusion, Murphy sighed. Alas, foolish humans like you will never comprehend. With that, he stood, waving his right hand, causing everything before him to vanish, leaving only an expanse of open grassland, clearly a space conjured by magic for his convenience. Murphy strolled away, with Dana and Vivina closely following. By the way, has Bishop Moss not yet fully submitted? Bishop Moss remains unwilling to slay humans with his own hands. He has confined himself to his chamber. And I can hear roars emanating from within. Is he battling against the remnants of his humanity? It matters not. In the end, he will surrender. Murphy paused for a moment before continuing, Let us send a church paladin in. It would be best if he witnesses his own fall. No human can withstand the peculiar gaze of their kin. I trust he will soon succumb entirely to monstrosity. Sigh. I had hoped to relish the process of his corruption a bit longer. But alas, his appearance is imminent. How disheartening. The three figures gradually faded into the shadows, their voices becoming increasingly indistinct. I survived, exclaimed an adventurer, collapsing to the ground. Even leaning against a corpse, he felt no inclination to evade. The camp was strewn with the bodies of humans, the majority being adventurers who had perished due to the lack of warning. Their losses were catastrophic, with over 100 adventurers gone, now fewer than 60 remained. Whereas the paladins suffered only minor injuries, aside from the initial loss of 20 due to surprise. Wilfer stood beside Trelexi, murmuring, They certainly gave us a warning. Trelexi gazed at the bodies being carried away, gritting his teeth in self-reproach. This is all my fault. Had I not sought to bait the enemy and prepared adequately, it would not have come to this. Wilfer patted his shoulder. Everyone makes mistakes. But do not let a single failure weigh you down. You were the soul of this team. 13 years ago, when the monsters invaded the human realm, your predecessors endured numerous defeats before ultimately driving the creatures from the kingdom. Trelexi managed a bitter smile. You speak truthfully, yet it is hard to accept that so many have died under my command. Despite being a top-tier warrior of the younger generation, his time on the battlefield had been minimal. He was not yet of age during the monster wars over a decade ago. By the time he turned 15, the conflict had ended. It is fine. A competent warrior must always experience growth. Have you gone through it? Trelexi inquired, turning to Wilfer. Wilfer hesitated for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. Of course, you will gradually adapt. With that, he clapped Trelexi on the shoulder and headed toward the camp. After Wilfer departed, Trelexi turned to look into the dense forest, which loomed dark and foreboding, the moonlight unable to penetrate its depths, as if it concealed even more terrifying secrets. I have survived. What other tricks do you have? Feel free to unleash them. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, seemingly responding to the battle. They had received no information about the enemy. The only certainty was that the mayor of Ulan City, Dana, had been ensnared by mind magic. However, a bold speculation took root in their minds. At that moment, in the Sima Empire, Zhou Hai sat upon a stool, observing the grotesque form of a monster, its human body suppressed by a ghoul, its limbs grotesquely contorted. Holding an oil lamp, Zhou Hai approached the creature. Roar! The monster lunged toward him, only to be firmly restrained by the ghoul, ultimately reduced to a threatening growl. Under the light, Zhou Hai noticed the creature's face was remarkably smooth, even reflecting the glow of the lamp. What is it? Have you discovered something? Wilfer asked, squatting beside Zhou Hai. The goblin plan had originated from Zhou Hai, so he had no qualms in sharing intelligence. There might be unexpected gains. Yet, Zhou Hai shook his head. I've never seen this type of monster in any book. It doesn't team match any known creatures. Have you encountered it before? Certainly not. Had I? I would have identified their weaknesses at once. True, Zhou Hai nodded. Fortunately, you discovered that light magic can slay them. Otherwise, the death toll would have been even higher. Zhou Hai noncommittally acknowledged this. By the way. Tonight should be part of your plan, right? Luring the snake out of its hole? Wilfer raised an eyebrow. That description seems quite apt. In reality, it was Trelexi's idea. However, it is clear we have failed. Were there any gains? Wilfer paused. Before the monster launched its attack, Trelexi encountered an acquaintance. Zhou Hai's interest piqued. Who was it? The mayor of Ulan City, Dana. Zhou Hai shook his head. I've never heard of him. Wilfer chuckled softly. There are many you haven't heard of. Must we introduce you to all of them? Zhou Hai shrugged, displaying indifference. I don't mind. After some light-hearted banter, they returned to the topic at hand. So, are these monsters under the control of that mayor? Wilfer shook his head. Not quite. According to Trelexi, he seems to be under the influence of mind magic, and he suspects it is the work of someone from the Sima Empire. Mind magic? Zhou Hai had never heard the term in reality before. He had seen it in magical texts, described as a method of manipulating hearts. Indeed, aside from the Libina Kingdom, only Duke Aikman of the Sima Empire excels in this art. Mind magic originated from the land of the Libina Kingdom over 1,000 years ago. Initially developed by the Demon King to subjugate the local populace, this magic not only manipulates the minds of individuals but can also alter certain memories, rendering the victim completely unaware of any dissonance. Zhou Hai nodded thoughtfully. Yes, oh, you mean to say this magic can change one's perception? In simpler terms, yes. Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow. Then this magic is quite dangerous. Indeed, for it can subtly ensnare those around you, even fully controlling their actions. Zhou Hai shook his head, then revealed a mysterious smile. No. What I mean is, couldn't this magic compel everyone to fall in love with him, embracing him from all sides? As he spoke, he cast a knowing glance at Wilfer. Wilfer froze momentarily, then quickly grasped the implication, adopting a serious tone. Zhou Hai, I must warn you, that line of thought is quite unscrupulous. Zhou Hai leaned closer, raising his eyebrows. What if it could make a ghoul fall in love with you? Ahem. Well, that, as an exemplary male of the elven race, one must uphold the principle of mutual consent. Listening to Wilfer's words, Zhou Hai solemnly bowed. Great brother, I offer my respects. Noble younger brother, please, rise. The two of them, when alone together, would invariably find their conversation veering off into inexplicable tangents. Zigu, with her eyes tightly shut and teeth clenched, felt an unsettling tension in her cheeks as she relentlessly conjured memories of joyful moments in her mind, desperately suppressing the murderous intent that threatened to overwhelm her. With each word, she growled. Do you truly still wish to keep this humanoid monstrosity? If not, then dispose of it swiftly. My hands are nearly numb. Yes. Zhou Hai quickly glanced at Wilfu. Is there anything in the team that can restrain this creature? Perhaps a collar or chains. We're here to investigate Wulan City, not to capture monsters or hunt down bandits. What purpose would those items serve? Oh, I just remembered. Perhaps Cece might have something. Zhou Hai hesitated. Recalling the shy young woman, naturally, he viewed Cece through the lens of his 2 lifetimes, forgetting that she was already in her 20s, as she had been a member of the Sun team that fought against monsters 13 years ago. Without granting Zhou Hai the chance to inquire further, Wilfa dashed toward the tent area, swiftly returning with a backpack. He approached with an air of mystery, as if he had pilfered something. Zhou Hai was instantly rendered speechless. You didn't steal it, did you? Borrowing is not stealing. Can the affairs of the elven race truly be considered theft? However, the next moment, a sharp voice echoed from nearby. Wilfu, did you steal my backpack? Accompanying the voice was a petite figure. Flushed with indignation, who else could it be but Cece? Wilfu's complexion turned pale as he dared not turn back, abandoning the backpack to flee. Clearly, Cece had not noticed that her backpack had fallen at Zhou Hai's feet. Fuming, she hastened after Wilfu. Wilfu, you wretched scoundrel, return my backpack at once. Cece, there's no need to be so agitated. I merely wish to borrow it. Do you understand? I'll return it once I'm done. Absolutely not. That is the one thing I cannot lend you. Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded in the tattered camp, with the girl, less than 5 feet tall, brandishing a hammer twice her size, sprinting under the dim moonlight, casting their faces in stark relief, one flushed with embarrassment, the other in a state of panic. Occasionally, they passed by bodies being carried away and wounded soldiers resting on the ground, illuminated only by a few flickering candles, their faces smeared with blood. The scene was somewhat jarring, yet the pursuit of the two brought a flicker of joy to this camp, recently ravaged by harsh blows. Meanwhile, the crocodile, still savoring its meal, heard their commotion and quickly abandoned its monstrous feast. Scurrying towards them. "Wilfu, are you two racing? Count me in." The creature, now free from its restraints, displayed no inclination to attack the crocodile again, instead lying on the ground, seemingly devoid of life. As Wilfu departed, Zhou Hai, intrigued, crouched down, picking up a twig to gently poke at Cece's backpack. It seemed filled with items, producing the clinking sound of metal. Could it be that Cece truly carried so many weapons with her? Zhou Hai was incredulous. The seemingly harmless girl was secretly so formidable. He reached out to open the backpack for a closer inspection, only to be interrupted by Zigu's voice. "Are you truly going to rummage through someone else's belongings? I find that to be quite impolite." Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow. "You, a demon, actually understand the concept of politeness? I didn't notice that when you were berating me." Zigu cast him a sidelong glance. "One must be courteous to others. And what about me?" Zhou Hai inquired curiously. "Lowly creatures do not count as people. That I appreciate your honesty," Zhou Hai replied, forcing a smile. "You're welcomed." As his anger flared, Zhou Hai quickly composed himself, taking a deep breath while silently reciting, "Good blue does not associate with mung beans. Good blue does not associate with mung beans." Zigu smirked. "Good women only fight with men." Zhou Hai nearly felt his blood pressure rise. Almost fainting, he decided to disregard Zigu. "I'll just take a quick look, and once I'm done, I'll close it up." After reassuring himself, Zhou Hai slowly unfastened the backpack's chains. Quite a few items here: biscuits, bread, a water bottle. Is this the source of the earlier noise? Moments later, Wilfu returned, panting heavily. "I finally shook off Cece. I must say, when she gets angry, it's terrifying." He spoke, but received no response. Turning around, he found Zhou Hai sitting there, dumbfounded, his expression vacant, as if his soul had been extracted. Wilfu paused. "Miss Zigu, what has happened to Zhou Hai?" Zigu merely shrugged. "You should ask him yourself." Wilfu, puzzled, nudged Zhou Hai, who lethargically lifted his head. "Wilfu, hello. What happened to you? You seemed fine just a moment ago." Zhou Hai remained silent, mechanically extending the backpack at his feet. "You should return this backpack to Cece." His speech was disjointed, leaving Wilfu bewildered. What a strange fellow. As he accepted the backpack, he inadvertently unfastened the chains. "Did you not say you needed something to restrain the monster? I've borrowed it for you, and now you want me to return it? How troublesome." He glanced into the backpack, searching for something useful, but the next second, he froze. He first looked up at Zhou Hai, then back down, seemingly confirming something. I asked the Cece's. "What do you think?" Zhou Hai's eyes brimmed with pity. "Wilfu, run. If Cece catches you, you will truly be in peril." Wilfu did not argue, silently fastening the backpack, a look of resignation on his face. "Good brother, I'm off." With that, he turned to leave, his demeanor forlorn, as if he were marching towards a noble demise. Watching Wilfu depart, Zhou Hai felt a pang of sympathy and called out, "Make sure to take the backpack with you." Wilfu turned back with a heartbroken expression, tears brimming in his eyes. "Don't you want to face this with me?" Zhou Hai crossed his arms, declaring, "No touching." "Got it?" Wilfu gazed longingly at Zigu before silently departing, not forgetting to take Cece's backpack with him. He cast one last glance at Zigu, tears in his eyes, before leaving. Seeing Wilfu's retreating figure, Zhou Hai sighed. "Good brother, safe travels." He had not anticipated that Cece's backpack contained such items. Nor did he realize that the seemingly shy and timid girl harbored such a fierce side. Knowing this secret, Cece would undoubtedly ensure Wilfu remained silent forever. With that thought, Zhou Hai patted his chest and exhaled in relief. Thankfully, Cece was unaware that he had glimpsed her backpack. Otherwise, there would surely be one more casualty tonight. Zigu, exasperated, looked at Zhou Hai. "Forget it. I can't rely on you two. I'll handle it myself." With that, her arms suddenly grew thicker, and with a powerful punch, she struck the ground. Boom! In the aftermath of the deafening sound, a deep pit, at least 5 feet in depth, appeared on the ground. Zhou Hai's expression stiffened. "If you had this ability, why didn't you mention it earlier?" Zigu shot him an irritated glance, slowly replying, "Who told you two to be so incompetent? Do you think I relish transforming? What if a human sees me?" With her words, her arms deflated like a punctured inflatable toy. Zhou Hai, though reluctant to admit it, had to concede that Zigu had a valid point. As the moon set and the sun rose in the east, casting its first rays of light upon the camp, the others finally noticed the blood-soaked ground. Under the dim moonlight, the crimson hue melded with the night, and they were oblivious to the fact that the bloodstains on the ground had long since dried. That night, Of the original 260 members, they had suffered losses of at least half, marking a catastrophic defeat. Thankfully, they had ultimately discovered a method to slay the monster. Otherwise, the fate that awaited this team would have likely been complete annihilation. Trexie gazed into the dense forest, his eyes seemingly piercing through everything to glimpse the city ensconced within the woods. His expression remained calm, yet beneath the surface lay turbulent waves. That I will accept this challenge, and I shall return the favor. The morning sun always radiated warmth without being oppressive. Under Trexie's command, the team retreated 10 miles to seek a gentle slope for their camp. Proximity to the dense forest posed risks without any cover nearby. Even in the face of impending danger, its arrival remains unpredictable. Before this gentle slope lies a vast expanse of open ground, easily defensible yet difficult to assault. After the departure of the team, a familiar figure dangles precariously from a tree near the original campsite. Ah-woo. N-E-N-I-T is none other than Wilfur. Bound in an exceedingly bizarre position, with his light yellow hair cascading down. His mouth is stuffed with a round ball, dotted with numerous holes presumably for breathing. His face bears countless bruises, unmistakably the handiwork of Shishi. His hands and feet are shackled with a pair of silvery gray handcuffs, tears welling in his eyes as he gazes at Shishi, who glares at him menacingly from nearby. This seemingly shy and innocent girl possesses a darker side. Indulging in cakes and ice cream behind closed doors, Wilfur's pleading gaze seeks sympathy from Shishi, but finds none. Isn't this what you wanted? Are you feeling comfortable now? Unable to speak, Wilfur can only writhe desperately in his bonds. Just sit quietly here until nightfall, and wait for those monsters to tear you apart, Shishi declares darkly, embodying the essence of a scheming little girl. With that, she hoists her hammer and turns to leave. At that moment, Wilfur feels utterly aggrieved, on the verge of tears. Many years ago, he had inadvertently overheard a conversation between Shishi and Bree Sis about restraint and confinement. So when he heard Zhou Hai mention the means to trap monsters, he recalled that discussion, believing Shishi possessed useful tools. Little did he know, those instruments were not for restraining criminals and monsters, but rather for play. Wilfur's eyes, filled with despair, reflect his resignation. So be it. Let destruction come. It was not until 10 hours later that he was once again in contact with the ground. Experiencing a rebirth of joy, he deeply kissed the earth, overwhelmed with emotion, then suddenly lunged towards his savior. Miss Zhou Hai, you are my reincarnated parents. In this world, no one else loves me like you do. Seeing Wilfur, clinging to her leg, snot and tears streaming down his face, Zhou Hai regretted saving him. No, wait, there was also Zhou Hai. That scoundrel, they should both be left to perish here. Grinding her teeth, Zhou Hai exclaimed, if it weren't for Zhou Hai's request, I would have gladly hung you back up in the trees. Also, if you dare to rub your snot and tears all over me again, I will hang you back up. At her words, Wilfur immediately straightened up, silently retracting his hands. By this time, it was afternoon, the sun at its zenith. Zhou Hai tossed him a water pouch. Drink up. Zhou Hai asked me to bring this for you. Without hesitation, Wilfur seized the pouch and began to gulp it down, his recklessness understandable given the intense heat that had made him sweat profusely. Once he finished drinking, he noticed Zhou Hai had already walked some distance away. Miss Zhou Hai, wait for me, don't leave me behind. I can't find my way. Thus, the two returned to the campsite. Wilfur deliberately avoided Shishi's gaze, handing those instruments over to Zhou Hai. I risked my life to retrieve these, so please do not let my efforts go to waste. Zhou Hai gazed earnestly into Wilfur's eyes, solemnly accepting the handcuffs and other metallic restraints. Rest assured, the organization is well aware of your contributions. After patting Wilfur on the shoulder, he turned to the creature planted in the ground. With a flicker of his eyes, Zhou Hai immediately understood, stepping forward to pull the monster out. The creature, still vigorous, lunged at Zhou Hai the moment it was freed from the earth. But Zhou Hai firmly restrained it. Zhou Hai approached with a mischievous grin. Heh, it's my first time using something like this. What a pity it has to be on such a half-human, half-monster creature. After a moment of hesitation, he proceeded to bind the creature tightly. Satisfied, Zhou Hai looked at the monster tied to the tree trunk. Excellent. Now I can thoroughly examine this specimen. At that moment, Trelexi and Livier arrived, having just concluded their discussion regarding the reconnaissance arrangements for the camp. Is this the monster you captured? He inquired, for all the creatures that had attacked the camp had been vanquished by light magic, and this one was the only one they had managed to capture alive. Wilfur smiled faintly and pointed at Zhou Hai. It wasn't us, it was Zhou Hai, along with Miss Zhou Hai. I see. Regarding the handling of this creature, I would like to consult both of you that I hope to send it to the capital for the Royal Research Organization to study its structure and principles. Zhou Hai stroked his chin, pondering for a few seconds that it was best to leave professional matters to professionals, so he nodded. All right, but before that, I would like to conduct some experiments. Trelexi didn't hesitate, nodding in agreement. No problem, but it's best not to use light magic, as it cannot be reversed. At this moment, Livier, standing behind Trelexi, rasped a question. If a blade is needed, I can assist. Zhou Hai was taken aback. This adventurer, who had always concealed himself in the shadow of his clothing, had left a deep impression on him, adept with daggers, yet with an extreme and twisted personality. Nonetheless, he indeed needed an assistant. Zigwei preferred to use her fists. Wolfer was an archer, and he was utterly defenseless. Thus, Livier's presence would undoubtedly provide substantial assistance, so Zhou Hai did not refuse. Then I will trouble you. Brother Levier. He could not see the other's face. Zhou Hai opted to address him as brother. I will leave this to you. I need to report to the kingdom about last night's events. With that, Trelexi departed, leaving Zhou Hai, the three of them, and the monster tied to the tree. Livier promptly asked, What do you need me to do? With that, he produced a small dagger from his pocket, its surface adorned with sharp serrations. Zhou Hai hesitated, pointing at Livier's uniquely shaped dagger. Do you have a more common one? Although unable to see his expression, Zhou Hai sensed a hint of disappointment from the other. Reluctantly, Livier exchanged it for a dagger that appeared more conventional, albeit with some peculiar engravings. All right, what should I do? Zhou Hai stroked his chin, slowly articulating, First, let us test its physical material. Without a moment's hesitation, Livier sliced off one of the creature's fingers. As Zhou Hai received the severed digit from Livier, he scrutinized it carefully. There was no blood, yet the flesh was plump and elastic, the skin a pale white, somewhat reminiscent of slime. Wolfer crouched down, took the finger, and sniffed it. Strange, it has no scent. Zhou Hai and Livier leaned in to investigate. Indeed, it has no odor at all. The three exchanged glances, unable to derive any conclusions. Zhou Hai then commenced the next test, bringing the finger close to the severed part of the monster. Soon, they observed that from the severed finger, dozens of red threads emerged, attempting to reconnect the two ends. Wolfer pondered aloud. I recall that last night, the monsters Trelexi injured displayed similar behavior. It seems there is some connection between their bodies. At Wolfer's words, Zhou Hai's mind raced back to the apostles of the red-eyed demon. Could it be that, like those monsters, these creatures were also intertwined through magical energy? Realizing this, Zhou Hai removed the pocket watch from his chest and placed it around the monster's neck. The others looked on in confusion. What are you doing? Is this really the time to be decorating it? Zhou Hai shushed them, then pressed the severed finger against the creature again. Wolfer gasped. The red threads disappeared? After confirming this, Zhou Hai's expression grew grave. This meant his earlier suspicions were correct. It seemed that a demon had indeed infiltrated Ulan City. The monsters before them were evidently created by that individual using machinery and the brains of magical creatures. But what constituted the monster before them? Zhou Hai opted to examine the most apparent area for issues. Its head. Brother Livier, please cut open its head. Wolfer expressed concern. Won't this kill it? It's the only monster we've captured. Zhou Hai replied confidently, Don't worry, it won't die, except from light magic. All right then. Wolfer acquiesced, and Livier decisively proceeded. Without hesitation, he drew his dagger and made an incision along the location of the skull. A bit deeper. I want to see where its brain is. Livier complied with another cut, this time removing a significant portion of the creature's skull. Livier used the small knife to pry apart the severed section. This is. Wolfer was taken aback. Disbelief etched across his features as Zhou Hai and Livier simultaneously turned to him. You recognize this object. Nestled within the severed head was a blue orb. Its lower half still enveloped by the creature's tender flesh. It was then that they discerned the blood-red threads extending from the orb, with even more crimson strands deeply embedded in the monster's flesh. As Livier sliced open the creature's cranium, it suddenly became exceedingly agitated, nearly breaking free from the iron restraints binding it. Thankfully, Zige reacted swiftly, restraining the creature's arm. It appears this object is the monster's core. Wolfer remarked, puzzled. Strange, why didn't we see this when Tlexi dispatched them? Zige interjected, it stands to reason he didn't deliberately sever the creature's head to investigate. After all, not everyone possesses such a morbid curiosity. What are you implying? This is a matter of scientific inquiry. It is individuals like me who propel society forward. Do you understand? Oh, Zige elongated the syllable, responding indifferently. Zhou Hai huffed in discontent, prompting Wilfer to continue. I do recognize this object. I once encountered it in the Elven Codex, the one renowned for encompassing all knowledge of the world. Zhou Hai exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, Livier said, his tone tinged with impatience. So, what precisely is this object? Wilfer took a moment to recollect, slowly articulating, I was quite young at the time, so my recollection may be somewhat hazy. Nevertheless, I recall it being a tranquil night when I had just parted ways with the beautiful Natasha. Before he could elaborate, 3 voices, laden with irritation, interjected in unison, get to the point. Wilfer offered a sheepish grin. Very well, to summarize. I had sneaked into the library that night in search of information and inadvertently stumbled upon this object in a tome detailing various forms of magic. Its purpose is to store souls and provide energy. Zhou Hai furrowed his brow. Are you referring to souls imbued with significance, or are you speaking of? I mean it in the literal sense. Wilfer clarified. Livier inquired. So, these monsters actually contain human souls? Wilfer nodded. Precisely. The official name of this orb is the Soul Stone, capable of housing any soul. Given the creature's appearance, it is likely that the soul within belongs to a human. Zhou Hai, in disbelief, reached out to touch the orb, and in the next moment, the monster let out a piercing shriek. Ah! The sharp explosion of sound left everyone momentarily dazed, hurriedly covering their ears. Zhou Hai quickly withdrew his hand, and the wailing ceased anew. Wilfer promptly advised, it is best not to touch it, as doing so would scorch the soul within. Though they may appear as mere husks, every contact inflicts torment upon the trapped soul. Zhou Hai grimaced, silently mourning the soul for a moment. Wilfer stroked his chin thoughtfully, yet, this shouldn't be the case. Noticing Wilfer's hesitation, Zhou Hai pressed, what is it? Is something amiss? Wilfer, looking perplexed, responded. The method of crafting these soul stones is ancient, originating from an elf several centuries ago. Due to the terrifying potential of such objects, they could easily be weaponized, and thus, the elf did not pass down the crafting method before his demise, only leaving scant notes in the Elven Codex. So, if this object hails from the elves, why has it appeared here? It was evident that no one could answer this question, prompting Zhou Hai to pose another. If the souls within are human, why do they attack us? Wilfer patiently explained, centuries ago, an elf adept in mind magic emerged. However, for reasons unknown, her name is not recorded in the Codex. She utilized her mind magic to extract the souls of animals and, leveraging the elven affinity for magic, created the soul stone to seal the souls within. However, a mere soul stone serves no purpose beyond housing souls. Thus, she sought its true utility and discovered that the souls within could extend magical threads, akin to the red lines we now observe connecting to the monster's flesh. Livier, her voice hoarse, interjected. So, through these threads, the souls within the soul stone can manipulate their corporeal forms. Indeed. Wilfer affirmed. As for why they assault humans, I suspect they are being controlled by mind magic. After all, the principle of mind magic is to dominate the soul, and the souls within are no exception. That brilliant elf utilized this method to create various animal puppets under her command. Zhou Hai, curious, queried, but what are their bodies made from? Wilfer hesitated, seemingly recalling the codex's contents. It appears that the elf discovered that puppets fashioned from fabric or straw proved too fragile and that controlling animals directly with mind magic was far simpler. Thus, she employed special materials to construct durable bodies for the souls within the soul stone. Consequently, these soul stone creatures became resilient, yet due to the soul's need for familiarity, their bodies had to precisely mirror their former selves, complicating control. After sharing this information, Wilfer spread his hands, indicating he had divulged all he knew. The group pondered for a moment before Zhou Hai proposed a conclusion. So, someone has mastered the crafting of soul stones and the creation of monstrous bodies, thereby forging a formidable army of creatures? Wilfer nodded. It seems so. However, the requirements for crafting soul stones are quite stringent. That elf had already attained a high rank. The title of Elder denotes the pinnacle of mind mages. So, we are facing at least a formidable figure of elder status. Zhou Hai was not overly surprised, having anticipated this possibility. Wilfer gravely nodded. In theory, yes, without elder-level power, it would be exceedingly difficult to extract souls without damage. Understood, Zhou Hai replied with a nod. By the way, I have another question, Livier interjected. Wilfer gestured for him to continue. Why is light magic their weakness? Zhou Hai's eyes also looked curiously at Wilfer. Indeed, while elves typically represent light magic, mind magic is not hindered by it. So why do these creatures dissipate when confronted with light magic? Wilfer, unhurried, replied, this leads us to a secret of our elven heritage. A secret? Zhou Hai's interest peaked. while Zyge feigned indifference, though her ears betrayed her intrigue. As expected, no matter the being, human or spirit, women are invariably drawn to gossip. Livier, however, appeared less concerned with the gossip itself. Focusing instead on the information, Wilfer, donning a mysterious demeanor, lowered his head. The secret is. It is something I cannot disclose to you. Please understand, this is a matter of elven confidentiality. How could I casually share it with you? Wilfer shrugged helplessly, prompting Livier and the others to grit their teeth in frustration, exclaiming, "You scoundrel." Seeing the palpable hostility emanating from beneath the black hat, Wilfer hastily redirected the conversation. Regardless, just know that light magic can completely obliterate them. Zhou Hai, disinterested in further banter, continued. So, the monsters we vanquished last night, their cries notwithstanding, were unbothered by injuries because their souls were controlled by mind magic. And our light magic ultimately annihilated both them and their souls. Correct. Indeed, Wilfer confirmed with a nod. These monsters are likely the hundreds of humanoid creatures mentioned in the reports from Ronin Town. They began to appear after Ronin Town vanished. Thus, the souls within these soul stones are very likely those of the town's residents. Moreover, it is probable that ordinary citizens of Wulan City have also had their souls extracted, transformed into such monstrosities. Zhou Hai's expression darkened. Wulan City housed around 40 to 50,000 inhabitants. If they all became monsters. However, Wilfer's subsequent words offered him relief. Still, crafting soulstones consumes a significant amount of mental energy, considering the timeline of the initial monster's emergence. At most, only a few hundred can be created. That's a relief. If tens of thousands of such indomitable creatures were to arise, the kingdom would surely fall. At that moment, Livell raised a piercing question once more. Are the monsters we slain last night? In fact, humans? Wolf pondered for a few seconds before responding. Not exactly. The essence of a human soul bears little distinction from that of animals or monsters. Following the divine purification, they lose all memories and revert to their primordial state. Among us elves, we refer to the departed souls collectively as the end spirits. Zhou Hai, lost in thought, murmured, "The end of life, hence the name end spirits." Wolf snapped his fingers, exclaiming, "Precisely. That is indeed the meaning." Although such insights came from the elves, who are most adept in the study of souls, Zhou Hai and Livell, as humans, remained silent for a moment. Meanwhile, Zigwai seemed unfazed. As she was not human, I asked there a way to rescue the souls within. The peculiar expressions exchanged among everyone, including Zigwai, revealed their surprise. None expected the seemingly aloof Livell to be the first to pose such a question. However, Wolf merely shook his head with a hint of indifference. Once a being dies, the soul immediately returns to the world's origin point. If these extracted souls lose their vessels, they receive no guidance and gradually dissipate with time. Zhou Hai contemplated the place he encountered after his death. Was the origin point Wolf spoke of beneath the world tree? Furthermore, once these souls merge with the Heartstone, they become inextricable. Any attempt to forcibly separate them would only amplify their suffering. Livell silently nodded. I understand. No one could discern the expression concealed in his shadow. Yet they could sense his disappointment. Wilf seized the opportunity to shift the conversation. Now that we have clarified the origin of this monster, let us promptly inform Trelexi, as he is the commander of this expedition. Of course, Zhou Hai nodded, recognizing Trelexi's right to know as for whether he would report to the kingdom. That was beyond their concern. Subsequently, Wolf conveyed all the information to Trelexi. Upon hearing the news, Trelexi first reacted with disbelief, then immediately revised the contents of the letter destined for the capital. He dispatched 10 holy knights, accompanied by the captured monster, to the royal city. Before their departure, Zhou Hai cast a wistful glance at the creature. Zigwai, puzzled, inquired, "What's wrong? Are you reluctant to part with your specimen?" Zhou Hai shook his head. Zigwai, increasingly curious, pressed on, "Then why do you look so forlorn?" Zhou Hai withdrew his profound gaze and replied with a smile. "It's nothing." "Incomprehensible humans," Zigwai muttered, losing interest in further questioning. At that moment, Trelexi stepped into the crowd. As the commander, he quickly garnered the attention of most present. After surveying the gathering, he spoke slowly. "Last night, due to the monster's ambush, we suffered grave losses. I, as the commander, must take full responsibility for this painful lesson." With that, he bowed deeply to the crowd, leaving both his holy knights and the adventurers from Vini City momentarily stunned. The adventurers were particularly taken aback. Since the advent of peace over a decade ago, when had they ever been granted such respect? Here stood the proud wielder of the kingdom's mightiest holy sword, a rising star, who would bow an apology before them. After straightening up, Trelexi, with sincerity laced with regret, turned towards the adventurers. "I apologize. Prior to last night, I had suspected an enemy attack might occur. However, in my overconfidence, I sought to lure those monsters into a trap, ultimately leading to the deaths of so many comrades. This is my fault. To all adventurers, the sacrifices you have made for the stability of the kingdom will not go unrecognized. Regardless of whether others express their gratitude, I, Trelexi, shall forever remember the 63 adventurers who fell last night. My family will send 50 gold coins as compensation to each of their families. Moreover, I will petition the capital for a reward of 20 gold coins for every adventurer who participated in this operation. Additionally, every fallen hero's child will receive a prestigious job upon reaching adulthood.